Doug, how don't you know what bream means? Dog, do you want me? Do you need me? You need me to look it up? I mean, I could. I'll look it up for you, baby. No, I do. I do. It is the addition of the word be to the word ream.
The loan document has a flaw.
Look, I'm going to tell you what it means, okay? It's any of various freshwater cyprinid fishes, especially Abramus brahma of Eurasia, having a compressed silvery body. It's a small fish, especially a bream. And everybody knows it. I mean, do you not want me to win?
No, it's fine. Do whatever. Somebody says, you know what? I really would feel uncomfortable if you took a shul because I'm quite confident I paid you back. Not quite confident. I know I paid you back. I'm reading the Zohar. And you asked us something interesting. Somewhere up what's playing the money over here is a Torah scholar. He's a Talmud Chacham. We're not going to make him school. In other words, a Talmud Chacham walks into base and holding up to a document that says, Reuben owes him $1,000, Shimon owes him $1,000, and Shimon says, I paid you back. Then Shimon's going to say, you know what, I want him to
You
swear.
had me focused on bream, a silvery fish. Dog.
The guy walks into a basin, holding on to a document that says, so it owes
Lou,
him money.
you think Lou's a good play?
Because it makes it sound like you don't believe the Talmud Chacham. Server on with the itching. We used to allow just to take people's shirts off their back. In other words, why is it different than anybody else? Mara says, no, that's not what it is. But we'll tell the top of Chacham is, listen, this case is about to get a little bit ugly. You walk into the basin holding on to a document that says that someone owes you money. He claims he paid back. We want you to know that if you're going to proceed with this in Torah, what's going to happen is we could essentially make you make a shvuah. We're going to have to ask you to make a shvuah that's going to be degrading for you. So therefore, we're suggesting if you want to proceed with this, you might have to make a shvuah. But if you don't want to, we'll just drop the whole case. You won't get your money, but we won't put you through the shvuah. That's what it is. Getting back to our Mishnah, Manali b'Yalka. So the Mishnah gave a number of cases where if he claims it was paid back, whether he's believed or not, and the Mishnah said if he made this claim in front of Eidah, if he borrowed in front of Eidah, he has to pay back in front of Eidah. The Gemara says as follows: Amar Rabbi Yehuda Marab, Hamal Bes Chaver Eidah, a person led by his friend with Eidah. In other words, there are witnesses there at the time of the loan. So the father of Eidah, he has to pay him back in front of Eidah. Kiamitza Kamei Dishmol, when this halacha was said by asking in front of Shmuel, Amar Li, Shmuel said,
did you know that even though you went first, you're still losing?
In other words, it's never, this halacha is never going to be relevant. Why? Let's just play out the game. What's halacha? Shimon has to pay back. Shmuel says,
you're basically a machine
to say, I did pay back.
All right. Machine doping? Why do they call it machine doping? Why wouldn't they just call it like engineering enhancement or something? I mean, I would call it what it is. It's an electric motor. Machine doping. That's a stupid ass phrase for something that it isn't.
He says to Pnei, give it to me.
I know it.
And we learned halacha is that he's potter. So what do you see? That he owes him the money. Still,
dude, how did you get such a big lead?
He can claim that he paid back even though they weren't paid him, and he's off the hook. So you see that the Rabbi is wrong. It says, Talmud Rabbi shield to the Rabbi. This is the reputation of Rabbi.
But you're not. That's the thing.
He does the back front of it.
Ma'am.
Let's be back and explain. Ana ki amri heichatimi kara osve be'edim. I was talking about when he actually lent him the money in front of Aiden.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
He's clearly saying, I don't trust you. In other words, Reuben goes to Shimon and, sorry, the other way around. Shimon goes to Reuben and says, lend me $100. Now, if Reuben responds and says, no problem, but hold on a second. Let me just call Levi Yehuda over to watch this because I want to make sure that I have security. What's he indicating? He's indicating, I don't trust you. And therefore, he's saying, I don't trust you. I want you to borrow from you, and I expect you to pay back because I know what's going to happen here. I know that tomorrow he's going to pay back. So therefore, in such a case, he has to pay back from the Beit Din. What happened? He lent him the money in private. Clearly, he trusted the guy. So the fact that there was a conversation that took place in front of Adam does not indicate that he's not fit. That he's actually going to require him to pay back in front of Adam. It should happen to have been that way, but it's not an indication that he has this specificity and he wants to be paid back in front of Adam. So Yosef Masni Hachi.
Baby, you're up.
You lend someone money in front of two witnesses, you do not have to pay back in front of two witnesses. However, in Amar, he says, out for any elevator, don't pay me back unless they're Adam.
Oh, look who the fuck it is. Mr. Everybody's on my fucking time, and I'm on no one else's fucking time. Mr. I'm the #1 prospect of comedy in all of South Australia. I think you're better than... No, you're the best.
Don't pay me back unless they're Adam.
Still, I mean,
he could say, you're right. Let me guess what?
45 days.
Where are they?
45 days is going to be 33 people that are better than 33 people that are better than.
I don't even know if that's true, but I want it to be.
You owe me, you owe me money.
To be honest, I looked at the competition.
Yeah, baby.
It's really on the pen and who the judges are.
I did give it to you.
Whoever the justice, I don't know if the judges are going to watch it.
Dude, why don't you just suck their dicks, and then you win.
That's probably
No shame in that game, son. You got to do what you got to do, baby.
You are required to pay in front of agent.
I just feel like comedy style is out there.
Okay.
The person claims the agent will be
Why do you feel that way?
If I was dropping these things 13 years ago, if I told these things like 13 years ago, my fucking career was
Dude, people would think you were amazing, especially with that RFK bit.
Yeah, too old. They'll be like, holy shit. They'll be like, holy shit.
Right.
It was just like RFK's going to go off the money or just go off the money. They're going to raise his diagnosis by 2% or like 12 years, 13 years.
Can you imagine? People would be like, Donald Trump is still president? Okay, whatever. 13 years ago, you're right. Then they'd be like, Donald Trump's going to be president? You'd be like, actually, this is going to be his second round of it.
However, who said that we didn't necessarily say that?
Not just that. It's accused of rape a lot. It's accused of rape a lot. Really He also gets involved with very heinous crime. He still becomes president. He also gets shot.
You have to actually identify the witnesses, and Shmuel would be incorrect. All right. Amar Papi Mishpei the Rabbi. Papa says the name of Rabbi.
Do you think Trump will?
You do lend if you go ahead and
You
let
think
someone
Trump will go
No,
down?
it's too old.
you have to pay back in front of agent. Now, if you think
Yeah, it's too old.
clear,
It's too old, too
Mark says, don't
powerful.
worry about it.
Riser.
Papa says,
Riser.
Papa
Riser,
says,
you're playing like a G, baby.
Now, again, clearly we have Machlokes what the halacha is.
Where the fuck did you just play that? Your?
I'm lending you money.
Do you think he'll go to hell? Do you think he'll go to hell?
I don't believe in hell.
I
I don't believe in hell. No, if anything, the closest thing that we have is something called Gehenna, and you're not there forever. At most, you'll be there for 12 months.
See how far we get. Simin, Ruben, Beshimin, Titano Hilchasa, Yaz Yukara, Ploni, Ploni, Aftzis,
Zoot. So, are you ready for your performance on Friday? Give me odds that you think there's a 25% chance you win.
When you pay me back, I would like you to pay me back.
Depends on the judges.
Reuben and Shimon. If Reuben and Shimon, in other words, it seems like he's saying, if Reuben and Shimon are there, pay me back. If Reuben and Shimon are not there, don't pay me back. Now,
I know how we judge and lost especially in South Australia.
Yes, sir. I'm listening intently.
He told him to pay back to one of two people. You're right. He specified Reuben and Shimon.
Someone who fits the real calamity judges probably Chelsea.
It's Reuben and Shimon. He actually wants Reuben and Shimon to be there because
funnier. It's not about the material. It's about basically knocking the
But Zoot, you're a bisexual.
When you pay it back,
Like I said, man, if you need to be for one night and it gets you on the front of your comedy dreams, maybe you have to be.
All you have to do is
Dude, is that something that you want to do? Would you have supported him?
Yeah, why not? And they tried to
now, what happens? Also, we come into a bathroom. Reuben comes upon a bathroom.
And the 2010, like the late 2010, that was just solely the whole do you remember that?
The Amina, I said to them, the Amina,
and that was sexual misconduct,
until we come across two Torah scholars who became tonight. At that point in time, the stipulation will have been fulfilled. The time will be fulfilled.
In the
at that point in time, the loan will be paid back.
In the late 2000s, it was like
he said, people got canceled, my money that I lost. I lost my money. But if I'm holding on to the money for Shimon, so that I'm a shomer chinam, I'm watching his money for free.
Dude, are you ready to lose? Okay, well, we're almost done. I've beaten Riser 3 literati games in a row and had 2 perfect games in bowling against, or in mini golf against him. What the fuck is that, Riser? Riser, what the fuck is that?
from Shimon. You're going to tell me, okay, you made tonight, your condition wasn't fulfilled, that there should be 8 over there who are scholars.
No, I don't think you have a fucking shot in the world.
Come here.
But I didn't think you had a fucking shot at getting this far. So I want to tell you that I don't think that you have a fucking chance, and then you'll surprise me and I'll shit myself and have to book a flight to fucking Australia to see you in the championship. Yeah, dog. Raw.
Represent his friend. Probably Meir Zuze, the Oziftech, give me the following amount of money. What is it, 100?
Do I know what?
You know who's gonna win?
You are, baby.
It's something very interesting. He found witnesses.
You have a good chance.
That were actually the only problem was these witnesses said their time
Zoot, you suck dick at improv. Zoot, you're one of the worst improvisers of all time.
What should we do? These 2 witnesses are here to actually substantiate the loan, and they say he borrowed it. But in the same people who are substantiating the loan are actually saying that he paid.
What the fuck is that? XU is a word? Oh, dude, that's a good one. I am going to love that one.
I never borrowed from you is embedded in that claim is you didn't pay. In other words,
I hope you win with that, because you deserve it.
You are admitting you didn't pay back the money, because somebody pays back money that you borrowed. That's the concept of what God spelled in command.
Are we going to dodge the question for the million? Are we going to dodge the question for the million?
We'll believe the agent.
Why did you get fired? Why did you get scared? I really wanted to help you. I really wanted to help you.
Because you claim you never borrowed it. The fact that you claim you never borrowed it means you never paid back. So so we'll dismiss that half of what the agent say. What's left?
No, it doesn't.
You borrow the money.
No, it doesn't.
Sir, you're going to have to pay it. Person says to his friend, Havli Meya Zuzi, give me $100 that are in your possession. Amarle, lo praticha b'fei ploni ploni. Didn't I pay you back in front of Reuben and Shimon?
Dude, we'll play in a second.
So they went out, they got these 2 identified witnesses, and they said, we were the witnesses that were
yeah, baby.
Nope, never happened. So this guy is now going to officially
Dude, don't talk like that.
as a liar. Why? He claims that he paid back the loan in front of Reuben and Shimon. Reuben and Shimon said, it's a bummer night, so it never happened. We didn't watch this guy pay back the loan. So I'm going to Rabbi, no, I am going to disagree with you. Sometimes you have an obligation to know things. Sometimes you don't have an obligation to know things. In this case, you are not required to pay back in front of Adam. You're required to pay back. You're claiming you paid back. Now, it happens to be, you think Reuben and Shimon are there, but it's not an halachic obligation that you should know that Reuben and Shimon are there, and therefore it's possible you mix up the identities of Reuben and Shimon, and it could be that's a mistake, but that's not going to prove you as a liar. Let's do one more case. A person says to his friend, give me 600 zuz. Important to remember, 600 zuz. That you owe me. In other words, that I have in your possession. Amar Le, you said to him, La Praiticha Mea Kavi Afsi.
3 tiles left. How many
have I not paid you back 100 kav of Afsi? Afsi is I'm not exactly sure what it is. Some type of nut that grows on a tree we used to use for working hides. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm not sure.
Dog, you won.
It's okay. I still know what it is. Oh, he says, did I pay you back these Afsi?
No.
They're worth 6. I gave you 100 of them. So in other words, 6 times 100 is 600. So I paid you back the proper value. So I'm like, no. Incorrect.
2 tiles left. How many tiles left? What the fuck? What? Are you serious?
They give you only $400 worth. Also, trade side, the 2 witnesses came. The Rabbi said in.
Oh, what a good move. You got me with that.
So therefore, according to your calculation, that it was 100.
Oh,
So it
wow.
turns out you only paid back 400.
All right, right, Zoot, are you ready?
Rabbi says,
I was just excited to play with Zoot. Zoot, are you ready? Yeah, it was. Zoot, are you ready?
You told us, Kobus, we will not be allowed in Danish, lava daite. Didn't you tell us when people don't know something?
Zoot, you're up, baby. Riser, you're up.
Exactly how much they're worth. So
Is it even in this call, or are you in just halfway through the game?
Oh, he's definitely leaving halfway. Riser, you're up.
One sec.
Zoot, can we tell you, Zoot, the thing that we like least about you is that you just leave randomly. We can't fucking stand it.
Maybe I gave you $400 worth of nuts and $200 in cash, and maybe I gave you more nuts, whatever it is. I know I paid you back.
We want you to say, I gotta go, when we know that you don't have absolutely anything to do.
He knew about it.
Did you know there's 100% of people that existed on planet Earth? We are part of.
That doesn't make any sense.
117 people that have ever existed on planet Earth.
That's not true.
I hear what you're saying, and I still don't think it makes sense.
It makes sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
There's 117 people that have lived on planet Earth. Majority of them are dead. 90% of them are dead.
You're saying 117 billion?
Yeah, people have existed on planet Earth.
Okay, well, you said 117. Like twice.
No, I said 100.
Riser, be my witness here. Look at this shot. Hit it in, Zoot. Hit that in.
Sponsorship here.
Holy
Thank Michael for sponsoring Dafyomi this morning. Is a host for Shleima for Yehuda Mordechai. Each deserves to have a.
Why would you do that?
That's so lucky.
Wow. The Testament base. About a third of the way down the level. I believe the Rabbi left off by the two ducks. Yes, the Gemara said. So when they make him take the Shruah, they say to him,
Razor, why are you such dog shit?
It really doesn't make a difference what you mean when
I'm in the lead. So what does that make?
Dog, you didn't even know how to do the 10.
You're less
I'm going to tell you what we want you to swear about. And when you take the Shruah,
I think there's a hidden hole up there.
Why don't you discover it for us?
Why do you have to tell this guy this? Why do you have to have this thing where the basin has one thing in mind and you're telling him you're swearing?
That's a miss.
Mar says,
I don't think it was
previously in the Gemara, which was
There's a hidden hole somewhere.
was brought to base.
Right, so what are your thoughts on that shot?
And he claimed that he had returned the money to its proper owner.
It's a 2 out of 10.
Thank you, Zoot. See, Zoot gives me rankings right away when I ask him these questions. Riser, on the other hand, jerks himself off until his dick is callous.
He paid him back. He handed the Balchol, he handed it his walking stick, and while
I was just saying 114.
Has guts?
He could not believe
They should have guns for dogs.
Did he, you think the dog should have guns? That doesn't make any sense.
They should have guns. They should have guns. Yeah, guns should have guns. Dogs should have guns.
But didn't you originally say
Can with like Neuralink.
So at the time that he took the shua, he wasn't lying, but ultimately he had the shtick to keep the money. And he tells us, you know what, we can't have people having these little shtick up their sleeve when they make the shua, when they make the swear based on the research and no shtick.
No way. Not even close. Not even close. Look how good this shot is. Gentlemen, look how good this shot is. Gentlemen.
A couple of things we have to keep in mind over here.
I didn't steal anything. You're going to help my ball. No, that's exactly what I didn't want to do. Because I wanted my ball to have a chance at going in the hole. And Zoot might help me with that. Watch Zoot help me with that. Come on, Zoot. No way. Oh, Zoot fucks riser. Almost.
Whatever's going to be
This is
denied.
bad.
He goes to Shimon and says, you owe me $100. He denies that he owes 100. He denies he owes 15. And he has the
Well, Zoot, you used to come in and tell us how you used to be a millionaire. So just do that again.
China is 100. The Kfira is 50.
Yeah, because I'm retired.
And the Hoda is 50. It's a very simple, straight-up case.
There is one that has most money that made him shorter and shorter on.
How fast did you lose $1 million?
That's going to be the Hoda, and there's a Kfira, there's a denial on
Thanks, dog.
That's
Thanks,
one
Dog.
comes together. The China and the Hoda.
That's not that bad.
We're also going to have to remember the following. There's two different ways of describing money. There's dafka.
Yeah.
Dafka means that
A lot of crypto, bro.
and owed the following type of money from you.
Right, so what do you think of that shot?
You owe me 50 dimes. So I'm asking you for dimes specifically.
Sexy.
Say,
Dog.
gold, I'm asking you for gold. But
I'm
asking
surprised
for
Zoot
copper,
doesn't
I'm
miss
asking
more
for
of these
copper.
shots.
I'm asking you for silver, I'm asking you for silver. That's dafka. Where I'm
Zoot, are you
essentially
gonna
saying
go?
That's not an amount of money. It's not a worth that I'm asking you for. So in other words, the person says to somebody, you owe me
Zoot.
$100 bills. So technically, generally, you don't view that as
Zoot, go.
$1 bills. What you're saying is $100. So now, if
Did he
person denies
disconnect?
it in quarters,
His thing disconnected.
$2 bills, $5 bills, $20 bills, it all makes no difference.
The same people who run Australian comedy run the telecommunication system in Australia.
Shava means a value of a coin. And the last
Look.
thing we have to remember is the concept of that means that if I go to somebody and I claim that he goes,
Baby,
I make my time-
baby,
claim,
baby, baby.
my claim,
Did you see that?
something else that, generally speaking, when a person
Did you see that?
claim, but admits to part of the claim, that's the concept
Did you see that?
of a mother and a son, where he's obligated to take a biblical oath. He has to
Thank
take
you.
an oath on whatever he denies. However, there is a caveat.
One of the sexiest shots that anybody's ever had in the history. Oh, for sure.
So then, the Hadadah is not even a title. There's two
Did you like that shot? Did you like that shot? Did you like that shot?
So let's just make sure we get all those terms.
Yeah.
What happened to you, big dog?
I'm so sorry.
Okay, well, we can forgive you. What's going on? What happened? Did she scale it from 0 to 10? Yeah, I know. So it should be super easy. Your brother either landed a babe or an ugly chick.
That is where I am admitting to something entirely different than what he claimed.
Let me just ask you this, dude. Is she masturbatable?
Oh my God. Amar Rav tells us the following.
All right, dude. Are you ready?
the claim has to be two kesef. We learn this from the pasuk. We see this very soon again. The pasuk teaches us when it comes to the mitzvah, there has to be there's at least two.
That means no.
2 coins. Yeah, generally speaking, anytime it's
Your brother got a dog, son. Tell him to go back to the fucking ocean. There are other fish in the sea.
The claim needs to start off with 2 coins.
I'm gonna punch his face one day, right?
That's what I want to hear. Zoo. So then you actually think this bitch is hot as fuck?
The amount of money that you are denying that you owe, that has to be 2 kesef.
I had no idea.
The claim has to have been 2 kesef plus a pruta. Why? Because if I'm going to deny that I owe 2, if I deny that I owe 2, so then if the claim was 2, then I've denied the entire claim. So if I'm denying that I owe 2, the claim must have been 2 plus. So according to Rav, our Mishnah says that the denial must be 2 coins.
Does your mom know about the $1 million?
Must have been more than that. Shmuel says no, incorrect.
It wasn't 2 million.
2 coins. And therefore, if he only denies,
You didn't tell her?
says you owe me
2 million?
He calls it. He has a great word for it. It's what's it called? What do you call it? Unrealized profits or something?
I was gonna tell her when I got to tell her when I got to like it didn't work out. That's why I worked out.
And the denial can be the most minimal amount, which is a proof. Gemara says, I'm a Rabbi. Rabbi says there's something very interesting that happens here. Dika must nisin have a say to Rav. If you learn our Mishnah, it seems like Rav is correct. However, the Kroy is
taking anything off the table.
I did.
Our Mishnah seems to back up Rav's opinion.
You did catch out some of it.
Hataina. The words were
I dated a girl. I was in a place where I was dating a girl with a hair. I did multiple check clerk jobs. It was not like
the Ilu, Firas, Fruta.
You're dating the girl from Breaking Bad.
It doesn't say that there should be a.
She was a heroin addict.
The Mishnah said that the Firas of Fruta is correct. It doesn't say that. It says in the Mishnah, Hatainish de Kesed, the whole.
Did your woman
mixed to is a Sheva Fruta, which means
you wouldn't even.
the admission has to be.
You wouldn't even. Like if you met her
Would we have known she was a sex worker?
Is going to be another Fruta. Now, Nami, learned another Mishnah thing with regards to Sheva Fruta. Havodah, when a person admits to something, it's going to be the Fruta, the fear of Fruta. In that Mishnah, when it's listing things off that are sufficient with one Fruta, it does not say that when a person denies the amount of money that they owe, that's sufficient to deny a Fruta.
What do you think your mom's reaction would be if she knew that?
Denial must be a minimum of 2 points. Therefore, when you learn the Mishnayos seem to indicate that Rav is correct, and in order to biblically obligate someone to pay, is a person who admits to part of the loan, the denial must be 2 points, and that essentially means that the claim has to have been 2 coins plus a fruta. So he admits to a fruta, he denies 2 kesef. Now the cry, you kind of say there's more psukim, and the Torah seems to back up why. It's the percent in the pasuk. He thinks a person will give his friend either money or assets. What does he give to his to watch? Now, not Caleb Schneider, just like Caleb, just by definition, the word
scale of 0 to 10. The heroin addict girl.
Compared, since it says in the pasuk, the person will give his friend Kesef, money, or Caleb. But technically, we'll be very technical about it.
Dude, I just need a number. I don't need a thing.
To a certain extent, okay? Not with regard to Hilchos Muktzah, but again, Kesef is a powerful, it's a
Okay, 8.5 for you.
Why couldn't you just say what?
I when I was in high school, she was into heroin, and I met her that time, and she didn't get there down the heroin route. I think
you have to have at least two.
Okay.
Now, not Kesef Dover Chashos, alcohol Dover Chashos.
This guy was probably like I met her when I was 28. She told me everything I wanted from a girl when I was.
But I don't owe you what you're claiming. Rather, Ki Huzeh, the only thing
Now,
hold on a second. What was it that the entire claim was?
Like she probably
Look at the money is due. That's indicating the entire loan, the entire money disputed here is 2 coins.
All right.
What is the person?
Do you think you would have been better together than you and Chelsea?
I'm sorry, a part of that too. Transaction was correct. Even if the claim was only 2 pesos. And he admitted only part of that.
How old is Chelsea? How old is Chelsea?
Now, Rab is going to respond to that, says the Gemara. Rab,
how old? I mean, what is she, 5? Okay, you can still date her.
This is just telling you
you can find this reality show tomorrow or whenever.
She's 22. Okay.
Less than 2 kesef. Shmuel's going to respond and say, it says ki.
Look how sick this shot is.
And it says zeh. So again, it's a little bit redundant. Only who, or it could have said ki.
Okay.
They're small those 2 things. The kafar of the mikzas, number 1, if he's going to deny part
That's
of
a terrible shot. Right, so what are you going to do?
Is now going to have to defend himself because according to
I forgot the percentage.
69.
Teach us the concept of the mikzas and that it could be any
But she was going with fresh
that it has to be 2 coins in the denial plus another part.
I don't get why that's funny. Why Shrek 2 and not Shrek 1?
One of those words, either the concept of a time that when a person denies.
Okay, why does that matter whether you could date her or not?
The other one teaches.
Are you serious? Zoo opened up a secret portal.
Like you mentioned earlier, whatever you admit to, that's actually be part of
I don't know. I just want to get paid to pay for
whatever you want to learn from here.
I love how that's your high watermark.
Or not. At the end of the day, if you
Yeah, that's hilarious.
and I'm only admitting to part of that. Whatever you want to learn. You want to learn the Hadar Minataina, no problem. You can learn.
Right, so I have a
You wanna
question.
learn you can learn
Do you
that.
recognize that you only have 1 point?
The claim was 2, and he denied part of it and admitted to part of it. You're going to start saying that he denied less than 2. That's how Shmuel.
Oh, that was almost amazing. That was almost amazing.
my rule when I was 18.
Kessa, he also made Carl appear with us. Misunderstood what the
Dude, when's this fucking comedy?
It's Friday night, baby.
Kessa. It was talking about Kessa O'Kalin. You thought it was telling you that the
Get tomorrow.
that the claim was to Kesef.
Did you hear what I said?
The pasuk says Kesef. It's talking about
Friday night.
Yeah, no. Did you hear what I said?
Obviously must have been
Yeah, you can actually win it if you're funny.
He's looking at a problem for me.
And
Me and Rabbi
We already tried.
The denial is two coins.
No,
we didn't try.
The claim was more than that.
I gave him the dirtiest joke of all time. And instead of saying it on stage, he just whispered it to a bunch of people backstage. He said they did. Oh, no, it's the dirtiest joke of all time. It's hilarious. All right, so do I even have to play this whole? Is Zoot still in this call?
I'll figure it out.
Zoot, what did you think of that shot?
Not really relevant to the actual claim because it's totally irrelevant. It doesn't need to be mentioned. Even like Fira, you could apply it to everything else. This is like a concept of sometimes the Torah writes something which is not necessary. You understand it's written for something and it can be pulled out and can be pasted somewhere else. So the word kesef was not necessary.
I do something in the next 5 years.
So therefore, and he's not bothered by the way it's written. As matter of fact,
She's not funny, I guarantee.
She's
not
maybe she's funny. He comes from
It's that she's bisexual.
I would have thought everything
She has something.
A mouth.
It does not have to be so therefore, Kamash Malone, that's when we look at it as well. And that's why it was important, right? He did Israel Kesef or Kalim, and that's relevant to the actual claim.
There's
not
sexuality.
It can't be taken out and plugged in somewhere else, and therefore
Everyone has sexuality. It's not skill.
And therefore, the
according
to Rob, the denial must be more than 2, and therefore the claim has to be more than 2.
No, it doesn't. I mean, she
now we're going to try to prove
is open to that.
So
It could just.
the denial must be 2, and consequently, what that means is the claim has to be 2 plus. To Shmuel, the entire claim can be 2, and the denial could be.
You know how
Learn the Narmish.
big gangs just based on I think church thing. I think the same thing really applies to gay men.
I agree. Zoot, no, I 100% agree. That's absolutely true. It's just how bored are you? If you want to spend all your time striking out with chicks, then, then like you'll be bisexual or whatever. I can tell you this as well. Hold on. If you like girls, it doesn't really matter anything aside from you like that there's a little bit of fat in their skin when you touch them. If you like guys, it means you like a little bit of muscle in their skin. It's just like, do you like a harder body or do you like a softer body?
Now, in other words, according to Rob, the claim always has to be more than because you have to have a denial. Now, what would be the reason why, in this case, he's not obligated to make a shvua?
It's a law.
That's correct.
I think it's a law.
You have to have
For sure.
more than that.
There's more places to judge.
There you go. Riser, do you remember that time that we sent you an invitation and you just jerked yourself off? Literally, on camera. You jerked yourself off the whole time.
If you want to get a guy as a child, you have to
You thought that the problem over here was that
Word,
the
dog.
value was 2, and yet the
You literally have to have
was 2, and therefore the claim
Word,
was
dog.
Right.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
No, that's not true.
Oh, generally.
Or
Or you're super good looking.
The person claims copper, he admits to silver. That's
Yeah,
not what
yeah,
he's
there's a
part of the loan. He's
not a thing.
100% denying what the person
Yeah,
It looks a hurdle.
It's
Yeah,
a
they do.
zero silver.
One of those guys all the time.
Therefore,
Exactly.
it does not meet the criteria of a dog in the type. Gemara says if that's the case,
Look at this shot.
But the reason why he's talking from a shul is because it's not a dog in the taina. Ema safe. Let's go further on in the Mishnah. It says shtei kesef
Back to her house.
Basically, you owe me 2 silver coins and a copper coin. And the person responds and he says, the only thing that I have of yours in my hand is 1 copper coin. Tell you.
Look at this shot by Riser. Or by Zoot.
Oh yeah,
Dude.
Dude,
Dude, that was amazing.
It's just claiming the value of a certain amount of money.
Usually the judge goes to the
Calculator to figure out how much 2 silver coins plus a copper one is worth.
And what difference does that make?
Because this is exactly what Rav said.
Equation.
You have a claim of a certain amount of money and a denial of sufficient amount of money, and therefore he's going to tie it. If you're going to tell me that you're asking for silver coins and copper coins, I might tie it. Not I knew what he claimed. He didn't admit to anything as part of it. In other words, you're telling me that
Dude, that's a terrible shot.
Rather, it's specific coins the person's claiming. So he admitted that he owes him certain coins. He denied that.
You're welcome, baby. No, they, in all situations, though.
Travel. When you're in your investments, and when you're
No, that's incorrect.
You have to recognize that Shmuel is not going to be stuck with that. He's not going to have a problem with that. Why? Because even though
You could be 150 years old. You literally could be 80 years old, and being a good-looking 80-year-old guy will allow you to get some 80-year-old ass.
How many good looking 80-year-olds
and he admits to one of them.
I don't know. A few?
In other words, that makes sense. In other words, you have to understand, even though there's a concept called the Hodah, various levels of what that
No.
means. In other words, the strict way of viewing it is
They were television presenters. I knew a lady who was the first television presenter in San Diego, and she was, I would say, a very attractive, like, like when I saw her in synagogue, I thought she was 35.
Shmuel doesn't view it that way.
Are you ready for
It wasn't like that. She was like naturally really pretty. When you come up a little closer, you could tell she was older, but from far away, she looked really, really pretty. And I mean, up close, I mean, yeah. I mean, up close, this lady looked. Sophia Vergara.
And that's why it's not going to be a problem.
Okay. I can't believe I'm
in other words, you owe me a certain amount of money.
I like how Zoot calls her high back. It's Selma higher. Higher.
If you're going to tell me that, like, telling us that I'm Mishnah,
all right, well, she speaks very highly of you, Zoot.
Asking for some amount of value of money, rather than talking about specific coins.
Dude, there are a ton of older chicks who are hot. Like any woman in Hollywood.
Was not what he denied was not what
Yeah, dog, she's hot as fuck.
If you're going to tell me, like, Rob, that I'm Mishnah, the value of this or not, the money.
Who the fuck cares, Zoot?
Why would he depart this? Literatuba has and therefore his denial is going to be sufficient. Since at the end of the Mishnah, it's talking about Davka. They should not be Davka.
Why is that weird?
The Mishnah is also talking about Davka specific types of coins, and therefore he wants to limit them to the Rab. He wants to say, I'm really going to give to the Rab. But look at,
Wow.
if you look at Rashi,
Tell us the story.
it's the second
Oh, I know the
Rashi
story.
page.
I know the
Name
story.
of that Yufta Meiresh. In other words, the
I
Qatar
didn't-
used to be a dapper. You only
She
two
didn't
coins. And the guy responds and says, Ein l'chav yad yala pruta.
Wasn't she in really good shape?
Now, the timer, the reason is there's some davka tana because it's asking for specific types of coins. Not
Wait,
the reason why it's
Dick
not
is
is
good.
why?
Wild.
Because what he's admitting to is not what was claimed. Now, what's the difference? So that difference is Hatanu Shava, Vahodalo Shava, if you would have claimed a certain amount and he admitted to a certain amount.
One of the greatest shots we've ever seen, folks.
But what's the problem?
Oh.
You're taking L's on
Baby. Who won the last game? Who won the last game? Is Zook gonna go?
There's a problem. It's not going to go ahead of time. He asked it for supper. He admitted to
Go.
supper. So that means he didn't admit to what was claimed. That's why he's
I hear the same people who are judges in Raw Comedy South Australia also run their telecoms.
We said several times this morning that the
That's a
court
hilarious
claim has
joke.
to be 2 plus because the denial has to be 2 coins.
How
Seems
is
like a
how
risk
internet
you
internet
allow
horrible
Abel
this
Abraham say no. Kula must be sin. Shava. The entire Mishnah is talking about the value of the coins, not the very specific types of coins. The litra, zav, shani. When it comes to a litra of zav,
Zook, can you
that's
hear
very,
us?
Very different. Why is it different? Look at the bottom Rashi. Litra shani. The kiva the tanu mishkal vadai dafka katani. Since he mentioned a certain weight, litra is a weight. In that case, he meant to say dafka. We're talking about coins.
Oh, is it?
After this game, we're
We're speaking about the weight of the coins. That's really different.
That actually was a good shot. I'm going to show you the best shot ever,
You don't
though.
have a problem with Rav, even though at the end of the Mishnah, when it says litra, it's talking about specific types of coins. Every other place where it says coins in the Mishnah,
That was
very
amazing.
easily just explain to you that it's talking about a certain value. Teidah,
Zook make it mathematically.
same at the end of the Mishnah. By the way, that's not it's not in today's daf right now. Teidah, the Kentucky.
From like
It
everyone
says,
before.
6:30 already.
Did they say that they think that you're funnier than Chelsea?
You only
You had a 1 minute phone call.
They were like, hey, Zook.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Hang on, I gotta go. It's like, yeah, what's going
Shava, you talk about the value.
Zook, I'm going to collude with you to help you win.
All these coins are considered part of the
It's the
value.
truth,
Can you tell me
But everyone most of the people don't know.
You spoke to them for 1 minute. How could you, like, hold them all on their opinions?
The fruit of a cloud
Zook, your shot was so shitty. I have to help you.
All of them are one type of coin. Now,
This is a perfect game. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. Just having a perfect game.
Rabbi, I'm not trying to flirt. I'm just trying to fun. I didn't do this to go. I didn't think I would go this far.
Thank
In other
you.
words, the small matari. The last line of the mission like small, must be all like small.
Zook.
You think you're good at comedy, so why would you think
the entire frame was only 2 coins, and the denial was only 2, huh?
Oh my word. That should have gone in.
The same thought is talking about dafka, specific types of coin. Why?
That was my
So I called.
I never said I was good. I just understood on the phone.
Are the like robbers?
No, you said several times your goal is to professional and make a career out of it. And you are not just doing this to have fun, you're trying to be professional.
Get this question out. Whether it's Dafka or it's Shaka. When a person makes a claim, it's
I don't know what else I'm good at besides
it's
losing
asking
money.
for a value.
That's a good point. Hey, Zoo, did you ever get tested? Yeah.
The guy responds and says, yes, I have something of yours, but it's a dinner cassette. Time of what the reason? It's only because that I have this Mickey coin.
Dog, they called you specifically to tell you you need to get tested for chlamydia or gonorrhea or whatever the fuck it was. Zoo, what did you say?
The fact that it says Zahov,
It could be dormant.
you have the golden coin of blood in your hand, which the next to say was,
Why wouldn't you just get tested now?
How is that so?
Yeah,
I have a coin in your hands. Person responds and says,
Riser, how many invitations do you want me to send
You
you?
only have a cell which is missing.
I told you after this game, we're forcing Zoo to do improv.
Minus a law in his pocket. This is 100% like rap. In other words, here it seems like it's a little bit interesting language. I'll just say it in English. It says to someone, you owe me a seller. And he responds, by denying 2 coins. He's tied for Yeshua. Who is that? That's Rob. Rob says you have to deny 2 coins. If he says, Chosser Mah, he says, no. I'm denying the Mah, which is less than 2 coins. He's going to be Potter. It's 100% like Rob, which is that the denial has to be. The Gemara goes on.
The curable one.
Yeah, I don't. What ones are curable?
That there's a requirement of the denial being specific amount of money.
I don't know if chlamydia just goes away like COVID. Oh, I know what I'd want. I want crabs because they give you a little like comb and you can get rid of them and then they're gone.
And says that he owes part of the money.
They're actually. No, did you know in the Western world they're actually an endangered species because like a lot of people shave their pubes and they're just not that apparent anymore.
Yeah, I mean they. It's important for the crowd.
Dude, we're gonna give you a topic, and we want you to improv it for 60 seconds. Do you understand? To improvise it. Are you ready, Zoo? Genital warts. Go.
Even if they claim the person owes somebody Two agents could be Mechayim, someone could obligate someone to pay money, even if it's only a food dog. Therefore, an aid after a singular aid could obligate someone to make a shvua.
Dude, I don't think you know any improv. You have to keep continuing continuously just making it up. Even if bad, just keep on.
He is tired.
It's the word or phrase is genital warts.
You owe me weed. And the person says, no. I owe you barley. Everyone agrees that's not what the mix us because it's kind of like government China. But that's like saying, I admission. However, if he comes over to the
All right,
place and says,
you got
Does the comedy start?
You got another 45 seconds to fill, big dog. Let's go.
Give me another one.
No, that's not how it works. You have to work on the
You gotta wing it.
South Australia. South Australia. South Australia.
Are you gonna stand off and not?
Probably does state anyone that was born
Are you gonna watch the Melania movie soon?
Sure.
You know it's rated PG? That movie looks like the absolute worst movie I've ever seen. She's the hottest first lady of all time.
He was drinking some water.
Michelle.
You're drinking. Therefore, we don't have any indication of what Rish Lakish is opinion was. Later, they say, yeah, they try to bring it right to this point. Person claims
Was Hillary Clinton did she come from money?
Why is he bought them? We don't, because it's not a dollar in China. But Gamliel disagrees. He says, even though it is not similar to the claim, he's going to be chayiv.
So why did Bill marry her?
And he only has to do with Bill. What would happen
Did Bill Clinton have money and he still married her?
Did you ask, did Bill Clinton have money and still marry Hillary Clinton? She was they met at Yale. So, they were both like hippies. And then they went to, they got their law degrees, and then they went to work at the Rose Law Firm in Little Rock, Arkansas. And then Bill Clinton went on ran for Congress, and he only ever lost one election ever, and that's his first run for Congress. And then he eventually became governor, and then eventually became president, and then eventually basically became what you know him to be.
Next word.
Now, what's the reason why we talk in all these cases? Because we're talking about movable objects.
I think Laura Bush is a beautiful woman. Laura Bush, yeah, Doug. Yeah, she's beautiful as well. I used to think she was prettier than. I still think she's very pretty, but I think Laura Bush is gorgeous.
What's the reason why it says
I really think her daughter Barbara Bush is like incredibly hot, though. I don't live in a Commonwealth country, so I don't know.
You could stretch the shvua to swear on the character as well. So what's the point? This is the main place.
What are you saying?
You're right above the city. You went to acquiring
I mean, so could have like Margot Robbie or anybody. like you're talking after Justin Trudeau's been out of office, that the woman that he's dating just so happens to be Katy Perry. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that could have happened. I know you say this all the time. You're anti-Russell Brand. So you talk about 7 different subjects: Puff Daddy, Jeffrey Epstein.
God has
the Holocaust. The fact that James McCann comes to Adelaide. Russell Brand and Dave Chappelle. Wait, and Kanye West. That's it. That's everything you talk about, Sue.
To be fair, there's no evidence that Russell Brand sexually assaulted someone. Evidence Eddie Perry
Yeah, that little boy.
Yeah, that was his first kiss.
Right.
He denies that removal objects are his.
Maybe that's why they're together.
Where to go?
And what happens would be,
all right.
What if you admit the part of the car could still fuck it?
So we're going to give you another phrase, Zoo. We want you to be on your toes, okay? And you have to give us a minute of jokes. You just can't be like, genital warts is bad, or whatever the fuck you said. You have to be like, you have to keep giving us stuff. All right. So you ready for your phrase, Zoo?
Yeah.
Do you want easy or hard? Okay. Trees.
Once you admit the part of the movable object, you have to exclude even on the real estate. The person says, what's the point of teaching me that? Like Marshall, so can you teach me the concept? You could drag a shul from movable objects onto concept. We didn't learn that already. They could roll in.
That would be pretty funny.
The real estate, Marshall, the same parents, hot icker. The Argumar is the main source of it.
So you don't understand how improv works to do. Zoot, you have.
Great.
He says, "You owe me a sheep." He goes, "We're not."
I cannot believe that there's a chance that you are the funniest person in a state anywhere in the world. like literally, who did you beat? Who? I want to meet those people, and I want to ask them: were they breathing? Did they have a pulse during this? I mean, maybe one of them was like, "Hey, I was unconscious. You can't blame me." Or another one was like, "I've never even heard of what this event was." I might be able to give them the benefit of that. But if anybody up there, it's like, I would just ask them, "Have you ever told a joke before?" And if any of them say yes, then I recognize that somehow, some way, this is a flawed system. Because Zeus, you are in the finals. Like you even talked about, you're gonna start taking money to open for people. Do you recognize that? Like, do you hear yourself?
I mean, when someone heckles you, you're gonna destroy it.
Exactly. No, the best thing is what Reiser says, which is, I don't come to you where you work and suck all the dicks. I have something funny about trees. Absolutely. I have something funny about trees. So on Reddit, The subreddit r/trees is actually for people who like to smoke weed, and so it's the red subreddits are on a first come first served basis. So the people who are into trees took the subreddit r/marijuana enthusiasts. So if you go to r/marijuana enthusiasts, it's all about like arboretums and trees and species and things. And if you go to Reddit trees, it's about weed. How funny is that? Well, I think it's oh, wait, I'm in agreement with you. Wouldn't you think Reddit would just switch them and but they allow that inside joke to go? Okay, Zoo, we're gonna give you another word and or phrase, and you have to be funny for a minute. Are you ready, Zoo?
That's mentioned in the Torah. Now, say, what's the paradigmatic shvur mentioned in the Torah?
Zoot, are you ready? Wait, Zoot, I will help you. I'll give you a word that you'll love.
From Avram's family.
Or a phrase.
Swear not to go ahead and take a wife from the local.
Zoot, are you there?
Women. So the Gemara says. Now, what the Gemara is picking up over here on is as follows.
He hasn't raised call yet.
He's done. There's no way. This happens all the This happens to him all the time. He will. It'll be like 2 minutes of him just like this, and then he'll be gone.
How is
there he is. He's back. He's back. Zeus, can you hear us?
Sorry, I had to go.
Okay, here's your phrase. Are you ready? Autistic Amish orgy. Go. That's like your thing.
And everyone medical health is there, like that. Everyone weird and just like that. Amish people there. But no, it's really weird.
So therefore, again, if we're trying to understand over here, the Gemara says, "Hey, he asked me, right? How do we go ahead and?"
Do you not know how improv works?
So the Gemara says, using the example of Eliezer. Now, we assume that what we're doing about Eliezer's shore is that
Zoot did have a joke one time that made somebody laugh. I told Zoot's joke to somebody, and they thought it was really funny. It was like a 3-part joke that you had. The first part was about an Amish orgy. The second part was about some other kind of orgy or something. Bonnie Blue? Oh yeah, it was about Bonnie Blue. And then the third part was about, the punchline was, everybody was watching, memorized all the Pokemon. What's that joke that you have? But you didn't.
So Eliezer
I remember
and he swore
and they gave me the autism diagnosis. Then I said, I'm right through. And they told me I had ADHD and ADHD.
No. That was my joke. I said it was something like, I went in to the ADHD clinic to get tested, and they gave me the test, and I quit halfway through, and they said, congratulations, you have ADHD. I'm not saying it's the funniest joke ever, but I'm saying that was at least my take on that.
As well. Again, especially after
all right, Zoo. So give us your 5 minutes that you're going to do tomorrow night. We're ready for it. It's terrible. It's absolutely the worst. All right.
There should be going to be 1 minute non-stop talking after. Try and actually do something.
What does Rabbi say? Suggesting over here is what we learn from Eliezer. The Shul of Eliezer is that yes, you have to use the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but not more importantly, just as importantly, the Shul must be over an object. You have to take a ritual object. So the Gemara says,
Okay, you ready for your word?
If a person is a jerk, just with the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, don't look again not with an object.
Scarecrows.
An explicit mistake with an explicit ruling in the Mishnah. And when a guy makes a mistake with an explicit halacha, the halacha is that the judgment is voided and the judge himself ultimately becomes personally liable. Okay, as follows. The Bible says,
If the scarecrow from Batman was in a
That's okay, I'll take over. You know, there's something called the scarecrow, but have you ever seen this being ever really scare a crow? It's either crows don't go near it or they end up landing on it, but I've never seen a crow actually get scared from it. I wonder why they call it a scarecrow. It should be called a crow be gone as opposed to a scarecrow. But I don't know, I don't name these things. Crow be gone? Doug, that's fucking brilliant.
So again, halacha follows Rabbi in that one must take an object
One of the greatest
Doug, it's up there with salmon cannon. Crow be gone.
I think you're referring to the leg grenade.
The mermaid grenade. Riser, would you please accept the invitation I sent you like an hour ago for basketball?
I still haven't gotten it.
You'll be here all night.
Failed 4 times in a row.
Object ultimately again can be used for.
Are you still there?
Interesting enough, I'm going to show you this function now.
What? Give me the easiest one in the world, okay? Are you going to not fuck it up this time?
So you pass him like Rabbi, we don't pass him like Rav Papa.
So you turn upside down,
it has to be a Sefer Torah. We pass him, he can be a pair of Tzolim. Rashi points out, interesting enough, that as much as we ask him against Rav Papa, that even Tefillin works, you would adjure someone over a Sefer Torah. Then Rashi says, I think Batlu Harishonim Shua Da'oraisa, Lefi Sha'anshot Gadol, the Tikkun Ligzor.
I think they should go on the base.
Then Rashi says, by the way, we don't do Shavuos anymore. We don't do Otzei.
That would make
Shonin already went ahead and
they would
because as we're going to see coming back, ultimately the penalty for false shua is so severe.
No.
Actually, the end of the Masechah is so
Why is the hamburger
integrity was
He's
lost
not.
in certain generations as a result of the death of certain
hamburger?
Kind of fat,
really do
or at least
anymore.
medium.
This is what we use this concept called an aror. Aror essentially is a form of almost like excommunication. We'll see all of this before. When we stop,
Not really.
Shuas, what exactly happened to precipitate?
He's
the
kind of chubby.
Shuas, we'll see. We're not in that sugya yet. But I mean,
Let me say
on one hand, you have actually saying
No, he's not.
with the Sefer Torah. So like not but although tefillin will work, of
He
course,
looks
requires
like,
the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu as well requires both of these things. And then
No, that kid's skinny. The Hamburglar is like medium, not skinny,
Okay.
not necessarily fat, but in the middle. Ronald McDonald is skinny, but the Hamburglar isn't super skinny.
Standing up.
He's medium.
Chacham could swear even sitting down. And not only that, Chacham Yushak, Shvur b'Sefer Torah,
No, but why wouldn't you go with something like, why do they call him the Hamburglar? I've never seen him steal any ham.
Why is it that we would, even though we just passed before that halacha doesn't follow Rav Papa, therefore you could swear using tefillin or a sefer Torah. So why would we ideally use a sefer Torah?
You had a good start of the start of saying, why did they make McDonald's that? I like that part. And then shortly after that, you just started questioning the Hamburglar. Don't call me anymore.
That should make
standing up. Why? Once again, sense of awe, reverence, respect. Hamtachim will have that same awe, reverence, and respect even sitting down. Incredible. They're both saying, now we are about to do just overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful Gemara for the next 1.5 life-changing Gemaras.
Yeah, baby.
So again, we'll say, so ultimately, again, now we're going to see what this means a little bit. We're literally translated, Afi Doshona could even be made in any language. Even made in any language.
There's a McDonald's
You say to the guy, you're taking the shua, have your day
There's a McDonald's birdie.
Okay, there's a joke.
That the entire world shook.
Really bad.
Shook. But Hakadosh Baruch Hu gave the second of
Looks like a butt plug.
Hashem's name in vain. The
I mean, we changed the process around
here it says, you will not be cleansed. So severe is Shvuas Shav. So severe is a false oath that Rabbi said there is no atonement, there is no return, there is no tshuva. The Chalaver should be told about
2016.
Who's responsible for your Avera?
Did you know that?
You.
What'd you say, Big Dog?
When it comes to a false oath, so ultimately punishment is collected both from the perpetrator
People are more fan of clowns. He's not a real person. Give him a restraining order.
What is your flesh referred to? That's your clothing. That's your family.
Yeah, out of the marketing. Ronald McDonald is not a real person.
Furthermore, all other averas, in general, when you do them, so who's responsible for them? The perpetrator. But here by Shvuas Shav, ultimately, again, a false oath impacts me and impacts the entire world.
Alright,
Here, when the Gemara quotes this, the Gemara is quoted from the pasuk from Moshe.
I hope him being able to do comedy is just gone now.
There you go. All right. You have an invitation, Riser. That's not fair to Zoo. Zoo, that's not fair to Zoo. Zoo, go. The basketball game.
Let me ask you something.
Talks about the impact.
No, we'll just don't play the first round. Yeah, we're ready.
Maybe only Cloudy Star does all of these
She had
that it has an impact on the world.
I don't know all of them. Zoo, go to the basketball game.
Say Cloudy Star has this negative effect on the world that they do all of these terrible things.
The mascot's like
Wendy from Wendy's.
Again, Allah.
The mascot is like a cheery.
Incredible.
Wendy from Wendy's, dog. I answered the question.
Of a false oath.
Dude, they used to have an adult Wendy, and she's super hot.
Okay, you should specify that.
Dude, that's who I mean. The Wendy from Wendy's. She's super hot.
The good news is I always have some type of countermeasure, right? I always have some type of positive dynamic activity, in my personal arsenal. So again, if I have a source, that could go ahead and literally suspend judgment.
You said mascot, not logo.
What does that do? So suspension of judgment about this.
Jessica Rabbit, next question.
That's how it says that if you do an avera, what should happen? And what punishment? And when should
I mean, isn't that kind of the same thing? What, one's Japanese? I don't know. There's a lot of anime.
Of mercy suspends
Yeah,
judgment. What does suspension of judgment do? It allows for tshuva. That's the Baruch who works. He gives us time.
I was
Dude, that is, dude, no words out of your mouth have ever surprised me less than that.
Again, a person commits an avera, and then again, I have
and now I want to be socially the whole
so judgment is exacted immediately.
What was it called? Just so I can be sure.
The color is actually very interesting.
Zoot, what fast food mascot would you fuck?
And I will come to the house of the thief, to the house of the one who swears in my name falsely.
It'd be funny if I
in this house and destroy.
I don't think that would be funny. I would think that would,
So what does this mean?
show homosexual tendencies, which is fine, but I don't think that's what you want to be.
What does it mean? Who's the first to be? Who's the thief?
What else is on your list that you think that you should never do?
Like, for example, what is the example of this deception?
What?
And he ultimately exerts him. Base Hashem. So I will dwell in his house. The cold soul and destroy it. His wood and his stones.
Okay.
Have you ever seen Holy Moly?
Even things that fire can't destroy, like stone. Like fire can't destroy stone.
What
Power of Shua is so profoundly overwhelming that it destroys everything. Im Amar, Amy Nishba, if he says at the end of the day, I will not swear, Potrino Somiad, so let's say, obviously, the Gemara highlighted the destructive nature of
Who is the funniest person in South Australia?
And this is referring to the person who's being a jerk, right?
Yeah, until Friday, when you knocked him off of his throne.
Shimon says, no, I only owe you $500.
Hit my balls.
So what's the halacha?
That's what I'm talking about.
I won't swear. I won't swear.
Zoot helped me so much.
So they cause him to leave base. And I will say that obviously.
Riser, did you know that Zoot helped me?
So that means you're going to be liable.
And then I had one of the greatest shots in the history of the game.
Sends you on your way. Now, what does it mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says that
There's never gonna make that shot.
Also, we do not leave him in base. Then why? See what Rashi says, Shkan Shelo Yachserbo. Right? Ultimately, in order that he should not change his mind. Yaakeh,
I should have
Look at this. Look at this shot.
If you decide I'm not swearing, so obviously you pay immediately, right? You charge your credit card immediately. You leave base and it's quickly as we don't want you changing your mind. Don't you change your mind? Because you might say, now,
Dude, let's hear your 5 minutes of stand up. I don't know if you know what funny is. Let's hear it. Unless you mean funny is super perverted and you never want to mention it publicly, I still have doubts that you know what funny is. But let's hear it.
That literally, again, if the guy says, right, so the responder says, I'm
Funny by Australian standard, by the rest of the world standard.
So what does
I was in Australia,
again,
and really hot.
That is a very strong.
This is a time where you really don't want to have a system.
Once again, this is a Kanye West joke. That is like you talk about literally, Zoot, you talk about 10 things, and tell me if I'm wrong. You talk about children, and then you run away from that topic. You talk about Jeffrey Epstein. You talk about Kanye West, Puff Daddy, autism, ADHD. Hold on. No, nobody talks about those things. Not recently, no. There are tons of those. But wait, hold on, dude. That's it. That's what you talk about. Like, I wish I could name other things, but you don't even talk about cryptocurrency like you once did. What's your cryptocurrency joke? Okay, how did that go? That kind of sounds funny. Oh yeah, hold on. Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips.
I said, Bonnie Blue still I think she's gonna go for more kind of like getting into Bitcoin. You're not ignorant. You're not gonna blue right at this point in time.
Hold on. There's children, Jeffrey Epstein. Hold on. Puff Daddy. I'm going to go through them again. These are the 10 topics that I think I've only ever heard you discuss. There's children, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips. Dude, you talk about kids all the time. You talk about, okay, so children, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips, Jeffrey Epstein, Kanye West, autism, ADHD, the Pornhub list, What number's Bonnie Blue right now? Even I know the difference between these bitches. No, they were best friends.
Ultimately, again, that which they already accepted.
Really feel it
that they would accept.
Really feel the idea of like the house and then when she couldn't organize it properly because she doesn't have this good design to match it up when it's like body. Okay. I'm politically she's a really good challenge. And then
what does this mean?
No, they don't.
These are the things that can be said in any language.
There was one in like Australia.
British.
Which is the statement
Okay,
that says
okay.
I
Well,
disperse my
close
hearts.
And Zoot met her, and she said that she wanted to drink Zoot's pee out of a condom, allegedly. But it could have not been her. Zoot met so many hot chicks that day that he forgot it. I'm telling you this right now. If a chick said, I want to drink your pee out of a condom, I would remember that woman in a lineup 6 years from that day, like it was the back of my hand.
So we tell them, again, before he takes the show, we say to him, understand the severity of not.
But that's okay. Make it, Zoot. Just make it. Just make it. Oh, what a shot.
Sure, and mathematically,
Why do you think this whole sucks? Zoot. So, but Zoot, you don't mention some like topics that are really popular in Tony. Like Donald. Well, you talk a lot about Donald Trump. You don't talk about the NFL. Because it's a popular thing that comedians talk about.
Like positive commandments and prohibitions, those fall into the category of kalos, except for los sisa. Remember again, taking Hashem's name in vain, technically speaking, is a lo sase. The Gemara says, okay, even though it's a lo sase, that's falls into the category of kalos.
You didn't give me the win, but
right? Things that
I tried, baby.
That's pretty amazing.
Tied for the win.
In the category of capital cases.
What a great shot. Riser, don't fuck it up.
Someone does something that's
Short.
The pasuk says
You're going in the tire, buddy.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You can't put my ball in the tar. Oh, that was amazing. You deserve to win if you pull that shot. That was amazing.
Nice.
The pasuk says vinake, lo yinake.
Dude, I have a larger dick than most men on earth. I'm happy with that. You haven't proven that, Zoot. You haven't proven that, Zoot.
It's impossible to say.
Right, so we've been... Oh, that's not true. Really? Yeah.
So how do you reconcile this?
Right.
What do you see from here? HaKadosh Baruch Hu absolves those who do Shabbat and does not.
No, definitely not. You might go down for other reasons, but not that reason. That is something. Yeah. Well, the judges of the Raw Comedy South Australia will go down as the worst comedy judges in the history of comedy. Zoot. Oh my word! If they, if, Dude, the fact that you are still the fact that you are still in this tournament is shocking to the entire world. And anyone who ever has heard you do comedy, ever, you're a finalist for your state. You beat out 7 people. I mean, did these people not speak English? I think Mimes would beat you. That was an amazing shot, Zoot. Zoot beat out 33 people.
There's still fallout from that.
Zoot, so what are your jokes? You don't have to tell them, but there's the JFK, RFK joke. That's your first one. What's your second joke?
When you hurt someone, that hurt
Yeah, that's an okay joke.
Is a personal trespass against
Zoot, what's your second joke?
So the single is, can you do tshuva for Shavuos Shad? Of course you can. Of course you can. But at the end of the day, there's a
Zoot, do you remember that time I asked you a question and you answered it? Because I don't.
One of my jokes is people love to say that I am
cannot be put back.
when I die, I God has no autism.
Okay, so that's your second joke. What's your third joke?
Sorry. So now we are.
I was on the database and decided back to my history test and they asked me
Oh yeah, I forgot. You're obsessed with Hitler's on that list too.
Looking back, I think that's very, 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 very.
All right, so Zoot, here is Zoot's.
For my family. If I committed the
We know you came in and told us that in the last 24 hours.
I don't think you could kill himself.
Okay.
Any family where one member is a tax collector,
Why would he kill himself? Why would he kill himself?
Tax collector.
Doug, I wasn't there.
Empire was shambles.
Right? Ain't co-listing. Ultimately, they're all crooks. Why?
Yeah, but they're like
Zoot, who did you?
Comedian with the fizz that you what's his name? Mark Norman.
Yeah.
My child
His name
does
is
something bad.
Greg
My child
No,
does
no,
something bad.
no, Mark
So it's
Norman.
easy, of course, to say, oh,
Yeah.
That's
like a bit about
like the child does something like that.
how Hitler's dog just absolutely like the one runner, and then just Hitler.
Called free choice.
Um,
And they can take
Was Hitler hiding from
and do
he was elected
and do their own thing. So on
by
one
a
hand,
huge amount.
definitely sometimes
in
children do things that
1933.
are reflective
Dog,
of their parents not bringing them to
Riser,
But you might say
that was a dick move. That was a dick move,
The
right?
German people turn against
That's
Like rebel? No.
to respect and to look at how we are
Why not?
living.
Why not?
And to look
I don't know,
at the
ask
home that we
them.
are building. And to look at
Riser, you just fucked me.
because when our children do certain things, we are
I would say
free.
more Americans hate Trump. The Germans hate Hitler's reign.
Because my child,
Okay.
especially as they get older, has free will. But if my kid is behaving in a certain way,
Is that an unpopular?
is exhibiting certain
Trump's loved by a lot of
characteristics
people in the
in an
United
unloved
States.
fashion, I
Hit
have
my
to
ball,
be
baby.
He's also hated by
I have to ask myself, Is it possibly coming
I
from?
mean, Hitler was loved by a lot of people. He's still loved by a lot of people.
Is there something in the way that I live? Again, I want to say,
Yeah, like those guys you were with at the James McCann concert.
No, it's very
Or whatever.
I said,
Make it. Just hit it at the end. Just hit it at the end.
at the same time, this child grew up in my home. This child grew up in my tutelage. This child grew up with
Dude, dude, you're like a parrot. Somebody says something to you, like these people at this James McCann thing, and you are obsessed with it for days later.
There's a family with a kid with a tax collector that was considered to be a very unscrupulous professional. So
Dude, quit with that.
You might say, "Ooh, what happened in that house?" Or my child is a gunner. My child is a gunner. Or give my child
That's another
my child just think you did something really bad. Again, do I have to accept the responsibility for what my kids do? No. But do I have to introspect as a parent?
Riser, what did you think of my shot? Riser.
Absolutely, yes. Incredible. So it says Hassan,
Do you want me to?
You see from here that ultimately again there is.
Zoot, make this shot. Zoot, make this shot.
No way.
My family things that I do.
I do think subjected from us when it happens when it happens.
Different standards. He decided that was really fascinating. Rabbi Omer,
Zoot, I'm gonna say, I want you for the rest of tonight to not talk about the 10 things you love to talk about the most. I want to see if you can do it. Lily Phillips. Wait. I asked him to do this and he could not do it. I asked him to do this and he could not do it. I agree. That shot sucked dick, dog. Dude, tell us a clean joke. Pretend we're 80-year-old ladies.
Every scene carries with it some level of familial responsibility. So let's say it gets you to think twice.
Dude, tell us a clean joke.
Because often when we sin, the reason I sin is because I assume that the fallout of my actions is limited to me. Now that I understand that every single thing that I do does have an impact on my family as well, it just makes me think twice. Like, I don't want to do something to my wife. I don't want to do something to my kids. I don't want to do something to my parents.
What did the polar bear say to the Eskimo?
So suddenly now it makes us measure our actions just a little bit more. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like, so I all of Averos, again, usually retribution is exacted from me, but not from the world. Yet by Shulas Shav, the retribution is exacted from everyone. Dude,
is there a punchline? Did I miss it? Okay, then why did you say that the polar bear said something to the Eskimo? All right, but give us a joke, not a scientific fact.
It's by everything. It's by everything. Hassan is incredible. So let's say, so ultimately again, no. In other cases, when it is their collective responsibility.
Hey, Bryson. Okay, well, Zoot, give us a clean joke.
Then there is collective responsibility.
Imagine you were at the mall and some lady comes up to you and says, "What do you do for a living?" And you say, "I'm actually the funniest person in South Australia." And she says, "Oh, wow, that's great. Can you please tell me a joke?" What would you say? Liza, you have an invitation. Okay, after this we'll play Word Box. Okay. Send Zoot an invitation.
People are able to object, but don't object. It's my own behavior. So what's the correct thing? It's not the Shabbat in my family or in the world. They tzaddikim the mishpat, tzaddikim refers to people who have no
Zoot,
ability to.
all I do is watch
So
fucking
tzaddikim
comedians.
in my family or tzaddikim in the world. So here we go.
Now that's a funny joke. Now that's a fucking. That's hilarious. Zoot, accept his fucking invitation.
And fail to do so, they don't get the same punishment I get, but they still get a more.
Riser, now that's a fucking hilarious joke.
You are a family member and members of your family.
Zoot, come on, man. Riser just had the joke of the night.
And you
I have a joke of my career, Zoot. Don't leave me hanging.
down a negative path and you don't stop it.
Zoot,
You're held responsible. You're held responsible. Even for adult children, you're held responsible.
sorry, I just got a call. Sorry, I just got a call from the chief of comedy of Queensland. They want me to perform tomorrow night.
So in general, the perpetrator gets the highest
Zoot, come on, man.
of punishment. Family members who can object but don't do so, second tier punishment. Outsiders who can object and don't do so, third.
All right, play me. I'll send you an invite. Oh, it's on. Dog, I'll dominate you easily.
In the family or outside the family, now again, what does that mean? Tzaddikim are people either are unaware of what's going on, can't
So
understand
strange.
what's going on, are not held culpable at all. Okay, so we'll say that's the norm of general Averis. Gabi Shvua. What about
It's over.
Gabi Shvua. Who Rishon the Mishpachto B'dinei. So we'll say when it comes to Shvua,
I mean, I'm already at a disadvantage. You get tiles.
perpetrator. Rishon the Mishpachto. Rishon means what? Family members who have the ability to stop this type of behavior, and don't do so, are held similarly accountable. You want to hear this? So again, the person who takes the Shvuas Shad and his family members who have allowed for the cultivation of this type of personality are all held accountable to the same level. Rishon Da'alma, B'din Chamar, ultimately again, Rishon outside of the family are held liable to one tier below. It's Tzadiki Da'acha B'din Hakal. Ultimately again,
Baby, you're up. Do you know that?
Family Tzadikim on the outside, I will say, who are Tzadikim? Who are Tzadikim? Tzadikim ultimately again are people who are seem to have like no involvement in this yet, are still held responsible. Now let's say, now what does?
Are you proud of that
Hold
move?
on 1 second. Let's do 2 more lines. Also, ultimately, let's say again, the respondent. Good. The respondent says, if he says, I'm not swearing.
Big dog, you're up.
You know what? Okay, you're not feeling is like,
I hope you're aware that you're up.
I got the paper money, right? I'm out. Which again,
What the fuck is it? What the fuck is a tum? I want to know what a tum is. What's a tum?
What's the beauty of the schema? The beauty of the schema is it allows the respondent.
That's tummy,
Why?
not tum.
Look at this fucking word, though. Look at this fucking word. How do you like that?
Right? Everybody can walk away from a negotiation feeling.
That's
That's the best way. What's the beauty of the schema? Someone could say, you know what? I'm not going to swear, I'm going to pay. And he can hold his head high. Like, because otherwise, before this schema, he would have said, if a guy says, I'm not swearing, I'll pay, what is that essentially? What is that? An admission of guilt. Now, suddenly, what is it? An expression of profound piety. I treat Shua so carefully that I'd rather pay money and not take the Lord's name in vain. It's
wow. Big word.
Standard
33 point
without having guilt. So again, but if however, Shimon says, no, I'm still going to serve him. Amar Hari Yishpat, Ha'omdim Sham Omrim Zeh Sur Nami Al Ale Anashim Ha'ila. So the Gemara says, I don't understand that.
R-I-F-L-E.
So what does the baby say?
I think that's the first time I've ever had like quadruple word scores on something. Like 2W plus 2W. I've never seen that done.
So I don't understand.
Back-to-back odds received presidents in that
I understand by referring to Shimon, the swearer, as a bad guy. But why Reuben? Like Reuben the clavage. Reuben is the guy who lent Shimon money. I understand, but why is he included in this estate? I'll tell you. Ultimately, we'll say when a person takes a shvuah, that shvuah is between two people, between the claimant and the respondent.
I mean, you can consider it two heavyweights, but I do have a 15-point lead on you.
It teaches us that the shvuah ultimately, again, devolves upon both of them, and there is liability ultimately, again, for both of them. Now, why? The most say, take a look at Rashi. Top Rashi on the daf. This is actually wild. Rashi says, both parties are punished for the shvuah. How so? Do
you remember that time when Zook came in, talked about
so the swearer, I understand why he's going to be
being perhaps having a 25% chance of being the funniest person in an entire Australian state? Failed to do anything funny, failed to tell us even any of his stand-up routine, and then left without any. Well, actually took 2 phone calls from the chief of comedy and.
You are not allowed to lend money without witnesses, and you are not allowed to pay back loan without witnesses. And in fact, the Kitzur brings down, the Kitzur says, if you do so, you are in violation of Lifnei Ivar Lo Sitei Nichshol. So you see from here, the only way to run into a situation like this is how if you're not conducting business in the right way. Because otherwise, it common sense. Do stuff with witnesses, otherwise you're going to get stuff. So therefore, the only way to get into this is with people who are not following the halacha. So if you're not following the halacha, and it's ending up with shvuah, ultimately, again, there's liability and culpability with this. So we'll say, so now, after this fight, you want now going to get into before you get to that. So what is this? Like,
my app froze.
Focusing so intently on the severity of shvuah's shav. So what is this severity? So it's one of the Marsha says over here, he says, because in this Hamavor, Sheshmo Shal Yisbarach HaGadol, Hu Kiyumo Shal Olam, the Yisodo Sheba Barach HaOlamas. The name of HaKadosh Baruch is the very engine of creation. The name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the very thing which was his Bereshis Bara Elokim, as Hashem means. Then what did Hashem initially create the universe with? What did he create it with? His name. His name. Bereshis bara Elokim. Elokim, the very essence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the name of the Ribono Shel Olam is what created the very building blocks, the very form of creation. When you misuse that name, ultimately again, what you are doing is undermining the very rubric, the very foundation of creation itself. And to take it one step further, what is the Shvuah Shav? The Shvuah Shav essentially corrupts 2 things. Number 1, it corrupts dibur. Like when you swear falsely, you're taking that koach hadibur, right, that koach of speech, which is the very thing that defines us as people. It's what makes us us. What this thing
You're up, baby. And I hope you recognize that. I hope you recognize that you had the best letter.
It's not even the ability to think. Animals could think also.
Perhaps for the time, the place. I hate the letter V right now. It always gets in my way. The letter V and the letter J. And the letter C. They suck for these fucking games.
All speech. And therefore, halacha l'maisa again, the Gemara says that when this goes ahead and occurs,
I feel like the letter H is way easier.
What is man doing?
Letter Y is pretty easy.
His very self. So you're undermining the world.
W is pretty
You're
easy.
undermining yourself. And then what else? What else does Shua Shav do? Shua Shav also is the ultimate trespass. If you swear falsely, that means nothing sacred. Like you can't take anyone at their word.
S is.
You're undermining creation.
They almost shouldn't have the S.
Like ultimately, again, you're undermining human relationships and integrity, and you're undermining your very essence, the power of your speech, being Adam Atzmo. So when you take this false oath, you've eroded every single pillar upon which the world stands. The Gemara says you do something like that, an unforgivable offense, fundamentally undermining anything and everything that holds the world up. I've also step over here today. Tremendous Gemara. All right, have a great day, everyone. Plenty of that. Yes, see, you can actually blame your parents. Your parents are everything. All right, General Sai, good morning, or good tova. Hopefully everybody had a beautiful and uplifting Shabbos. A great Zechus to begin the new week together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Totzim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, and dedicating Onishim and Drushos this year as a Zechus for Besoros Tavos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Stephen Abali Milotova, Stephen Terizin, and loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zin Gilora Basra Bisol.
Do you remember that time when I had
the family in
23-point lead on you?
He's always dedicated to learning the schools of our precious hostages. May Hashem bring them home with shalom and the karev and the merit of our holy soldiers. May Hashem protect them. Give them Shmir Yisir, allow them to be successful in all of their endeavors and do
23 points.
With shalom and
that's a lot.
Look at that. Let us begin.
I don't know if you're going to be able to overcome it.
Today we are starting
that was good. You should get more points for like science.
Your homework and there's Hashem from last night. So we are starting at the 2 dots. And there's Hashem. You gotta check the chat. Also, if I didn't do it, there's no way we're going to be able to keep up and mess with the pace this week. A lot of Gemara to do ahead of us. So once we start from the 2 dots on top. So Shua's Happy Kadon.
You're up though. I hope you know that you are up.
What we're not going to get into is a really fascinating topic regarding.
What did you say in French, Noel?
Where sometimes a person would
Noel means Christmas.
Sometimes a person would be going ahead.
Does it?
And answering up claims from multiple people.
What did
Or
you
going ahead and making multiple
I just thought it was
towards
some
one
holiday.
person. So there was a tension in the Mishnah as to when is a person, and obviously we're talking about a case where they
I should double check.
When would there be a situation where they would be chayav once versus when would there be a situation where they would be chayav multiple times? So that's what we're going to analyze in the So for example, if a person goes ahead and let's say bunch or bundles multiple oaths into one statement.
Sanders.
Like
multiple types of Sanders.
Again, you are chayav on every single individual shvua. Again, the specifics of that we're going to see in just a little bit. These are Rabbi says, like this.
Like someone who's sand shit. Like multiple, like if you're sanding a boat. You know what a boat is?
Let's say each of them are making a claim that I owe them some item, right? Some pikadon. And what's Allah? I say shvua lo lecha. I swear I don't owe to you the lo lecha and not to you, and the lo lecha and not to you. And then it turns out that I'm lying. I'm going to be chayiv ultimately again for every single shvua. That's Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Eliezer says, Lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, shvua, chayv al kalachas da'achas. Rabbi Eliezer built on Rabbi Yehuda, and he says it's not that. See, Rabbi Yehuda's whole point is you have to say Lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha. So Rabbi Eliezer builds on this, and he says yes, you have to say v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, but
V is terrible. V and J. V sucks.
Putting shvua at the end makes it individuated and
Add and Zaf at 13.
individualized.
Can you take the
I showed that out.
And therefore it creates individual liability. Incredible. Rabbi Shimon says,
That's a cool story.
So Shimon comes along and he says, no, in order to create individual liability, you have to you actually have to say shvua.
I know, I get
the same.
So it says, so this is the tension. This is the tension. What needs to be set for individual liability, and obviously the absence of individual
Baby,
liability
you're up.
is only
I
going
just
to be
hope
versus the
I mean, I just took the lead.
I'm going to do what you want.
I don't know what you want me to do about it, but you had the Z.
Essentially, what is a cloud case, right? An inclusive case where only creates one level of liability. So, Kol Rabbi Meir is the prat, is the individual case of Rabbi Yehuda. Just understand over here what cloud means in this context.
You think weld is a good word?
Ultimately, again, refers to the idea that there's only going to be
Well, is it as good as vow, baby?
Everybody's grouped, essentially, all the claimants are grouped into one shua versus prat, which is going to mean, again, all the claimants are broken out, are individualized, and therefore there's going to be liability for each individual shua. Once the shua comes along, he says,
are you proud of the way that you're playing right now?
Italian, isn't it?
Why? What were you trying?
The color running there, ultimately is the equivalent to the
Italian.
What Italian word? What Italian word? Nano?
Specifically in the Gemara. Rabbi Yochanan says,
That's not Italian.
So I had another one.
Everyone agrees.
Nano is a word.
We have to be very specific with our wording over here.
Nano means small?
Nano.
Yeah, I know what nano means.
How is that not a word?
It is not a word. It is it's a prefix, dog. Baby, it's a prefix. What do you want me to do about it? Yeah, I am. Dude, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 words. Baby, what do you want me to do?
Of course, all these cases presuppose that I'm lying.
Dog.
Okay,
Okay, so here's Zoot's top 10 things. Jokes about children, Jeffrey Epstein, Puff Daddy, Dave Chappelle, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips, Hitler.
Says no, it's a cloud. Okay, let's analyze. So what's in Rabbi Meir's world? What's his cloud?
Autism, ADHD, and sexually transmitted disease. That's Zoot's top 10. What the fuck is net?
All Rabbi Meir said was like a general rule. He says cloud, like if you included all of the claimants in one general denial, you only
No, it's not like a net. That's not a fucking. That's not how it's spelled. That's not how it's spelled.
Then you high five the single one. Rabbi Meir himself denies what is a cloud and what is a prat. So the Ezer who calls Rabbi Meir, what is Rabbi Meir's cloud?
You didn't even know
I still don't think Noel means whatever the fuck you said it was.
Each of them are claiming that I have something of theirs in my possession. And I just say, I swear I have nothing that belongs to any of you in my possession. And Meir says, that's a cloud. Now,
I don't think that's what it means.
Based on that, anything therefore that would be more specific, according to Meir, would be a prat. So it doesn't. There seems not to be mechalik between.
It doesn't mean that. It's the period extending from December 24th to January 6th.
So what are they arguing about? And that was interestingly enough, remember, I want to point out that Shmuel and Rabbi Yochanan are arguing in Rabbi Meir. So then the Gemara says, what is the point of
It's a term signifying
Christmas.
it means to be born.
Rabbi Yochanan died in Masnisim. Shmuel is a sign from Rabbi and Rabbi Yochanan
Incorrect. It's the period between December 24th and January 6th.
So again, Shmuel's are like this. From the fact that Rabbi Yehuda says that
No, it's Christmas.
Dude, why do they keep giving me these?
So it sounds like so again, if Rabbi Yehuda is going to say that's the problem, and Rabbi Yehuda is disputing Rabbi Meir, it must mean Rabbi Meir would hold that even below Lecha ultimately is still a cloud. From Rabbi Yehuda, Pratabi, and Rabbi Yehuda disagrees and he says that it's a prat. Rabbi Yochanan says, Tarvai Rabbi Meir Pratabi. Rabbi Yochanan says no. Rabbi Yochanan infers differently. He says, according to Rabbi Meir, what in this video we just said before, both of those cases are prat. Now, would you want both
Man, do I have a big ass lead on you? 32 points.
Below Lecha. And Rabbi Meir as well, both of those are prat cases. Normally, Rabbi Yehuda, below Lecha, Bodina Lecha. Rabbi Yehuda says like this. In the case of below Lecha,
32 points.
32
points. This better be a big fucking word for you. It better be. I mean, you gotta make quite a comeback.
I'm going to say is not a prat. Below Lecha is still a cloud case.
This is heartbreaking to watch. Oh no. This motherfucker used the word oh no, folks. Oh no. Baby. I have a
so that's true in Gemara. Right? Sometimes in Gemara where you're trying to go ahead
56 point lead on.
There's no point in talking
That's
about the
giant.
stuff we agree on because we already agree on it. Rather, again, the point was
Giant.
to discuss the highlight the stuff we don't agree on.
It's
So that might be true
really
tomorrow,
too much
but
for you to ever be able to overcome. I'm just going to be honest with you. You're my friend. I love you. I love your belief in miniature golf. I think you're very funny. I think you might be the second funniest person in this call, and definitely the funniest person if you were ever to move to South Australia. Definitely. But right now, you use up. Are you proud of that? Are you proud of using up?
That we agree on so much more. And even though there may be irreconcilable differences,
I don't know where
because they're clearly eclipsed by the things we do agree on in life. Such as Rabbi Yochanan.
Do you want me to review them with you?
Yeah, like this area, everything classic. There's some machine
From the Mishnah. Since I made something like this, that Shvua She'en Lachem Biyadi, right? So say that's the case in the Mishnah. In our Mishnah.
Fuck you. You're gonna go.
I mean, my friend, what do you want me to do about it?
Shvua She'en Lachem Biyadi. I am nothing of yours in my possession. So what did the Mishnah say? If it turns out that I'm lying, how many times am I lying?
Dog.
Once. Why? That's a cloud. So
how many tiles are left?
But you see, that's the case of the cloud. The cloud, if a low cloud.
Thank you.
So you can infer from that a case of a low ultimately is going to be a prat. Because if you would think that
sir, what the fuck is that? What the
that even the low is a cloud, don't let the Mishnah state that case. Because if you would say again, 5 people claim that I have something of theirs,
no one knows what that is.
And if only chayiv once, then Allah has come of a come.
That's spelled S-U-R. Douche. I know what a sir is, but like that, nobody knows what that is. No, that's not a word.
It's as if that's still a cloud, and it's as if you've said Shvua She'en Lachem Biyadi. Okay. So
I know what sir is, but it's not spelled like that.
What we have over here is the sheet of Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Shimon. Okay, it's that those 4 sheets. Now We have the submachlokas of Shmuel and Rabbi Yochanan in the position
You are.
of Rabbi. Okay, good.
It's a city in ancient Mesopotamia, which is a proper noun, baby.
So let's say, so remember again, the Mishnah then quoted the case. Right? I go over to Reuven and say, Reuven, give me my pikadon that you have, my loan, my stolen item, and my lost item. I'm claiming all of these things from Reuven. Right? I'm saying now, again, Reuven says, Shvur she'en biyadi, en lecha biyadi, then he's only chayiv once. But if he says, Shvur she'en pikadon, shames yad, then what? He's chayiv 4 times. And they're both saying, now what do you notice about this?
You're not have a 4-letter word that's certain.
What do you see from here? Clearly again,
I almost did.
is going to be prat.
You could destroy me right here. Too bad I have a 56-point lead on you. Well, let's see. Let's see you fucking come out of nowhere. That's what I want. I want the competition. That's why I put that down there. Because I want you to have, like, fangs for, like, a shitload.
That it's below the chaf, right? Remember again, if the vav is there, the vav creates individual liability. No vav seems to be a cloud. So we'll say that again, that's a cash. Cash on the
You use dog. I give you the.
Once again, it's just by saying no, remove the vav. Remove the vav. Wrong syntax. I have a hot schema, so it doesn't make any sense. The high tana kol is shadish tani ba'azil.
Just collected points, baby. The thing that destroyed you were such genius like O's and Sanders and
according to Rabbi Yochanan or Rabbi Shmuel, which the says in reality, they will say, now understand. Why are we trying to align this with
I don't really know what I did either. Chop, I guess, was a lot.
We have a principle in Mishnah is generally that's what? Stam Tana Klad Meir. Right? That established the more effective view of Rabbi Meir. That's why we're assuming over here that without attribution, it's going to be Rabbi Meir, and that's why we're trying to fit this in. To which the Gemara says, you're right, stop doing that. Ella ha money, Rabbi.
Lit, that was good.
Big guns, right? So now remember, who's it being is effective in Mishnah?
Netty.
Yeah, like a neti pot. I think it's called NETI.
So Rebbe's view is that halal myself. Again,
look at the desperation. You know that your opponent is desperate when these tiles start going everywhere on the board. Just HIV is not a word, dog.
And therefore create individual liability. So therefore,
no, Zoots would be gonorrhea, which it'd be a big word to spell.
Understand that maybe that above makes a difference, which the Gemara answers Mishnah reflects the view of Rebbe.
There's some show, it's really funny. I think it's a Friends episode where they're playing, and so it's like Joey. Have you seen Friends before? Do you know the characters?
Yeah.
So Joey's like the stupid guy, and they're like Monica and Rachel are playing with Joey, and Joey's like playing like words like and dog and cat, and then all of a sudden he puts down the word like trapeze, and he's like trapeze, triple word score, 75 points, and they're like trapeze? Oh, trapeze isn't a word, and he's like, yeah, it is. I read it in a book. Like, that's what they have in the circus. It's like, oh yeah, that's a proper noun though. And he's like, oh really? And they're like, yeah. And then he just puts down us, US. So they basically gaslight him into thinking he's dumb, when he's really not that dumb. Was that the best story you've ever been told?
It's not going with the fault.
I didn't know they did later on.
No. Change the gear. So Tani,
Oh yeah. No, but the best one is a Seinfeld where they have it, and Kramer's in there, and Kramer keeps making up words, and they're like, "That's not a word." Kramer's like quone, C-U-O-N-E, quone, and they're like, quone isn't a word, and he's like, "Oh, absolutely, look it up in the dictionary." They're like, "That's not a word," and they look it up in the dictionary, and they're like, "It's not in the dictionary." He's like, "Well, you need a medical dictionary to quone something." All right, I'm sending you another invite because I want to lose, and I refuse to lose.
So weak singular still means weak plural, right? And Sora singular still means Sora plural. So therefore, I was like, that's what that case in the Mishnah was ultimately.
Oh, you don't like it when it goes up and down.
Bottom line, what comes out of here is as follows.
Or you don't like it when it goes left to right.
So again,
yeah, I did play Jew. That's what I am, and that's what I played. You're up, baby.
Depending on how he denies the claim will determine the extent of his liability. If he just makes one law called klal denial towards all the different claims, then what's going to be the halacha? He's only chayiv once. If he makes a prat denial, specific denial, then he's going to be chayiv multiple times. What's the machlokes? The machlokes is what constitutes a general denial.
I like how you're coming up. You're taking all this time. When I talk about all this time, Joe. Oh wow, Joe. You use Joe. Joe's your word.
Do you need a vav? Or to say it?
Yeah, but it's also like a cup of Joe means like
what's over here is what's the opposite of a claim? I'm making a claim against Ruben. What is he? The fact that respondent. I'm taking advice from legal counsel today. Right, dude.
Dog.
Does anyone know Aaron Askis? Again, he's usually only on Zoom.
Can't believe you're going.
So he wanted to see how the other half lives. Right? So Aaron knows every morning on Zoom. So again, so the respondent, I say everyone agrees, right? So again, just to understand how this works, right? I'm going to what I'm saying. Let's just keep this case. You owe me wheat, barley, and spelt. Right? So obviously, everything says I owe you nothing.
What do you want? What's some bullshit? I mean, do you think that I am the title distributor?
In order to go ahead and treat individual liability, he's going to have to say wheat, barley, spelt. The shayla is, doesn't just have to say I don't owe you wheat, barley,
welcome.
Or is it wheat?
Living the dream, dog. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son? Just okay. Why just okay?
There it is. How you told me also. Right, so you're fine. Bless you. People claiming against me.
All right, well, that's why you came in here. Because your favorite
against me 5 different things, but
person
is 5
is
different
playing
people claiming against me. Right? It's the same
Scrabble
case, right? So 5
against
different
a
people
friend.
come to me and say, each of them claiming you owe me a picado. You owe me right now.
1,000%, dog. I'm not just winning. I'm not just playing. I'm winning, and I'm winning by a lot. Dude, that's an excellent question.
Because my man Riser loves to fuck with my hours.
I will say, listen to the wording of the Rambam. The Rambam says, if I swear, Lo lecha, Vilo
Five
lecha,
of the same letter.
What did the Rambam do?
Wouldn't be allowed.
I mean, Doug, what do you want me to do about it?
That's fascinating. So the Rambam said, lo lecha, and the lo lecha, below lecha.
Probably
Hence the
nothing.
Lefton Mishnah says,
Probably knows
How is that supposed to bend it?
the lo shani, the tarbayu prati hava. So once it's there for again,
Like literally asked why did Yanger
either
65%?
Doug, the Yankees haven't won a World Series since 2009.
between Kizayas. Either way, interestingly enough, Halak says in order to go ahead and make a prat case.
Do you know that the Yankees are in the biggest World Series drought of their
To specify the claim, whether you use the
entire
inconsequential
dynasty?
ultimately again for each denial. So it's also one of these incredible examples. Sometimes the Rambam explicitly
Did you know that?
how he's passed on, and sometimes his psak is done in such a nuanced way. It's fascinating, right? If you read this too big,
No, it doesn't.
you're not going to pick up on it. It's only because you say, "Oh, shmor she'ein lecha biyadi, lo lecha, v'lo lecha, kai b'kalachata." So that's like basket. So Allah says, as long as the respondent goes ahead and specifies each one, whether he's saying above or not, Allah said that will create individual liability for each thing that he is denying. Incredible.
I don't know. What's good in your neck of the woods? You slinging dick?
Yes. Tell me Picado, the Chumesiat Gezel, I really should say,
then you fucking start stopping.
My feet in it, or my week in my body, right? So go ahead.
Kept on dipping, and now we have 50K.
Of course, that's how it goes.
In order for there to be liability, obviously you have to make it clear. That's what that needs to put up.
You make those holding like 50% of the supply. We're not rugged.
If you rugged it, how much would you have made?
So it's actually quite fascinating.
1.6 million, I think about 25 bags or something.
So I'm going to say this is quite interesting. Let me tell you this outside.
You would have made $25,000?
So imagine if
You would have made $25,000.
You owe me.
Fucking rugged. Just throw
and spelt. Ruben says, I don't owe you wheat, barley, and spelt. So let's say, so here's the shaila. In general, when Ruben says that, and now let's say he's lying, how many oaths has he violated? So on one hand, you could say 3, right? Wheat, barley, and spelt. But the truth is, implicit in denying wheat, barley, and spelt is also that what? He owes me nothing. Interesting question. When some deny a total claim, and they specify that it is not denied, are they chayiv just for the number of items they denied, or maybe they denied plus 1? What's the plus 1? The plus 1 represents a general nothing. Look at Rashi for just a moment.
It is a Bitcoin, but it's a link to the text that we made. So the text calls
you only wheat.
You can launch anything. So bundling is basically like an accessory of fun, right? So you can and then once it gets deployed, you get to stay the fund as well. You so whatever the creator gets generated, 50% of it goes to the short end. I mean, goes to bundling, and then the other 50% of the fees get distributed among all the holders who bought on bundling. So bundling was supposed to be our max cost. The mean coin that no one's using on tech was supposed to be our max cost. It did pretty well, but then some fucking KOS got in
So what's happening over
guy
here
named
is
Hakim,
what he's saying
and
is
this other
really
shit chart
you're
article
going
he
to
gave,
get the general
they all
law,
fucking
and
bought.
ultimately again he's
Right after they got on it,
the Bali.
started fucking climbing,
How do we
then they
do that? How do we do
fucking
that?
dumped like
So now
30 bags and
what's
all
happening
at
here
once.
is we
They're
do
doing
that
so
first
much
as a general oath, and then three
And then
specific oaths.
three
Three specific oaths, and then when it turns out that Reuben is lying, turns out he's really lying about four things. He made a general false oath and then three specific false oaths, or maybe not. Maybe single general oath. And then what does that mean?
Riser, what are your thoughts that I have a 71 point lead on you? Riser, what are your thoughts that I have a 71 point lead on you? I mean, does it make you feel good inside?
You only chayiv for chitin, sorin, and kusmin. You're not going to be chayiv for a general oath of ein lecha biyadi. The other thing he says, no, you're going to be chayiv four, right? Three ultimately again for chitin, sorin, and kusmin, and then one general oath for ein lecha shvua she'ein lecha biyadi klum. So listen, here's the issue. Rabbi said there are 15 chatos. Now remember again, what was Rabbi referring to? Rabbi ultimately again was referring to the case of where there are what was it? It was Rashi says over here, Rabbi if you know it from the bottom. Sorry, no, not yet.
Right, did you know it's your turn?
Over 5 people are making a claim against me. Right, so let's remember again, 5 people claiming against me, each person claiming chitin, sorin, and kusmin. I swear to each of them, I don't owe you chitin, sorin, and kusmin. If it turns out that I'm lying, what's the halacha? I'm chayiv 15 ashams, right? I'm chayiv 15 karbanos. 15 karbanos. Now listen, what does that show? That shows that in these cases, all there is individual liability.
Riser, what was the least favorite word that I played of yours?
If it was really klal liability, then what?
That's the only one or 16, like
15.
Oh, no, not all time. Not all time. I don't want you to rate my greatness all time, just in this game. Was it Tonger, Bay? What S? Oh, hates? Take care, Arnold. Riser, did you know that you're down 63 points? That's a lot.
No, that's talking about where 5 people claimed 4 things.
X and Z
5 people
for 21 points.
I deny those 4 things to the 5 people.
Oh, good move,
That's
dog.
what generates ultimately again 20 chatas liability.
Good
So interestingly enough, so again, you understand the question over there. In this case, it's quite interesting. Number of people are making a claim against me for a number of different things. So again, 5 people are coming against me and they're each claiming I owe them chitin, sorin, and kusmin. I go ahead and I say to them, Shvua she'ein lachem biyadi klum, lo chitin, lo sorin, lo kusmin. I make this shvua to all of them. So the shaila is, everyone will agree that I'm going to be chayiv individual liability for chitin, sorin, and kusmin. The shaila is there also general liability for that first shvua of ein lachem biyadi
somewhere.
That's not focus. So
What'd you say, baby? Oh.
5 people are making us lady.
I feel they always give me these. Lated? You played lated? You think lated is a good word to play?
So 5 people are coming against me.
This motherfucker thinks lated
What do they say?
is a good word.
Right? Something you stole from us, and I think the lost object that you found. Right? And what happens? I say to one of the claimants,
What are your thoughts on this move?
So I respond to one of those. I say again, it's Reuven, Shimon, Levi, Yehuda, Yisachar. They're all coming to claim against me. I say to one of them, Reuven, I swear to you that I don't have a pikadon, a shemes yad, gezel va'aveda. And then what do I say? V'lo l'cha, v'lo l'cha, v'lo l'cha. That's what I do. And again, I do the v'lo l'cha to each of the rest of them. Somehow. So I will say, what is the halacha in that case? Achad mechayiv. That was before I turn the page. Some people ask Rashi in the daf. Achad mechayiv avadallah. Achad mechayiv. Akol echad ve'echad mechanach. That's right. The v'lo l'cha the kamar lav aprata the pikadon of shemes yad kayiv. Ve'in kan elachas chataos daru shum rishon. Ve'echad l'chol echad mechanach. So once again, here's the shayla. Right? So you know what's happening over here? 5 guys are making a claim against me, and those 5 guys are claiming against me. Pikadon, right, deposit, shemes yad alone, gezel, stolen object, aveda, lost object. I swear to her, I say, Reuven, shvua she'in l'cha biyadi, pikadon, shemes yad, gezel, va'aveda. And then I say, v'lo l'cha, v'lo l'cha, v'lo l'cha, v'lo l'cha. Turns out that I'm lying. Right? Turns out that I'm lying. So we'll say, so now everyone agrees that Legabe Reuven, I'm going to be chayav 4 things, right? Because for Reuven, I specified the denial of each of the claims. The shayla is, what does the v'lo l'cha do for the rest of them? So we'll say, so am I maybe we'll be chayav once for the rest of the claimants on the days? Oh, Dilma, akol chad mechayav, or maybe not. Maybe I should be chayav ultimately again for individual liability for each of the claimants, the other claimants as well. So touch, so it's in one. So let's analyze. So touchma, defending the we'll say in this case,
I do, but I'm not going to use it. I'm going to make a suffer.
So again, if I specified, I wasn't going to specify. I went to each of the guys and I said,
There's nowhere to go.
Then again, Igmar says that's obvious. So much Rabbi Kidd, you're not a slashman, Rabbi Kidd just has to count. That's obvious.
What are your thoughts on that
There
move?
must be a case where it's not specified by the rest of them.
Doug, you're down 61 points.
So mostly, therefore, again, there are 2 important pieces of halacha l'maisa that are really combined.
I want to try to get that. I'm trying to wrap my head around being down 61 points. And what I would do, if I were down 61 points, how would I react? I would not give up. I would play a word like QI for 33 points. And then it'd make one of the greatest comebacks, if not the greatest comeback in the history.
Making an individualized shua towards each of those guys, and therefore it turns out that halacha l'maisa I've lied.
Dog.
I'm chayiv 20 chatos.
How does that help me?
Some things are not working right? Some things are not right. You're not going to make me even honest. That's a tremendous amount of liability. I won't say so again. So 2 things, at least have it on a basket. So 2 things to matter. Number 1 is that
You're up and everybody's waiting on you. Aura, yeah, Aura is.
You only chayiv on the prat, not chayiv on the 12. Then going back to our original question, when I say shvua she'im,
How many letters are left?
Right? Lo pikadon, v'lo shemes yad, v'lo yaza, v'lo aveda. I'm not chayiv an additional shvua for a general klal shvua. I'm only
How many letters are remaining?
Again, for what? For the individual shvuas that remain, which is our previous question. Okay.
This bitch is over.
So I said the Mishnah then ended off with an interesting case. Someone claims ultimately again a knas.
What do you think my answer to that is going to be?
You seduced my daughter, or you violated my daughter, and what's the halacha? And again, what happened over here?
What do you want me to do about it? Do you want me to give us more places to play? Do you want me to give us more places to play?
Good. So we'll say, so this was a ultimately it turns out that Shimon is lying, that Shimon is chayiv, that Shimon posed, that Shimon says, no, he's pater. Why? Shimon was showing knas al pi atzmo. That Shimon says, no, this is a knas. And since most of the knas pater, and also again, you can't make yourself kind of knas. They responded back to Rabbi Shimon, Abba pi Shimon showing knas al pi atzmo, was showing poshes for pagam al pi atzmo. Doesn't make any sense because at the end of the day, even though you can't pay knas, so what's going to make in all of these cases?
Well, isn't this
even going to be other forms of financial restitution, namely boshes, pagam, rights, humiliation, depreciation, any type of medical bills that are involved in this as well. So now Saturday as follows.
Play something good because you're down 64 points. 64 points. One of the biggest embarrassments that we've had the opportunity to witness in the history of the world. This happened right here, folks. Folks, if you're watching this, either now or in the future, and you're studying this, you're taking notes on this ass kicking, you should know that it has been a privilege to be able to lead this ass to belt to ass, PTA, belt to ass door. Are you proud of that word? You don't have anything left?
Right, he's part of because it turns out that when Reuben swore about the wheat, he wasn't fat.
Big Dog, you're up. I hope you know it is your turn, and everybody's waiting on you, Big Dog. Everybody. I talked to Chelsea. She said she was ready for you. I talked to
Therefore, it doesn't make sense to say that if you lie about it, you're going to be chayiv. Even though you might be chayiv on both just
judges of
item is going to be pater.
World Comedy, Raw Comedy, they're ready for you. Vim. You played Vim? That's a fucking word.
Ruben said he didn't have the wheat, or indeed he swore correctly about the wheat, but ultimately denied the story. In this case, the Kula knows
that's not real.
But in this case, it's like this case should be compared to the following case. Reuben goes over to Shimon, and Shimon, give me the wheat and the body of the star. And Shimon says, right? And what happens? Shimon says, I have nothing of yours in my possession. But it turns out that although Reuben doesn't have any of Shimon doesn't have any of Reuben's wheat, but he does have Shimon's body.
God, you are up. Everybody's waiting for you.
Everything that Reuben claimed, he still had some of the stuff that Reuben claimed, and that should be enough ultimately.
I don't like the B's. I don't like the J's. I should like the J. The J's a big number. B sucks. B should be more than 4. And I feel like H is pretty powerful. And so is W. I feel like X could be 10 and not 8. I feel like Z is
the fundamental machlokes ultimately is in the following case.
Over.
In the following case.
Do you really? All right, I'll let you. I'll just pass because I want to see you go. I want to see your greatness.
That's secondary. And when Reuben makes the claim against Shimon, really what he's claiming is the knas.
It doesn't
On the other
matter.
hand, say that I disagree.
So you just wasted everybody's time because I was about to win.
No, the claim is a total claim. The claim is for the Knas, but the claim, of course, includes damages as well. My community. So let's say what is really at the root of the machloek. It's actually very interesting. The Shimon Savar, no Shavik Inish Midi the kids, the Tava Midi the low kids. So the Shimon said like this. So let's say what's the good thing about Knas? The interesting thing about Knas, that the Knas penalty is fixed. Damages are variable. So the Shimon says in this claim you
Boy,
have
are you
fixed
struggling.
amounts and variable amounts. In general, when a person goes after someone else, they're always going to focus on the fixed amounts and not worry about the variable amounts. Because the variable
This is
amounts
embarrassing. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing, son. This is embarrassing. Good night, sweetheart.
Damages,
You had
I'm not really
you,
thinking about
you,
right now because I don't even know how much that is. Rabbanan, on the other hand, so I'm sure Sarah no Shavik Inish really the case of having me do the kids.
What were you trying to do with the? You were like, hey, pass. I could win on this.
What you think is fixed is not really fixed. What happens if at any point in this
Dude, that's the third time you fucking said that tonight.
He's caught it. So the Rabbanan say doesn't get any sense of claim on something that claim which can easily evaporate to the extent of damages, even if Shimon admits what he did. Just in the mechanism of
Door?
claim,
Door's
like
a word,
what is the
though.
claim focused on?
It has a
D-O-R.
Oh. So are you indoors or are you outdoors?
What's fixed? The penalty payment. But I thought it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, you're once you move into a door frame, you're outdoors.
So therefore, again, it makes sense to get it focusing on ultimately again the damages, which remains even in the case of English. That's not wrong. So let's say.
What would your
Also, I can
my daughter.
Like we're really outside the or we're outside other universes.
Again, it turns out that he's a liar.
Yeah,
it will be
it's
liability.
paradoxical.
Liability. There's liability both for the penalty payment, because remember again, we didn't name the things. So
Okay, but hear me out. Since arguably the other universes are bigger omniverse,
Multiverse, which is part of the omniverse.
We're outside of that. So we are.
But then we're inside the omniverse.
10 days left. So now we're up to
And you can't get outside the omniverse.
Let's say now again. Rashi says over here, this is actually a very interesting shua.
Well, I mean, our universe is outside of all other universes in the omniverse. So therefore, we're outside of the omniverse.
No, that's not how it works. We would be inside the
He
omniverse.
says, no, I only owe you 500. That is what's called the case of modern. It says partial admission triggers a shua.
I guess, but
that's
we're outside of other universes more so than not.
Incredible.
You had a funny joke when you said Zoot is funny. 047. Whatever. 07. That was so funny. That was
but that's not actually what it means. But it just means
047 though would mean that he's still funny 4 hours a day.
$1,000, and he admits he owes me $10. That's also come over the next us, right? So I should say I kind of think I said, oh, no, Shavaputa. Now, look, the idea over here is the admission obviously has to be a Shavaputa. Right? Because if an admission is less than a puta, then obviously
On a scale of 0 to 10, how hot do you think that Zoot's brother's girlfriend is?
The admission has to mirror the claim. Right? In other words, if I claim against Ruben one thing and Ruben
He's
claims
something like
that's not motivating. That's cases.
I bet she's a
So
6.
what happens? I say to Ruben, you owe me 2 pieces of silver. And what happened? Ruben responds, Ruben says, copper.
I think she's both.
Right? Why? Because again, the emission does not match.
I think she's outside Earth's mantle, but inside the atmosphere. What are your thoughts? Discuss.
In that case, it's going to be
The fact that she's inside the Earth's atmosphere, but outside the mantle.
As far as buildings
As far as buildings go, you can only be outside. I disagree. What if you're stop? What if you're in a biodome? You can be inside the building of the biodome, or like inside the structure in the biodome, but outside of that structure, yet still inside the biodome. What are your thoughts?
One of the
materials came from Earth, so you're really just reshaping the outside into shape, and therefore you're still outside.
Okay. What if you?
It sounds like a vote in the Mitzvah's case. So why is Ruben?
Oh, I think I got it. Baby. Let's say you're in an elevator, and then you move outside the elevator. Aren't you outside the elevator? But yet still inside the building?
The assumption over here is I'm going over to Ruben after, let's say, my father's passed
No,
away.
it doesn't matter how many of
So now what happens? So now I claim against Ruben and say,
it's made of
easily say what? Easily say. What he said?
You're still outside.
But didn't we agree that you said that everything is made from something else? So everything is organic, so nothing synthetic exists in the universe?
Just like when you return a lost object, you're doing a favor to someone. So that's how
define that it comes from things are like alterations of natural things, but they're all derived from something
Or somewhere else? So you're saying that synthetic doesn't exist?
And therefore, Ruben is not forced to swear on the remaining
It exists as what makes up things that are natural, unaltering things.
Yeah, so
you can deconstruct something that get organic.
So then it's not synthetic, it's just actually organic.
First of all, when we are young, we think our
Yeah, we just classify. I mean, there's unaltered organic material, and you're altering it, and you classify it as synthetic. Yes, still ultimately like plastic or whatever. Still comes from wherever, like rubber trees, chemicals, but all those chemicals and rubber are natural.
Okay, so let me just summarize this for you. Okay, you're saying that nothing synthetic exists.
Yeah.
No, not I mean. You're saying that nothing synthetic exists. Stop. Full stop.
Is because children don't understand the ways from
natural organic.
The suffering most time we go through life.
And so by
and sometimes we don't understand why things happen.
association
Or
there's processes that are going on against really everything.
It's important to understand that children
Organic materials and whether you want to classify an altered organic material as synthetic, that's what people do.
Doug,
You know,
just summarize it for me. Yes or no? Synthetic
are not
exists.
in the affairs of the parents, both in our human parents and certainly
No.
Okay, so then everything that you'd be saying is inside, because for you to be outside has to be outside of some kind of organic material, and we've already agreed that there is nothing outside the organic material, so everything is inside. Because everything is inside the universe.
This becomes a because I admitted that
So now we're talking about shelter.
Ruben claims that you.
Oh, okay, shelter. Okay, so you're saying everything is outside.
Yeah, when you go into your house, you're still outside.
Now, what happens if again I go to Ruben on Sunday? So
That doesn't make sense.
Ruben says, yes, I do. I go to my Monday. I say, Ruben, okay, to collect my
Oh, it does.
I don't owe you anything. Then it's high. Ruben's going to be high. Now, what's that?
So-
you're
Comfort from cold. Like, we're
already outside, you're already surrounded by natural materials, natural wood, whatever. You're basically outside can make it a new creation.
Deny it on Monday.
So if I were to ask you to go inside your house, you would just say, I can't go inside my house because I can't go inside anything. What you're technically asking me to do is go outside my house, right?
Inside is just a reference point, a good direction. So that we use have a point of reference for technically, I believe that we are still outside.
Okay, but aren't we inside the universe?
Yes,
So what
yes,
happens?
I agree with that.
I owe you a retro, but now
Okay, and aren't we technically inside the solar system?
Well, no, technically, we don't know what is outside there.
Okay, but that's fine. We don't know what's outside the universe, but we can agree we're inside this universe, right?
Well, no, if we don't know the boundaries of the universe, that there's something outside our universe, then we have outside of that.
Okay, fine, whatever. Then, okay, we're inside the Milky Way galaxy, right?
Yes.
Okay, so are we inside there?
On the other hand,
when we say outside, are referring to Earth, nature, cities, anything within the atmosphere of the Earth on the surface. Not talking about like when you say go outside, you're outside in cities, streets, buildings, whatever. It's all outside.
Aren't we inside the atmosphere?
Yes, the McLean, that's the model that makes us incredible. When you say right, so you
I'm going inside the
Okay, aren't we inside the clouds? Well, no, we wouldn't be inside the clouds. Okay, if it's foggy, wouldn't we say we're inside the fog?
The emission does not reflect the claim. I'm claiming rain. Ruvain's admitting two different things.
You can't say that. I'm not saying that they are explaining, but that log is going to be outside typically unless you have a log machine, which is outside.
Indoors is different. Okay. Can't we say that? So at what point? So you say that we're inside the solar system, inside the Milky Way. We're inside the atmosphere, technically.
Why? Because again, the response does not match the claim. The Gamil says that you're going to be chayiv. So again, we'll see why that is.
Okay. So how about this? Can't we say? Well, and then you get into like the materials, and I feel like your definition just frankly sucks. That you say everything is an organic material, but so synthetics don't exist. If synthetics don't exist, then
what am I claiming? What am I claiming? What am I claiming?
And something needs to be built out of something, then inherently, according to your definition, it's organic, which means that everything has to be organic. It can't be synthetic. And if you're in anything, according to your definition, it has to be organic, so you can't ever be outside of anything, right?
Yes.
Okay, what about this? What if I say you're outside of your element?
Well, that's a expression.
Okay, well, what if I'm what?
The concept.
Wait. You're using the idea as being a physical place. I'm saying that it could be a hypothetical realm.
So we get partial emission by car.
No, I'm not saying that we're inside enough to describe things, but I'm just saying in the concept of like residential or building, like that particular concept when you're saying going inside, you're really still outside.
But that's not correct. We've even said that you're inside the universe, perhaps inside the Milky Way, inside the solar system.
Well, those things are still up to debate. We don't know what's outside.
No, that one's different.
Those are reference points.
But the solar system is not up for debate. We're inside the solar system.
Because their claim is
okay. Yes, we're outside the atmosphere. I agree with that, but when you go down to Earth level, like there's the outdoors.
Okay, stop. So then if I take and I put you in a space capsule, like the International Space Station, we could say that you are...
Now you understand the need for homework, right? Now you understand. There was a reason. What a run, what a beginning of the week. Based on tomorrow, we begin the new Gemara.
Outside Earth's atmosphere, but inside the space capsule.
That's space capsule is still natural.
Yeah, but wait. Okay, so it's a definition issue. You're saying that if you're inside something, it has to be organic, and that just doesn't necessarily correlate.
Well, it could if futuristic building materials were all organic compounds. It's not that far of a stretch to say that every material, whether it's been modified, originally comes from an organic material.
I apologize.
What if we create a replicator? What if we have a replicator that creates something from nothing? Then that would be synthetic.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cut and paste right now.
So what are the atoms? They're starting to be wonderful. Is it a carbon copy of the synthetic thing, which is an organic derived?
Okay, how about this? We are I mean, I see what you're saying, but your definition is wrong. You're saying if you're in anything, any physical object, it has to be organic. And you get down to the point where, from a definition, you say atoms are organic. And so everything is made of atoms. So if you're ever inside of anything, you're really outside, because that doesn't make any sense. I get what you're saying. No, you're not outside. If you're inside a house, you're not outside.
No, you are.
Would you? No, you aren't. If I put you in a shipping container, I'd say you're inside the shipping container. I wouldn't say you're outside.
It can be used as a reference point, but it can make reference grand context of where that shipping container is made of. Natural element. So you're surrounded by natural elements. Surrounded by nature, which is also much of natural elements. So just because you construct a little dome out of natural elements, temporarily shield you from other natural elements outside of you, you're still ultimately natural elements.
So how isn't the solar system a natural element? Oh wait.
It is, yeah.
So then, aren't you technically outside the solar system? But you're not. You're inside of it.
If your concept is the same as outside of nature, wherever else, take a place on Earth. Imagine outside.
I don't give a fuck about that. I get your stupid thing there. I'm talking about the solar system.
Yeah, so I mean, in a sense, yes, it's all just like big, it's all just natural space outside, which is outside. Outside kind of means like not confined.
No, you keep changing the definitions, and I don't like that. It's illogical.
What do you think the definition outside?
Generally, it means external to a structure.
Outside refers to the area beyond. Often implies being outdoors. Metaphorical sense, the limits of possibility. Physical location, area, space, boundary, or beyond a boundary, or the outer part of object.
Development. Incredible.
Yeah, I mean, that definition's wrong.
Okay.
So remember again, we're beginning to see that. Remember why we do this? Because it's beautiful. It's fantastic. It's thought experiment. Spoke about the different names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Again, originally the context
that was fun.
Which could be used.
I don't agree with it, and I think it's illogical. It's not logically sound, but it's still cool.
Different contexts as well. So the Gemara says, "Kol shinu samun below kol."
I mean,
what appears to be like the name of Hashem. Now, specifically,
how about this one? What really is? I would say we are not. Outdoors is not the word you use. You said inside.
Do you think the Milky Way is outdoors, or is it outdoors, or is it inside?
So again, except for that one pasuk. Why? Because what was Lord saying?
It's outdoors.
He's referring to that tower, which has the ability to again literally give light and dark. And of course,
if the Earth is to Milky Way isn't Earth by correlation outdoors as well. Outdoors as well.
You're using different terms. You're using outdoors and inside. That's inconsistent. It was outside and inside. That's how you originally posed it. Now let me ask you this.
No, but outside and outdoors are very.
No. There's a logical fallacy there. Okay, I have a question for you. No, there's not. Outdoors and outside are two different things.
Novos did not want to sell.
They can be, but they don't.
If I say, okay, I'm saying I'm going outdoors. That's one way to put it. I'm going outside. I'm going outside. And those both mean I'm exiting my apartment and going outside, which is also considered the outdoors. So they're interchangeable.
No, absolutely not. I would say that the Milky Way is outside, but I wouldn't say Earth is outside the Milky Way.
That's not what I asked.
Okay, I don't know what you asked earlier. I know that I'm defending this from a logical standpoint. Here's what I want to know from you. This is kind of along the same lines. Who defines whether a door is outside or inside? Or who defines whether a door is outdoors or indoors?
With one exception.
Indoor doors or outdoor doors?
Isn't every indoor door in its own way an outward door? Like, it's like a portal. Like, some people may consider a door to be going out into something. Other people may consider it going into something.
Yeah, I think it's not one or the other. It's like both. A part of it facing the outside and a part facing the inside.
But couldn't they both be facing the inside and both be facing the outside? Yeah, they could.
What do you mean?
If you
If
you put a door frame, just the frame, in the middle of a field, both sides would be going to the outside. And if you had a door that was put just in the middle of a room, both doors would be going to the inside.
It's interesting. This war, so a number of the Hebrew finished up.
So imagine there's just a box, like a container, and there's a door with a wall. Both of them, that door, when you walk through one side, it goes inside. When you walk through the other side, it goes inside. There isn't an outside to that door, arguably.
Brother against brother. What was their brother against brother? He's
or a door frame. So there's a door frame in a box, in just like a 10 by 10 room. You walk through the door frame, you're still walking through the inside, and you walk through the other door frame, through the other side of the door frame, and you're still inside. There is no walking outside.
What happened was, before the tribes went out against the Yemen, they consulted.
Because both frames are
I think that's an argument that could be made.
Like they consulted HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what it sounds like. Now remember, they lost the first two battles.
If it was set up like that, you know, how would you describe the water the first door?
The first door that's outside, I would call it like a. You would say walk. That's a different story. So you're saying, how would you describe it if there's just a door frame in the middle of a field? Walk through that door to the outside. Walk to the outside of that. Walk through that door to the outside.
Ultimately, again, he did. In other words, if you look at the way they asked the question, they actually go to battle.
And if it were in a house,
go to battle.
walk through that door
where we win.
inside the other room.
What they never asked was, will we defeat or will we be defeated?
You could say they'll walk through that door outside this room.
The third time when they asked, will we be successful? HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, yeah, you'll be successful. Shneimar u'Pinchas ben Elazar ben Aaron HaKohen Omed lefanav b'yom lahim le'mar ha'osif od latzis l'nechala. Should we go out to war now a third time?
I mean, you're kind of sure we were like, how do you judge whether a door is inside or outside?
Yeah.
This is really incredible. Just as an aside.
Okay, if you really want to get,
You could argue, depending on where the hinges are during
That's why they lost
the door.
there are no hinges. There are no hinges.
From the
It's a door frame. There are no hinges. There's no doors.
more than you want your success.
Yeah, no, I'll get an example later. If it's just a door frame, and there's no front or back side, it's just a door frame.
All right, I got this one for you. No. What are your thoughts on this? Every opinion
because when you're asking that question, that's
is subjective,
on the prize. The question is not should we go to
except
war. The question is should we go
this
to war
statement.
and know that we are going to be successful. HaKadosh Baruch Hu needs them to ask the question that way, because ultimately, again, that's an army, that's a nation. Those are people
I disagree.
who are hyper-focused on success. And I will say,
It's paradoxical. It's absolutely right.
In life.
No, I agree.
So often,
Okay.
I disagree.
and we're not convinced of our own success.
But that's just but that's just your opinion. It's subjective.
That you can be successful.
Which
by me not agreeing that
This goes back to I will try.
whatever it is,
Subjective.
then I just disagree.
No, you're not. You're just proving that. Yeah, it's subjective.
The more robots or obstacles that are thrown up right in front of us.
Yeah, but you're saying this every opinion is subjective except opinion. That's your statement. I'm saying no, I disagree.
And that's subjective.
But if you're kind of like hedging your bets a little bit,
Yeah, that's your subjective opinion. What I'm saying is this: everything in the world is someone's opinion, or every opinion in the world is subjective. The only, I should say, every statement, every opinion in the world is subjective, except the fact, except this statement. Every opinion in the world is subjective, except this statement. Basically, what I'm saying is that one thing has to be objective, and that's the statement that all opinions are subjective. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I disagree with that statement.
Then that proves it, that it's your opinion, it's subjective.
Right? And I will say, what does this mean? Remember, the Gemara says, so much right? Ultimately, with certain core brachas or certain core.
What are the odds Zoot wins his heat?
One of them is MS. Yesterday we saw Rachum B'Chanun. So Shlomo means share sin to the one to whom shalom.
It's like his improv
It was worse than the other night.
My vineyard is
to
you, Shlomo.
Like so many chances. And it's like so bad. It wasn't even
was that Shlomo.
Like a little bit.
We gave him easy words. We gave him easy words. Then we gave him like his bread and butter stuff. STIs and autism.
200 dedicated to me.
I'm going to ask you what, aside from these 10 things Zoot talks about regularly: children, Puff Daddy, Jeffrey Epstein, Dave Chappelle, Lily Phillips,
with 60 soldiers. Remember, what is this about? So according to Chazal,
Bonnie Blue,
this happened after the episode of
ADHD,
right,
autism,
where
and
Shlomo was
Hitler.
from his throne for a prolonged amount of time. After that, he was never settled and never confident, so he slept with a small militia around his bed. So you're right. This one and show me the other one as well.
That suit. That is suit. Like,
what about the fact that Shmuel said that a government that kills up to 1/6 of its population is not helpful?
What else does he talk about?
Explanation on that. What does that mean? So what that means is you're allowed to enlist up to 1/6 of your population in your state.
He does talk about a few other things, like raw comedy and James McCann and his dog and cryptocurrency. But you didn't even know he had a brother till today. You've known this guy for like years, and you didn't know he had a brother. Yeah.
Certain percentages ultimately, again, that could be conscripted into the army. And yes, also it is important to understand that in the model of Jewish society, you always have a segment that is fighting on the battlefield.
And he said he's going to punch me in the face because I asked if his brother's girlfriend was masturbatable.
Appropriate percentages, and also to understand
Doug, I've been live streaming now for 4 years. I've come to the conclusion that that's the question that everyone wants to know whenever they hear about someone of the opposite gender.
If you don't have an army, the Torah is beautiful, but it's not going to help.
So the amount of Korean spiritual shit that's flares out constantly.
Right.
It has to be both.
And then
how do you do both in a way? Number
we
one,
never say we want to punch him in the face.
Right. You know that's a felony in the United States to say that to somebody, or not in the United States, in the state of California to say that to somebody.
For how those exemptions
That you're going to cause physical. It's considered like a terrorist threat. That you're going to do physical harm to somebody, severe physical harm. That's actually that happened to him. He or something, and they prosecuted him, but he got away with it because he said that he had some kind of behavioral issue, and they threw it out. Which he does. When was that? Like 5 years ago. And I'm not exactly sure what he. Dude, did he tell you he got punched in the face? And they never did anything about that. For as much shit as I give Zoot, I do like him a lot. He's annoying as Zoot. I don't give a shit. If you're watching this, you could be watching this live right now. I'm going to tell you straight up. I hate that you are very difficult with him to difficult person with whom to communicate. I hate that you leave. I hate the subjects that you bring up, but I still love you to death. When you come in, I get happy because you make me laugh, not because you're funny, but because your personality is so strange that it makes me smile. And I will say this, I'm very proud of him for making it this far in raw comedy. It is
You literally only personally that you want sexual affection, and then you have that nice.
He's just saying that because his friends are saying that. They're all saying that. They don't want to say they're doing it because they want to be in the national finals of raw comedy.
can't be comedy at all.
Right. If I mean, it would be like saying, well, this is what Zoot said he was going to do. He's like, if I win and I beat one of my friends, I'm going to give them I'm going to say that I want them to take the award. Which, I'm like, what if they don't accept it? What if they're like, no, Zoot, you deserve to win? It's like, well, like, he was just trying to be, like, extremely humble. What'd you say? But, I mean, he got this far, which isn't that far. He basically had to have one good 5-minute set, and he didn't even win his heat, but they did let him back up. He had to win. I'm absolutely shocked that he didn't stumble over something or say shit or fuck or go into something embarrassing. Like, that's why I'm proud of him, that he was able to get one good, I mean, we didn't see it, but like, apparently, like, it had to be good enough that he got it off. And they did not find that he was offensive or any of that other shit. Well, I'm just saying this, dude. Like, people, yeah. Just based on
I know. I don't know. He thinks that improv skills are important.
They have to, yeah, especially if you're doing crowd work. That's like really important to be able to think anything like that.
Even not doing crowd, just very important for coming up with material, brainstorming. It's just like brainstorming, basically.
If Zoot were here, I would, and I told him this, so it's not like a surprise. I would tell him his comedy is predictable. He's never had a joke that I just think is really outside the box creative. Everything that he has said is something that I've either thought about. When the punchlines are easy to anticipate. The Kennedy one, that's like, people have been making jokes about that for 60 years. It's not topical. I mean, I guess it is, sort of, but his joke about, like, Zoot could have a really good misdirect or callback joke, like a misdirect where he's saying, like, I did this, and this, I did this, and this, I did this, and this, and then come back and have a punchline that we're not expecting. But he doesn't have anything like that. His jokes are just very predictable. And if I had to tell him from 0 to 10, with 10 being what I think is just absolutely the most brilliant comedy I've ever heard, and with Dave Chappelle being like a 7 or an 8, I don't even think Dave Chappelle is he's a good comic, but he's not like almost making me think from a philosopher standpoint. Sometimes he does, but other things he doesn't. So maybe, yeah, Dave Chappelle maybe a 7 or an 8. Dude, you're a 1. Your jokes are easy to anticipate, and yet I'm not a finalist for South Australia Comic of the Year. Zoot is. I appreciate it.
Funny like clearly you can be a pro comedian. I mean, Zoot has the potential to be so funny. It's like the premise of like shit you should absolutely never Google in your life. Why is Rothschild skinny? Why is he not fat? And they just go on a tangent with that. Like he has ideas that I know he has. I mean, yeah, he has potential. But I don't know if it's current environment anywhere near that.
I thought your hummingbird thing was really funny. They don't even hum. Zutzik stands a 25% chance of winning. He has a less than 1% chance. I wouldn't say zero because all the people could simultaneously get in car accidents who he's up against. But, I didn't even ask him, how many people is he up against on Friday? Oh, yeah, that's what he said. 45, they had to beat 33. Yeah, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. If he,
I mean, he could do it if the joke did not suck.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. He could, and I would say this, if he practiced, let me say this, dude. If you practice it, or anybody out there, if you practice it, you can get it down, and you sound professional. Anybody can do it. As I told him previously, if you just take 10 street jokes, simple, easy, set up punchline, set up punchline, set up punchline jokes, and memorize them, you have a 50% chance of winning this contest. I really mean that. Nope, you can take street jokes. Jokes that are directly just common funny jokes. Look here, I'll do it right now. I'll just get street jokes.
It's not fun if you're doing that. Just stealing jokes.
No, you don't understand the definition of a street joke. A street joke is something that you can do that with. It's so well known in society, it's not traced to any single individual. So you could,
There's no creativity.
if people haven't heard it before, there's a lot of creativity.
No, there's creativity. If you're stealing material,
It's not stealing. It's already available. It's allowed.
You're using material you disagree.
You would find 10 really good jokes. There's some creativity in being able to sift through what's funny and what's not. And you memorize them.
It also means literally again, we'll call it affirmation words. There's acceptance.
I don't think that's how you get Dave
So again,
his aren't really even jokes in a lot of ways. He does have some jokes, but his are cool stories and that have a meaning at the end. He's really getting to the point where he's a philosopher, and he does funny impressions too. But he's not like a setup joke punchline, setup punchline kind of comedy either.
So I understand why something phrased in the negative.
Very few people, once you get to that level, do that. Nor do they want to do that. That takes a lot of work. It's a lot of work to fill an hour with joke punchline, joke punchline, joke punchline. Very few people can do that. It's a lot to memorize, and they would rather get bigger punches by telling a story.
Interesting. If no could be a shua, then yes could be a shua. Yes and no. Yes and no are
I'm currently outdoors, and when you say agree on the side.
Okay. Are you I mean, basically, you're saying when you say you're outdoors, you are not. There's no roof, right?
No, outdoors is not necessarily have to contain no roof. It could be outdoors with a roof. Like if you're under a tarp, you consider this tarp a roof. You consider it a roof.
Is a gazebo outdoors? Yeah.
It's also fascinating to see how.
Is a gazebo outside? Yeah. Can you be inside the gazebo? Yes. Can you be indoors of a gazebo? Yes.
Accomplish in life, right? Things that I say to myself, love.
You could also say you're on a gazebo.
Their sister concepts.
You could say you're inside the gazebo as well.
By definition, works for the other. So if you're telling yourself you can't fix this, well,
You could do the same for a house. I mean,
do this
outside the house.
Yes, you can. If you put your mind to
Your
it. Why?
gazebo's an interesting one. You can say that you're outside the gazebo, that you're outdoors in a gazebo, that you're inside a gazebo, and that you're indoors in a gazebo.
It says, a man, right, the man, if he will curse, I will come, he will go ahead.
Okay, if you're on a patio of a restaurant, you're outside. If there's some makeshift like roof, you're still outside on the patio. Depending on how the roof is constructed, if there's umbrellas like on the patio, an umbrella does not constitute indoors now.
You're in. I mean, if there's an awning, aren't you inside the awning?
So I would have thought that I'm only chayiv if I'm cursing in Hashem, only chayiv for cursing specifically in Hashem. You can't buff.
Yeah, but I think it depends on how it starts building.
I agree. Okay, so
One second,
no, fuck that elevator. So, you listen to this motherfucker? Are you all listening to this motherfucker?
If you curse the four-letter name of Hashem, Yud Hey, and then Vav Hey, ultimately again that's a chiyuv misa. For anything else, it's a lot. You'll get malchus. So that's how that I'm not.
Are you listening to this motherfucker?
The death sentence for cursing the Hakadosh Baruch Hu only comes for the four-letter name of the Ribono Shel Olam. For everything else, ultimately again, a lot.
Yo, dog, are you there?
Moses ultimately again. So the Mishnah said also, if
I just got back outdoors in my apartment.
Liability for that. Man Chacham would have commented. So
Outdoors in your apartment. Outdoors in your apartment. Why wouldn't you just say inside your apartment?
So cursing one's parents by
Because I'm
themselves ultimately again
Oh,
is not
okay.
enough. One has to curse them with the Shem HaMiyuchad.
So then why wouldn't you say
I am in my apartment, but the apartment and me are outside.
Dude, this goes back to your thing about synthetics not being a real
The
thing.
majority of buildings, or at least residential housing, are wood frames, timber, constructed.
Be careful with yourself.
Okay, but this just goes back to your thing that synthetics don't exist because everything can be taken back to being organic, right?
Do things that are detrimental.
I mean, you choose to die to some extent.
Detrimental to you, cursing yourself.
You can say now, but
Biblically, one is not allowed to curse themselves.
I mean, the fact that then you would say that atoms are organic, then I would say yeah. But I would say that there's a process that can be done usually, and that's when something is considered synthetic. So like metal, you take like iron ore and you melt it, and then it becomes steel. Steel is more synthetic material.
Because it literally means do not go ahead and curse a
Yeah, no, I saw that earlier.
Unawares to what it is that you do.
After you alter an organic then it's typically classified as synthetic, but they're ultimately derivatives of organic material.
Expressions of cursing, let's say from the Tochacha, and you use that to exert someone, that works.
Usually organic. A lot of times it's connected to organisms. Doesn't necessarily need to be, but something that was once living. But I understand, like, rocks aren't living and they're considered organic. Like wood.
Is saying over this Mishnah to Rabbi Yehuda. Now, what ends up happening? The Gemara says, Amalei Kanesh. Rabbi Yehuda says, use
all right.
euphemism. Now, what does that mean, use a euphemism? What does that mean?
What about this one?
Rabbi Yehuda was saying, kind of like this. Don't say the pasuk like that. Because why? It makes it sound like what? So instead, say, just reframe the pasuk a little bit.
Let's see if I can remember this one. I don't know. It's a riddle. All right, but I don't know if I'm going to say it.
Euphemize it. That's a word. Right? But euphemize it. Right? Don't go ahead and make it directed towards me. So
this is between.
So again, there was another story. One of the rabbis.
Wait, hold on. What is it? The thing about which. No, it's something like the I'm thinking about something between 6 and 7. It doesn't have a decimal.
But don't say over to me almost about a statement
or a fraction.
Euphemize it and have it talking about
what is it?
Some other entity, not me. So the Marsa this almost seems like an Al Tiftach Pella Satan type of idea. It doesn't have the concept with negative connotations directed towards it. I talked about this. So why don't you both stories? I get it. Don't say a destructive concept directed at another person. Euphemize about some unknown.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I don't need both of these examples.
Yeah, that does. Like the clock bends around and tells time. And at some point, the clock can be between 6.
Maybe when you're
but that's not
we don't euphemize the pasuk, right? When you read the pasuk, you just read the pasuk. You don't
The answer is the letter and. 6 and 7. I'm thinking about something between 6 and 7. The word and is between 6 and 7. It doesn't have a decimal, nor is it a fraction.
Neither does it clock hand.
Directed towards someone else. It's such a beautiful sense here.
No, the clock hand doesn't make any sense. The clock hand would be representing a fraction or a decimal.
In our actual
Time is not a fraction.
Towards one another.
A clock displaying time is a fraction. It can be reduced to a fraction.
What happens if I go over to Shimon and Levi? I believe that they know
Explain how 6:34 and 6:35
I phrase it in the negative.
are fractions. 35 is 35 by 16 minutes.
Exactly.
You give testimony.
So it'd be 35.
Yeah, no one tells time like that. No one ever describes time. I'm 6.
Yes, they do. They say it's 2:30, and that's 50%, or 1/2. Or they'll say 1/4 past 2, which is 1/4. They do that all the time, dog.
Sure, that doesn't make the actual time itself.
Yes, it does. 1/4
is
when someone says quarter after, they mean 1/4 of the hour.
which then leads us
Yeah,
to
and you're
the
describing it like that. You're
But you can't describe the word and like that, or it wouldn't make sense.
Let's go with the version as espoused in the Mishnah.
No, just because something can be divided into parts doesn't make the thing itself a fraction.
Right? When does I should say when doesn't Rabbi Meir hold?
Yeah, it does.
You could infer
No.
the positive.
Give me an example.
When is that
A fraction is like 6 over 7.
When it comes to Isser, he
5
also
over
counts
5 over
again.
4.
If something is divided into parts, it is by definition a fraction. It's either whole, which should be 1 over 1, or half, which should be 1 over 2, or a third, 1 over 3.
Yeah, but you're inserting a fraction over time. Time is itself is like inherently fractional until you insert the fractional math on top.
Which means you will choke. Now, the only so in other words,
Now, what the fuck are you saying?
If you're innocent, the water will have a positive effect. But
if I say to you, it's 6:30, that means it's 1 over 2 of the hour, which is 6:30.
You would not go ahead and intuit.
Yeah. I'm just saying because a clock can be like another fraction and divided in half does not make the concept of time itself automatically equate to fraction or fraction.
Yes, it does.
Is that true?
Now, we might not discuss it in those ways, but if
I think you might very well be right, but to me it seems like you're
right. Yeah, I know it does seem like
forcing a fraction into something.
Now, how do I know the key?
No, it just wouldn't be referred to that generally, but many people would. If you say midday, that's halfway through the day. That's the midpoint. Or 3:30, 3:15.
Is that true that Meir does not hold
Is anything that is able to be broken up into parts also technically a fraction from a theoretical sense?
When does Rabbi Meir say? When does Rabbi Meir not say? That's ultimately again in cases of monetary cases. The surah is like in cases of Isra, he does subscribe to it. The shiny sota, the surah, the istimamono. Sota is different. Why? Because one says, as much as sota is a case of Isser, at the end of the day, sota
a fraction is a mathematical expression that represents a part of a whole or a ratio between two quantities. Fraction divisible ratio. Theoretical perspective, fractions are divisibility. From a theoretical standpoint, any quantity that can be divided into equal parts can be represented using fractions.
Time itself isn't a fraction. Time is a fundamental dimension, measure of change and sequence. It's a human construct to help us make sense of our experience.
Can everything be a fraction? Yes, in a broad theoretical sense, any divisible object or quantity can be represented as a fraction. So that includes physical objects. A pizza cut into 8 slices gives 1/8 per slice. Measurements, time. The first thing it says is time, distance, or volume can be fractional. For instance, half hour, 3/4 of a mile. Abstract quantities, probabilities, rates, and proportions are often expressed as fractions.
Just because something can be divided hypothetically doesn't automatically fraction. Instead, we're using fractions as a way to quantify time.
Yeah, it does.
If you give testimony to me,
No,
what could I
my
tell them?
AI just your AI should be an AI.
Okay, here we go.
has to be
Your AI sucks.
right? Swear to me that you don't know testimony, or
Can every
or it's a curse.
mathematical number, can everything, whether it's a pizza or a dog or a human or a time, be represented as a fraction? Like a dog would be 1/1, and time might be half past the hour. Everything could be a fraction. 2 dogs would be 2/1.
But we definitely pass in that way. Life is all about Michlal Lav Ata Shomea Hein. It is all about the ability.
Fraction is a novel inherent economy of time itself. Darkness is not even up for debate. Not even a debate. I was right.
It is. It's
literally right. Everyone here.
No. From a theoretical standpoint, steel man this argument.
No steel manning allowed. Okay, we've already.
Here we go.
So it's been debunked.
No, it is steel man argument. Everything can be represented as a fraction. Ontological neutrality. Reality as quantifiable relation. At the most fundamental level, reality can be described not as things, but as relations between quantities. A dog is not a primitive object. It is a stable pattern of mass, energy, time, and information. A human is a more complex but still finite aggregation of those same measurable properties. Time is not a thing, but a rate of change. If reality is fundamentally relational, then ratios or fractions are sufficient to describe it. Measurement collapses into entities into ratios. Any attempt to describe something scientifically requires measurement, and measurement always produces ratios. Length is object over unit length, mass is object over unit mass. Time equals event duration over unit time. Count equals quantity over unit, dogs per reference time. Thus, 1 dog is 1 dog over 1 dog, which is 1/1. 2 dogs over 2 dogs. Half an hour is 30 minutes or 60 over 60 minutes, 1/2. Even discrete objects become fractional relative to a charge of unit. Whole numbers are a special case of fractions. Mathematically, every integer n equals n/1. So if integers can represent discrete objects and integers are fractions, then fractions are sufficient to represent discrete unity. This makes fractions a universal numerical language, not a limiting one. Apparent indivisibility is a scale dependent. Objects like you can't have a dog fall under scale analysis. At different resolutions, a dog is divisible into organs into cells, cells into molecules, molecules into particles, particles into energy distributions. At every scale, quantities are expressible as fractions of a reference whole. Indivisibility is a practical constraint, not a theoretical one. Time as a fractional change. This is for you, Bryson. Time does not need to be absolute to be real. Time can be defined as change relative to a periodic process. Thus, half past the hour equals 1/2 of a cycle. A moment equals delta change over reference change. So time is fundamentally fractional, a ratio of changes. Information theoretic frame. I mean, you need me to go on because I can.
But wait. This inherently, there's an issue that arises in this discussion. Do you recognize what it is? In the riddle that I gave, I said, I didn't give the riddle correctly, but I said, the answer is not a decimal, nor is it a fraction. Technically, and I guess would be a fraction of 1/1 of the word and. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I come back to get my lawnmower.
It does make sense. So, yeah, the riddle has been debunked.
Okay, now that may be true.
No one's talking about this. No one's talking about this except right here.
So that may be true that riddle is incorrect.
But the idea that everything is divisible into fractions is correct.
I think tomorrow morning, crazy story.
It's going to be this. Our top story, Zoot is 24 hours away from being the funniest person in South Australia. And additionally, everything is divisible into fractions. Let me get the riddle correct. Okay, because hold on. What is the riddle? It's something like this thing is in between 6 and 7. It's not a decimal. It does not have a decimal point, and is not a fraction. It's something like that. The best brain busting riddles for kids. So, oh, well, so it could just be what is between 6 and 7. The word and. The riddle plays on the way numbers are spoken in English. When you say 6 and 7, the word and is literally between the two numbers. Hold on, though.
Right, he really has my lawnmower. Ultimately, again, Ruben's going to be Chayvig, and what is it going to be Chayvig?
So from that,
what type of carbon and Asham? Where's 2 silver pieces?
from that perspective,
the Kafar,
dude, let me just go to ChatGPT.
Let's say I injured Ruben 5 times. Right?
All right.
You're getting trolls to go on Reddit. Make up a riddle, just like doesn't make up a lot of sense. No clear.
What is the riddle? What is between 6 and 7? It does not have a decimal, nor is it a fraction.
Oh, that's about the same Picardin. Nevertheless, there's going to be individual life.
What is the riddle? It's something like
what's the reason for that? Why
this is between 6 and 7. It does not have a decimal, and it isn't a fraction.
He has the ability to admit his wrongdoing. It's very interesting. So since there's the ability to admit,
yep, classic riddle answered, and because it's literally between 6 and 7, no decimal. Okay, but what is the formal version of the joke that I just gave?
So let's listen to this. Let's say again, Ruben is being claimed by 5 people.
What comes between 6 and 7 has no decimal and is not a fraction. But technically, the word and is a fraction. It would be and over 1. That's what you should do. Go on Reddit and tell everybody just every answer. Just absolutely everything you just say. The answer is a fraction. Oh, I mean, okay. So then how about an answer? What was the hilarious video that you watched yesterday?
Like always is like traffic scammer and like lazy or whatever. And you have this one. He has like a bunch of scammers that are trying to steal like this like $1 million giveaway, but it's like it's really fake site. And then so I had a bunch of his subscribers create these like really like unsolvable like billion challenges, and then the scammers like go through and do all these like try and do like these like infuriating like ridiculous challenges.
I would love that. That's amazing. Did you know that story can be simplified into a fraction? It would be whatever that story is over 1.
Wow, thanks. I never really know that. So does anything make sense? Do words go divide by 1 and then it's just...
I think so.
And you consider them out to be outdoors? Do you consider a tent to be outdoors?
Oh, that's a
good middle gray area.
It's the same as a gazebo.
It's the same as what?
A gazebo. I was thinking that too.
But it has walls.
Not all
Okay,
tents. Not all tents.
Okay,
Not all
this
tents.
is
Not
very
all
good
tents have
point
walls.
for being a-
Not all tents have walls.
And walls,
Not
so you still
all.
have
Do you recognize what I'm saying? Not all tents have walls.
What tent doesn't have walls?
Like those tents that you have at like at the beach.
What are they like a half? Like circle or something?
No, it's like just a canopy with metal frame.
What do I search in the beach tent camp?
I would just
Like so it looks like okay, I think I see only the top part, right?
yeah. You know what I would do if I were you? I would type in easy up tent. Easy, like the letter E, the letter Z, the letter U, the easy up tent.
You mean Zed?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, these things, just like four sticks. But those are definitely outside. But it's more of a philosophical debate of whether the tent outside, like a tent with actual sides.
Like a tent with actual sides. So wouldn't that just be
Camping.
yeah, wouldn't that be just a structure? Just like a house?
I mean, one could argue that, but I don't know.
One,
You could argue.
you know what one could argue? Is that it's a fraction.
That's true. It's actually one tent over one tent.
That is no, that's incorrect. That would mean it's one. It's actually 1/10 over 1.
Oh.
Which equals the tent.
You can't divide 10 by 10.
Because that would just be 1. Like if you had 2 tenths, then it would be 10 and 10, 2/10 over 1. Now here's a question for you. If a gazebo is in a tent, would you be inside the gazebo, indoors of the gazebo, outside in the gazebo, and outdoors in the gazebo all simultaneously?
Yeah, I think that would be correct.
I think so. I don't even think you need the tent. I just said it.
Yeah, I zoned out on the third thing that said.
All right, so just
I get the point.
take a gazebo. Okay. You could be outside in the gazebo, outdoors in the gazebo. Those make sense. You could be inside the gazebo and indoors of the gazebo. That makes sense too.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, but when you say inside, it's like a reference to where you are within a certain object.
The hard one for me with the gazebo is there isn't a real door. So let's use a tent. You could be outside in the tent, inside in the tent, outdoors in the tent, and indoors in the tent. All of those work.
So you're able to justify. How do you justify the being outdoors, outside, both in the tent?
Okay, you can be outside in the tent, You can be outdoors in the tent. You can be inside in the tent and indoors in the tent.
Yeah, I heard what you said, but I'm asking you to explain why you be first.
Okay, if you're outside in the tent, means you're in the outdoors, or like in natural, like in the natural setting in the tent. You can be outdoors in the tent, which is the idea that you're in a natural setting in the tent, and then the other two, which were inside in the tent and indoors in the tent. The big issue is, can you be outside out of the tent?
Yeah, of course.
Just be out.
Your body is actually in the tent.
Right? Can you be out? Can you be outside or outdoors out of the tent? Yes, you can. Can you be
outside of the tent, but also
Can you be outside of the tent? Can you be outside of the tent, but also in the tent? Yes, you can. If your body, like your head, were outside of the door, but your body were, yeah, exactly. That would be you're outside of the tent, inside the tent. And that's how I would describe that. Oh, that person stuck their head outside of the tent while their body was in the tent. And if I weren't being so specific, I would say they stuck. That person was outside the tent while in the tent.
Have you ever gone camping?
Not a lot, but yeah. Yeah.
So you agree that you're outside the sleeping bag?
Outside the sleeping bag. You're outside the sleeping bag. What is that? What in comparison to what?
Like you're just same principle. You're just always outside.
No, not if you're in the sleeping bag. Then you're inside the sleeping bag.
You just said that you can be outdoors in the tent, outside in the tent.
Yeah. Okay. So you would be outside in. You'd be outside in the sleeping bag.
Yeah.
Just like you could be inside in the sleeping bag.
Sure.
And just like a sleeping bag is sleeping bag over one.
Well, yeah. Everyone knows.
Yeah, and just like your clock, whatever time that would be, is a fraction. And if anything, you could describe the clock as a fraction of just being whatever between the hand between 5 and 6 over 1. But that proved that riddle is incorrect if you say it's not a decimal and not a fraction. So the riddle is just this is between 5 and 6. If you say that, then
this is also this over 1.
if somebody said that, I would say.
The only answer could be like nothing.
If someone said that, well, there could be a lot of answers to it. Nobody says there has to be one. You could say a word. You could say a 3-letter word.
No, but if it's a fraction, you can like by this rule that you have like 10 over 1 times 1 and over 1, then everything can just be put into a fraction.
I agree.
Unless you can somehow be outside of the fraction.
That's impossible.
I don't know about that.
Well, let's. I'm sure there's some kind of mathematical way to say that you would be dividing by 0, which you can't do.
I think you can do it, but the answer just becomes infinity.
No, you can divide anything. 0 divided by anything is 0, but you can't divide by 0.
What happens when you divide by 0?
Like in a
It
calculator,
just instantly evaporates.
in a calculator, it says error. Why can't you divide by 0? Division by 0 is undefined because it violates fundamental rules of arithmetic and leads to logical contradictions. For reasons. Division is defined as the inverse of multiplication. For money, it's like a bunch of math stuff. Any number multiplied by 0 is 0. That makes it impossible. Oh, there's too much math. Okay. Specific cases. Non-zero divided by 0. For instance, 1 divided by 0. No number equals. Okay, so why not infinity? Why? Well, since the result depends on the direction of the consequence. Allowing division by 0 breaks the consistency of mathematical operations, such as the distributive property, and leads to absurd conclusions. To maintain a coherent mathematical system, division by 0 is simply undefined. I always felt like it should be infinity, but it's not. Why isn't it though? Why isn't? Stop. Why isn't? Doug, do you not know what stop means? Do you not know what stop means? Why isn't dividing by 0 infinity? The logic for 2 divided by 0 equals infinity goes something like this. 2 over 1 equals 2, 2 over 0.01 is 20, 2 over 0.01 is 200, and so on. Dividing by a really small number makes a really big number, so dividing by 0 should be infinity. But what if you start from the other side? 2 divided by negative 1 equals negative 2. 2 divided by negative 0.1 equals 20. 2 divided by negative 0.01 equals negative 200, etc. Dividing by a really small number makes a really big negative number. So dividing by 0 should make negative infinity. 2 divided by 0 equals infinity, and 2 divided by 0 equals negative infinity can't both be true. So we say 2 divided by 0 is undefined instead. There's no definite answer to the equation. Okay, I get that. So because negative infinity could exist, we have to say it's undefined. They can both be true if negative infinity equals infinity, which is possible. Yeah, but when people ask questions like these, they're talking about regular numbers or extended reals. Number systems with a single infinity do exist, but I think it's safe to say that the person isn't asking about them.
Did you go to college?
Fuck yeah.
Oh yeah. Did you guys do a degree?
Fuck yeah.
What was your degree?
Dick slanging.
Did you actually get a degree?
Yeah.
In what?
Politics.
Are you serious?
Yep.
You got political degree? I thought you don't like politics.
I don't. I don't like talking about it because I know a lot about it.
Was getting a political degree too?
It wasn't easy. It was challenging at times. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of writing in it, but that's why when people want to come in here and they always want to talk about politics, it's almost like someone who wants to talk to somebody about a war, but they don't know that that person's been to war. It's like I'm like the silent veteran on the matter. It's like I don't want to talk about this. I've been talking about yeah, exactly. I've been talking about politics like the first half of my life is talking about politics. I don't like to talk about it. And really because my people's views change. Nobody's perfect. But yeah.
Were you going to try to be a politician or why did you choose that?
No, I love politics. I love history. I love leadership. I love how to manipulate mass amounts of people with opinion and marketing. And it was certainly of interest to me.
Do you think you're well set and become the most popular?
100%. That's the end game, baby. I don't talk about this thing, and then I go viral, and then I'm the world's expert in it. I'm not the world's expert in politics, but I know a lot more about politics than any of the people who come into my space and are like, hey, I want to talk about Nick Fuentes and fucking Ben Shapiro. Like, okay, I've been hearing these things. That's fine. But yeah, it's kind of it's my forte, but I don't like to talk about it. Again, it's like the veteran who doesn't want to talk about the war.
I guess current well, somehow I've been on this fucking call for literally 12 hours. Did you know that?
That's got to be a record.
That's crazy. I literally have been on this call for 12 hours.
Are you proud of yourself?
Just like a black hole. Every time I come in here, it's literally a black hole. My day is gone.
That's what I like, dude. I was just saying the same thing about you to people in an X space. They were like, like, what's your normal day like? And I'm like, well, it really depends. Like last night, this is a couple nights ago. I was like, I was talking to a friend of mine from Canada and Australia, and whenever I talk with these guys, like I'll be up till like 5 a.m, and that screws up my whole week or perhaps a month of sleeping because my hours get all reversed. But we have a good time together and we play games together and make jokes and things like that. And they're like, then this one person's like, okay, well, what time does this happen? I'm like, it can randomly happen. I have another friend who comes in every evening about 7 p.m. to play bowling, and they're like, okay, well, what time do you get up? I'm like, it depends. If my friends are there till like 5 a.m, sometimes I just stay up the whole day, or I try to, or I'll go to sleep and then awake at like 4 p.m. It just they were like trying to get me to some kind of schedule, and it's like it just doesn't work that way.
I didn't want to be back at 5 a.m. Trying not to at all.
Well, guess what? 5 a.m. is 5 divided by 24, and that is outside the realm of normal thinking, but inside the world of mathematics. And you can know with good faith that your friend has a 25%, which is 1/4 chance of being the funniest person, or already is the funniest person in all of Southwest. He's got a 0 divided by chance at being the funniest person in all.
I was gonna say you earlier in the Roddy before you had to insult something out you was like, oh, something kind of you like being my friend or something and then funny or
Yeah. I do mean that. Oh, I absolutely do.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm just gonna pay back the compliment. Say thank you and Will for being the one person on planet I can talk to about like many for like 8 hours at a time with talking about all these random things for long periods of time.
Absolutely, you're a good person, and you take my shit exceptionally well, and you don't get offended by it. And if at any point you ever did, I would stop immediately. Like, I just know who can take it and who can't. And you understand it's part of my cockiness and being like extremely confident and things like that. Exactly. But like Miss Aquarius, I don't do that to her at all. It's amazing to see when I play with her. It's very much you win, I win, you win. No. It absolutely polar opposite. It's polar opposite, and I know because she wouldn't play me if I shit talked her. That's not her way, and so I never do that. I absolutely never do that. We don't even pick. I mean, I'm always kind of keeping an eye on the score, but she doesn't, and we just do it to have fun, and that's fine. But then when I get you, I know you can take it, and I love giving it out because it's so over the top, and there's a lot of content for me to do that with, like, oh, I'm the best fucking Scrabble player on the fucking face of the earth, or this is the greatest shot in the history of humankind. It's just like so over the top. Like, who talks like that? You're playing about a mini game, but to me, it's very, very funny. And if I've watched my streams in the past, and I watched the shit talking, and it is so funny. It's like it like enhances it because we're playing this little mini game, and I'm just like, oh, that was the worst fucking shot I've ever seen. It's very much like when you watch William Montgomery, and he's like, what? Who said that? Who said that? No, bitch, who said that? No, bitch, you want to come up here? Fuck you. That's the, like when he does that and he's just like so over the top. It's very much like that. It's very funny. And, but, well, I'll say this. If at any time it ever offends you, or I ever do offend you, you blow a whistle, you throw a flag, I will correct myself. And I'm very good at, generally, not making the same mistake again. And if I didn't think you could take it, I wouldn't do it. Like with Zoot, do I do it to Zoot? Not like you. Not like
sure Zoot all the time, but it's like friendly.
Yeah, but I don't. Right. Well, like with Jacob, like I don't know Jacob as well. That's why I'm giving you tons of shit, and I don't really give him shit because I want him to warm up more than just be like, oh, that was the absolute most dog shit shot I've ever seen. This is absolute bullshit that you would even try to contend with the world's greatest mini golf player. Like, who the fuck are you? Shut the fuck up. Like, that's what anybody can say. But when you get to know me, you recognize that this is someone who can be humble and can be kind, but also can be extremely cocky and extremely confident. And if you let them go, it's actually a really funny show that they'll put on to just tell you how good they are at some minute little activity. So I'm glad you get it. And I do it even when you're not here on the stream. I do it all the time. Oh, I wanted to tell you this. This is something that I thought you might think is interesting, though I don't know. So this was a stand-up joke that I thought of that I've never heard anybody say, but I'm sure somebody said it. But It just was like a little quip. It's not that funny, but it was this. So there's a summer and the winter Olympics. But why aren't there a spring and fall Olympics? And then you go into what sports would be spring and fall sports. And I thought that was kind of funny. You even laughed at it. It's like a funny thing. So so
Can you do an improv minute on that right now?
yeah, I could. So there's a Summer Olympics, of course, and there's a Winter Olympics, of course. But I thought to myself, why isn't there a Spring Olympics or a Fall Olympics? Naturally, some of the fall sports that we might see are American football and maybe perhaps rugby. But what would we have in the spring? There might be gardening. There might be rainfall precipitation measuring. You could potentially have who can pollinate the most amount of flowers. In the fall, you could have who could harvest the most. You could have like farmers involved, who could grow the biggest crop, who could harvest the most amount of pumpkins. You could have pumpkin carving as a fall holiday. You could certainly have who could scare the most amount of people, or who could make the largest Thanksgiving dinner. You certainly in the spring could have who could potentially be able to have the best opportunity to find the most amount of sunshine in the day. That's a tough one. There's not as much to do in the spring, it seems like, in terms of fall. So that got me to thinking, we need more spring sports, more things that you do in the spring. It's like all of a sudden there's the sun and it's warmer and everybody's happier, but we don't have any sports to play. So with that being said, I feel like we should invent some new spring sports to correlate with the fall sports. There you go.
Nice. Really, I like the ending.
So what I do, I have this thing. I think it's really funny. So I literally from the moment I wake up, I've been doing this like more regular, like this is how my life is. But okay, so when I awake, I say a quick prayer. It's called the Moda Ani. It's something that Orthodox Jews say. Right upon awakening. And then I go to wash. And when I wash, I always make a joke about, and I've told you this before, but basically, like, I imagine, like, there are, like, an announcer and a play-by-play guy, and they're talking about me like an athlete. And I'll say, like, look at this footwork. Look at the agility out of this athlete. This is unprecedented agility. This is an incredible phenom that we're seeing. Then I'll go and watch and do whatever. And then when I'm resetting my streams, because it's so mundane, I'll be like, look at this. Like sometimes I'll have to go like where I am here, and I have to like stretch over here to like mess with that computer. And I'll be like, look at this athleticism. This is unprecedented athleticism. We've never seen a stretch like this before in the history of humankind. We have never seen a stretch like this before. There's so much sexiness that is oozing out of this person. It is unprecedented that we have the opportunity to witness this. This would be like if Wilt Chamberlain had sex with Babe Zacharias, Babe Zacharias on the 50-yard line of Dallas Stadium on the 4th of July, 1975. This is like if we had an orgy at the Olympic. What do you call that thing? The Olympic, what do you call that thing? The Olympic, where all the Olympic athletes go. It's called Olympic, let me find the name of it. Olympic, yo dog, what's that thing where they have all the Olympic athletes? Olympic something. It's like where they all like eat and like meet each other. The reason why I say this, it's called not canine. Oh, because I said dog. Yo, what do you call that part of the Olympics where all the athletes meet and they eat? It has a name, and sometimes they hook up with each other there. It's called Olympic. Olympic Village. That's what I'm trying to say. And there's a lot of sex in Olympic Village. It's like a well-known thing with Olympic people. And I don't know. I just do this thing, and it's my joke to myself. But then it moves into when I talk with people. I'll be like, I'll just be extremely cocky and confident and such. Anyway, I think it's hilarious. And Riser, I'm glad you get my humor. And I'm glad that you're my friend. And 12 hours can go by really quickly. And come back whenever you want. You know that, okay?
Yeah, man, I gotta go to sleep.
Peace, big
I
dog.
don't know if you saw that message that I sent you. But I was like, this video, this fucking game show that I found. I've seen it before, but I watched it for the first time yesterday. And this thing is fucking, it's so bad. It's like the most boring show ever. It's 5 hours long, and it's like it's just so mundane. I mean, you can get at it.
Thanks, baby. I'll take it as a compliment.
It will get like sometimes be like challenging, but like 90% of it is literally like it's literally this just like there's a bunch of pictures that just come up and you have to just say what's in the picture. It's literally like so easy at first. It's like horse, cat, dog, turtle.
Dude,
you're playing against the person.
I played this
video of it. It's just so bad and unentertaining. It's horrible.
I played a game like this. It was a crypto community like a week ago on Sunday, where they just would show you a picture, but it was a hand-drawn picture. It wasn't like a live picture like this, and you had to guess what it was. And whoever could do it fastest gained tokens in the cryptocurrency.
I like that game where you have to hand draw and then a bunch of people are guessing. That one's fun.
You fucking love Pictionary, don't you?
What? Whatever the draw one is, draw one. You have to guess that one's fun. This game sucks.
Okay, well, I have not seen that message as of yet, so I'm glad I saw it now. And I see you sent me. What's the Coca-Cola thing? Oh, the guy who remade the Coca-Cola. It took him a year. And then the thing about the scammers. Well, I will do my best to check it out when I have time. But like you, I need to be getting to bed. So again, thank you for your time. I hope Yellow is not feeling neglected. Go take your nap that you were going to take 12 hours ago. And sweet dreams, big dog. All right. So, shout out to Riser. What a good sport. You feel that he's a good friend? Yeah, he's a really good friend, and I like him. He's changed. I've never known anybody from Canada that well. I've known people from Canada, but never somebody. I don't know. I've talked. I guess I know. I've met some people, so I've talked to a lot, but not this much. Not like 12 hours. Anyway. Is that the end of your story? Dude, I have this fucking gun that has been sitting for like a day, and I think I might get fucking sick by eating it.
Is a valid denial. In other words, it works. That type of denial can actually because what a lot of people say is the only time you're time for a false trust and is when your false shua could have served to potentially liability. But if anything you didn't apply then when I see Yeshua is pretty much in consequential to the whole but she won't be high with the code. So we'll say, when I lent related money, which means I can constantly money, and really, just as witnesses. And what happens? And really denies that claim. He swears he says something that he doesn't have it. And it turns out that he's a liar. He'll be highly covered Asham. Why? Because when my security is secure, he's now protects freedom from liability. Abba Pisha Sheva, in this kind of show, you need to show the good yourself how you feel about Asham, Shemalo Yavai. Oh, Yabo will be sky with you, or you pass what you can hide. Those and does do this one job. Sasko will die. Sasko will be disqualified. Therefore, his denial of the liability is attacking effective denial as opposed to that. Therefore, again, when it turns out that he's a liar, you will have to go ahead and recover Asham. So we'll say that is ultimately the dilemma. Ever again, if the document or if the debt is ultimately reported in a document and he denies liability and he swears to the effect, he will not be tired for a false trust. We'll say why not? He will be put in the second. So every star is actually a couple, and as we will learn, one is not tied for denying claims in regards to your population. One is not tied for the partial, or by which of just because of for denying claims against your population. But like it says the Gemara, it's was this is the beginning thing, but yeah, in the paragraph, so was along the same line, I go ahead and I go over to Ruben and says, Ruben and Shimon, you know testimony regarding the fact that lady owes me land. So I am returning them, right? I am going there and making a sure this regarding a real property claim that I have against someone else. So we'll say, what's that about? Then what happens? What we know the slip. What's the slip? They say we have no knowledge. They swear to that effect. Then what? Turns out that they're lying. We have knowledge. So we'll say, Shaila is they do not knowledge regarding a claim that is focused on real property. Shaila is what is your liability? So please do that. One says one says they are punished. Says standing. So what's the real point is why? The other Yochanan, I compare the Mama Shimisha Rabbi. Because the Yochanan just said before that if one goes ahead and denies a monetary claim, and our witnesses to the claim, but the claim is not recorded in the witnesses. Now, luckily, it swears falsely that it doesn't have the money. It's tight. However, Shtar caught them. But ultimately, the claim is recorded in a document that was signed, and the holder of the money, right? The holder of the money denies liability, he will be caught from a common usher. Why? Because it's just said before, because anything recorded in Shtar is backed up by real property, and one is not tied for denial of real property. Okay, that's one of the areas you have. Let's say first my side. And according to the figure of a religion, Yeshua, he says to Gemara to study doctor. I'm going to leave it to Rabbi Abba. Lima, that the open of the laws that took off, that the Ezra Rabbi was watching this. This actually is really this. So, since my book is ultimately again, the open of the laws is the same approach that the Ezra Rabbi was watching this. That's this study. Let's say third wide line. Hagozel Sagan Havera. Let's say, watch this. I steal a field from my friend. I steal a field from my friend. The shot for now. They will say, now what happens? I steal the field. After I steal the field, I will close the Jew. Right? Everybody, every Jew will say, every Jew does the Jew. So, that says that. So, the Jew, you have to translate the act of but what is the term? So, the value is the person who steals with Shuba, or one of that person. One of that see with Shuba, that's Shua Hanabi. The Nabi said Shua Hanabi was literally the first search he done. He went ahead and this whole after years of travel around the earth, so the Pasuk says, Shua saw Hayamah, he returned to his home to Ramah, and he looked very disturbed. That said, every Jew does Shua. Only Shaila explains the service. He only said, the only valuable is how large the radius of the circle. Some people have a radius, some people the circle is a large radius, some people the circle is small radius. Everybody does it. So let's say, everybody does it. Everybody does it. Some people go with their left, some people go with their death, some people go with their final breath. But everybody does it. So it says, I steal a field from my friend, and I do about 50 records. shut for now. So it's a high school of field. Also, what happens? The field is flooded. The field is flooded. So say again, through no fault of my own. Act of what do we call it? God. Act of God. Right? Act of God. The field is flooded. Act of God. So say, what's the halacha now? How in order to the field, what's the shayla? The shayla is what's my liability. So chayv lahamid lo sadek. Remember that. So what's the evidence that says? You have to do what you feel. Well, say, if you got you. Chayv lahamid lo sadek. The kasava karkin and zealous. The power of the shus kaiva. The prayer of the shus kaiva. So what's it? Rabbi Eliezer says you can steal your property. You can steal your property, and therefore, again, when you steal something, remember, whenever a guy steals something, that property becomes his. That's such a, say, what's my obligation as a God? My obligation as a God is to protect the value of the object as it was at the time that I stole it. Because once I stole it, I acquired it. My obligation is to return that which was stolen in accordance with its value at the time it was stolen. Therefore, again, the Eliezer says, therefore, Rabbi Eliezer says, I have to keep him, but I have to give him a field. Whatever that means, but I have to give him financial value. The Chum say, no, this was wild. On the road, already shot all the Padapa. So I say, what happens? What happens? I say, Ruben, here's your field back. So what happens? So Ruben says, but that's not the field he stole. So I say, now that I keep Shula, I'm not sure. The best part about keeping Shula is what? I said to other people, and I say, Ruben, you're really have to look under and this was good on some happened. You want to be about some market from this. Right, sir? And I did you for 5 minutes ago, somebody. So I say, now what happens? I say to Ruben, I don't know what you want from me. I stole it still. So what? I'm giving back that which I stole. I'm giving back that which I stole. How did Shulchan Banapa? So we'll say, the fundamental machlokas of the we'll say is really what? Now, we'll get into the mechanism, but the fundamental machlokas itself is can real property be stolen? Rabbi Eliezer clearly says yes. So this says yes, it's still real property. That's why the moment I stole it, the field becomes mine, and my obligation is to give back the field to the owner at the time, at the value of the time that it was stolen. Come see, you can't steal real property. You back again, even though I kept it moving out of the property all the time, the property was his. It was always his. The fact that I built a 6-foot corner, I didn't let him into it. At the end of the day, it was still his karka and not zealous. And still real property. So the Rashi is all about that. Kasava karka is zealous. If you shut for now, there's should say in Murakami and I never will say when the river overran the field, in fact the field wasn't overrunning, Ruben's field. It was Ruben's field. So I say, but I'm gonna say, come on, the microphone, you was already arguing about that the Eliezer guys should be okay, but I want to guys should be arguing about so say you still be able to really argue about the ones that are the exegetical principles. How do you guys get that possible? You guys come back, really want to look at what's in the shadow. All right, everyone say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our responses for this morning. Share to thank out for Talmud Torah responses for Dear Tufshin Teher. I know Talmud Torah responses. Tosin Mishpacha Baruch Yisrael for dedicating all the Shemar Joshua this year as a zechus for Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Now Talmud Torah responses for the month of Stephen Abavim with Tova Stephen Tarizin in loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zin Devora Bas from Yisrael Yoel, on the occasion of her 5th yahrzeit and merit of our Talmud Torah. And Shalom Slaven Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those who need a report, Shabbat, give it call the Chole Yisrael, the Kontrach, the Shemir, the Shemir, the Homer has to do the Bishalom and the Karov, and our holy soldiers to be successful, the Chol Nasi Yedehem. Listen with that, let us be, we have a lot to do today. The Baruch Hashem, some incredible, really incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us, and a sprinkling of Agadaton. And there's Hashem today. So today's daf is Lamed 835. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Lamed Daled Amid Beis at the two dots, point in the middle of the page. The Shimon Omer Chayiv Kan, the Chayiv Bipikata. So since remember again, the Gemara over here is still referencing the four different opinions that we had on Lamed Gimel Amid Beis. And as we pointed out, one of these very nice machloksim. What do I mean by very nice machloksim? That at the end of the day, everyone is agreeing on the result. The result is that by Shmuel Sa'idos, one is not chayiv unless, of course, the claim. I think so much. Welcome back. That the claim is for a monetary one, right? There has to be a monetary claim involved. Halacha l'maisa, they dispute exactly how to go ahead and arrive at that conclusion. So Shimon Omer, chayiv kan v'chayiv b'pikadon. So Shimon chooses to learn it out from Shmuel Sa'ipikadon. So they laughed about Rabbi Shimon and Eretz Yisrael. They laughed about this. So the Gemara says, "My chocha." So let's understand what was there. What exactly is there to laugh about? The Tani Malipikadon Shekelo Asaba Mushpa Kinishpa Mezid Kishoke. So Pikadon is different than Shmuel Sa'idos. How is Pikadon different? Number one, by Shmuel Sa'idos, I also remember again. This is one of these scenarios where we're at a little bit of a deficit only because we have not actually learned the sugya of Shmuel Sa'idos just yet. But we'll have enough information to operate properly. So the Gemara says like this: Shekino Asabo Mushba Kinishba. And Shmuel Sa'idos, Mushba means someone who takes someone who's adjured by someone else, like someone who takes the shua themselves. And furthermore, Mezid Kishoge. So in Shmuel Sa'idos, both of these cases are different from one another. Masha'en came by Shmuel Sa'idos, where there is no distinction. So there was a myth, the Mushba, the Asama Eidos, Rabbi Shimon Minole. So what does Rabbi Shimon know? That Mushba means, again, that he could be adjured by someone else and still create liability. From where does Rabbi Shimon know that? The Gamar Pikadon, because ultimately you learn from Pikadon. Pikadon, Nami Mushba, Piachirim, Bigman Eidos. The Pikadon itself, ultimately, that you could be adjured by others, is learned out from Eidos. And my Chochos, I understand, what's the laughing over here? What's the mocking? So we shouldn't have a color nice, you know? So we came up, my Chochos, we shouldn't have a color nice, you know? Maybe we shouldn't have a color, if Piachirim Chayiv, maybe Atzmo Kol Shekin. If there's liability when adjured by others, should there not automatically be liability when one takes the oath for himself? Rather again, let's say if they laughed about this just like Rabbi Shimon, because of the issue of equating the reason and showing Sunny, not just because of Shekina, also by Mishpah, Mishpah, so the covenant is different than Mishpah saying this was. Because number one, Mishpah is not like Mishpah, being adjured by others is not like you can destroy yourself. And furthermore, again, this is not like children. It's one second. If we use this, that is we know that completely know that there is liability for life liability, even for intentional violation of your partner. Let's still be now, very simple idea, because there's still a thing that there's no working of the now. So now the matter is hidden from the individual. Now when you see the now, the matter means that there's only going to be some other liability for the gate, and not for you. So that word is used by sports. I think I don't half an hour look to the now. So we also put this in now. I'm going to look now on my profile. So I don't think so. What's the market? That's the only again. You know that you know you're trying to finish with the Shimon, and the truth is it's kind of self-explanatory. What they're treating by is the statement that they laughed about the sheep and Eretz Yisrael. What are they laughing about? Well, the music of the rock is so music to cut them. The Yeshiva, the Shimon Galavah. So maybe what they're laughing about is as follows: that the idea that music is not like children by Pikadon was wearing out Sarah and Yeshiva. That's where the Shimon derives in this position from. And this is what they were laughing about. So they were laughing about the fact that, again, when it comes to Pikadon, that ultimately the Shimon holds that music is not like children, and where does he end up learning that out from? So they go out from the Yeshiva, and say Yeshiva, so Pikadon with me along. I invoke and that's what I'm talking about. I can probably leave my love Aegis. Why did you learn out Shras Happy Hagla from the Elok? And you just as easily go ahead and learn out from Aegis. Which makes it make more sense. To which the Gemara says, so you start on the Elok other than the Elok, so it makes more sense to go ahead and learn it out from the Elok. The Gemara says, because both of these spaces are visible issues. So there is a very strong common denominator between these things. Literally, both comes of propagation. I could have actually just the opposite. The Eagles having a why not learn it out from the Eagles? Shaking Kapta, Nikapta, and Zirshava Kapta. Start on the Eva, shaking the Eva optics. You know, it makes more sense to learn it out. So let's say this from the Eva. Why? Because of the following similarities. Bakal, Nana, Bikabua, Homesh, Asha. What's the sheet that could look at Rashi? Rashi told the actually a little bit higher up in the time about the 12 lines down into the short lines. Shaking the Eva, Bakal, Nana, Bikabua, Homesh. You stay in there, Nana. So this is about both of these things you use the Russian of Eva, this appropriation. We can argue about both. They both apply to everyone. This is because they're in love. About Eagles, they know that everybody in life. But yes, let's say this obviously only applies to those like this. So that's the one. We stay in Nagu such. Stay in Nagu Dasha, should be like that. Stand there in the head. This is a couple. No, furthermore, both Middle Shores have become. Both of them are benefiting from that which is in their hand. So again, the guy from the Euro on this property, and the guy from Chicago from the Thunder, and the Rafuki Aegis from there, as well as the Aegis, but there's no real no involved. They stay in the carbon Kabula, both the carbon and the Euro have a fixed carbon. However, Russia is already away. The command who is still in the Chomesh, the Asham, the Aegis, the Aegis, the Aegis, are subject to an additional penalty as well as the Asham offering, and Shras Aegis ultimately is subject to a compass and not Chomesh. So the idea here is it makes more sense to compare Nila to Bikadon than Bikadon to Shras Aegis. Okay? And when the other side, so this is the opposite. The Aegis coming in the middle, so again, there are plenty of comparisons between Bikadon and Aegis. What are those comparisons? There's Shekay, Faith, Hegel, Yeshua, Kaveh the Cafe, the Oren. So again, let's go back to just a moment. Came back to Shekay, came there my Kafka, supposed to go again. Sports Aegis, Sports Hadikadon, both have Russian of Kafka. Regino and Hegel, and then again, let's say Sports Chicago, both skills regular people, as opposed to Nilo is great Capish. The same score, both skill choice, but I engage to you at the happening very both Sports Innocent.
Yeah, Mr. Clary. Good morning, how are you? Well, I've been up all night with Riser. We spent 12 hours together. Yeah, it was fun. We'll sleep over, Mr. Aquarius. Yes, ma'am. Did you have your coffee or your tea? Do you drink coffee? Oh, okay. Yeah. Good on you. Yeah, perhaps. I just prayed, and I'm in the middle of a Twitter space waiting for them to let me speak. And I'm watching a podcast.
Maybe when this question came up, this was before the example.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Overrides all those particular questions. So the Gemara says, the law is that true. Man Hana Shuvas Hapikado, no Nitan, don't let it kapara. The reason that says it's Shuvas Hapikado, the intentional violation of Shuvas Hapikado is not subject to kapara. Very shame. Very shame. This Mercy Dilma needs it to show me part of the Milah, sign of position. So every Mishnah only brings out that ultimately the issue is that means it's not like Shogi. Why? Because he learns out at the end of the day, Shuvas Hapikado from Milah. The Hana position about Mishpat Mishpat, but he doesn't bring up Mishpat Mishpat. Okay? The Gemara says that the Hana Eidos, the Tigma Picado. So why not go ahead and learn out? So say this from Picado or 60 weeks. Like children is Picado, maybe they're not Shogun. There is not Picado Shogun in reason law. Just like Picado. Now locally, one is tied to Shogun, one is not tied to reason. As a class, you should teach you after this Shogun in reason law. Ultimately, that's what you're saying. They don't give me liability for Shogun, that's the reason. The reason the number of Picado in the law. Whereas the top of the other way, the often cuts it up more. The Gabi Kulas Nikos Nikadosha. That's how the Torah purposely likes Shuvas Ha'ibos.
Excellent. I appreciate it, Mr. Aquarius. I hope you have a wonderful day. God willing, I'll see you tonight. Yes, ma'am.
As well as too much like state of Torah, or concede codex in the state of Torah, the Kula Ne'emar behind the Ne'elam. All of those issues, what the Ne'elam teach. Now, what does the Ne'elam teach me? Again, there's one takeaway. What does the Ne'elam teach me? That halacha makes me only tied to Shogun, not tied to music. Right? Because the Ne'elam means I was unaware. I was unaware. The kind of low Ne'emar behind Ne'elam. And yet, my Shuvas say, it does not say the Ne'elam. What does that teach me? The time of our music is Shogun. Ultimately, they're going to go ahead and teach me Shogun like music. So it's saying something. So what's the bottom line here? The bottom line is a question, right? Over here, they laughed and then Shimon ultimately there is this wrong. Now, considering the root of their laughter was the idea that he was seeking to learn out Shuvas Ha'ibos, Shuvas Ha'ibos from Milah, as opposed to a more linear method of learning out Shuvas Ha'ibos and Shuvas Ha'ibos. The bottom line, halacha l'maisa, which is very important, is that, and this is halacha l'maisa, that one of the unique qualities of Shuvas Ha'ibos is liability, carbonic liability. When you take a false Shuvas Ha'ibos, whether it was the Shogun or the Mason. This is an important point. Because remember, again, like other types of Shuvas, for example, Shuvas usually, or Shuvas Ha'ibos, ultimately, again, if you accidentally take this false Shuvah, this is liability. Intentionally take the false Shuvah, there is no liability. Same thing again, like Tumas Nikos Nikadosha. Now, that's not a Shuvah case. That's not a Shuvah case. But that does get us back to the beginning of the Mishnah. You do have that again in the first Mishnah. Either entering information in the state of Torah, or conceding Kodesh in the state of Torah. If you do those things intentionally, there is no carbonic liability. But if you did it unintentionally, there is carbonic liability. So again, why the distinction? Very simple. Because by all of those other cases, the Torah, when it comes up liability, uses the lesson of the Ne'elam. The person did not know. Like Shuvas Ha'ibos, there is no mention of the word the Ne'elam. He did not know, and therefore, again, there is the Gemara to say that there is liability, carbonic liability, whether you borrow intentionally or unintentionally. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's say now, let's go Mishnah. So it's a great Mishnah. I said, let's be on the other side. And we'll cover the TV. Shara is pointing meeting my son Jews and below my son. And so I say, this is an interesting thing. I go over to the very shit. I say, the very shit. I am adjuring you. Right? So I'm adjuring them. I'm imposing this to them. If you do not come to me and swear that Ruben promised to give me $1,000. You just understand what the claim is over here. I'm upset. because Reuben promised to give me $1,000. Now what happens? What happened? As often happens, it promises to give $1,000, right? The giver reneged. Reuben decided no. So now Reuben made this promise in front of Shimon lady. Says, I want to impose a Shua Sa'idos upon Shimon lady. You know that Reuben promised to give to me. Come to me and testify on my behalf. If they refuse to do so, are they able to do it? Whenever it's like Shua Sa'idos, there's only right there. There is no monetary claim when someone promises to give you something. I told us if Reuben promises to give me a gift of $1,000, that is not an enforceable claim. I have no monetary claim against him. Because there's no monetary claim, therefore I don't even Shua Sa'idos. And I will say, this is the beautiful linkage between the last Mishnah and this Mishnah. Because remember, there's one takeaway, halakhic takeaway, is that the comparison between Shua Sa'idos and Shua Sa'idos tells me that just as Shua Sa'idos, there is only liability if I'm making a monetary claim against you. So to again, Shua Sa'idos, there's no Shua Sa'idos if there's no monetary claim. So what this is teaching me is, even if someone promised to give you something, failure to do so is not an actionable monetary claim. I guess if it could be, right? You could potentially construct the case where if Reuben promised to give me $1,000 and I took action based on the assurance to get $1,000, I can get something like that. All right, anyway, so let's go back there. So you mentioned ourselves. I didn't hear it, I know, no one else is saying anything. And then I said, was it in the 90s? Must be on the other hand. Must be on the other hand. Particularly in this trip of opportunity. Those are very interesting things. I say, you didn't see this. I hereby assure you that when you know this for me, you will come and testify. You know, once again, how it would prove it. There's no Shua Sa'idos in that case. Why? Those are Rothschild means that when there's no Shua Sa'idos, if they swear we don't know testimony, now again, we'll say, I mentioned some yesterday that even in cases where technically speaking, you're not liable for Shua Sa'idos, you're liable for Shua Shav, or Shua Shekel, that is possible. But the idea here is, I assure you that when you know testimony for me, you will come and testify for me. There's no Shua Sa'idos in why. If you're Shekadma, Shua Sa'idos. You also remember that in that case, the Shua actually precedes the testimony. Remember, there's no testimony. There's no testimony yet. So Amr Gabon Sakya says what's the interesting thing. So I stand up and share. Rabbi, Mashbiani Arekan, Shem Ashtam Yodin Eagles Check and Robert Tuesday. I stand up and share. I say, Pedro, says what I'm saying is, if anyone here knows testimony on my behalf, come to those who and testify for me. Again, how it is true. Ultimately, again, there is no Shua Sa'idos. Why? Actually, name is having that. That's what we're going to see. You know, more physically, Shua Sa'idos only applies when you see it out. But if you just speak to a group of people and essentially say, I'm confident that someone here knows able stories, coming to able stories, ultimately they're going to say this. Oh, it's not. That's the other thing. It's funny, Shema from using the Eagles. That's how I want you to do this. I go to people. I say, Nabra, we're going to Shema. We're going to do it. I agree with you. Right? They're going to do that Eagles for me, which will come and testify. And they say, Shema Shema on your in this way, using that way, but it turns out that they do know English. They do know English for me. But how do they know this? What's the source of their information? Either ABPA, those are very interesting. They don't have first-hand knowledge, right? They have second-hand knowledge. They know English for me, but they heard it from a friend who has a friend. Or, for example, one of these two guys who were Shimon was a relative or a apostle. In all of these cases, ultimately again the process. So what do you see here? The only tribe Shua Sa'idos is what? if you capable of giving testimony, capable means you have information that is testimony worthy, and you are a person who is capable of giving testimony. And if you do not go ahead and comply with those details, then halacha l'maaseh. Next, שלח ביד עבדו או שאמר למדבר. אני הלוחם, שמכם לא תראו אי תבוא בשביל. I send my edit to Ruben Insurance and say I tell my edit to a juror. Ruben Insurance, that they should give testimony about that. One person listen to this. It's actually interesting. Let's say this question really is. Let's see my feelings against Ruben, right? My friends are even over $1,000. Right? And so piece number one is I send my edit to Shimon and Levi to a juror. Right? Or interestingly enough, Ruben said to Shimon and Levi, you know what, if you have any testimony of your asking you to go and testify, and that's me, right? Because normally it's the plaintiff. The guy making the claim, I guess we call it the plaintiff, right? The guy making the claim is Shimon or is during the witnesses. In this case over here, it's the defendant who's doing it. So in this case, either of these cases, two actually should have got there. So also very important qualification. There's only a period of short statements until they hear from the person making the claim. Only if the person making the claim, again, the plaintiff is the one who either objects them themselves or is the one that ultimately, it has to come from him. If it comes from it, or if it comes from the defendant, that is not short statements. Incredible. I love that question. So here's our first case in Mishnah. Right? I go to the insurance. I say, Levi insurance. Sure, lady. So you know, that Ruben promised to give me $1,000. And he failed to comply with his promise. Ultimately, again, so you might have thought your fault, you might have thought that ultimately, again, they wouldn't be liable. I'm going to write Tefta with zero Shabbat. Ultimately, again, the concept says Tefta or zero Shabbat. Ultimately, when I say Nema can't Tefta, whenever I want Tefta, so I say this is the Tefta from the Kadon. So it says Tefta, that's what I say. It says Tefta by the Kadon. Now, Laharon, the Tfias Lomon, the Yishlo. After the Tfias Lomon, the Yishlo. So they got Shua Sapi Kadon, the piece over here is where the defendant. Right, the defender, or I should say, there's an actual monetary claim, and there's an accusation that someone is in possession of the money. So, that's an actual monetary claim, and someone has to be in possession of the actual money. So, the idea, as opposed to a claim of a gift, is very important, right? So, even though, again, maybe there is testimony that Ruben's promised to give me $1,000. That's very nice. Reneging on that gift, that's really not a good thing. It's always good to keep your word. But the rights of reneging on the gift does not create an actionable claim. So because that is no short statements in that case, yes. Now, the other thing we should take away is, the next case was, I go over to Shimon and say, Shimon Levi, when you know testimony from me, I hereby adjure you that you're going to go ahead and give testimony. So that's not short statements, why not? So the Gemara says, I adjure you that when you know this for me, and you testify to me, you're calling me Hayam. You might have thought that Shimon Levi would be tight. And the one the Shabbat call Allah, for who are you, O Yah, O Yah. Then you see in the Bible, and you said, so let's say the system here now, the way the concept is phrased is the testimony comes before the shua and not the shua before the testimony. Right? So the timeline of it is very important. So it has to be that Shimon Levi first got the information and then are being mature. But in this case over here, what's happening? The shua is taking place first. I'm saying, I adjure you that when you know testimony, you will come and testify my God. Yes. I'm on the base of Nesh's violence. closing up shoes. I stand up in shul, and I say, Rabbi, if anyone here knows testimony, or I say, no, Rabbi, if you know testimony, come and testify on that. On the floor, Shmuel says, this does not work. This does not work. Why? Because in order for there to be liability for short status, what has to happen? You have to specifically identify the people that you are adjourning. Shmuel adjourned. Shmuel says, I stand up in shul, and I say, everyone here, if you know testimony, come and testify on my behalf. Which says it doesn't work, because I'm not identifying anyone specific. Shmuel says, by the way, even if it's in a case where, let's say, the agent who I do want, let's say, I happen to know that I'm talking to women and children, like Shmuel inside. Like, I know that but I'm just praising it to the whole community. Shmuel says it still doesn't work. Still not work with two parts. But two parts of the fight is you know. So that's the case over there. But it says, no, we're literally understanding right next to similarity. So you know, talking to them for sure, and standing right next to similarity. So you know, so I'm standing right next to them. Really, I'm talking to them. How much more on that? How much more that does not work? Why you must know, because it's not going to be dummy. You might have heard that since then, right next to them. It's keeping on talking to them. How much more on that? How much more on that? That in order for short statements to work, there has to be specificity. It has to be clear which two people I am referring to. I recommend that supports this. We all see a shovel with other funding. There is a community. I see a group of people. And the witnesses why I went to a juror are in that group. Probably I must try rather than I can make you a leadership of other community. And I say to the group, I adjure you that if you know with testimony from me that you should come and testify on my back. You don't you say that. You might have thought that she may be more in there would be liable because this however who paid behind what you have paid of. Ultimately, the person is who paid. There's always stress angles, and when you identify specific people, you are a girl. What happens if, let's say, I stand up in front of the school and I say, I hereby adjourn the entire group. You might think that that does not work as well. I'm a little more so who aid Bahari you can adjure a group. Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, that shit my life 24/7, bitch. They like you so far.
So if you're talking to two people in a group and you just address the group as a group, that will not work to see the liability for the people of commerce, people of business, people who were useful, why you eradicate and shun a whole bunch of tax havers, no real reason to do that. Requires
So in that time, we're talking the great monarch, the great king of the time, the king of Germany. They were talking about the way of the area of France and Germany, which we're focusing on. This all didn't hit Spain, North Africa, anything like that. The crusade was uniquely the issue of France and Germany. There was a great, strong king of France, Henry the V, was a king of Germany. Being in Germany, and his rival was basically the Pope, who was called Urban II in that time. And Urban thought of a good plan in order that he should be able to finally have victory over the king, which was to unite all Christian-believing people throughout the world, even throughout the control place of the church, to unite them against one thing, which usually works when you unite people against something, and that's when you work up the frenzy and people get all into it. And with that, to gain supremacy, to overthrow the government.
You might have thought ultimately again this
The
reliable
opportunity for this came up when a certain man called Peter the Hermit, who was residing in Eretz Israel, Israel, Jerusalem, at the time, came along and gave some terrible news of Christian people being tormented and being harassed by the Muslims who controlled Jerusalem and Israel then at large.
Number one, categorically, right? You have to be the kind of person that fits into a category. Who is able to give testimony, and number two, you have to know the information firsthand. Similarly, again, let's say if you adjure, if I adjure the witnesses, if I adjure the witnesses, but I don't do it myself, I send my evidence with a third party, that doesn't work. Shame I can imagine like this so again, I send my slave, that's my evidence. Or for that matter again, I have a claim against Ruben adjures the witnesses. It does not work. Luckily, because you don't have any title, so the Pasuk says, if they do not say they were very sin, or how you learn that from that Pasuk? My taboo, that what's the book? However, Rothschild is very strict in law that you see. What's interesting enough, law is significant law. Law is written in mother. Like normally law is just lamed out. Here in this Pasuk, law is written lamed vav out. Listen, often from an exegetical perspective, when you go and you see a word that is more like that gives you the ability to judge the word. Sometimes my gosh, the man understands the word, that word is fantastic. Really what it is like this. In law, Yadid Vinasa Avona. It's the him they go into the testimony. Who's the him? The him is the person making the claim, the plaintiff. Right? If they don't go ahead and defend the testimony, they don't look at that as liability. In the Achar Lo Yadid Pater, and if they refuse to give the testimony to someone else, who's the someone else? Peter, for example, he's servant of the person making the claim, or for that matter again, the defendant, there is no liability. So there's a lot of leading point halachas regarding short sa'idos over here, right? So number one halacha is that there's only short sa'idos liability in case of a monetary claim. Therefore, again, if someone comes to give me a gift, and then reneged on the gift, there's no claim, so because there's no claim, there's no short sa'idos. That's number one. Number two, halacha when they go short sa'idos, if the testimony preceded the oath. But if the oath comes before the testimony, ultimately no liability. Number three, short sa'idos only works when you are adjuring a defined population. If you have right population, small population, but anything that you are adjuring must be defined. And ultimately, again, number four is short sa'idos only works for people who are testimonially fit. Right? How you testimony with it. Number one, categorically, you're not a call of an apostle. And number two, you only know information first. And number five, it only works if the actual person making the claim. The plaintiff is the one adjuring the witnesses. But either the plaintiff represented, or the defendant adjures the witnesses, because there is no short sa'idos. No matter what arguments are like that. This stuff doesn't really do this again. That's the only other thing. And so it says now, this is to deal with different lashonos of a jury, different lashonos of shua. So for example, must be anyaleta, right? Really again, I adjure you. That's the classic case. Or mitzada anyaleta, or I command upon you. We see that in lashonos are. Or sarfem, or I give I command you. Or even kind of. This is what you know, this says these are all from the lashonos of shua. So we're now, they're not complete what happens if you say to someone, right? I adjure you by the heaven and earth. Apparently, again, heaven and earth is not the proper motion of shua. But I look valid. I was saying now he was going to get into different names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. One of these names like Shem Aleph Dalet. So Aleph Dalet is like the name of Adon, right? Or the Yud Hey, right? That's again going to be Yud Hey and then Vav Hey. Or Yishakai, or Yitzvahos, or the Chonun Berachum, the Ela Akanim, Berach Chesed. Those are talking about tremendous discussion. We see these Lashonos. Why? is then the truth is behind this is now almost heaven, almost sending no way. And incredible task of the reason that to get us already again in my system in the right. So then you must explore the collecting all of the other descriptive names of Akbar. So as I said, it's interesting enough that you use any of these descriptive names of Akbar, there is in fact liability, for liability. Okay. I'm a cover that just as an aside, right? Because I say this same way that there's true liability if you use any of these descriptive names or descriptive names of God. So from a cover of Quran, it says if you curse someone using these names, or if you again curse any of these names of Hashem, ultimately again there's going to be liability. That's because in the cover of Quran, the Bible says that go. Yaakov fully is fully, since then we look to tell this one fine. But the come to some post, the come to the chapter, then we'll define that post is to use myself. And the kind of other things will look see again as if anyone uses either his names or his sickness. The sickness, other kind of stuff, and he curses his mother or his father with his names. Ultimately, again, he's kind. Here and there, we will read there, but the first five lines, it's a common portion, it's a common portion, ultimately, again, that's why I pocket. Again, we see the root of that mathematician in the line. I'm a Kara Hatzmo Bukadeo, Bikulan, over the one Saturday. If you curse yourself, and your friend, if any of your organizers see all of these cases, as you curse yourself on any of these names, remember you listen, in that bucket, in that cookie making, and then these are the chickens over there. They're actual names for Hashem, like Big Hay and then Bug Hay. Like Ado, Noi, and then there are the scriptures, Kanon, Rachon, Bokos. So the Lord says, if you go ahead and you curse yourself or your friend with any of these names, you're in violation of the Lord's Sasay. Violation of the Lord's Sasay, Yaakov said Elohim, Yaakov Elohim, if you say Hashem, your God strike you, or Yaakov Elohim, or God strike you, so you are like the Torah. This is the curse ultimately again that it says in the Torah. And actually says over here, what is this talking about? It's only Allah. In honor of the Egypt, and the wealth and the promise, Yaakov Hashem b'shachachas, in Lord to Ibu. I will say, interesting enough, even the children from the Torah says that the Lord saying it like this. If I go to similarly, then I say similarly, Hashem should strike you with shachachas and bachas, all the stuff that talk about. If you don't do evil from my behalf, if you don't say the evil from yours, that actually works as a shua says. That works as well as this why, because also that's the example of a paradigmatic curse. That's a paradigmatic color in the Torah. So if I use that as something to effect, more side looks, ultimately again, that works. If I go there and I say, I'll got this off, what happens if I go over to Lincoln and I say, similarly, right? If you have testimony for me, and you go through it, Hashem should not curse you. As the child brought up on you, ultimately, I go and identify the marriage of this is a proper source. Say this, and it comes to this proper. Okay, so now let's analyze it. So I'm back over here. Must be analyzed, my comment. So here's the issue. The issue is in the first part of the story, it says it must be I observe you. What is that? How is that a shua saibos? So my comment, maybe the doctor is easy to say, must be Alifan, the shua ha'amura bafora. Okay, there's more to this phrase. I adjure you, with the shua that is mentioned in the Torah. The saga Alifan, or I command you, the sabah ha'amura bafora. Regarding ultimately, again, the command of doing for now, again, what are we talking about over here? We're talking about the Torah, there's no testimony to share. The second, I need the Israel Amor Torah. I believe you. I believe you ultimately again, the Israel doesn't say. So all of these show that you're doing this, if you're doing them and you're moving it back to a physically stable program, where by it, and the heart is going to be up. So Baruch Shem how it is Hayabim. So ultimately, when the person is saying in the pages, says to him, it says,
There was a fellow in one of the leaders of the Crusaders was a man called Godfrey. Godfrey of Bouillon. I think that's how you pronounce it. Two bells in English, but I think Russians of course always want to bring out that they use solar bells. Every upon hearing the event, Godfrey was at the borders of Germany and Europe was coming. Sent a quote, an order to Godfrey or request to Godfrey not to come in. The request came with a hefty quid of money. Which is the issue that I brought to it. I command you not to walk in godliness, and then he didn't do it. Rabbi worked in amongst his people. Not to the
This is kind of like the introductory phrase to the Shavuot itself, and then also again, there's a lesson of
listening and entered Germany.
Combined with a lesson of Shavuot,
and then went into a number of Jewish cities, which were famous actually for Jewish communities for ages.
If you know testimony on my behalf, and don't provide it.
So we can say of the Crusaders, pretty much there.
This law is kind of glass on that part of the
City, the major city they came into was a city which has a number of subnames, and known as subplace as Spire, or Spire,
are considered to be names of
many of the liturgical
prizes. What about erasing the name of God? Naturally, you're not allowed to erase the name of God's power. And the Muslims are names that can be erased. And in the country, for example, England is changing country, using the erase to go these are examples of names of Hashem, which literally cannot be erased. On the other hand, about Haggadah, and Gibor, and Noah, Ha'avir, Hachazah, Ha'amis, Ha'aziz, Hamon, Yelatim, themselves after the more broken and started killing people one by one. They managed to kill about 10 people, and several committed suicide, so as not to fall into their hands. And then the last thing, this is something interesting that there was a admiral who was faithful to the king, and found out that the Muslim family not listening to them was writing in the city, running with his army, and spread, and this is first the mob, obviously his army, I don't say I enjoy you by laughing at me. I say I enjoy you by seeing who is laughing, by seeing who is kind. Okay, so not just what am I doing, I am directing the descriptive to the name of that was very interesting. Because only level, you have to back because that's all of the artists known. You summarize all the new songs, summarize all the shows. I think that's the case, and it's a new ability where I enjoy people by summarizing the artists. Why? Because I can say what does it mean by artists? The he who created the heavens and the earth, which the Gemara says no. He wants this Hafi Hashka, Hassan, keep on the left of me, the is running around. God died, the new shoe, God died, the new shoe, Germany. So that's what this is really relevant. When it comes to that from the tunnel, when I open up this up in the tunnel, this is incredible. There is only one entity in this world that is called and that is a curse bomb. So super fun. There's nothing else in this world that is called rock in the tunnel. On the other hand, Alpha, even though the Shamayim Ba'aretz, the Shamayim Ba'aretz comes first and you should heaven and earth. So again, yes, because heaven and earth refer to three created heaven and earth, it's possible, but there's also something else that's called heaven and earth. What else is called heaven and earth? Heaven and earth.
place. She with a way was killed. Is
Let's point out, remember, he's in the first line of this. Even Moshe Rabbeinu, by heaven and earth. And again, there's no reference to there's actually a reference to heaven and earth. So it's a very good one. Therefore, again, when you use such a contradiction, when you use such a block from the family, it's referring to Nishu Rachel, Nishu Chana. But what's interesting enough, when you write those words, it does not constitute the name of Hashem. By implication, I know that it's referring to Hashem, but yet writing those words does not constitute the writing of the name of Hashem, and therefore Halach L'Maisa and the others. It's also very profound to contemplate that the only thing in this world that's called the Rachel and the Chana is that it's God. So let's say you see yourself, interesting. Like that, Rachel and the Chana just means compassionate, merciful, and people do that as well. Like, aren't people capable of that quality? So perhaps in these cases like this, people are absolutely capable of compassion and mercy. But in general, when are people capable of compassion and mercy? When it suits their needs. Whereas I think it's compassion and merciful when it essentially benefits me in some way. And other sometimes the benefit just is that I know there's a compassionate and merciful guy. That happens. I think that's appropriate if you only believe that it's kind of relevant, which means having authority is capable of selfless compassion and mercy. Selfless forgive and maybe because the merciful, even through destiny. Even destiny is the point of the truth. So it's totally willing to forgive even when it doesn't make sense to forgive. He's willing to be compassionate even when I don't deserve it. Man is not really capable of that. Man is capable of self-serving compassion and mercy. When there's something in it for me in some way, I am capable of those qualities. But selfless compassion and mercy, that is unique to us. So this is one of those incredible let us agree spirit to what we feel to offer you. Whether it's earned, whether it's not, whether it's reserved as offerings, as qualities, as sacrifices, as prepared to have them to kill, they actually killed them. Sacrifices of the saints. Many thousands died in lakes and were buried in 9 great pits. Altogether, there were about 10,000 Jews who perished in the first crusade. Many different towns. Other towns and cities in Germany. But as we know, many people prayed totally tempted robbed and everything they had. The families crushed everything without any food. The Crusaders actually, for a period of 87 years, just a bit of history, the Crusaders for a period of 87 years had their own sovereignty and the rule in Jerusalem, and obviously they did not have any Jew or Muslim anywhere near Jerusalem, and even when they did, at one time it was only with heavy taxes, and only allowed to live in a small area, in a small corner of the town. May I go?
There were two things we could say, which was the legacy of the Crusaders. We know there was obviously more than one crusade. There was I believe about 5 crusades. The later ones, however, not as gruesome as the first ones. But the legacy that they all left was horrible. Some horrible. Everybody
Yes, he says, even the whole word Tzvakos, you can erase. Why? So when we put Tzvakos, Ella Asher Yisrael. The Rita here, the Rothschild is fascinating. The Yossi says that Tzvakos is not a name of Hashem. It's a name ultimately for the Klal. שנאמר, והוציא סידוסי הסיידים ושמו ארץ מצרים. So ultimately, also Shabbat formation, he says, Tzvakos doesn't refer to Tzvakos at all. That's Tzvakos refers to Klal Yisrael. It's evidenced by the functioning of the and the Shmuel says, in a Rachel Yossi, the Rachel Yossi, Tzvakos is a name of Hashem. And therefore, again, Tzvakos cannot be erased. That's why, like, any prefix or suffix you have, the name of Hashem is Tzvakos, can be erased. From erased. We might give an example. For example, the Father says, La Hashem, La Hashem, Da Hashem, Beis Mincha, Ma Hashem, Bad Mincha, Me Hashem, Mem Mincha, She Hashem, Shem Mincha, Ha Hashem, He Mincha, Ka Hashem, Kaf Mincha. Okay, so again, this makes sense because all of these prefixes are not the actual name of Hashem. Therefore, they can be erased. That's the example of on the front of the prefix. So for example, Elohim because possessive hours of it can be erased. Elohim came by name. Right? Dear God, the name to be erased. Elohim, Chosnem to be erased. Elohim to be erased. We say no. They agree the prefix can be erased. However, the suffix and the after opinion is both. The suffix can never be erased, right? It's about contrasting these beautiful wine. Because the suffix has always been made only by the word that precedes it. Since the suffix is on the name of Hashem, therefore again we add on to the name of Hashem as opposed to the prefix, right? Which again is added before the name of Hashem. So from a new perspective, the prefix doesn't become part of the name of Hashem like the suffix does. Since the suffix is dependent already to a formal state of Hashem, therefore it is endowed in its incredible. Who says halacha calculated? Halacha is definite. So therefore, whereas you are allowed to erase the prefix, you cannot go ahead and erase the suffix. Incredible. We've got to remember as well the size that you're saying this way. We're talking here. We're talking here in the era, as we said, of the 12th and 13th century. Whenever you see the name, for example, or the word Elohim, it's always a reference to Hashem. Or for example, I don't know. It's always reference to Hashem. With one exception. What's the one exception? Shemai. It was a beautiful Gemara. Shemai. So again, the passage says, Vayomer, now again, the word of the passage is Ado and then no. Right, the Yoma Tasi can get anywhere. I'll not tell her, I'll right, so again, what is this telling you? The meaning of passage is how sentences, I'm going to see at the end of the day. The 3 mile off and the 3 mile off and so what's interesting, you know, so again, the Yoma says over here that the Ado no is not referring to a person. That is the first perfect, you know, the Jews, I'm sorry, the opposite. In general, again, all the words that are except for this one, which is referring to the Malach, right? I'm not even speaking to these guys, and so he sees them by the day, and he says, please don't pass by. Right, so maybe they can use this question as well, but I don't know. My master, he's referring to the three people, he's not the Malach, he's referring to the three people. So I think he tells them, do not pass by my time. So the says, he wants the honor, training about when you say about the Rothschild regarding the Rothschild movie, our act is not covered. No. Even with Ado, no, ultimately they're the first to accomplish fire. Kiman, that's the first to God. How is the first to God? Kiman, how do you go out? You tell us versus everything, listen after the first. You want to make this listen after the first. So let's say, so what's the story? For according to the Supreme Court, outside of the second, according to the Supreme Court, well, I'm going to said this passage is not talking to the these 14 Jews were sentenced to become blind, which way they were.
When
who is Avinu talking to? He's talking to the Ribono Shel Olam. And what does he say to them? What does he say to them? So as the female comes, he interrupts this conversation with the Holy Bible to go and to attend to these guests. According to this approach, he says to the Bible, Vayomer Adro, no, the reference to the Bible. In your matzah sitting there, I found faith in your eyes. I'll not have other aladefa. They go anywhere. Please wait here, Hashem, while I go and attend to my guests. So the Gemara says, even this Adro, is a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? You go back and says, what do you see from here? That hospitality, having guests, is even greater than speaking to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, hosting Hashem. But I love you to interrupt this conversation, ultimately with the Ribono Shel Olam, in order to go ahead and have a message. So the way you should have that message, also, I'm going to direct some dialogue with Hashem in order to go and read the Lord. Today, but I just mentioned, what's the pshat with that? What is the pshat? That a message is even greater than Kabbalah connection. So, okay, we're going to tomorrow. We'll pick up this piece tomorrow, and then I'll tell you about Avinu, and also that he said about this other thing.
Light up the masses to go, stir up the masses to go and kill, plunder, localized pogroms and localized attacks. Always the share of the Jew who was living in the time. There was always a question of who is going to be in the lead, who is going to be the next ruler. Whenever there was a question of who's going to be the next nobleman or squire or bishop or cardinal or king, there was always terror, there was always fear, because what kind of a person is this going to be? Are they going to be benevolent to the Jews or less, or totally not? So this was the kind of life that Jews were living in, and if it's all of the picture we have to get of the Middle Ages and the kind of life that people were living, and hence the feeling towards the Jews.
All right, so say good morning. Hope everyone had a beautiful opportunity for the course. Function of nature is supposed to continue now. Now, couple of days leading up to Shabbos Torah. Incredible. So beautiful. Another Kedusha. We did that come to all of our responses for the series with the first Torah and the commentaries by so far. Out to the day, I think it's 7:35. We go through the Bible rights of the nation and other human vessels this year. So we post the Torah and this route. And the very responses for the month of Sivan. How far we will return to students and sing, and then we'll speak mother daughters to sing the Bola Passages of God, and we see Shabbat Judson, and the American Art Conversation, so we have no real. With that meeting coming, of course, we get these other English discussions,
and these are, if you look at the age of Talmud, you will see on the margin towards the center is Rashi's commentary. You have the Gemara and the Talmud in the middle, and on the left side, so the right side page, or the right side of that page, you had Rashi's commentary. On the outer margin, towards the outside of the book, you have most volumes of Talmud being Taisvus. The editions, they were written by many scholars, some of whom were grandchildren of Rashi, and some of the chief ones, some of the main ones, were Rashi's grandchildren.
So we are really fall behind rapidly. So we are 49 down from the top. On the line, I'm at 48. Most people are about the first of all, the difference. We're going to point on past and fluffy this morning. Like that skinny by Apple on today. Alright, so it's remember again, we started we had a new mission yesterday on the top of the beat on the beat. And that's essentially going to force to learn a simple core concept. What was the core concept? But there's how much Shlosa Eidos. Shlosa Eidos is, I go over to two people, like I have a claim against Ruben, and I believe that two other guys will call these similar no testimonies. Like, just look at them and I go over to them and we go, I have an idea that I could Jews, right? I can go ahead and tell them, you know, you guys know testimony for me, right? You didn't show me, sorry, you know, you know testimony for me. In my case against you, if they say no, you don't, I could say, I make you swear that you do not know any testimony on my behalf. Okay, and I'll look at least that if they go ahead and they swear, and things like this swear falsely, there's provide liability for that. But the Mishnah on the beginning of the day highlighted once we showed that in order for there to be liability, provide liability is liability for us. The claim that's occurring has to be one that is not a claim in nature. So, for example, if I have some other claim against you, whatever it might be, but it is not a direct manifestation, ultimately, again, there's no liability to steal something. You guys have already four different opinions. Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Yeshiva, Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Shimon. Not trying to be similar to Midrash, but again, but we work together, Baruch Hashem, on a short conversation on the base. Ultimately, going ahead and trying to highlight where does this so come from. That's all. That was all the questions we have. Now, the Gemara is doing, and once again, going through those shittos another time and highlighting different problems that exist with them. So let's keep on. Let's get another way to look. The V3 So let's go back and let's use the concept. Remember again, use Raya. Putting together the double that the way that was someone who called me Owen. You don't recognize that just because my son Adam said he Owen. So in other dialects, it's also called Owen. Let's go again. These other different like. Anyway, so the language whole idea of this, like the Shava says we are Owen from Shvas Naibus, Shvas because of. Just because you must know one second, you can name the Shava of O to Shvas between. Which remember again, just Shvas because it happens to really focus on all that much. Just to get things correct, we do Shvas Naibus, which is an oath imposed upon others who you feel have testimony that can help you. Shvas between, that's what we've been doing up until this point in time. What we call this a declarative oath. And of course, because of it, you are not really covered yet. In a meaningful way, is someone else's possession of my item. If it's my item, then you have a little bit of dispute. But once that they have it, I can make them take an oath that they don't have to be covered. Okay, so you must question about our email. Oh, I think your people saying, oh, you use the money to what? So again, why is it very difficult? Because let's look again. We both have O, we use the mine sword, and we both have a sword, but any mine coin, the real coin is out, in the Dabbing Shalom, it's less money. And yet, again, both can have a scenario that doesn't say you require a monetary living, or you can have a source of mutual that doesn't have a monetary living. With that switch, which the earth is literally stamped out, you can cut it up in the and it's more sense to learn a source that English and source that you cover. Why? Because says, between Tachta, and Tachta, there's ultimately again, first of all, again, both have the Russian of Tachta, they have that symmetrical Russian. Whereas the other Rabbi, there's a Rabbi saying, you need to have it earlier. No, I can't say this is just between why. She can Tachos, excuse me, Tachos. Because ultimately, again, both of them can create a lot of growth in the carbon content, especially for example, we are structuring the last white lines of top, content and content, English was deeply the content. So this is the English is the deeply, definitely the carbon content, about Shvas as covering the awesome. That's because they're ultimately again, so that's what the English is Ella, and stop them with the covering the windows. That makes more sense to learn out Shvas English with less than the covering why. As we're going to see now, because there are more short similarities between English and Chicago than English and Detroit. What are the short similarities between English and Chicago? So first of all, again, that says that it means so first of all, again, English and Chicago have that same exact Russian of that. So that's number one. Number two, the native Chicago is the concept. Furthermore, again, you both kind of on music of intentional violation as opposed to what is constitutional. Remember being not tired from music, not cut A and the Catherine, both have a Tria, a King, and a Kira.
The halakha, the law follows Rashi. And there's a certain order which they're put, which this is the universal way. If I appear to fill in, it will be follow the one that Rashi like, however, and therefore Rabbi Natan did argue on the short because Jewish law says that if somebody is God-fearing and wants to fill in all the possibilities, he should also put on times to fill it. And that's what you will see many people with tefillin to fill it. The Rashi says to fill it, and then Rabbi Natan said of to fill it. Encourage this very strongly. Also, obviously, if you already putting up one parent to fill in, that it's a good thing and a very commendable thing to put up two pairs to fill in. Rashi and Rabbi Natan.
And Shvuas have become those. Therefore, it makes more sense
Rabbi
to
Natan
compare
turned out
those
to be
two
in his generation the
What's the
greatest
comparison
of
about?
his region. The greatest, he was the leader of the Jews in the entire France. In general, he was a rich man. He was a quite wealthy person. But in 1147, there was a crusade, and the Muslim fell on Rabbi Natan. They took everything that he had. They mutilated him physically. They stabbed him in many places. They destroyed, they seized the Torah that belonged to him. And he was only saved by a certain knight who was riding by, and he, for the price of a very expensive horse that Rabbi Natan promised him, he subsided the bombs and he chased them away, saving Rabbi Natan's life. Rabbi Natan was looked at, as we said, the entire region as the greatest authority in Torah. Questions were sent to him all over France, and it was definitely seen as the leader. He had quite an unfortunate end to his life, as we mentioned before this, non-liable boys, and Rabbi Natan put in a tremendous effort to save these Jews, and when all the efforts were futile, and the Jews were burned alive, he passed away. Only a few days after, only a day, year 1171. He was born in 1170, so why not make that comparison?
But there are more comparisons between Shvuas Ha'edos and Shvuas Ha'edos. And so Shvuas Ha'edos is Shvuas Ha'edos. Beautiful. Okay, and I will say again. The result from that, what's the result? Remember, all of this was challenging Rabbi Eliezer, who learned out from Shvuas Ha'edos. Learned just simply saying, why not try to learn out from Shvuas Ha'edos? From Shvuas Ha'edos. Which we want to say for Ezra, more comparison between Ezra and Kadosh than Ezra and Yitro. What's the result of that for us? Remember, we told you out of the year that Shvuas Ha'edos only occurs in a situation where there is a denial of a military force. If the claim questions that there are military implications, then there's no viability for Shvuas Ha'edos. Good. So just pretty much saying that we are good. Next. People says, people over the Hayar, Yasham La'achosnei. We see this like this, right? The person says it will be liable for one of these things. Mishneiva Shuchayiv. So what's a Mishneiva means for amongst these things? What does that mean? And some of these things for which are liable, Mishneiva Shukasa. And there's some of these things for which I thought that talk to himself. So how do you distinguish, or how do I know which piece of the Shvuas Ha'edos really liability and which piece of the Shvuas Ha'edos there is not liability? It's a simple thing. So Tabo Mama Chayiv, Tabo if it's real, the claim is for money, then I want to there's liability. But if the claim is not for money, then I'm Pata. So let's say, so again, I sort of point out what's very good at the last, but if you use the train of thought a little bit, or a lot, or the whole time, again, don't worry, because this is one of these laws where no one is debating the court concept, right? The court concept, the court concept is you are only liable for a false Shvuas Ha'edos when you swear that you don't want testimony in case it is a monetary soul. Right? That's the whole you sold over there. It happens to be a story we might protest about how I learned that concept. But as long as you're not focusing on everyone's doing the concept, just the student or debating what the source is. And now that the people said, you know, since you're not worried about that turns ultimately enemy lost. How do you finish that? Monetary thing, ultimately identified me. No monetary thing, no by good. I must have become a higher person than they used to university. That we have Kiva, our own brother was a son. Rabbi really also for his Russia, relied on the old child of Rabbi Elazar. Rabbi Elazar. When I was reminded, I said, that's the case. So then what is the thing with Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Elazar? This is what reminded us of Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Elazar. Mashia Ede Karka. That's very interesting. The Naftamina may be. The Naftamina said, Rabbi Elazar, looking for the thing from the saying that Kiva essentially at its core relied on the old cause Rabbi Elazar. Then Halacha herself, where I was in the one of the Kiva, specifically, Rabbi Kiva organization say that the religious Jesus will not be tied to a service. One of those cases. One of those cases. He goes from Toyu, Ede Karka. Ede Karka. Now, what's the indication of Ede Karka? Then Rabbi Kiva posted, and Rabbi Yochanan was his friend. Kiva was saying, that's your support. And Rabbi Yochanan, I'm not asking us to even okay, fine, so before you listen, we do not need this from what Rashi says. My name is Rashi next Rashi. Well, you're listening to Hayahu. Because the Hashavas are Gizira Mashamina way, in the time of Hashavas are Gizira Karka. Because I like that the real thing is Rosh Hashikago, own Rosh Avis. It's very interesting. What happens if I do this speak against Eden? And I think that similarly you have Avis in that case. And then there's all the swear that they do not let any Avis without prejudice to change. But then, is that called Is that conditional monetary thing, or that's the conditional monetary thing ultimately refers to what? That's the Shaiba. So ultimately, again, that's the point of Rabbi Elazar Chayav. Rabbi Kiva ultimately again says that you are Pater. You must love your Kondama Hassan. Must be a Bikaka Filu Rabbi Elazar. See what the Papa, Maika, being of a long Rabbi Kiva. But then to the Yochanan says that no, even though the Elazar is the Papa is such that this was and therefore again, it's the and learns how to play it. And ultimately again, Hunter and Elazar, the two in the Haka, so the beginning says that things to do with Papa. Maika, what is the point of the person who Rabbi Elazar Kiva? Because remember, 8 years. Very interesting. What happens again, also, we saw this very Mishnah. What happens if I look for the Mishnah again? I say to Shira, maybe you know testimony about me. You've been owes me money. But again, it's not money, it's not. It's not. And let's say again, you're going to Shira, swear that they don't know any testimony, but in fact, they really do know testimony. Is that called denial of the monetary claim? Which that will be the point of comparison. Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to say we. We're just working our way through all these sheets. Have you said we will Ola? But who is Ola? The English and Spanish will be the Maria. The Museum of the Maria Possible Battle. What the mission is to do very interesting. The mission is to focus on a little bit of a different thing. And this comes like the following. The Portuguese is the one from the V8, right? We're going to stay this. So the people I'm trying to go through the nation in February, you know, essentially, you know testimonies regarding like things against you. Now the Portuguese are worried, and there's like similar testimony. Ultimately, again, they saw or they read. The English in this hemisphere, the Lord will be the possible data. So that's already the idea. But there are one of two ways that similarly between our testimonies. Either with what we call Lydia below Lydia, seeing something, like observing an event, you know what? You don't actually know the context of that event. I'm really saying actions occurring, but I don't know the context of those actions. Or Lydia below Lydia, information and not having seen the actual transaction. Either one of those scenarios could be liability for Shmuas HaIdus. So the Gemara says, let's analyze a couple of ayahs. So let's talk about it. Rema, Rabbi Yosef is less late than Rabbi. Rabbi Yosef must not hold of Rabbi. Now, what does Rabbi hold? So we're going to Rashi. Beautiful. Rashi is right across. Straight up right across. What is Rabbi? I say, let's say Rabbi. The joining in the Chayim with the double. We go, come on, I don't know what the Chayim we've done it. It's the very essentially the alcohol that you could choose liability. This is what we would call today circumstantial evidence. Or Rabbi. So this is very interesting. The Sanya, the alcohol says as follows. Gomer Hapuka bin Hadimon. This is what it is. If you have a camel that is meaning, the Oka literally means cooking. That's what it says over here. Oka both liabilities to do because less Rashi. Rashi believes that the Shabbat is not taking Kiva. So you come to market the lab of the mothers in the streets. So apparently, when camels mate, they never live with it. So what ends up happening? They end up kicking the camels around them. So the great terrorist goes on to the first leg of Rabbi, which names are the author of the Tanya, the ultimate evidence. So go on, okay, so you have a camel that's moving, and therefore by definition it's kicking. And then what do you find out here? The inside, Gamo Holland it's the dough. And the camel finishes maybe what do you find? A dead camel next to the maiden camel. What's that about? So ultimately, again, we know that the maiden camel killed this camel. That was the interesting thing. Do you know that the maiden camel killed this camel? Do you know? No, circumstantially, you can put together a picture, right? Because again, there was a camel that was mating camel stick other camel, and then another camel is dead right in the proximity of the mating camel. So when you put this in, this is the position of the alcohol. The alcohol, which is a created liability, financial liability, based on circumstantial evidence. Which the Gemara says, if there's the alcohol, so those two different you'll see how the really hold, doesn't have focus of the alcohol. The notion really says you could create a liability with knowing something even if you didn't see it, or with seeing it even if you didn't know it. But according to what you need concrete information in the either by seeing the event even if you don't know the context, or by knowing context even if you didn't see the event. The circumstantial evidence would never be enough to create liability. And that's what is very interesting. The Gemara says, we say that the alcohol is in the Australian second from the Shetta. Because it can also really hard to the alcohol that you can create financial liability because of essential evidence. But the truth is, you can even potentially create capital liability based on circumstantial evidence. What does this mean? The Gemara says, the same, I'm sure to check out. I'm sure to check out some power. This is pretty crazy. I've never been to come up. I've never been to come up like that to check out. That's what you are. I swear. But it literally means I will not find consolation. I swear. We see I once saw a guy, I saw Louis running after Shimon. And what happened? They ran into a flipper, right? They ran into a arena. It's also a wine arena. Arena is a place where you learn party other people. The last after Shimon got that sense, but Shimon got that see this whole thing. He sees Ruben running after Shimon. And then he sees obviously something's going on over here. He said, Shimon said that from running after Ruben, he's running after Shimon. So listen, I watch this. Watch the Akara. The Matzah is signing Biyado. Wow. And I'm coming to the portal. I'm coming to the room. And I see Ruben holding a sword in his hand. He's down in the cockpit. And there's one taking off the sword. The Harod Mefarta. And it's literally again, he's dying. He's in the throes of death over there. I'm not to know. Let me say, I'm really translating. So what does Shimon that see? What does he see? What does he see? He sees Ruben with a weapon that has blood on it. He's sitting dying on the ground. What did he see? What did he see? He didn't see Ruben managing to Shimon. Yeah, look at Shimon that got killed. I'm not to know. I said to Ruben, rush up. 3 eyeballs there. killed Shimon? Like the only one of the possibilities. Oh, I mean, oh, I thought. You know, he did it. Oh, I did it. And I know that I did it. Right? So every Shimon said, that's like you literally go for it if you killed Shimon. About my ass, right? So don't come up to the idea. What should I do? I can't think that first one. Why? Sorry, I'm a Torah. I'm trying to do my families. So these guys say, Shimon said, that's what should I do? I'm an 8 hour. They will say, now what's frustrating about this? Shimon said, that's the reason I can't pay you for these things is because I'm seeing the race. What can you infer from this? There's someone else who looks Shimon said, then what? They would have called him tribal and basic. Now what's frustrating about this? They will say, this is circumstantial evidence. It's circumstantial. No one saw the act. No one saw the act. Yet, Shimon ben Shachar says, I believe that if there was someone else with me, this would have been enough to be put as capital crime. What did I do? I'm an Eirakot. I'm an Eirakot. Hello? I'm not going to be calling me from. I can explain to the exact punishment for me. I mean, he said, your sons in the Sham, I say not, say not, but in this. So what happens is, he there before a sweet king, did this guy, and this guy died. This guy died as a result of this thing. So again, so just to take up the rest of it, right? The music really is saying that I'm also going to myself, it's Rothschild, those people, you have the word Medina, which means the son of an even level contacts, and you have the word Medina, you know information, even if you do not see the initial of that. But you've got to have solid and concrete information. Okay, where this says, the music really clearly doesn't go like the Rabbi. Because Rabbi said, in Halacha L'maaseh again, in the case of the mating camel, you can take liability through circumstantial evidence. Not that's mercy, but by the way, go with Rabbi, you can even have the Shimon said that. So the Shimon said that you can even convict on circumstantial evidence, ultimately again, in capital cases. And the reason why you couldn't convict that guy moving was because Shimon said that wasn't a record. Seriously, you know what it says? I think what he said, Rabbi Achah. He said this was the Rabbi. It's not really so you can find the case to be below the which is also the I know facts, and the facts, I know from the country that most people I cannot see the initial event. So you can find a case like that outside of being mothers. You can find a case like that outside of being mothers. So you know what it says? Hello, and that, for example, a case like that would be like someone said that case. Hello, you never want to be making this stuff. So at the end of the word, let's say the capital case, how can you ever predict based on returns? For example, let's say, in a capital case, what would be an example, ultimately, again, of Yediyah below Yediyah? What would be an example of a capital case? The Shimon case is a perfect example of Yediyah below Yediyah, right? I see you there, working in the soil. So clearly, again, someone killed Shimon. Yediyah, I cannot, below Yediyah, I didn't see you there do it. But it looks like it is but, you know, 1 plus 1 together, it's like I come to the conclusion that we didn't kill Shimon. And I will say that in a case, how can you have a capital case of Yediyah, I'm sorry, Yediyah below Yediyah, right? How can you ever have that? So the Gemara says, there's going to stop us all. And that's wrong. We know by Mela from over to Rabbi Haran, or Yisrael Haran. So remember, again, because in a capital case, ultimately, again, you have that Yediyah. If you don't have Yediyah, you can convict, for example, that's what the victim was. Right? Was ultimately, again, was it a Jew? Was it a non-Jew? They often Shrefa Hara, or Turning Hara. Was the person a Shrefa? Right? Because what's another halacha is technically speaking, if you kill a Shrefa, right, which is someone who has some type of injury, some which they're going to experience in the death, then that woman takes no liability for things. So halacha means you can't have a case without Yediyah. So starting up the so what do you see from that? You see the society, some of them held to and ultimately, society has specially the top of the physician, testimony, in a class case against you, but ultimately, again, is not liability for these are like the family. You could find the case of Yediyah without Yediyah, but Yediyah below Yediyah, how can you have a case of Yediyah from Milo by Meta? The case of Knas, and also you have to know, not this law, that's Israel law, Sulabal, Sulabal, Bulabal, and then what's the you can't have a case cover really that idea. Because if you don't have the idea, then you don't know whether or not there's actual mass liability. If I don't want to look cold, that when the case of people there, to be possible from trust, right? Okay, incredible. I can say that. We're not going to finish, but essentially what we've just really done is decided to show the first primary three opinions. Good. Those are instinctive steps. Just as the harmonic and the exactly great tomorrow. The harmonic is saying the yes, yes, exactly. And then we're coming by it. And then use that. We're pondering the following things. Money is super deflate flowing. That's what I did. Here's the case. So I go ahead and I say to Ruben, money in super really means I count it out in money. So what I'm really saying is like this. Ruben, I lent you $1,000. I lent you $1,000 in front of Shimon and Levi on the base. The agent rolled out some of the horse. The rest of the half is true over here. Shimon and Levi are standing outside. So let's say, so this is a great place. So this is what we would call the long idea. So what happens? Shimon and Levi are standing outside. So what does Shimon and Levi see? What are they observing? They're observing. I am putting $1,000 into Ruben's hand now. What don't they know? What don't they know? Contrast. What is this? What is it? Is it a loan? Is it a deal? And I'm retailing something to Ruben. So they see the objective fact I am giving money to Ruben. So the agent rolled us in the office. So we were outside. And they're actually points out that we have to let sit here and look up ahead. So I should say, you actually understand that Ruben did not see the agency, which we're discussing just a moment. Now that actually says over here, if you have to look at Tosis says that's the answer. Everybody can see why. So how do you get in? How you live in? How you run? Oh, how long? The also just simply says, of course, the cases where you're outside. Because if you're inside, then what? Then you'll be in your and it'll have to be outside because you need to set it up and then you'll be, all right, anyway, I'm getting $1,000 we just see you doing this. So the most favorable, so what is that? What is the situation? I'm going to let's back up. This is a bit of a context for me, right? Rabbi, you just say over this case. Rabbi, sitting there. Right? So the Mila says to me, Rabbi, can you tell me what is the context of this case? Now, I don't know but specifically, what is Ruben creating? Right? So I'm going to be giving $1,000. What is Ruben creating? So the Mila says, I'm going to go, how you turn it over. If Ruben says, not $1,000, you never do $1,000. What's that happen? And obviously, what is he? He's a certified liar. Because obviously, the eyewitnesses that saw that I gave you $1,000, right? So that can't be the case. Shocking, but then when they say, yeah, so they gave me $1,000, you know why? But it's my money. I lent it to him, or I deposited it by him, whatever it might be. So yes, I got $1,000 from him, but that was my money. It was my hobby. So that's the reality of what the witnesses do. And I always remember, the witnesses can't say yea or nay in that case. Which other witnesses saw that I put $1,000 in you when you were there. If you says, yes, I received $1,000 from Silver, but it was my money, then ultimately you have to believe him. So you must agree. Also, agent, my hobby. So ultimately, again, if agent calling that context, so ultimately, again, what good do they do, right? In other words, Allah for myself, what have they really accomplished? So the Gemara says, over here, so that's quite fascinating. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So I'm away on you know. This is it. So the Gemara says, on you know, it's the joke. Excellent point. Excellent point. You want to come in to the yeshiva. It's almost like this is a Tahar. And so you from Lugo Sahel with Hamila, and you do the like the way, that's a Hamila, the way you're so Sandra, you like the Hamila, ultimately, and then to come into the yeshiva. That's because you're Hamila, حتى الرأي اللي بيخلص ليس رجل حتى محكي أسلاك which is actually quite beautiful. So because when you come into the yeshiva, why? Because every Rebbe needs a college like you. What's the job of a Rabbi? To teach and inspire his Talmud. And what's the job of a Talmud? To sharpen his Rabbi. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. So therefore, the reason for Amino, people need to see that. Also, just funny as an aside. As an aside. What do you do with these things? This is actually an interesting case. I'm putting $1,000 to me, and I'm putting $1,000 into his hand. Witnesses are standing outside. They see me giving $1,000. Obviously, my claim is I lent him $1,000, giving him money. Leaving his claim, a really quick claim, because it's going to go out, he will pay me back. Right? For it was a gift. What do you do in this case? It's actually interesting. So the Rabbi what was going to be done. That's why we have no idea what's happening over there. It's very good. The environmental hearing that was just from the same size, so we don't, and that's what that was going back to me. The environment telling us something. You don't know what I'm doing, claims no. You would give me a gift. When you say me down, how is it never? The next part has this bridge. Let's say, we haven't seen it yet. So it has this. We're going to say something really swears. You didn't swear, and it keeps money. That's how he's really keeps the money. And I'm not right. However, I don't know how you go on your own life. That if you didn't say no such thing ever happened, then obviously again books up half-life. And I'm going to be clear. One thing we have, one thing we know is that I did give you the $1,000. We just knew how to make a mistake. The witnesses cannot prove it just to be this way. Therefore, the witness even is allowed to go ahead and take money. Once again, I'm not going to say very beautiful. That if you think about these two streams, that's actually very important to talk as well. Like to be put into one of these two categories. There is Yudhya below Yudhya. Right? And that's why to say, Yudhya below Yudhya. It's the most of right is Yudhya below Yudhya. That's most of right. I see things, and I do not know the facts. Like 99% about interpersonal interactions are Yudhya below Yudhya. I see someone do something and I catch a free spin of it, right? I catch a free spin. Someone sent me a picture of me practicing against central figure and like I was like, you know, like that. It was a funny person said, you really should pay better attention during the speeches. I think to myself, like, it was relevant. Let's say it was relevant. So who was speaking and sent me the picture? So I was just I was thinking again. I actually was paying attention. I was thinking that it was so incredible because what's the Muslim? The Muslim is you could catch anyone in a freeze frame doing something or looking a certain way. That's just the way they are. Like, catch anyone right on this. Just so much of life, is really below you. I see someone do something. I have no idea about the context. Even sometimes you hear someone say something. And maybe it's a little jarring or upsetting. You don't know what's happening in that person's life, about what the rest of the context of that is. And so much of life is knowing what you saw. You saw something, but you have absolutely no idea about the backstory to all of this. On the other hand, there's also Yudhya below Yudhya. There's Yudhya below Yudhya. There's Yudhya below Yudhya. There's Shavuos. Right? Shavuos is Yudhya below Yudhya. But ultimately, I know that there are certain things that are true in this world, even though I have not seen them. I believe that there is part of the Best Torah, even though I do not see many. Some of them I've seen on people's eyes, didn't see them, but it's okay. I believe that I can talk with all of my heart that I choreographs and shapes every single moment of my past, present, and future. Sometimes I'm not able to see it. Just because I can't see it, it doesn't mean I don't know. So I need ultimately again the belief in Yudhya below Yudhya for my Adam Lechavero, and I need Yudhya below Yudhya ultimately again for my Adam Lechavero. Let's go like this. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. It's always luggage. So good. Maskitla. No. Hello. Once I get to this over here. I read the Amud Money means to look at the side Amud Zeh. Those are easy days. I go into this every day. I lend you $1,000, and by the way, I'm mentioning my friend by saying, I lend you $1,000, and I was in the exact location where the loan took place. I lent you to buy this pillar. Right? So I'm a lady. So I'm
common than it was in earlier times. And we'll get back to that after having explored the area in which we're talking. We're going to be centering primarily on Spain. We went through the other time with the story of the Crusaders, the Jews, the Jewish story, the unfortunate Jewish story at that time of France and Germany. We're going to now focus on Spain, the area really that also led up to the Spanish Inquisition. And we're going to focus on next week the decline of Spanish Julian and Taurus, most unfortunate fashion. Let's start with somebody who indeed I should even say the course of history receives a chapter on its own. You've got to make it big for that. We went through Maimonides' matter himself, and in no small measure is the next character, the next great leader, a leader to himself, somebody who really is a very unique. His name is somewhat similar to what we call Maimonides. Maimonides is known as the Rambam, Rabbi Rothschild, this man is known as the Rambam with a group at the end. Not Maimonides, but Maimonides. His father was called, we share the same name as the Rambam, Moshe, so it's Rabbi Moshe ben Rambam. The Ramban was born in the year 1195, and his upbringing and education was very, very special, was very unique. We went through it around that time. The differences of style and method of learning, the different yeshivas and the different academies that existed at the time. You had Spain, the Spanish, the Sephardic, some around Spain, the Sephardic way of learning, which focused primarily on getting to all of getting down to the halacha, which is personified by the two major works. Al-Fasi, which we've been through, which he wrote, he was the first one who sort of codified the Talmud, got the deleted all the backwards and forwards and focusing on the actual law. He was the first Jewish rule of the Mosaic nature was deleted. And Rambam, the Sephardi, because his great one did that tremendous work of collecting the Torah. That was the style of learning in the Sephardic Jews. France and Germany, that way of learning was personified by Rashi, and the Bali, not Toys Phillips, those are the editions of Josephus, who we went through, we studied that Rambam. They focused primarily on rightly on meaning of Talmud. The Shabbat of the Gemara, Talmud in this passage, how to understand this, not necessarily has to do with actual law. Obviously not to obviously there's no absolute, obviously everybody was concerned with the halacha, that's not the whole of what I'm saying, obviously everybody was concerned about what the Talmud means and what the Shat is. However, Shat means meaning. Then there was the south of France. The south of France, we again went through the past and the previous occasion, very occupied with philosophy. Very occupied with the Rambam's Moed and ranks. They're very busy with trying to enlighten humanity philosophy and Torah. This was something they were very into. The Ramban,
A person doesn't remember urinally in a particular place, but it's not indicative that you're not telling the truth. That's a very important supposed to answer this as well. That we remember the things that are important for us to remember. And if we don't remember something, generally, that is indicative that it wasn't important. Therefore,
confession, and that was contribution of the, I believe, of the south of France, where he learned were interested in uniting the sciences together with terrorism. That's what he was doing as well. Matt wrote a number of great works. The first novelist is a book called Milchama is Hashem, the laws of Hashem, the laws of God. That's a pretty important because what was he fighting? Well, if you look,
indicator that it does not rate in high importance in our lives. Incredible. All right, we'll say no. We'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach. Right back on track. Right back on track. Yeah.
Each of the page of the Al-Fasi, it is very exciting. The Rif, if you look at the volume of Talmud, the Rif will be printed in the very same style as a page of Talmud is printed. The Rif will be in the middle. It's quite small, his column, because it's only the laws. Around the Rif, there are many commentaries. The Rif did something very bold.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin.
He sifted through the Talmud, decided what the law would be according to the rules that he understood to be correct, and put down the rules that he found in the Talmud. Otherwise, the Talmud so clear as to what the ruling is. You have to use principles, and sometimes a lot of it is to use genius to know what the Talmud, where the Talmud is going on a certain road. But this is what the Rif did. Obviously, not everybody would agree with everything he said. There was his chief two critics, was a man called, who went through the past week, the Baal HaBoy, Tzanachia, maybe he wrote to say for the book called the urinary board, the rabbit, the rabbit, the rabbit was also a critic of the rabbi, also wasn't so the rabbit obviously wasn't so quick in allowing anybody to make a book saying that he has fully figured out the design of Jewish law. So they are the chief critics of the Rif, and they are printed right on the page that the Rif is printed. The Ramban made it his mission to defend the Rif from his critics, from the Baal HaBoy and from the rabbit. He wrote a book called Milchama is Hashem, the laws of Hashem, defending the Rif against his those who wanted to criticize him and to say that the law is not like him. So if you read the opening page of Rif, it's quite exciting is to see who is taking on who, why do they see him to be wrong, why does the Muhammad's see him to be right. Another interesting work he wrote was Minyan HaMitzvos. Minyan HaMitzvos, the counting of the mitzvahs. This is an interesting idea. The Talmud says, the Gemara says, that there are 613 mitzvahs. This is something very well known. What's not very well known is that it's quite a difficult task to actually figure out which of the commandments of the Torah are considered to be individual mitzvahs. For example, there are a number of kinds of sacrifices of korbanos. The Torah has a law, very detailed. This is the primary subject of the book of Vayikra, Leviticus. How exactly is each korban? How exactly is each offering meant to be brought to Hashem? So the details of every one. There's a sin offering, there's a peace offering, Shomim, Chatos, various offerings.
What do?
Do we consider the individual mitzvahs of every offering?
I
Do we
overcompensate
consider them
to show
individual
ultimately
mitzvahs?
again
So,
that
for
I
example, you have
incorrect. I said that is
sin offering, and there's, let's say, for argument's sake, 5 details, mitzvahs that Hashem says, do this, do that, do the other, 5 of those. Do we consider them to be mitzvahs? Or do we say no? There is a mitzvah.
I don't know.
And if a person needs to bring a sin offering, he brings a sin offering. And he's going to do it in a certain way. And the Torah tells you how to do it. So essentially, it's one mitzvah.
Things in life where, although I've taken a position,
Maimonides
deep down I know the
makes the
position
count
is
and his
wrong.
count of the
So how
mitzvahs.
does the
Maimonides
Gemara
considers
how do you know
it to be one mitzvah.
to say you were wrong instead of
now the problem
doubling
is
down
that
and
there are many, many
cementing a flawed
commandments in the
approach.
Torah,
How
not
I
all
know
of
to
the
myself,
613. So you've got to generalize. You've got to choose which ones are mitzvahs and which ones are not considered to be one of the 613. There was the very first person quoting this was a man called Shimon of Galilee, of Cairo. Reb Shimon of Galilee is better known as the Baha'i. In the Yeshiva world, the Baha'i. That stands for Baal Halachos Gedolos, the Baha'i. Baal Halachos Gedolos means the owner of the great halls. What does he wrote? He wrote a book called Halachos Gedolos, the great halls, and he is called the Baal Halachos Gedolos. The one who wrote the book called the great halls. Given the first one very early, the Tosafists bring him all the time. Very early on, he wrote a book counting from 613 mitzvahs. The next ones, obviously, another one was Maimonides of the Rambam. He wrote a Sefer HaMitzvahs, the book of mitzvahs, which contains obviously the counting of all 613 mitzvahs. The Ramban himself wasn't necessarily in agreement to the Baal Halachos Gedolos or to the Rambam as to take count of the 613 mitzvahs.
All of us are made up of multiple parts. And some of those parts are good, some of those parts are not. Like, no one is
He
an absolute.
defended the
But
Baal
still,
Halachos
when it comes to judgment,
in a
I
greater way
can't
than he agreed
participate
with the
in the
Rambam.
judicial
The
process. And
Rambam
whether
had
it's
his
in the
own
capacity
way
of a
of
judge
understanding
or the
the
capacity of a
613
witness, because I
mitzvahs.
know that
He
the
took the
other
Rambam
people
that
involved are
differed
dishonest.
from the Baal
Again,
Halachos
it just
Gedolos.
corrupts
He
the
defended the
entire
Baal
thing.
Halachos
Good luck,
Gedolos from many
good.
aspects.
When we are in the faith,
So there's a book of mitzvahs on the Rambam. Another book he wrote on, which is called Torah. So hold on, the book of man, the Rambam wrote that's to do with the laws of warning. And at the end of it, a person who passes away, the laws of warning. At the end of that book, there's something very fascinating called Sha'ar HaGimul. Sha'ar HaGimul means the gateway. That was the chapter of Gimul of
essentially
renewal.
what he says is, not my
That's
problem.
wrong translation. Gimul
Not my
means
problem.
that
It's
which
like
has
witnesses
will
are
return.
giving their testimony,
He
and
will,
if there's
he
fallout
will
because what they're saying
return.
is
He will
false,
hold a bunch.
it's on
Hashem will
them.
give back.
How do we know that a judge shouldn't say that?
That's actually a primary source that we have of what people call the afterlife. What will be when we pass away? Or what will be better said? We have
I
been
know
said
that the
by Mashiach.
process is not
What is the
good. I know that the
reward? What is
outcome
the
is not
destiny
good.
of the human being? What's the destiny of the world at large? Which is very beautifully dealt with
There's a
in the
process.
Sha'ar
There are witnesses
HaGimul.
over here. They're going to say what they're going to say. If they check out, they check out. And
However,
if there's a problem,
having
it's
said
on
all
your
that,
head.
those works
It's
of
not
the
true. If
Rambam, the
you're involved
greatest
in some
work that
way,
the Ramban probably wrote, and what he's most well known for, in his commentary on the Torah.
that
Yes, he wrote a commentary, Pirush HaRamban, the commentary of the Rambam on the Torah.
and there's nothing you don't hear that Hashem
He
didn't
is
want
one of
us
the
to hear.
most
And if you
early,
see it and if you hear it, it's
major
because the
works
Father wants us to
that
do
many
something about it.
concepts of
So often we
Kabbalah,
like to see broken
the
situations,
secret
but
parts
it's
of the
okay.
Torah,
Not a
filter
problem.
through his
If it wasn't
commentary
the problem, you
on
wouldn't have
the
seen
Torah.
it. If it wasn't the problem, you wouldn't have heard it.
There aren't
If
too
you're
many
there,
before
if
him
you're present,
who
and now you're knowledgeable,
wrote things
it's
of
the God is
Kabbalah,
saying, it is your problem.
but we'll get
Try
there
to do something to remedy it.
a little later.
The end of the Talmud. She will say that they got, but we're all
In his
supposed to
life, the
know. The
Ramban,
whole Rothschild,
Nachmanides
the nice
became
way you start, how do you know that if the
leader of the
student is
Jewish
sitting
people
before
in
the
Spain.
judge, and the student
Throughout
sees
Spain, and not
some
just
type
Spain itself,
of
but throughout
source, he
the
sees
entire region. He was the man to whom all the Jewish people looked up to. There was a number of great episodes in his life. One we went through the other time when he tried to make peace on a massive Jewish argument as to the credibility of the Rambam, Maimonides, and his books. And he actually managed to do that.
But again, how do I know
The
that
argument had gone way too much out of hand for him to make peace among them. Another thing that happened in his lifetime was an unfortunate thing in those days was is that often Jews were called up to debate the Christian clergy. Now that was always unfortunate because it was never a fair debate.
shouldn't say.
things were
Predestined,
pre-decided. It was never something that any Jew would ever look forward to because it always ended in riots upon rocks. And that kind of thing coming from the Christian population. There was an apostate, some people would restrain Judaism, whose goal was called Absolute Christianity. Christianity, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. And this Pablo, he approached the king, and the king was James the First of Aragon, and the king invited or ordered the Rabbi to come to a debate when he would debate this apostate. He made the debate true for 4 days. It was a very long, witness debate, and the Jews were terrified. They begged the Rabbi to stop, to call the debate short. However, the king was so impressed with the Rabbi that he ordered it to carry on. He's very famous for having said that the king, obviously being in an out-Christian, said to the Rabbi that he was so impressed with him because never has he seen somebody defending something so wrong, so well. This is what he thought. This is the Rabbi at the end. He sent the Rabban home with tremendous honor and gifts, for having displayed such genius, which he had. However, the Senate caused a lot of jealousy and a lot of hatred from the obviously the Christian clergy, especially from this apostate from his mother. The bishop of Verona in Italy was so impressed, he ordered the Rabban to write down his debates, which he did. But the clergy and the apostate was so angered that they twisted the king in all sorts of ways and directions, and in the end was that the king had the book of the Rabban burnt. There's a display that this book was not good, and he had the Rabban exiled for Spain for a period of 2 years. When he got this order of exile, the Rabban used that opportunity. The Rabban was already aged, and he decided that this would be the time to visit Israel. Now this trip of the Rabban to Israel was a very pivotal one in Jewish history. You see, the Rabban made this trip to the land of Israel without his family. They did not want to endanger them as the crowds and as well as the siege. He was extremely dangerous. But he did this himself. And he went out and being the Jewish leader that he was, he decided he must revive the Jewish land, Jerusalem. He came to Jerusalem, he did not even find there was not even 10 Jewish people who would come together to show the Daven. There was no Sefer Torah in the entire Jerusalem. And the Rabban got to work, and being the man that he was, he spent 3 years in Jerusalem. He built a shul, which not the actual shul, but the structural place of the shul, exists right about the right till this day. It's known in Jerusalem, the Ramban's shul, the shul of the Ramban. Actually, it was destroyed, I believe, in 1948. The original structure was destroyed right at the beginning of 1948. However, they did build a structure to compensate for that in the same place. It's there till the day the Ramban's shul. They brought Sefer Torah there, and the yeshiva there. He gathered the Jews, young Jews, old Jews together and established Jewish life once again, probably in Jerusalem. There is a famous royalty of the Rabban, that the Rabban writes a letter to his son, how he should act and what the proper way for a Jew is to be. Very well known, he gives the Rabban the letter, the epistle of the Rabban. We actually don't know where the Rabban is interred, we don't know where his burial place is, but he was. But there is good reason to think that he passed away and is buried in the land of Israel.
Listen to this. I lent my friend $1,000. Shelo Yomar et Aenu b'Masayim כדי שיהיו
The
דוד
next
זמנה,
great Jewish leader
ונזכר
from Spanish
ישוע
Jewry
והאדם גם עליו שור הקלחת.
was a man called, who's known as the
I don't give it
Rothschild.
$1,000.
Rothschild stands for Rabbeinu
Okay, I know
Shlomo
you're going to do
ben
that, I know
Aderes.
that. But here's the
Rabbi
issue.
Shlomo, the
I have
son of
another
Aderes.
outstanding matter against
We've got to
Ruben
remember this
that
was
he
a very
denies,
good
and I
time
was never
physically
able
and
to
also
impose the shua on him. So here's what I'm going to do. Because
could
the
have
next
been
is
used out very well spiritually in Spain. There was no deterrent
$2,000.
from Jewish life, from Jewish learning, Jews were prosperous, Jews had rights,
What do you call that?
and although we mentioned last week that this as we say this through the law, so to say, from being
someone
held
is
in
taking
from many
issue
men to
and
the
engaging in
Torah,
the concept
however,
called
many did, many
Yoga
gathered
Shua
around
says
these
is
great
essentially
Jewish
once
leaders
you're already
and learned
swearing,
from them.
what we're
The
going to
Rashba,
whole
Rabbi
bunch of
Shlomo
other
ben
stuff
Aderes,
that
he was a
normally
Jewish leader, he was a
not warrant
student
to
of the
be
Rabbis
and this is my
and
thought.
of Rabbi
How are you
Yoido,
going to take the
who
shua
we came
about a
across
different
another time.
scenario?
He was
For whatever
born
the
in the year
reason,
1235
couldn't
and passed away in the year 1310 in the
I'm not
Passover.
trying to collect $2,000. I'm just collecting my $1,000.
He
What I'm
lived
trying
at
to
the
do over
very
here
same
is
time
create scenarios through which
as
you're going to be
the
obligated to
Crusaders
the
were going
So how do you know
through
again
France
that this
and
is not
Germany.
appropriate? On
So
the one
that's
hand,
important.
Mitzvah
Whilst
Shepherd,
the
incredible.
Jewish communities in France and Germany were suffering horribly because of the Crusaders. Many communities were being decimated, yeshivas had been destroyed. Jewish life and learning was in peril of just disappearing in France and Germany. So at that time, the Jewish place of peace, so to say, where Jews could learn and live, was Spain. And therefore, the Jewish leadership, the Rashba, took on leadership not just of Sephardic Judaism, of Spain, but also of the Jews of France and Germany, who many at that time, many a visitor would come to seek his advice and his teachings. The Rashba wrote also very key books. The Ramban's books are learned till today. Every yeshiva and every house should have the books. Many houses have the books of the Ramban. The Rashba, the same thing. There are Kedushei Rashba, the Apologies of the Rashba, the Root Commentary on the Talmud, as well as Teshuvois of Rashba, responsive. The Rashba wrote one of the very early books of responsive letters that were sent to him with halachic questions, or with questions and advice, and his answers to them. Much of Jewish history we should know is gleaned from these responses, from the books of responses such as of the Rashbas. When people write on a certain situation, they describe the situation where they are. We see where Jews lived, where letters were coming from. These are very, very important, not only from a halachic perspective, which they are, but also from a historical perspective. The Rashba in his day, his life was a very rabbinic one, always dealing with needs from the community and with conducting halachic court cases. He really was in the thick of Jewish life at the time. There was quite an event in the days of the Rashba, which had to do with the study of philosophy. In his days in Spain, it was very common, it was the in thing to study philosophy. People delved into Greek philosophy and to many other things. And the Rashba sensed the danger in this. People were learning philosophy, and this was subsiding the simple, wholesome faith that a Jew should have and should live by. With the Torah, with the Almighty, as we said many times, this does not mean at all that there is no philosophical logic to Torah. God forbid. The Torah is the wisdom of Hashem, and therefore is the greatest wisdom. However, a Jewish cannot live properly as a Jew just with philosophical logic, because it makes sense, because it works. on an intellectual basis, that's why we do it. A Jew has to live with his neshama, with his soul, which connects to Hashem, and do the mitzvahs out of love and fear and so on. And people were sort of drifting into a different direction. The rational sense this, and being in the position that he was, he made a decree that nobody should learn, study philosophy until they are 25 years of age, which would make sure that they had studied properly the yeshiva or the rabbi, and only then, when they have filled themselves with the knowledge of Torah, would they be able or be allowed to delve into other wisdoms. He made this decree only for 50 years. It was something that he thought to be an everlasting thing for his day, for his age. He made this decree.
Someone walks into my Davaramas, I have them sized up by the way they dress, by the way they present, by the way they talk. And if someone tells
Major
you
Jewish
you
character
don't
down
do
the
that,
line
they are lying.
was a man called the Rosh, known as the Rosh, Rabbi
possesses. Now,
Rabbi Rosh, his name was Osher.
is to
He was born in the year 1250. And after the passing of the Rothschild, he became the next link in the chain, the major Jewish leader of the time. The Rosh was actually not born in Spain, he was actually born in Germany. The Rosh was a student of the Maharama of Rothenburg, Reveir of Rothenburg.
In other words,
Maharama of Rothenburg is an interesting story.
I'm
With
always
him,
going to look at the
we
things
went
that are
through.
threats to
We
me.
mentioned his name.
Which is
But the Maharama of Rothenburg was a very
alert
important
for
Rishon,
so
very important
therefore,
learning
again,
one.
by definition,
Only one who explains the Talmud, the only scholar, Rishon.
we're always assessing. That's how we can assess a
The
threat.
end of
That's
the
how we can
Maharama
assess
of
threat or
Rothenburg's life
So
was
by
quite an
definition, this
interesting
is
one.
how we see the
He,
world.
by
It is so
accusation of a certain, again, of a Muslim, usually somebody who converted to Christianity willingly, which were often there were some of the greatest tragedies of Jews came from such people, unfortunately. And he was accused of treason or whatever, something like that. Some plot was made against him, and he ended up in jail. Those times, when they ended up, when men of great men who ended up in jail, it was ransom. The king, the Kaiser of Germany wanted a huge ransom for the release of the Maharama. The Jewish community the Maharama was one of their greatest leaders, made a major collection, and actually collected together the ransom that the Kaiser wanted. When the Maharama was sitting in jail, got wind of the fact that they wanted to do this. He said he was not going to accept it. He did not allow them to translate to get the ransom. He said, because there's a source of the Talmud, that this would be the authorities, the rulers, the kings would learn that this is sort of a very worthwhile investment. You set up a great Jewish leader, you put him in jail, you ask for ransom, easy money to come, and the Maharama would not have it. The Maharama passed away in prison, in jail, and he wrote the whole story, he wrote a Sefer Torah when he was in jail, which was from heaven. They actually gave him the Sefer Torah. It says, this is already part of Jewish tradition, he was given the Sefer Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu to copy. And he wrote that he was a fabulous that he wrote the Sefer Torah, which got eventually, the whole story behind that, how he put it on the Rhine River and it floated all the way to Worms, all the way to Worms, and it ended up in the shore in Worms. Nobody knows until the Second World War, the previous Lubavitcher Rebbe, he saw the Sefer Torah, and when it got destroyed compost,
go ahead and create the
He
reality
wasn't
that
allowed,
you
even
want. Even
after
though, again,
he
the
passed away,
manipulation
he
itself
wasn't
is
allowed
not
to be buried.
created true.
And
Now,
so
in this
many
last
years
case, in these
later,
last
an
cases, it's
individual
about
called
giving an
Alexander
unfair
Vinton,
advantage
very
to one of the
rich
litigants,
and
right? It's
influential
addressed
Jew,
differently, different
gave the
footwear,
money to the
speaking
authorities
to
to
one of
have
the litigants
his
before the other.
body
That's also
taken
the
out,
process
this
of their
huge sum of
So
money
the Imam
to
says,
be buried. But this Alexander Vinton is buried. You can see the tombs today are buried. He's buried right next to Maharam. This was against his payment for having given out that kind of money to release his body. Anyhow, this was the Maharam of Rothschild.
not listen to one of
The
the
Rosh,
parties
who we began
before
talking
the
about,
other
the
party
Rosh was
gets
a
there.
Rabbi Rothschild was a student of the mayor of Rotterdam.
How do you
Before
know that
the
Allah
Maharam,
the other
by the way,
party is not
stands for
there? You
Marino
must start talking
Harav
to the judge
Rabbi Meir.
about your
Our
case.
teacher,
So you must mean the
our
party.
teacher,
So
the
now
Rabbi,
you
Rabbi
have the guy
Meir.
who
That's what Maharam stands for.
How do you know that you
Because
should
that's
not
how
be
he's
to
known.
put forward your case before the judge?
Before the Maharam of Rotterdam passed away, he taught his student Rabbi Rothschild to get away from Germany lost the place for Jewish boys and to go to Spain. And this is what he did when the Rosh, Rabbi Rothschild, was ready to tremendously accomplished scholar and leader, made his way to Spain. He was received with great honor, and he irradiated in the lifetime of the Rashba, of his predecessor. He was appointed as a Dayan, as a halachic judge, and we must understand that at that time in Spain, the Jewish community was so strong that it had authority on its own. The leaders, I mean, and this is true as far as the Rosh is concerned, especially after the Rashba passed away, and he assumed the great power, that the Rosh was given total authority to rule rulership of his court of his basis, of rulership in Spain to the degree that he had the authority as far as the king was concerned to administer capital punishment. That was a rarity, probably never existed. Never existed afterwards, I don't think, with Jewish history. And such authority was granted. I think it did exist before Babylon, so it's definitely the reign of Musa and the reign of authority of Rothschild was capital punishment, but he had great authority. And the Rosh was given this authority, an unprecedented thing. And he was reluctant to use it, but he did give permission for the government to deal with capital punishment to some people who evidently deserved it. The Rothschilds, who took over the leadership of the Jews in Spain in his time, the Rothschild is today extremely famous for making commentary on many commentary on the Talmud, but they took on Jewish law, similar to the Rif, similar to the Yitzchak Al-Fassi. He took the Talmud, took away the discussion, and made the law. The thing was that he has come out, Rosh has come after the Rif, he has come after the Rabbi Maimonides, so he's quite late in the game, and therefore he saw all their works, including the Rashba, the Ramban, and everything, whatever everybody had to say before him, the Rosh knew and took into account and ruled accordingly. This is a very important element to Jewish law. In Jewish law, if we're talking about a great authority, the law is halacha kebatzroi. In halacha, the law follows later. Meaning, if there are two great authentic Jewish authorities who argue on a piece of law, and they're not allowed to argue with each other, one lived 500 years ago, the other one lived 700-800 years ago, there will be leaning towards ruling like the one who is later. Obviously, if he is a authentic authority, it's not an absolute rule.
situation where
majority is
the case
against
is
him, then there's
complicated. I can't
different
navigate
rulings.
on my own. It's a
Ruling
Chazal
of
must
it is
talk to
not
someone
a
in his
not black
expert to
and
help
white
navigate
game.
it. But it was
But one
talking
of
is
the ideas, if he
taking a
came
complicated
later,
situation
then
and
we give him
making
more
it more
credibility.
complicated.
Why?
That's
Because he
sometimes an
saw
unforgivable
the
offense.
rulings of everybody that came before him, and nevertheless decided one way or the other. So that's something we can take into account. So he did something similar to the Rabbi.
What does it mean?
But with everybody else's opinion inside. He passed away, the Rosh passed away, in the year 1327.
Don't buy contested property, right? Because if you do so, ultimately, again, you're just looking for trouble. Incredible. High context that leads to a close hour and absolutely incredible. Next, I guess we're bringing a lot of questions from again. The topic of our paddock so far is suicide. Right? We're talking about suicide testimony. He's the oath about testimony. Again, we'll see actually in the next Mishnah how this oath is actually administered.
For
nice to be honest, it only applies to suicide. It only applies to people who can give testimony. So what does it come to? I'm going to hop on
in its own style, and made a style which governs Jewish law up until today. He was the one who invented this, and this is how basically everybody who worked in Jewish law works from then on. Many of the halachas, many of the laws mentioned in Jewish law are not applicable right till today until Mashiach comes. The laws of the temple, many of the laws of purity and impurity, tumah and tamara, don't apply
So when it
today.
says that the gambler is excluded, certainly a king is excluded. Now listen, now why is
It's
that?
similar to
So
my
again,
other
Rashi points out that
deviated
why
from
is
the
the
order
gambler,
of
why
the
is he
Talmud
excluded? Right? Why is he excluded from it? Those
his
certainly
book
in the Gemara,
and
the Gemara
made
said
his
that
own order.
he's
He
in
did not follow the order of Maimonides because
nothing
Maimonides
beneficial for humanity.
has a 14 volumes book,
This is
14
not
book,
the
and
bad goes
Maimonides
with
has
brother
all the laws of the Torah applicable today or not applicable today. The Torah, however, differs from this, and he made an arrangement which is today is the fundamental of Jewish law for navigating the clockwise and navigating Jewish law. He wrote a 4-volume set. Now, if you buy the Apple set, it's about 10 volumes, which kind you buy, but it's in 4 parts. The first part is called Oirach Chaim, means the way of life.
So understand, that soul
That
is a
part
Rabbanot.
of this
soul
Jewish
of a
law
Mullah,
book
right,
deals
that
with
can't go ahead and give testimony or be testified about. That ultimately, again, is a Daraisa. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, Koshiki Mullah, it is the Daraisa lo Chazi. A king is disqualified from anything to do with testimony in the Daraisa. Why? It's so pressing Allah Hamala. So Rashi says, place upon yourself a king. So if there ain't a Masa Allah, his fear has to be upon you. So it was easy to this. Therefore, because the fear is going to be upon you, for what? No one is giving testimony against the king. But now, if you can't be testified against, it also means that what? You also can't testify. Right? Those are called, we'll see actually, those are corollary concepts. If someone can't give testimony against you, then you have no ability to give testimony for or against anyone else. So therefore, if you're going to say that you're suffering for cooking the gambler, can't give short things, it can't be also saying that that's what you're doing. So that's true. It certainly applies to a king who is your eyes son. The man that another, but ultimately again, the one who is followed by the king is to us, Aigos. The second, the cooking of the eyes are not Sahazi, but Rabban is the Pasiki. That's again, the second, the cooking of the Rabban is Rabban. So ultimately again, the eyes is totally kosher, and therefore maybe we would use it ultimately again for your faith. So they have to see that Allah for the Maisa, we pass in a both of these individuals are precluded from Aigos. By both the king, the king is precluded in the Araisa.
The next part, how he codified it is called Yeridea. Yeridea, literally, Yerid is all of
as a result,
phrases from a verse. The loss of Yeridea, Yerid is teaching Dea of knowledge.
almost like
teaching of knowledge, that deals with the laws of food.
Right? There is a request that the Sanhedrin
Laws of kasha, so you start has the laws of shahita, slaughter. If you go to slaughter, the animal has the laws of salting, has the laws of mixing or not mixing of milk and meat, the laws of if something primitive, if non-kosher piece of meat falls into a kosher pot, what do you do? There's the entire pot in Jerusalem. The next so
that whether or not you're taking the trust that you like yourself or ultimately again you are doing what someone else is doing you, but the mayor says it has to be done
marriage, divorce,
the woman said it's only if you're taking the work with someone else that it has to be engaged. Otherwise, if it's on your own volition, you can do it engaged with yourself.
The last part is called Choshen Mishpat. Choshen Mishpat is the name for the breastplate. Choshen Mishpat, but Mishpat means law. Choshen Mishpat are business laws. Deals with, laws of theft, laws of taking over, intruding into someone else's business and so on and so forth. All these laws. Now this is fundamental structure of Jewish law totally. This was made by the son of the Rosh, Rabbi
even claims something happened to the Torah.
It's a column.
Stolen. There's something called the trust where I could make even swear about
how many contracts he had
we're going to see it. We're going to see now the trust evils, which represents the lie
corresponding to 12 tribes of Israel.
now, whenever you roll something out from someone else, right? So let's say I'm deriving
that's why you called it
from A.
That's he was the, he took the idea of the Hashem Mishpat and the breastplate and called it the four columns.
Yes? When you learn out B from A, so how
This is
does
going
that
to be,
mean?
we're going to go through the code of Jewish law, but the code of Jewish law is
which means we're not B from A, and that B will take on all of the qualities of A. Or there's going of Oki Basra, which means we're not B from A, but after you learn out the original halacha of B from A, then all the other qualities should be derived from B. That's the math focus. We're going to see it now inside. So here we go. So Rameir holds, don't umina. So Rameir holds, learn out essentially Shlosa Eidos from Tikadon, and learn out all of the elements of Shlosa Eidos from Tikadon. Doesn't mean umina. Here we go. So you might just use Tikadon, not Tikadon, which will be Akmotayit, Shlosa is an ultimate and this is not Tikadon. If a person takes the Shlosa Tikadon of their own volition, ultimately they're going to
this idea. Each of these four parts has chapters. Each of these chapters, which are called simonim, each of these simonim, later on in the Shulchan Aruch will have seifim, will have paragraphs. This is the structure. And the Baal HaTurim also wrote a Pirush commentary on the Torah, a very fascinating commentary where he uses gematria, uses numerology, the philosophy of numbers, of how the Torah works the various things using the numerical value of letters and words.
right, which again literally learn out
The Baal HaTurim was quite a humble character, did not take on major Jewish roles at the time. He devoted his life to learning and to be Jewish leader for the next 50 years. His name was a man called, who's known as the Ran. All these men are known with abbreviations. This is how they're known. They live today with their abbreviations. His name was Rabbi Nissim. Rabbi Nissim. And if you want to talk to like you want to talk to the regular, you don't talk about Rabbi Nissim, you talk about the Rabbi. And the Rabbi, once they took over the Rosh in Spain for the next 50 years, which that was the time when Spanish Jewry started to experience difficulty. The days of the Ran were talking the days of the 30s, 20s. These were the days already leading up to
outside of
powerfulness of the church and their ability to do anything, sadly culminating in the Spanish Inquisition, the infamous Inquisition, which we're going to talk about next week. So this was the Rabbi had to act as a leader in the beginning of such a time. The Rabbi wrote the famous commentary on the tractate of Nedorim of hours in the Talmud, a beautiful commentary he wrote in a golden pen. Anybody who asks, anybody if you the Rabbi of Nedorim of this tractate of Talmud, he's called the Rither Al-Fassi, the one who first codified it. He wrote a commentary on it, very lengthy, and also wrote a book on the drushes of his sermons. He was a prolific speaker. And there is drushes, or rather, the drushes, the sermons of the Rabbi.
Does that shvuah have to happen?
We mentioned, and this was the title of this evening.
Again,
it was in this area, in this place in the world, in Spain, by the Sephardim, where the study of Kabbalah started to grow. Let's go. This is what we'll talk about a little bit now. History of Kabbalah. How it all started to become a knowledge and a subject which took a tremendous lead in Jewish life. The class religions. The word Kabbalah, means tradition. Existing. It means this, a learning, this is a knowledge which is part of a tradition of rabbinic students. As the oral Torah itself, it all started as a tradition, because we know through this many times the oral Torah, it was 40 generations. The oral Torah was not transcribed only being transcribed to the end. In the Talmud, it was all from Mount to here, from Mount to here, taken to Jerusalem. A part of the Torah that was written down. The oral part of the oral Torah that was written down in an official setting was the only works inside of the Torah was the Mishnah, as well as the Medrash, the various different parts which are explanatory of the Chumash, different ideas and things. Those things were written down, those things which with studying, learning properly, every year was for everybody. Everybody should learn. Everybody should learn. The Medrash, stories and understanding, backgrounds and traditions. What was transcribed but was not learned, men and access was the secrets we call the Kabbalah. What the Kabbalah is basically the Kabbalah, we call it the Tri-Kabbalah in Iran. Unexplained Kabbalah speaks basically a language not understood to the layman. It speaks esoteric language. It speaks what goes on in heaven or what goes on in a godly sphere, godliness, and what goes on in a worldly world, which are above and beyond our reality. Now, that is something which belongs to the language. That is not something which is understood by everybody. The terminology, theology of Kabbalah, if you're not educated in the terminology, is multiple purposes, which means you don't know what it is, what it means, and it takes the guidance and the teaching of a skilled teacher to do this, and not everybody wants or is a receptacle for Kabbalah. However, the Kabbalah was always there. It was passed down, and we know by the number of
You can see that from the Mishnah of Shua Sadikadon, but you would not see that ultimately again by the Mishnah over here of Shua Sadikadon. So from Shua Sadikadon, from that Mishnah, which we'll get to in just a couple of days, it becomes clear that that is in fact the root of their Machlokas. But ultimately, again, from one Mishnah, you might not necessarily see that. Okay, so we'll say, so what do we take from that? So first of all, we take from it as a very important principle in the Rashi of the Gzeirah Shabbat. Like, what is the Gzeirah Shabbat? The Gzeirah Shabbat is you find commonality between two scenarios. That commonality can be a word, it can be a phrase, it can be a concept. And what does that do? It allows you to go ahead and take the halakhic truths between A and B and learn out the different concepts one from the other. The same with it in general. When you learn a Gzeirah Shabbat, how does that work? Let's say, for example, I'm extrapolating on the Gzeirah Shabbat to A and B. So I'm going to learn out elements about B from A. The question is, how does that process work? So there are two different mechanisms. There's what's called Gzeirah U'Niyah, which means learn out B from A, and essentially all the elements of B will resemble A. Or John can be not from means no. Learn out the initial concept of B from A, but then look at the elements of B and establish those as your new reality. And again, that's my focus. And again, it's my focus. It's my focus. It's one of the things that we see throughout the shots about how the guys who are ultimately again in Gzeirah Shabbat. What about here?
There was also a book.
What about how long am I still getting in this situation? That's what's Avis. I was really asking regarding this what's Avis. Remember, there is my focus, right now in the Chachamim. So the miracles, but in general, the miracles that I look at myself, what's Avis only takes place in the Beis itself. The Chachamim understand that I look at myself, that if you are being observed through others, it's only in the Beis, but ultimately, again, the personal, ultimately, again, even outside of it. How do we pass? None of us things like this. And therefore, again, I look at myself, if you're being observed by others, that Shua Sadis must take place in the Beis itself. If, however, you are strong of your own volition, that Shua can even take place outside of basement. That's how you pass out the Chachamim. But let's go to the Bible. The message is follows. Yachim Dosa on a side. Whenever Asa goes Shua, and then if you intentionally invite yourself, it sounds like if you intentionally violate Shua Sadis left by it, what does this mean? So if you come to the Dasa, you don't have to. You just brought down a case of literally again, singing Dasa, you're so good, with the zone hiatus. What does that mean? I'm not going to do sorry. And you're trying to intentional violation of the Shua. So you're letting you know that the Dasa, and let's say I bring this into in general, we saw before, and like the other types of Shua, that if I intentionally violate, there's no fear. You're here that Shua Sadis, interestingly enough, if I intentionally swear falsely that I don't know Avis, I'm fighting. There's no way. You cannot hold on to proving them about the now. All the cases you can remember that the Shua Sadis from me, the time of the Nema of the now, here it doesn't say the now. The Chai of Alamim is shown. This is the what? I am liable ultimately again for nature just like Shua did. So whether it was therefore again, whether I intentionally make sure the false Shua Sadis, I know that I know testimony, but I purposely swear that I don't know testimony, or I forgot that I knew testimony and I swore to that fact. Either way, I am liable for the whole Shua. She did not say is there, it was furthermore, I knew also liable for Shogeg, which is don't hiatus. I was saying, what is that then? So every time she did not say is there, it was only the Rav, this is this. The owner, Yodea Mitzvah Shua Yasua. I know that the Shua I'm taking is gospel. So what that means, I know that I know testimony from them. And I know that I'm swearing falsely, that I don't know testimony from them. And I know that the Shua also says, about any of they are, and I love it, I like carbon anymore. What don't I know? I don't know about liability. So in other words, I know what I'm doing is wrong, but ultimately I don't know about liability. That's called Sidon Shua, that's called Shua Dasa, and Sidon Ha'itas. So I'm still here, don't know what's right. I don't know what my liability is, but ultimately again, I know that what I'm regime is incorrect. Incredible. So let's say there's liability for that case as well. But you can open up soon, let's say you also, but you're not trying to just blame children. You're not trying, you know what you have time. And I will say, so what this means is as follows. What this means is, let's say, right, you then say, silver, you know testimony from me. And I say, immediately, I don't. And it turns out that I really was children. I really thought that I did not know testimony. I forgot about this case. And then it turns out that I really didn't know testimony. In that case, the Mishnah says, and if I swear, I have to do this law, I swear I don't know any testimony. And then later on, it becomes clear that I really do know testimony. So I swore incorrectly, but it was a total showman. There's no liability for that. So then, can you say the kind of Rabbi? So she does not go ahead and answer the question that the Rabbi said. What's the Rabbi? They might be the Rabbi. So they come to some of the MS in your house. I might stop it to you. This is Rabbi name you cannot stop. So it's a different attitude, but the kind of answer what up the same is. If somebody really thought that he was swearing correctly, but they really swore falsely, what is the law? Is there liability in this case? Now, is it enough? But kind of actually brought this up as a question. You see, she gets to a mitzvah that it's clear that there is not liability. Like in this case that we are, I'm swearing legally, I don't know any testimony for you. And I swear, I believe when I'm swearing correctly, it turns out that I'm swearing falsely, albeit accidentally. And what does the Mishnah say? There's no liability in that case. So kind of actually ask this question. You know, left it as like a question. You know, it's essentially said, why is it a question? It's why they say, well, let's go. So it's nothing in your John, it's not, I forgot, it's not this good. No, even though our Mishnah says it, so let's have to go through the process. Why? Because how that caught you to the Nervan, did not even show you doing it amazing. I'm going to talk to you only that Shua Sa'idas. When you only that Shua Sa'idas, if I end up swearing falsely, but not intentionally, but because I really thought I didn't know any English, that's the case when there's no liability. About how something to say Venera, but let's say that's what's mutually, where it says Venera, I finish the Gassacodry, so what's the meaning of what's mutually, I don't know, maybe it's what's mutually, even though I swear I didn't swear correctly, even if it turns out that I swear falsely, maybe there is even liability in that case, so much more than there's no liability. So let's say bottom line, and this is actually very important. A lot of my son, any case where you swear falsely, but you are absolutely convinced that you are swearing correctly, there is no liability in that case. Very, very important. So even says to, for example, right? If I swear, I swear I eat the loaf of bread today. And turns out that what? That I didn't. That I was so sure that I did. And that's what I mentioned, there's no liability in that. Same thing, right? Even says Sylvia, you know, in this story, I swear that I don't. And again, when I swear I'm 100% convinced that I don't know what I'm talking about, if I left what I said during the life, there's no liability in that. So what's this? Anytime you swear falsely, at the time you swear, you think you're swearing correctly, there's not going to be liability. That's what it says. What's interesting, by the way, the book ends up putting back a quite fascinating. How do you start today? We started out today with a diamond, with both up and picking a legal concept. But at one point he was convinced was correct, but then he became a way that what? It's not correct. It's not correct. And Gemara says, have the courage to admit that you're wrong. Have the courage to go and deconstruct that which is constructed. And have the courage to go and walk back that. Even though again, you don't have to hold the concept, you got to take it down. If you know that you're wrong, don't double down. Walk it back. And then again, you know, this technology, but there are other times in life, where we're really convinced that we're correct, but it turns out that we're false, that we're wrong, and that happens. That happens. If you know you're wrong, don't take doubles down. Find the courage to walk this back. But at the other hand, pulling up against it, turns out you're convinced that you're correct, but it turns out that we're fundamentally wrong. So it's interesting enough, if you know you're wrong, you know you're wrong,
ideas of Kabbalah to the Talmudic scholar who is ignorant of these ideas. And he takes them into the world of Kabbalah in terms and an explanation understood to somebody who has not yet been introduced to it. However, the chief was responsible for the dissemination of Kabbalah on a greater scale at that time was a man called Rabbi ben Shem Tov Bilion. His name was Moshe, his father was called Shem Tov, family name was Bilion. Maybe coming or stemming from Lyon, France, I don't know. But he was a great Kabbalist, and he devoted his life to copying and transcribing Kabbalistic works. You see, the library of Zen was a question of how much you devoted your life to it. You had to travel and you had to collect bits and pieces, scrolls, books, whatever, transcribe everything. And there were many books of Kabbalah around and available from different Jewish scholars from bygone years, from here, I believe the 1300s. And Rabbi ben Shem Tov devoted his life to doing this. He had a library, and after his passing, a certain rich individual bought from his heirs, I understand, yes, the Zohar, which was in Rabbi Shimshon's library. Now, before that, the Zohar was not the book which was available. Rabbi Shimshon got it, copied it from the scarce copies that there were, and added to his library. This rich man bought it, and that was the time that history marks the beginning of the dissemination and learning of the Zohar.
Stephen carries in what we know of Steve's mother Gloria, who's in the Golden Bash, and he's going Yoel, who's on the rock off, and he's using up her fifth Yotze. So that famous function today, time and a Halloween school in memory of Baruch Nacholi, then a cover motions of Holy Rachel, and a late weekly Dafyomi sponsorship with Ozeh Hashem for Ozeh Hashem Sponsorship. Supposed to announce the birth of baby girl Snitzer just 18 hours ago. The dedication is by her big sister Alisa Hannah and her buddy and Saba Leibowitz. Mazda Leibowitz Mishpacha on the beautiful synagogue. On the same day, Mazel Tov, Philip Mishpacha on the occasion of his bris of his grandson today. Never, we might have seen that back people said that for the, little boy, little girl. Let's watch the sheriff. Let's watch this down here. So I shouldn't see the source. No more specific for all the clouds smell. We gotta keep the process always by doing it. We have to discuss about precious houses. We have to talk America from bringing home the Shalom and the Talmud. And discuss the Holy Soldiers may be successful. The call of Maaseh. Thank you for the giving us the cheer yesterday. So that's a really incredible dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is Chafetz. We are going to pick up at the Mishnah on Chafetz $100 and Amir Hashem, our goal is to close out the week and to close out the Torah. That is Amir Hashem, the state of that Volga, and Amir Hashem, we will be joyful to accomplish this holy task. Mishnah. Listen, so we have really great block ahead of us today. One of the great things about today's dot is Amir Hashem, you will see a lot of information that we've already seen in different signals, and then Mishnah is putting everything together. It says here, so anything Shvuah stuff. What is the Shvuah stuff? What is the Shvuah stuff? Says the Gemara. This Kol Shara to say as well. It is any Shvuah where a person attempts to go ahead and choose an already known and incontrovertible fact. For example, Amar Asmiyah says, it's not saying the person tries to swear to go and choose a known and incontrovertible fact. For example, Amar Allah, Amar Shal Evan, who shall solve, person sees a pillar, right? There's a pillar of stone. And a person swears that the pillar of stone is gold. Bala Ish, Shuri Isha, when he swears about a man, but he's a woman, Bala Isha, Shuri, or swears about a woman, he's a man. So again, now we're going to see different categories of this. But first, the idea of which color shower is the idea of Adam. There is something an incontrovertible truth that is known to people, and I swear to the contrary of that truth, that is the Shvuah Shah. Now listen, this is a second example of a Shias shot. Swear about something that is impossible. That is impossible. For example, in the for example, I swear that I saw a flying camel. So again, I will say, so first category, I swear to change something that is a known incontrovertible truth. Number two category, swear shot, I swear about something impossible. I saw a flying camel. Or I swear that I saw a snake as big as the board of the olive press. So apparently these are things that are impossible. And then halachah, if a person swears to this attack, then halachah that is a shot. Next. I'm going to and testify on your behalf. Now listen, what is this? This is first doctrine, the first second of the short lines. So listen, this is an example. Interestingly enough, this is an example of another Shias shot. So again, what's the definition of Shias shot? Essentially making a shua regarding something that's impossible. Now, again, impossibility can go ahead and manifest itself in a couple of different ways. So possibility one, or manifestation one, is I swear to the contrary of an incontrovertible known fact. Possibility two of a shua shava, impossible shua. Number two is that halacha l'maisa again, I swear, regarding something that is simply not completely impossible. Flying camels, snakes the size of the beam of an olive press. Impossibility number three, the Mishnah says, is you swear to negate a mitzvah. You swear to negate to order your shibua, by definition, negates a mitzvah. So again, for a Yid, that is considered to be something impossible. To be mavakel, so you can't be mavakel. So therefore, again, in this case over here, the famous Black Death. Witnesses coming to testimony, they swear that they will not testify. Again, I sort of feel something over there. This is different than a case where they swear that they don't know testimony. That's just what I just discussed. In this case over here, what are they swearing? What are they swearing? We're swearing we're not going to testify on your behalf. So again, there's a mitzvah to give that testimony on someone's behalf. There's a mitzvah to give that testimony. Swearing not to give that testimony is effectively negating a mitzvah. So it's interesting over here. We've seen already a number of different times that you can't swear to uproot a mitzvah. Well, again, such a shua is not how it doesn't work. Now again, we've understood what's the logic of that. The logic of that, all loans need to actually not shot. All loans need not shot, right? Because shua is on the ground. So I can't swear not to go ahead and perform mitzvah because I have a pre-existing duty, pre-existing obligation to perform that mitzvah. So obviously that is not going to work. So again, not interesting enough, but the mitzvah's heaven is, when I take a shua not to perform a mitzvah, that is effectively a shua shot. That's a shua shot. That's something that up until now I know already that it doesn't work. That is going to tell you why it doesn't work, because that is called a shua shot. Incredible. Next, please pull it out on this. So for example, to be on the same day, I swear to go out in the back on this. For example, Shullah says sukkah. I swear I'm not going to make a sukkah. If Shullah Rito Lulav, I swear I'm not going to do that. If Shullah Lahaniach Sukkah, I swear I'm not going to do it. Zor Shua shot. So again, now this is all kind of dropping into place. I've known this whole time that I can't take a shua to negate a mitzvah. We never even thought about what category of shua is that. Listen, I told you, that's called shua shot. Shua shot is any mitzvah that is impossible to fulfill. Even impossible because just factually, it's fundamentally incorrect. Impossible because what I described is not possible. It's impossible because I'm only under pre-existing obligation to perform that which I'm trying to undergo. What's the level of shua shot? שחייב לעזור למטה, סתיו שמדע ספקה. לא סמרי, we never said this explicitly in this class. אבל זאת אומרת, he would be the hyperfocus on trust neutral. Right? So trust neutral, you know, that if you violate it, you hide notice. If you violate it, you hide the carbon over the orange. What happens if the shores shut? So again, Zidona Marcus, once again, if you intentionally make the shore shut, you will get notice. That's the dust of water. But accidental shore shut, ultimately, no liability engaged. Fine. Shores over because it's what I saw again. That's step one. So what the first time, Mr. Nine point, so it's all about shores shut. Shores are all about because shores are all I swear I'm going to eat this loaf, and then I take another shore, I'm not going to eat it. So in this case, it's just going to if both of these shores had been made independently, this would have been two shores decrease. Right? Two shores, right? Because remember, trust me, for instance, again, a shore, a declarative shore, I swear I'm going to eat the loaf, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf. That's just deeply. In this case, interestingly enough, what happened over here, I'm making these shores successful. So shore number one is, I swear I'm going to eat the loaf of bread. So shore number two is, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf of bread. So what you do in this case is fascinating. And you show now shores beaten. So the first shore ultimately is just a beaten. That shore shot. The second shore is now shores shot. And we say, why is it a shores shot? Why? Because once I go ahead and I take the first shore to go ahead and eat the loaf, then what? It is a mitzvah to fulfill the shore. When I then go, therefore becomes a mitzvah to eat the loaf. When I then make the second shore not to eat the loaf, that effectively is shivua, to undermine the performance of the mitzvah, which is one of the categories of shivuas shad. Rashi points out over about shivuas shad, shahar mishpa mivata es ha-mitzvah. Again, it wasn't fascinating. So to begin to see over here is also a little bit of an expanded definition. What does it mean? Right, mishpa mivata es ha-mitzvah. Mitzvah doesn't necessarily have to be what we call, one of the expressions 630 mitzvahs, like, I'm still not going to put on toilet, I'm still not going to sit in a sukkah. So, for example, if I take a shore to do something, then it becomes the mitzvah, an obligation of me to do that thing. Swearing not to do that very thing I am adjured to do is also swearing to undermine a mitzvah. So, therefore, again, I swear to eat the loaf, swear to eat the mitzvah, I eat the loaf. I will take another shore, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf. That second shore is a shore shad. Shore shad. Incredible. That English guys are what I was eating so if I eat the loaf, I end up eating the loaf in this case. And then again, shore one, I swear I'm going to eat it. Shore slice, I'm not going to eat it. Now I end up eating it. Shore shad. So if I go ahead and I eat the loaf, so what's the problem? I'm in violation of the shore shad. I could take a shore not to eat the loaf. If I don't eat it, then other shore deeply. Then ultimately, again, I'm in violation of my first shore. So what's interesting about this case is it seems like no matter what you do, you're going to incur liability. We're going to question this case a little bit more, but that's the concept. If you ever say, sometimes we'll sell it, what we established over here is shore shad, intentional violation of shore shad is malchus, unintentional violation of shore shad. Unintentional violation of shore shad is proper. Three categories of shivuas shad also highlight the idea that once you swear to do something, by definition is a mitzvah, is incumbent upon you to go out and do that very thing. Incredible. If you want to say, imagine you want to do that. There's this now really descriptively rounding out our like halachic knowledge which is writing this out. So Uber says, the website, remember, shore shad is not simply swearing to undermine something that you so one of the definitions of shore shad is swearing to undermine a widely held truth, a known truth. Because now Uber says, what is the definition of a known truth? Something that is known to at least 3 people. Okay. So therefore, by definition, if you were to swear about something that you know, right, so the concept that you know to be true, but also I don't think do not know about it, at least other people do not know about it, if we're not going ahead and conform to the criteria for Shah. Okay, incredible. Yushpa al-Davashi Asaro, and Isigal for Father. What's this now again? So now, the Mishnah said, what's the example of swearing like something that is impossible? So again, this is category 2. Category 1 is I swear is contrary to the contrary of everything controversial known supernaturalism. I swear about a man that he's a woman, about a woman that he's a man, about a color of stone that is gold. Category 2, I swear about something that I could not have seen. I swear I saw a flying camel. So the Gemara says, anyway, it's sure you see the camel, my Lord is now, the Mishnah is not even answering a syntax question. If you look at the Russian of the Mishnah, the Russian of the Mishnah was, I swear, in one Ra'isi Kama Shafar Father, I did not see the flying camel. Why is phrasing it like that? The Gemara says, because the Gemara says, now again, doesn't it make more sense to say, I swear I saw a flying camel? The Gemara says, it doesn't say, I swear I saw a flying camel. What does that mean if I did not see? I swear if I did not see a flying camel. It sounds like in that Russian, if I did not see, it should be something else to that phrase. If I did not see, then what? So listen to this. Rabbi says, Rabbi says, change the word of the Mishnah. The Mishnah should say, I swear I saw a flying camel. So, Rabbi says, no. So in fact, it was more to the statement. What's the statement? The statement is, all of the fruits of the world should be usher to me. If I do not see a flying camel. Okay, fine. So I said, I'll let you know about it. It looks like, again, I just want to point out, for our purposes, this doesn't clearly change anything. There's no holiness of Rabbi. It's just how to read the Mishnah. But factually, the details remain the same, which is the second category of Shuas Shah. You swear about something that is impossible. There's no flying camels. So the Gemara says, I'm going to be able to this starts with fascinating subject. Maybe he means something different when he says, I saw a flying camel. I gather, Sipora Maybe we have the idea like this. When we don't say, I swear I saw a flying camel, maybe what we really saw was a problem. We saw a very large boat, we have a very large boat. The Asiklo, Shema Gamba, and he called it a camel. In other words, he saw a very large bird, and the bird looked like a camel. Obviously, everyone knows that no flying camels. And maybe he just saw a very large bird, and he's calling it a flying camel. The key from his Tava, a Daita Dijay Ishtava. And when he's taking the Shua, he's understanding the Shua through the lens of his personalistic vernacular. In other words, I'm not lying, I'm not making stuff up. I'm describing my experience. I swear I saw a flying camel, meaning what? A very large bird that looks like a camel. So the Gemara says, okay, now let's say, this opens up something very interesting, which is that in the world of Shuas, how do you define a person's Shua? So you define the Shua based on your personal intent, or do you define the Shua by some type of objective method? Now, interestingly enough, if you think about Basar Pumei as Dinan, below as Dinan Basar Dakin, that was very interesting. Now, based on Mishnah, it seems to be that we define Yeshua based on an objective standard, not based on what you may have made. Because otherwise, when I swear I saw a flying camel, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? You know, to get you to be bird. If you notice, again, you don't ask that. You don't ask that. So you might say the detail about it. Therefore, you defend it to say, Basar Kumerazina, I will say Basar Kumerazina means we go according to the straight or to the partial understanding of your words. The role of Liman Basar Daite, and we do not ultimately again go based on what you may be thinking. We go based on what you said and not based on what you're thinking. Therefore, again, this point we're talking over here. So therefore, in the case where halacha l'maisa, again, halacha l'maisa, I swear I saw a flying camel. We don't start to try to understand what does it really mean, but rather, again, based on what you said. That's this in this Mishnah. I'll say, I just want to say something interesting over here. Well, let's finish up. So the Gemara says, we'll come back to that phrase. So the Gemara says, what we do in the past. So now we're going to challenge this concept a little bit. So the Gemara says, show us being ourselves. Show us being ourselves when we adjure somewhat. Now let's say, so again, this is talking about a shua that is given by the Jews. Actually says, okay, show us being ourselves. This is when, let's say, again, put it against our base. And these imposing the shua upon one of the religions. So that's a simple case of it, right? So, let's wait. So it's being ourselves, and basically adjures someone, only low, Shelo al-das al-mashkiras. We say to them, right, Ruben is asking us, Ruben, just understand, when you take a shua, the shua is not defined by your intentions. You set the intentions. In other words, you set the definition of the shua. And you're going to shua al-mashkiras. Also, you're not taking a shua based on your understanding. Allah al-das, you are das based. But rather, when you're taking a shua based on our das, and on the das of David. Like, what's the reason for that? Laden Shem Yamin on Joma is very Yohei, but us people who use it, maybe we're afraid that let's watch this. Let's take a piece over here. Is where Ruben, right? Ruben come to the Shimon, right? Shimon not giving $1,000, and Shimon's claiming that Ruben did not pay him back. Ruben's claiming, I paid him back. So maybe you can say that over here. So maybe Ruben says, I gave Shimon the coins. Maybe that's the reason that is, Ruben gave Shimon some wood chips. Which is not true that Ruben calls wood chips coins. So when Ruben says, I swear that I gave Shimon the coins, technically speaking, according to his understanding, Allah said, he did back the coins. He did not give back the coins. See, in order to avoid that, he got rid of none of it. When you swear, you swear based on our understanding, not based on yours. Because again, we're concerned that when Ruben goes ahead and swears, he's swearing based on his own understanding. Which is like a very low. Hassan is saying to the Rabbi. No, actually, interestingly enough, we're using the because of the case of the staff of Rabbi. What was the staff of Rabbi? Actually says the Olam Basar Kumerazina. Usually, in general, when it comes to shluas, we go based on what people say and not based on any other. So because the partial understanding of the shluah, without any interpretation of subjective intentions. So why do we have to make this statement over here when based on the shluah? Because what's an interesting case? I just mentioned this outside, I want to give you insight. There was this case that occurred in the days of Rabbi. It's actually a fascinating case. Simply, Ruben Shimon, I would dispute, right? Shimon went $1,000. Shimon said, Ruben says, I can't do that. I come to Dave's day. In Dave's now says, Ruben, swear that you paid back Shimon. So Ruben says, no problem. He says to Shimon, do me a favor. Can you just hold my cane while I take this shluah? So what happens? So Shimon says, sure, I'm a nice guy, I hold the cane. Ruben swears, I swear I gave Shimon back the money. Shimon became so incensed that what did he do? He broke the cane. When he broke the cane, it turned out that the cane was hollow and there was money inside. Ruben had a great time. He got a good Ruben and a lot of credit for engineering. Bad guy, but good chachma. Listen to this. He said, he swore truthfully because at the time that he swore Shimon was holding the money. So did Reuben give Shimon the money?
Those 200,000 other than descendants.
So it's interesting enough, that's what the crazy case, because in that case, even according to the Pasha's understanding of the oath, Reuben did what he swore he did. He swore he gave Shimon the money. He did, in fact, give Shimon the money. So therefore, again, even though normally we say that when you think of Shavua, a Shavua is interpreted according to the basic objective understanding of your words, not based on your intentions. But still, when everything goes ahead and injures someone, they have to make the statement that understand you're taking a Shavua based on our understanding and not based on yours, because again, it is still a way to exploit the law, even when you go according to the basic understanding of words. So I will say, in general, again, if people want to cheat, they're going to find a way to cheat. So basically, what has to make a model where you absolutely no level of subjectivity when it comes to your Shua. Your Shua is interpreted again based on your words, and the case of the Shua is based on how the base game defines the Shua. Incredible. Rashi says over there, I don't know, just do this one. Okay. So now it says as follows. The Gemara says as follows. How's it sound about the first one? If you're not seeing this, the Gemara is a really beautiful Gemara. Right? So it says, therefore, then, based on where the Gemara's understanding of the Shua is that when you go ahead, there's two pieces of information that are coming out over here. So, number one, when a person makes a Shua, the way you interpret the Shua is based on the basic understanding of the words Zawa Arbe. We call Basar Pime, which means the simple understanding of your words, so we do not try to look that you may have any deeper meaning or any deeper understanding. We take your words at face value. In addition to that, when you're Shua, you administer the Bezdin goes out of its way to say, by the way, the interpretation of the Shua is how we interpret it, not how you interpret it. Let's say I just mentioned that there's a tremendous Muslim concept, right? But when it comes to the Shua, we take the words of the Shua at their face value. Now listen, this is sometimes one of the most important struggles in interpersonal relationships as well. Very often interpersonal discourse is created because people read into what other people say. Right? So I say this, what do you mean by that? Well, you know, 9 out of 10 times, what did I mean by that? What's the answer? Nothing. I didn't mean anything by it. I just said something. And actually, what I said is what I meant. Now, while it's true that sometimes people mean deeper things than what they're saying, very often, like whether it's in the context of marriage, in the context of friendship, in the context of just interpersonal interactions, or you just think people at their work, but don't necessarily try to achieve deeper meanings of context or understanding, because all that does is often create biological confusion and ambiguity, which often just leads to negative feelings and strife. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just take people at their stated words and don't read anything more into it. Again, just what I heard. So it's a simple beautiful, you know, it's not that small. So here's not seeing it. Look, ladies and gentlemen, but here's not seeing it. This is via Moshe as Yisrael. When Moshe Rabbeinu observed Klal Yisrael, they're both saying interesting at first glance, one might have thought that this is talking about Matan Torah.
There was one point
it's not Matan Torah. It's a little bit of a second Matan Torah. But then again, essentially, they were really two Matan Torahs. Right? There was Matan Torah at Sinai, which is also something that we relive. The Shah telling us that doesn't mention it's coming somewhere. But again, remember, most Rabbeinu subject Hazrat to another Shua. Right, in the sense of being an area, like regular regeneration based on that, so much of it is not going in. Remember, again, there's everything happened over the last 40 years, and then there's another oath that Moshe Rabbeinu observes from Israel to re-accept Torah. So it's a second Sinaitic revelation. It's not by Sinai, it's not by Sinai, by Aaron's thought. So that's what it's talking about. For Moshe Rabbeinu, a jerk taught himself, I'm not going to this is so beautiful. I'm not going to say to them, Shema Abbastem and you must be asked. So he says, no, but I am not adjuring you based on the Yeshua. Yeshua is not based on your understanding. Mashpia Estem al Das HaMokor V'al Da'ati. right? So let's say we'll also see, might not be a reference to Shua, which you can feel again, you can feel others coming on us, right? So again, you feel like so many things in there. So Moshe says, I'm going ahead and adjourn you based on the das of HaKadosh and based on my das. It's incredible. My das and what das. So there's Rabbi, Raymond Lee, Hainu, Michael, and Elaka. So again, one complicated. Like most of the writers, you just go ahead and say, listen, Chevron, you're obligated to uphold everything that Hashem said. That's a simple line from the Master and that Hainu. So the Gemara says,
to carry this out,
is it not because we're afraid, or we find ourselves so that we commit ourselves to God, maybe God will block from God will block of all this out. Otherwise, maybe Moshe was scared that they would take the Shua based on your subjective understanding. So let's say, by the way, it's such a crazy having, and such a crazy having, that Claudius, after everything they saw, okay, granted, a lot of his generation didn't necessarily see the Sinai, but they saw the desert, and the nice thing is they saw how many that maybe they're talking about it, or is that not usually. The Masjid Al-Kaaba Lord, you see the Avodos Chochavim Nami Ija'alacha. There was a word for also because Avodos is also called Elohah. But said Elohai Kesef, Elohai Zah. So again, that will be based on subjectivity. That will also be based on sort of objectivity. Because again, Avodos is also called the God, regular rule, Tiny Torah. So why does Muslim say, Tom Yisrael, uphold the Torah? Shua, that Shua uphold the Torah. You look at the Bible, it's not that Torah. Because here's the problem. The problem is that two Torahs. Oh, the point of that, what is that? Right? Taisha B'Sachar Shabbat. So if he just says go ahead and uphold the Torah, I don't know, maybe that just means one and not both. The name of Tiny State Torah, first wide line. Why does it so? So we're just trying to figure out how much we're going to simplify the Shua. So why not just say Klal Yisrael? Uphold the two Torahs. I might have thought that means Torah's Katos and Torah's Asham. And then also we're just looking for a Pasha phrase and we're saying it's a phrase of the Shua. Like, instead of saying, Shua Adas Galamimach, yes, but Adas Hamakom, so why not say Klal Yisrael? You have to give it to both Torahs. Because maybe both Torahs means Torah's Katos is Torah's Asham. Because it was interesting enough, the way that the Torah refers to Karbanos is as the Torah's Karban. So maybe two Torahs mean the Torah, the Katos Torah of the Asham. So why not say Kainu Kala Torah Kula? Most of them can just say, I'm making you swear to hold the entire Torah. To which the Gemara says, Avodos Chochavim, Simon says, Avodos Chochavim, maybe they're just referred to idolatry. Maybe the Moshe says, swear to hold the entire Torah. That means you swear not to worship idolatry, the other matter, because that's what we do. Tamura Avodos Chochavim, Shekala Kofer Bat Kimote B'Chavat Torah Kuba. Avodos Chochavim, Avodos are so severe, because the Moshe said the good news is, anyone who goes ahead and rallies against Kofer Bat, so Kofer against Avodos Chochavim, it's as if you admit to the entire Torah. So maybe Halacha L'Mexican, he would have just said, keep the entire Torah, perhaps that could be interpreted as, keep the prohibition against Avodah Zarah. The name of the rule, Kain Mitzvah. So why does Moshe say, Klal Yisrael, in the Kain Mitzvah? Chad the Mitzvah. Because mitzvah just means one mitzvah. Maybe it's just a journey to keep one mitzvah. Fine, Kain Mitzvahs. Keep the mitzvahs. Well, what does mitzvahs mean? And it just means two mitzvahs. Kol ha-mitzvah kulon. So keep all the mitzvahs. Just keep all the mitzvahs. Maybe that refers to mitzvahs tzitzis. Maybe that refers to mitzvahs tzitzis. Because they will say, what does it mean? Kula mitzvahs tzitzis. You make it kol ha-mitzvahs kulon. Because they will say the mitzvah of tzitzis, the mitzvah of tzitzis, corresponds to all of the mitzvahs in the Torah. So what's in Hawaii is that actually very beautiful Gemara with Rashi. We love mitzvahs, tzitzis, the Torah mitzvahs, it says, we describe it as the mitzvahs themselves. The Matri of Shema, Shesh Meals. So many of us have the Matri of the word tzitzis. Tzadik, Tzadik, Yud, Yud, God is 600. That's 600. Plus, Shmona Pukid, there's 8 strings, right? 8 strings at each of the corners, the Hanisha Charim, and 5 knots. Sum total, like drum roll, 650. So it's about just as an aside. of the mitzvah of scissors. It's fascinating to see, and if you think about it, the mitzvah of scissors corresponds to all 613 mitzvahs. What's fascinating about mitzvah? What's fascinating about scissors? What's fascinating about it? Totally passive. Totally passive. What do? I put it on in the morning, and I pretty much, for lack of a better term, forget about it for the rest of the day. Right? So what you see over here is the power of passive influence. That when you go ahead and keep yourself within a certain atmosphere, those cities are on my body from the time I wake up in the morning until the time I go to sleep. And what I've just done is I passively react to myself in something that reminds me of 600 different processes. Maybe I see them, maybe I don't see them. But the power of positive influences, even passive ones, throughout the day is so profound. So remember like this. So therefore, most of what I just said, maybe the idea that the cities corresponds to empire. But let me know, time is so sweet.
In the course of 12 years, from 1881 to 1493, Turkey's thousands of Jews died in this way. Many poor were tortured and sentenced to different things. They had them in disease. But this was what was going on during this time. Now, all the while, Ferdinand and Isabella were carrying on their pursuits of being, of gaining power over the entire Spain. And the final battle was in Malaga. It was still, Malaga was still controlled by Muslims, and they marched in there and won. And with that, they became the undisputed rulers of the entire Spanish Peninsula. When it happened, they went to Spain with the plan, which was, as we said before, once they conquered Spain, they're going to now get rid of everybody. It's going to be, get different, it's going to make it human rights, they're going to make it fundamental right, but everything else, besides handling the developing things, we're going to go. That's how they did it. Right away, almost immediately from Malaga,
and my gas is what I think it was 613 mitzvahs. Why include Al-Das HaMakom? Because making it Yeshua Al-Das HaMakom means there's no anomaly. There's no anomaly. When you swear based on the Das of the Rebbe and Olam, ultimately again there is no anomaly. Look at the Rashi Erov. Nothing commanding no Al-Das Yehi B'Davi Swash from Al-Das HaMakom. So when you do it then the Hakira the Rebbe should Al-Das HaMakom, they will have so incredible. So again, by team emotionally it says I'm defining the parameters of this Shua. That's HaMakom. There is no unknown for this incredible, I must say. This was like, go back to 1 second ago now, just one minute, we'll see something really beautiful. If you take a look at Tosis, Tosis says, it's not kosher. So remember again, so Tosis says, this whole Shua is a bit problematic. Why? So you know it says, ما حسن ألس الشوا كانوا شايفين يشيابوا على الصفحة كانوا حاجين من يادو أس الشوا so say listen to this is such a fascinating story they'll say why is Moshe Rabbeinu enjoying while he's like why is he holding a shua on him why because he's afraid that they're going to worship Abu Dhar that's what he's afraid of and Moshe Rabbeinu wasn't fearful about anything there's no need for a shua. He's making them swear allegiance to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and allegiance to Torah and allegiance to God. Why? Because he's afraid they're going to worship Avodah Zarah. So make a shua. So we're not, what can we do now? What do they do now? By the shua. In other words, if you're afraid that they lack allegiance, how does the shua actually remedy that problem? It's a fascinating story. So again, the same people you're probably going to worship idolatry, right? So you're going to break the shua, worship idolatry. What difference is the shua? They also Tosis leaves it as a self-eating. Tosis doesn't understand. So say again, the Tibetan show, which one is the show of the dumps, says something absolutely amazing. He says, listen to this. These are the times. Into the Son of Kedoshim, וכוח התורה התפילה ומיישן קוראים, שהאדם עושה בעולם הזה הוא מעורר למעלה כוח הזה הוא מזיז. לפי זה, כאשר לא בכל ליבה, ולצונם לקיים את התורה, says the first Shlomo. Because of took the oath to go ahead and fulfill the Torah, Olu b'zeh koach elyon yidlachol. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yisrael Kavod, so Yisrael Kavod, we got close to this. That's what it says. Say two things. When we go ahead and we do something in this world, it awakens powers in the celestial sphere. So we took a shvur in this world to awaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu to give us more power in this world to do the things we need to do. Or we could distill this to even a simple idea. Those say, "Derek sha'adam rotzeh leilek mo'ichin osa." HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees the path we want to take in life, and it gives us the koach to go down that path. When Klal Yisrael made a shvur, what's a shvur? A shvur is a commitment. 9 out of 10 times, the reason we don't accomplish things in life that we don't accomplish is why? Because we lack commitment. That's why the 3 words that are the death knell of any rightness you are, I will try. Are you going to try? Don't bother. You're not going to try. You're not going to try. Right? I will try means I like to talk about the things that I'm going to do, but I'm not really going to do them. Commitment creates success. Commitment creates results. If you're all in, you will accomplish. If you're trying, you're ready before you even started. Not because you're not good guy, but because you're not in. You're not in. Says if you're trying to show us something amazing. Most of it understood. If they swear to do it, then they're in it. It doesn't mean you have to make mistakes, it doesn't mean you have to mess up. But grand scheme, a shvur means I'm all in. When you demonstrate that level of commitment, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives you the koach you need in order to be successful. You're going to try, you know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, when you say you're going to try something else, you know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu says? I don't know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, but I would manage it. Right? What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu say when he sees you, he says he's going to try, you know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu says? Do me a favor, come back when you bring up your knowledge about what you really want to do. And then put down your big both hands and decide what you want to do in life. Come back to me then, and then we'll talk about what protocols you need. You want to try? Don't bother me right now. When you've decided what you actually want to do with your life, come knocking on my celestial door, and I'll give you everything you need in order to be successful. Send me Shabby, I understand what this people need. Just be commitment. Klal Yisrael is great. Klal Yisrael is holy. Klal Yisrael is Kodesh Kadashim. Sometimes what we lack in life is resolve, is commitment. Most of them said, give them shvur. Shvur equals commitment. When you swear to do something, what you're saying is, I'm all in. And what if you're all in? What if God gives you the tools to accomplish what you need to do in life? You know, it's like so many times in life, you stand at like the threshold of accomplishment. You have such a commitment that you were afraid to like say, I'm in because I know I'm going to be successful. The truth is, 9.9 out of 10 meaningful things in life, you cannot guarantee success. But don't let the lack of guaranteed success stand in the way of unequivocal commitment, because then it becomes a vicious cycle. I don't know if I can succeed if I'm not willing to commit. Or if I'm not willing to commit, you can't do anything that can be successful. So I don't know if I'm going to be successful. And our lives become like this ongoing drug running after its chest, drug chasing the tail, circle of lack of commitment and therefore lack of accomplishment. Rather than nurturing a model trust, take the shoe off. Take the shoe off. Swear to yourself, I'm all in. And in that moment, again, not only is the result, but once the result is just the dad shot the most of them make more. Even also, you're committed, yes, if you're committed, I'm committed as well. And that's the focus of just the focus to be successful in our life endeavors. Incredible. Incredible. Says Igmar, let's go back. No, you see, what I got this. No, you see, you got this. Yes, I swear that I saw a snake like the size of the bean in the press release. So Mishnah says that's an example of a shua shar. Because again, not possible, no snakes like that. So that's the law. Is that not true? The acts of place are vasa kivna. As I said, there was this snake during the days of King Shapur that was large enough to swallow up 13 stables worth of straw. That is a big snake. Besides, there was there are big snakes that exist in this world. I was the color cool the top. No, it's talking about a snake that's spotted. So it says cool top. The snakes are generally spotted. It means more some Chicago top. We're talking about a case where the back is spotted. Generally, again, the back of the snake is not spotted. So you talk about a large spotted snake like that. So apparently, again, the world of snakes, that type of snake does not exist. First of all, first I'm going to ask this Mr. was, I need 2 years. First one was, I swear I'm going to keep below. Second one was, I swear I'm not going to keep below. So the first one was the Shuas B'Toy. The second one, ultimately again, is the Shuas Shab. So the Mishnah seems to indicate that Allah for the Moshe again, the Gemara says, Hashka Yisur Shuas B'Toy L'Chayiv, Yisur Shuas Shab L'Chayiv. We'll say, so it's interesting, you don't really sound, you shouldn't sound like in any one of the cases, I'm in violation of Shuas Shab, right? So for example, like if I don't eat the laws, so if I don't eat the laws, the Mishnah said I'm Chayiv Shuas B'Toy. So it sounds like I'm Chayiv and Shuas B'Toy and not in Shuas Shab, which means no, how you have Shuas Shab? Either way, either case, whether you eat the laws or not, you should be in violation of Shuas Shab, right? Why? Because when you're in violation of the Shuas Shab, the moment you made it, so remember, I still will eat the laws, and then make a second oath not to eat the laws, like that Mishnah transgressed the Shuas Shab right then and there. The Shuas Shab is not dependent on whether I eat or not. The Shuas Shab is dependent on the articulation of that second Shua. And you're really right. Come out of Shuas B'Toy. You're right. Definitely, we're saying all of these cases, I'm in violation of a Shuas Shab, right? Because again, the moment I say I still want to eat the laws, and then I make a second oath to say I'm not going to eat the laws, that second oath is a Shuas Shab. And I'm in violation of that right then and there. What's the variable? The variable is the Shuas B'Toy. Right? If I eat the laws, I can't put the Shuas B'Toy. If I don't eat the laws, then I violate the Shuas B'Toy. But either way, I violate the Shuas Shab. You can have a listen, that's the same time. Shuas B'Toy. There you go. It's what that's Shuas B'Toy. So I just got a notion of the notion, applies to men and to women, it's going to the culture, relatives and not often going to listen. For example, if I swear I'm going to give you $1,000 for Shuas B'Toy. Right? It doesn't make a difference whether Ruben is a man, Ruben is a woman, Ruben is mine, Ruben is my relative, not my relative. It's the same with Sunni, Ruben is country, it's possible. Even Shloshim may be whether I do in front of Beis or not in front of Beis, meet the Atzmo. Again, let's say I've been confident in this one. Shuas B'Toy works if I articulate it myself. Now we'll see there's another case like Shuas B'Toy that can be articulated by others as well. Point of view, Shuas B'Toy applies to everyone. If I love him, how's the Dona Makis? As we just saw before, we learned this many times. Liability for Shuas B'Toy, liability for it is intentional violation of Shuas B'Toy is Malchus. Accidental or intentional violation is covered over the other. Shuas Shab, what about a falsehood, which we just defined in our previous Mishnah. So by the way, I just want to point out, remember, there's a third category which we're not discussing, which is Shuas Sheker. What's Shuas Sheker? Something like anything that doesn't fit into the category of Shuas Shab, like any false hope, any quote-unquote trick, we'll come back to that. Shuas Shab, what's Shuas Shab? So again, no, I guess, Ba'anoshim, Ubinoshim, it applies to men, it applies to women, miracle, B'Koven, relatives, not talking, we will say this is talking about it here. Look at Rashi says, Shuas Shab, Amar Allah, you should become the for example. Look at what this is Shuas Shab. Right? Ruben is standing right in front of me. I say Ruben is a woman. I swear Ruben is a woman. Right? Ruben is not a woman. Ruben is a man. So whether Ruben is my relative, not my relative, again, it doesn't make a difference. Right? Shuas Shab is Shuas Shab. It applies to men, it applies to women, it applies to relatives, not relatives. It's shared with the student. Ultimately, people who are kosher, people who are kosher. Maybe The Shua B'Chol Beis Din is either the Shua Shad in the presence of Beis Din or not in the presence of Beis Din. Only Pi'asmo. But the assumption over here is that Shua Shad is a Shua that I am articulating on my own. Now again, you'll see that there's an alternate case for this as well. The Chayovim has the Dona Makis, Rashi, Rasakah. And ultimately again, for a Shua's Shad, intentional violation of the Shua Shad is Malchus, unintentional showing of his father. Akazuva Akaza was at the Achirim Shad. So I say, for example, now in all of these cases, I can also take the Shua Israel, and if someone else makes this statement, and I say Amen, that is as if I have taken the Shua myself. For example, let's say I squeeze back the Shua's Israel, right? I'm not swearing. I say, you know what, I didn't eat anything today. But what I didn't put on today. Mashbiach, so what it is, let's consider it as a even, right? I didn't eat today. I said, yes, I swear. And it turns out that I did something very exciting. So I said, let's go. I'm not articulating this, right? I didn't articulate it. But someone else says, I made a statement. Someone else said, do you swear about that statement? And I say, yes, that's called the Shua. That's called the Shua. Incredible. I'm not sure. Essentially, anytime someone else observes me, right, and I say Amen, it is as if I have made the Shua myself. Rashi says that I cannot teach you anything. The Haikar, in the establishment between the relationship is something that was less dangerous. We're having here, if you ask, like, so for example, this is true. It's supposed to be great. I didn't even go today. Ruben says, oh, you swear? And I say, I'm going. I say, yes. Right? Oh, no, he's swearing. I say, yes, I swear. I swear, that's a supposed to be good. Or then I'm in Beijing. Right? Ruben says, something not English for me. I say, I don't know any English. Right? Ruben says, swear. And I say, amen. That's as if I'm in the swear. So it says, saying amen is as if I'm saying amen to a statement or to a proposition of Shua is as if I'm made the Shua myself. So the man says, say, but I'm not sure amen. So interesting enough, the way we observe the Sota, that she did not commit adultery, is we make the statement, and she says, amen, 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 the Gemara says, amen, she swears, I did not commit adultery from the man of accused of law, and I also never committed adultery with anyone else. Right, so when I say, when you see her, amen, allows me to be a Jew. I'm not having to say, Rabbi, Masnisi is nice and not humanity. The Jew is learning from Mishnah, the Bible says, well, the time you learn, first happen, this is what I just find out, so there's a source of this, it is a Shua that don't know testimony for someone, right? Even crazy, I have testimony for him in the case against sinning. I swear I don't know any testimony. That's so swearing that you don't know testimony, something that is called Shua Sa'idus. Now, obviously, Shua Sa'idus only applies to men and not to women, right? Because when you don't get testimony, it only applies to non-relatives, right? Because relatives are not, allowed to give testimony for relatives. It says, it only applies to people like this. And not to people who are compromised. The only highest evidence of the height. It only applies to people who are kids for testimony. If it's really been the Shalodic relation in Piasmo, and it applies in front of Beis Din, and not in front of Beis Din. And again, I offer this oath, of my own verbal cognition, right? Of my own verbal volition, by the way. Only piafre is, it says, only piafre, and it's actually talking about it in Israel. And again, let's say, if you are judged by someone else, ultimately, again, there's only liability for this. He was very there. That wasn't his problem. I have a Bryce, the only second Bryce. What's I just said, how is this? I just want to point out, by the way. Again, Shua Sa'idus is literally the topic of our next chapter, right? The next Mishnah, Shua Sa'idus. So we have actually not learned about the intricacies of this Shua just yet. So we're getting ahead of ourselves just a little bit. So look at this on the right. So Shua Sa'idus, what's Shua Sa'idus? What is an oath without testimony? I say to this is bold. The Tunish, right? come and testify on that. And the witnesses say, Shmuel She'imani Yodim L'Cha'idus. We still don't have any testimony for you. All Shmuel She'imani Yodim L'Cha'idus. All they said, no, we don't have any Idus for you. Mashpia Ani Aleichem. And I say to them, you two guys, you want testimony for me. Swear that you don't have testimony for me. But Amen. And they say, yes, Amen, we don't have any testimony for you. So I said, the three cases, they show other cases.
was a great yearning for Mashiach.
So once again, whether this hope is happening in front of him, not happening in front of him,
and many times, as we can say, even as usual, in such a bad time, as somebody crept up and being a potential Mashiach. And this case was a man of corrupt and this fellow was in character. They came from the 10 lost tribes. It was the brother of the ruler of one of the 10 lost tribes. And they don't believe the Zohar. It was all a very good tale that he had, which convinced many people.
So how do you reconcile that?
They did come there because his appearance was distant nature in India, whatever it was. And he made it to be quite popular there. He was because he brought in by the Pope, got some attention. He got some attention. Although later on, being later on, he actually collaborated with another man called Shlomo Molcho. Shlomo Molcho was also strange individual that he was initially a Christian, converted to Judaism at the end of the government official. Shlomo Molcho, he converted Judaism as the government to stature. When told actually he was sent to fulfill many events, an earthquake he foretold the comet frequency which apparently came true, and this dropped up a very big thing for calamity. Whatever it was, but this is what happened. And the end actually was positively. At one point they collaborated. This don't be the Romanian Islam. At one point they didn't know them, and then they made a whole story. But this Shlomo Molcho was actually killed obviously Hashem on the first sanctification of Hashem's name.
It works even if you do it by someone else. If you don't answer Amen, then it doesn't work. I was telling Shmuel, like the Mashmuel, so what is Shmuel coming to teach us? Right? So
having in his writings heretical beliefs to the Christians. Shmuel is actually the author of the Shulchan Aruch, Rabbi Yosef Karo, transcribed this idea. He said
there are two ways to take Shavuos. Right?
was a very noble act at the end. He died on Kiddush Hashem. So you had these kind of people that actually drummed up quite a bit of noise in the community. But it's a link to these things did have an effect. Is one of some of the more noted events following the Spanish Inquisition.
All right, Shabbos, good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos,
the Kabbalists that we spoke of, many of them were Sephardim as well. Many of them were Sephardim.
All right. Probably so everyone will be good Shabbos.
Whoever was in Spain was in Spain. Whoever was not was in Germany. They lived in these times. So however many survived from Spain. It's interesting. The author of the Code of Jewish Law. The author of the Code of Jewish Law was written by Rabbi Yosef Karo. His father was called Rabbi Ephraim Karo, who was a great rabbi, who was one of those who were expelled from Spain. Rabbi Yosef Karo was 5 years old at the Spanish expulsion. So he ended up in Sfat, in Israel. You had Kabbalists who were all over the place. Who was exactly at that time? I'm not exactly sure, but later on you had just right after that, you had the Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria. He was actually called Rabbi Yitzchak Luria Ashkenazi. Ashkenaz is Germany, so I don't know if he but then again, so he was part of that. You had his his main student, who were called the Chaim Vital, we'll speak about next week or 2 weeks' time, was from Damascus, was from Syria. So you had various people cropping up, and there wasn't a stronghold, shall we say. This was the place where the Kabbalists, you had Kabbalists, you had those people who knew Kabbalah, which were dotted around many places. Obviously not now, not in Spain, in different places. That was the one, evidently, many of them, this Rabbi Yavitz writes that when he built that person who sort of wrote what was going on, he said, many who learned in the yeshiva, turned the halachic pursuit into merely a pursuit of knowledge, or pursuit of having a fun time with the backwards and forwards of the Talmud, and many of them left it altogether and went into these called the vanities of this world, and many used this for their own stature. It wasn't, much of the influence of the Kabbalists wasn't felt yet. Next time we'll speak of, we'll get to what was going on in Israel. That was probably the next major stop. It wasn't a stop at that. So, interestingly enough, at that time was an era when Tzfat and many other places in Israel suddenly blossomed with some of the tremendously great Jewish people. We'll speak of the Renaissance that came more or less after this. With the Middle Ages behind us, more or less now. This is probably the big batch of the Middle Ages at this point. But then of the Renaissance, when Jews who had been expelled from other places were let back, the humanists, suddenly when the world was turning a little more, shall we say, sane after this kind of era. Eventually the Jews getting to Eastern Europe, and that was this was actually probably about the year 1500 was when the Jews, a lot because of the Spanish expulsion, when they ended up in Eastern Europe and made their way all the way up the sea and ended up in Poland and in Russia, and that's about when it started. And we'll see the first Jewish communities that arose in Eastern Europe and in Israel and various other places, and the history that happened with them. Last week we spoke about the Girush, the expulsion from Spain. We're going to move on now to what happened afterwards, the aftermath, after the Jewish people sort of respond and come out to this from this whole thing. We must also first, however, note that the expulsion from Spain was not the only expulsion. In that area in Europe, you had a number of expulsions throughout the Middle Ages. For example, England expelled the Jews in 1290. That was the aftermath of Richard the Lionhearted, of the Crusaders, the story of York, where Jews were, committed suicide in the Clifford's Tower in York. In 1394, France expelled the Jews. 1394. Interestingly, in Germany, it wasn't that it wasn't out of affection that the Jews weren't expelled. It was simply practical reasons why they remained always in Germany is because Germany was province. provinces. Germany wasn't an overall monarchy. They had every prince who expedited whatever they wanted from their subjects, and either were nice to the Jews or not nice to the Jews, either kicked them out or didn't, and other princes and provinces took them in. So after all these expulsions, and chiefly with the expulsion from Spain, we're talking over 200 years, but just looking at it from a little of a bird's eye view, the Jews moved eastward. We have the map in our heads a little bit. The Jews moved east. So this is when Jewish communities started to propagate and to grow in these places, in Holland, mainly in Amsterdam. In Germany, actually, the community in Hamburg became quite big. Holland, they came from Spain. Mainly the Sephardim came to Holland, yes, or Caesar, actually. But Lens was a very big Jewish community. Saloniki, Constantinople, and Smyrna in Turkey. You see how, so they're moving up. Then they went up to North Africa, Fez, Algiers, Tunis, in North Africa. They went to Egypt, Cairo, Alexandria. The Jewish community cropped up in Damascus, in Syria. And 2 cities in Israel became very, very Jewish. The city of Jerusalem and Tzfas, which we're going to talk about tonight. So this is pretty much where the Jews migrated to after they were expelled from Central Europe, or that area in Europe, where they weren't welcome anymore, and even when they were, life was unbearably difficult. Not yet. Soon, in the year about 1500, next week, please God, we're going to start talking about Eastern Europe. Because in about the year 1500, which is about now 1492, but still in 1500, the communities in Russia and Poland, that area was still quite small. It was after, in the next 100 to 200, next 100 years, shall we say, after the expulsion from Spain, that the communities in Eastern Europe started to go big. In this time as well, but we'll talk about that next week. Now, interestingly enough, there were Marranos. By the way, there's a term in Hebrew which they're known by, is anusim. Anusim, the word onus means to be coerced. We use it in the Haggadah, onus al pi hadibur. Jacob was, so to say, coerced by Hashem to go down to Egypt. He wasn't interested. Hashem told him he had to go down. The word, so anusim is plural for those who were coerced, those who were forced into conversion into Catholicism. So, or for that matter, to Islam. The same thing, yeah, the term is used. So these Anusim, these Marranos, some of them managed to trickle out. There was we mentioned the other week, there was a constant trickle from Spain and Portugal of Marranos who got their way, many with their money, out of Spain and Portugal, out of the hands of the Inquisition, into the free countries of then, many to Holland. And many returned to their Judaism openly after they were able to do so. Some, however, actually quite a few, chose to carry on to live with the mask of being Catholic, of being a Christian as they were, in order to be able to help their brethren, the Jews, whether their brethren are still in Spain and Portugal or elsewhere, whilst being dispersed. Others may have carried it on, some want to say, even because of fear. The Inquisition was very powerful, and it wasn't out of the question that, we'll see in one of the stories we'll pick up on over here, that wasn't out of the question that the Inquisition would get to places where it wasn't official. And they were nervous still of the gruesomeness of the Inquisition and the way it was so great and powerful that they chose simply maybe of safety to carry on that way. Those that remained in Spain, could we say pretty much were without hope. Till about the year 1588, They totally smothered them. And Spain was never the same after that. So it could be said, I don't know if historians actually know this, but it's possible that the difficulty of life as Jews, as Moranos, under Spanish rule, it could be that it did weaken a little bit after that, after the British conquest. It's interesting actually to note Spain, when the Jews were there, Spain was a superpower, and it's a superpower. Spain was extremely big and powerful, and the rabbis have noted, I believe it has even an allusion in the Talmud, that in the countries where the greatest Jewish community was always the country that was most powerful on a world sense. Russia, because going back in history, Russia was where many years, 50, 60, more, even 100 years ago, 100 years ago, let's say 100 years ago, most Jews were Russian. You want to know, majority of where Jews were, they were Russia. And Russia was the big guy in this world. When it shifted to America, interestingly enough, America also rose as the superpower. In history as well, you had Egypt at the time when the Jews were there. It was the glory of Egypt. Babylon, when the Jews were there, was the glory of Babylon, and so on. It's very interesting, something very interesting to note. There is one event or one series of events which sort of gives us a little glimpse of this kind of idea, this kind of life outside of the Inquisition. However, what Spanish Jews had to get used to, or what they did, is actually the story of a woman, a famous Sephardic woman. There was a family called Mendes, the Mendes family, who were great bankers. They had a bank house in Lisbon, in Portugal. And the head of the family was a man called Francisco Mendes. They were Moranos. They were again, Moranos was the nickname for those who had converted. No one knew exactly who was believing the Judaism as we see. He was a Morano from a Morano family. He died, I think, relatively young, and his entire wealth went over to his wife, who was called Dona Gracia. Dona Gracia Mendes. And his brother, this Francisco Mendes, his brother Diego, inherited a huge banking industry. Dona Gracia, went over to Antwerp, and when she went over to Antwerp, she continued to hide the Judaism. And she did so in order, because she was tremendously wealthy, and she did so in order to be able to help out the Jews in Spain and in Portugal, as well as the world over. And secretly, she helped the Andersons, she helped the Moranos get out of Spain and Portugal. She gave heavy money to yeshivas and to other different Jewish organizations and different Jewish institutions. What happened is that her daughter married a man called Yosef Nossi. Yosef Nossi is literally a prince, but Yosef Nossi, who was her nephew. Her daughter married her nephew, and what happened is that after her brother-in-law died, her brother-in-law Diego, basically there was a riff-raff between herself and her sister, because she was appointed to be the total owner, the executor of everything, of the entire bank and all its branches. And her sister was left out, which she got very, as they say, very angry about. And in a moment of wrath, she turned over Donna Gracia to the church, saying that she was practicing Judaism secretly. Now, the Inquisition wasn't in Antwerp at the time, in Belgium, but the church, immediately the church was extremely powerful still, and the church put her into jail. And this was something they were extremely thrilled about, because that meant that eventually, through playing things right, the money would go over to them. There would be also the daughters were also put into a nunnery, that would be the way that they played it cleverly. It wasn't they were going to do it 1 to 3, but eventually that would happen. Now, the funny thing is that her sister also had got the same thing. Her sister was the one that turned her over. They said, well, she's Jewish, and her sister, the same thing. And she also got into jail with the church. Anyway, Yosef Nossi, who was her son-in-law, was an advisor to the crown prince of the Sultan at that time. He was called Selim. He was the crown prince of Turkey. And this Yosef Nossi was an advisor, again, very powerful, was a man, a very rich man. So the Sultan was the Ottoman Empire then was a big deal, and he put on a lot of pressure onto the church and onto the government in Belgium, whoever was controlling Belgium at the time, that Donna Gracia should be able to move to Turkey, to move to the Ottoman Empire, and let her get out of here and not be in your way, so to say. Not because there was a big love of the Jews, because there was a big love of the money. Yosef Nossi explained to him that this was a one-time deal where they were able to get the power of all these banks in his country. And he succeeded. Another interesting time when the Christian world went a lot of economic measles, just for religious reasons. The expulsion of Jews from Spain was something we eventually other people Sultan was extremely pleased with that. He welcomed every Jew into his empire, and the Jews built it up. So this was one sort of idea like that. She carried on, and when she was in the Ottoman Empire, she openly, obviously now she was known to be Jewish, and she openly supported huge Jewish causes. There were many poems that we still have, which were written about her. One of the, when she passed away, they said, I forget who exactly said, the verse in Asia's title says, Rabbi spoke many daughters have done great. I thought these are belonging with you have risen above all of them. You mentioned the name was happened, I believe, the name. So she's till today, there's a place in Israel that's dedicated for her. Yeah, there's a website. Could be possible. Yeah. Now, this Yosef Nossi, when he was in Turkey, he, as any good Jew who would be powerful in the annals of power, of the kingdom, of the monarchy, he did a lot for his Jewish brethren. One thing that he did, interestingly enough, he convinced the Sultan to pressure France. France kicked out all the Jews, and as was the custom when he kicked out the Jews, he took everything they had. He took the property, he took everything valuable. So that he pressured, Yosef Nossi pressured the Sultan to pressure France to give back the Jews what they stole, what they took. It was pretty much successful to the degree that when France didn't come up with everything that was, so to say, a ship that came to the Ottoman Empire that came from France, immediately a third of the cargo was confiscated for this purpose. Every French ship. So this was he did some very great things for the Jews then. He also, I believe, bought for 1,000 couple, of gold pieces he bought from the Sultan, the city of Tiberias, Tiberia. The Sultan gave that to him. He wanted to buy Yerushalayim, but the Sultan didn't allow it. He gave it to Tiberia and the love of the Gadol, and he wanted to build it up. He wanted to the Jews to be able to live there and be able to have do a livelihood. He wasn't so successful, unfortunately. A lot of the ships that he sent them with Jews were hijacked by pirates, and the business didn't take off as he wanted to, but he did push for it. He did have that great idea. So that is that was a big story of the Mendez family, the Nazi family. That gives us a sort of picture of the colors that were going back and forth at the time. They were from the family of Maranos. And Marano to the Spanish, somebody who was taken on Christianity officially and then denounced it, or was denouncing it as they officially were. In Holland, there was also, as we said, a great community of Spanish Jews. Now, many leaders were produced by these communities. One great man was the Rabbi of pretty much the Rabbi looked up to by the Jews of Amsterdam and beyond. It was a man called Rabbi Menashe Ben Yisrael. He was born in 1604. He died in 1657. He was one of the refugees from Portugal, and his family moved to Amsterdam. And he served over there as one of the rabbis of what was called the Neve Shalom community. Neve Shalom was like a Neve means Shalom means peace. And there was a conglomerate of three communities that had sort of joined forces that pulled together, and they had 4 rabbinic leaders. He was one of them. He was a genius of a man. He was very soon at a young age. He was a rising star. He knew many languages. He published books in Latin, Portuguese, and Spanish, and English, and other languages like that. He was a prolific speaker, a man who was extremely educated, both in Torah and in the sciences. He actually had Amsterdam. He had a printing press. He had a printing press, a Hebrew printing press. Now, this was the era which was the Renaissance, which we call the Renaissance. I mean, there's a lot of history to talk about in the non-Jewish world, what was going on in that time. The reform of Christianity, the Crusaders in general, people started seeing other people. They started, the Central Europe world started to get their eyes open to different cultures and wanted to know. The printing press, we can even say, was the greatest revolution in the way that it started to educate people. The way you keep people under a spell of dictatorship is with not allowing them to be educated. That's what you do. You take away all education. You channel everything they know, so they don't know anymore. When the printing press was invented and the books started to become cheap and accessible, then the world opened up. You couldn't convince everybody everything. There was a new translation of the Bible that was the first thing that was printed, and so you had the world was changing in a very great way. Again, the reformation of the church, the Lutheran, and the other people who did a lot of revolutionizing, who were actually, interestingly enough, many of them started off as friends of the Jews, and then some, like the original Christians, saw that they weren't getting anywhere and turned back because they thought, this was going to be, in the new Christianity, everybody's just going to be welcome. Well, it turned out that the Jews would welcome that idea. A lot of the talk in that time was also centered around Mashiach, both in the Jewish world and in the Christian and the the non-Jewish with the wider world, the world was waking up, Renaissance. The world was turning around to a new era, and many people were looking at this new entry as a new phase and maybe a messianic phase. Rabbi Ben Yisrael wrote a lot about Shia. And that was to he wrote out the books addressing the issues that non-Jews had taken up with the Bible, with the Christians had taken up with the Bible. But one of the things he was very big on was Mashiach. What he's quite well known for, Menashe Ben Yisrael, was his efforts to get the Jews to be able to be back in Britain, to be back in England. This was the time again in England where things also changed around. This was the era of Cromwell, where things were, he was the big man in England, and the original monarchy had toppled. And he was in control pretty much. And Menashe Ben Yisrael, interestingly enough, the rabbis would say that use this argument, the rabbis would say actually believe that we have to check in his words. But there was this idea that the Jewish people needed to be able, from a messianic point of view, needed to be able to be in every single place in the world. They're scattering, needed to be scattered all over. Whatever the case was, England was a place where the Jews they needed to be there. It was useful for them to be. It would be another place for us, a haven, would be a place for them to live. So Menashe Ben Yisrael was sent, actually he was summoned by the British government of then to represent the Jewish case. He wrote an essay, on the argument for the Jews. Until today, it's one of the very great work which presents, he gives the argument of why the Jews will be useful for England if you let them back in. There was great opposition within England itself. Many of the clergy and many of the business people who didn't want Jewish craftsmanship and Jewish business to come in and take over, or to come in and be as competition, and they weren't interested in something they wanted. We're talking here 14 or 1600s. Not 1700s now, 1600s, right? Was it before all the or after? Shame on me. Yeah. Never mind that. Anyway, he went to England. Cromwell was very impressed with him, and it came to admire him greatly. But the actual mission for which he came wasn't so successful. The Jews were not officially allowed back in. However, what did happen was, which may have been a blessing in disguise, was that the Jews didn't march in with banners and parades. They trickled in, one by one. Oliver Cromwell allowed a steady flow of Jews, one by one, to come in. And they found themselves, the Jewish community in London, building a shul. It's still there today, the Ben Ismail shul. It's the first shul, Sephardic shul. All of Sephardic people that came. He spent 2 years, I believe, in England. Menashe Ben Yisrael, he had an only son, unfortunately, which passed away. And he was very broken after that. He didn't actually make it back to Amsterdam. He passed away on his route and is buried somewhere back to Amsterdam. But that was his achievement, what he did, and he's marked down in history for that. Now going to Israel, and this is what we'll focus on. Again, before the Jews were expelled from Spain in 1488, just before the expulsion, the poll was that there were just about 17 Jewish families in the entire Israel. However, after expulsion. Well, after the expulsions, there was when the Jews, when life was terrible in these other places, the Jews were simply looking where to go. Well, an obvious option for many, or for those who were able, was Israel. If you were able to get there, most didn't. But in 1521, okay, as opposed to 1488, 1521, we already find 500 Jewish families in Israel. The first one in that era who really established this Jewish spiritual life in Israel is a man who was called from Italy, who was called Rabbi Bertinoro. The Bertinoro is a wine, yeah, and it's an Italian wine, and it's a little province apparently, or a little town in Italy. Now, he is very famous, extremely famous, and the reason for that is because he made an explanation similar to what Rashi did, or somewhat to what Rashi did on the Talmud. He made an explanation to the Mishnah. He took the Mishnah and he said, okay, if somebody wants to learn Mishnah and he doesn't know what's going on, who's going to explain it to him? For the Mishnah is very short and very concise, and you've got to come at a part of it. So he wrote, it's known as the Bertinoro, and pretty much every single edition of the Mishnah, the original edition, has the Mishnah, right beside it has the Bertinoro. Many refer to it as the Rav, Reish Ayin Beis Rabbeinu Oivadia Bertinoro. Every kid, even before they learn Talmud, when they learn Mishnah, usually the order of study is Chumash. They get a bit older, it's the Mishnah, and they get a bit older, it's the Gemara, the Talmud. When they learn Mishnah, almost right away, when they get Muhammad, they'll learn the Rav, they'll learn the Bertinoro. And that is often a great background to get, just to welcome the student into the Talmudic world, because he gleans from the Talmud different bits and pieces that you need to know the understanding of the Mishnah. So this is, until today, there's many people that will learn on a steady course the Mishnah with the Bertinoro. This escalated, this carried on. By about 1600, we will find that in Tzfas, the city of Tzfas, again, the Jews settled in Yerushalayim, and Tzfas was the big one, I think. And in Tzfas, we will find already in 1600, there were 18 yeshivas and 21 synagogues. So this was the kind of growth that Eretz Yisrael was experiencing as a result of all these Jews migrating and having to move away. Tzfas became a place of commerce, business, farming. Israel has a lot of farming going through it, a lot of buying and selling, a lot of industry, different materials were coming and going from Tzfas, as well as in this era. Tzfas, at one time, you call it Tzfas, and it's called the golden age of Tzfas, that it bore some of the greatest Jews that put their seal on Judaism from their time and onwards. And we're going to look at those Jews who lived in that pretty much the same era, in the city of Tzfas. The first one who came on the scene in Tzfas was a man called the Mahari Begav. That's how he's called, Mahari Begav. He was born in Fez, North Africa, and after wandering from one place to the other, they had to go. He came to Tzfas when he was already 60 years old. Because of his talent, because of his stature, he almost immediately became the Jewish leader of Tzfas, the leader of the rabbinate. The response to Chuvah's Mahari Begav, the response that he wrote back and forth for his questions and answers. He was born in 1474. He passed away in 1541. Now, an interesting thing happened with the life of the Mahari Begav. What he wanted to, for this, he's famous for this. There is something called smicha. Smicha literally means to lead, and but it's used as the term for ordaining, for giving the ability to a student who has learned enough to rule, to be a rabbi, to rule in Halachic matters. Now, the smicha we have today is, we can call, let's say, that it's not the authentic smicha. Today's smicha is that somebody, a senior rabbi, has tested you and gives you permission to rule. Gives you permission, in other words, that you are erudite enough, you are capable enough of examining the law on your own, or maybe even knowing it offhand, and you have the tools with which to rule Jewish law. So that's smicha today. Smicha, however, in its real sense, was that you were ordained, that you were given the ability to rule in a chain, starting from Moshe Rabbeinu. You went through this in Shades of David HaMelech, that you were Ish Mipi Ish, you were a man from a man, you were Musmach, you got smicha from your teacher, you got smicha from his teacher, and so much. That smicha, the Romans knew very well from their side that was keeping the Jews going, and therefore they abolished the smicha, they banned the smicha without the death penalty. They knew that this was important. As David HaMelech saw also the smicha needed strengthening. He had smicha many thousands of people in one day that David HaMelech did. But he was lost. Throughout the exiles, pretty much, I believe, in Babylonia already, it was overlapped. Now, Maimonides, the Rabbi, writes, obviously taken from the Talmud, that it's possible to reinstate the smicha. And that is if all the rabbis in Israel at the time, at any given time, will agree to, will convene and will unanimously reinstate the smicha. That smicha, that means, and you can start the smicha from that point onwards. The Rabbi Rav wanted to do this. Now there was a community in Israel. He wanted to start with the smicha. Now, what the greatness of that is that by doing that, you are setting the ground for reinstating the Sanhedrin. And I believe he did have this idea that for all that time, for the last 1,500 years since the destruction of the Second Temple, just before, there had not been a Sanhedrin. And meaning there had not been a central area of all the Jews with everything that goes along with everything. He wanted to reinstate it. Anyway, he was the rabbi of Sfas. He, however, came into an open clash with the chief rabbi of Jerusalem, who was opposed to it, strongly opposed to it, and I believe more strongly because he opposed to the idea of the Sanhedrin more than the idea of the smicha itself. For various reasons, but it was a huge, it got very heated backwards and forwards, and in the end the thing did not come into fruition. This kind of smicha, but he wanted to do it, so that was an interesting event in his life. And in that era as well, 1500s, was the life of a man who, because of him, his name and his writings are the foundation of Jewish law today. Rabbi Yosef Karo was, we mentioned last week, was a little boy at the time of the Spanish expulsion. He was 4 years old. And he came eventually again to his house. He was quite young, in his 30s and 40s, when he wrote 3 extremely important works. The first one was called the Beis Yosef. The Beis Yosef is a work on the book The Tur, from Rabbi Yaakov Baal HaTurim, which we mentioned the other time. The Baal HaTurim, there was the Rosh. Rabbeinu Osher had a son who was called Rabbeinu Yaakov Baal HaTurim. He was the one who put down Jewish law in an order of 4 names of four parts. Each part, first part dealing with life, the life cycle. Second part dealing with the laws of dietary, of cash laws. Third part dealing with the laws of marriage and divorce and family life. The fourth part dealing with business. He put it all, he sifted through everything and gave me 4 days. He told many laws from his father, from my mother, these from the priest, all the way before, and he put it down in that order. The Torah, however, doesn't usually quote the source for where he's getting from. Sometimes it does, but a lot of times it doesn't. And also, it's not elaborated on these, right? It's quite, the base Yosef, prepares the Torah, wrote a very important work on the Torah.
After 2 down, somewhere around 12 to 15 lines from the bottom of the page.
Coming from, and then it takes everything and
yesterday, the person said,
a lot of times the Torah just
takes the Shmuel, he's not going to eat a
different
particular loaf of bread,
without
and then he
really,
says again,
ruling himself.
Shmuel of
The Beis
Kohen.
Yosef
There's
will
a
go
Shmuel that will not eat it,
Beis Yosef will
and then
take
he
it
says
all
again,
and chew
Shmuel
it
of
over,
Kohen. He
and
says 3 different things.
a lot
Number
of
1,
the
he's not going to eat the loaf of bread, and then he says he will eat it, and he then says again, he won't eat it.
So
Yesterday,
it's a
tomorrow,
analyze
why the first step is the first view. One way this view, one says, so let's just pick up from there again. Over the one way this view was Shmuel Why do you have to say both? Why do you have to reiterate the Shmuel? Why? Not because the Tanakh from the teaches us time is almost the other almost the reason why it's only tied one is because he first said he's not going to eat it at all, and then he eats Shmuel. It's such a sequence, in such a way, he's only going to tie one. Lo tie of Amar so first says so while the other when he says he's not going to eat it at all, that's how you start. And each thing was explained to the the person says he's not going to eat this loaf of bread, so then in that particular expression of I will eat this loaf of bread, so that any part of that loaf of bread becomes forbidden, and therefore Kiva, so also in the Kazayas time once he's eaten a Kazayas, the outpost of that bread, halakha is, he is Kazayas. However, the person says for no, I won't eat this loaf of bread, they don't find out those kudas. In other words, the expression of the also Kikar Zoo, but if a person says they will not eat this loaf of bread, that means he's not going to eat any part of this loaf of bread. Therefore, as soon as he eats a share of the Kazayas, he's tired, he's violated his law, and he has to do it. However, the person says for that expression he's not going to eat the whole thing, and eating the whole thing is where there's a problem. If he does not eat the whole thing, then there's not going to be a problem. What's the difference? The difference is the order that he thinks. If he first says he's not going to eat this loaf of bread, which means he's not going to eat the whole thing and eat any of it. And then he realizes he's not going to eat the whole thing, then that's unnecessarily redundant. Because once you can't eat any part of the loaf of bread, so then you don't need to have another expression to say you won't eat the whole thing. So the problem is eating Kazayas. So therefore, the expression only means things that we are going to find once, so you have to go ahead and tell us both. Because one of the timers almost in other words, you switch the order. And first say he's not to eat the whole thing. And so when you enter it in such a case, he potentially could be tied twice. How would he be tied twice? He eats the Kazayas, then he violates his rule of the Kikar, which is the second one. If he eats the whole thing, he violates his rule of the whole thing. That was the part of it. That was the word of it. That's what it was. Shmuel Kohen, person takes the Shmuel, he's not going to eat the whole thing. And then he ate it in the car of now again, he wanted to see what's the Shmuel, this is the third expression. But if you explain to me first, the difference between Shmuel Kikar Zoo, that I won't eat this loaf of bread, and so whatever, that I won't eat the whole thing. Fine. And then why do you have to say it again, Shmuel Kohen? He wants to say, Hasu Lemel. Why do we have to have this third utterance over here? The Gemara says, this teaches me another halakha, which is, the leka, pasavua, very important rules of the Gemara. Our Mishnah is simply telling us how many upward defenses a person has if he violates this rule. So if a person says, I won't eat this loaf of bread, and then he says, I won't eat it, I won't eat it. So in such a case, even though he reads the rule, he's only required one korban if he violates it. However, our Gemara says that the Mishnah says, well, clearly make the point that there really are three shavuot that took place over here. He did make three shavuot. How many times has he violated that? If he eats it, only once. The Gemara says, okay. So Kamak for Yubu the Leko, and the Lord said to be Miskapas and Ravka. If you find a place that will actually take effect for it to devolve on something, then I'll look at you to tie it again. I'm not going to say, very nice. What might help us? Where is this going to develop? In other words, very nice. If you only ever going to be tied to one carbon, who cares if it's one spool or 30 spool? And it's no different. Only the time one carbon, you might say, it's a in the case of Rabbi, we'll be able to find the practical difference how many spirits there are. On the Rabbi, in the Yisrael al-Sona, if we reverse the first shvuah, in other words, to go to go to do, it's not a part of shvuah, but a part of the shvuah, he goes ahead and takes away his first shvuah, and also lo smiya, the second one according to his place. And if he wants this in second shvuah, just to bring this out, whenever the person has a second valid shvuah on top of another valid shvuah is if the first one's out of public. In other words, you have a shvuah that takes effect, and it takes up the slot of shvuah. If you make another one, the other shvuah kind of hovers around and waits to find a place where it can settle itself. Now, if you never remove the first shvuah, then the second one will continue hovering for eternity and never will take effect on something. However, once you remove the first shvuah, immediately the second one falls into its place. And that's the point that Gemara is making. The point that Gemara is making is, but even though you could only have one effective shvuah launching at once, which means if I violate it, I will have only violated one shvuah, and I only have to bring one korban. However, if by some mechanism I remove the first shvuah, so then the second one immediately falls into its place and destroys that after again. That's the point that Gemara is making, that this person makes three shvuahs, you remove one, the second one falls in. You remove the second one, the third one falls in. And that's the relevance of all three of them working. And now, to try to show this point, you can have one sitting there waiting to take effect, but it can't take effect until the first one goes away. Learn this in here. Let's try to bring a proof to this point. It says, Nisha Nadar, based in zeros. The person took upon himself two different periods of the zeros. In the zeros, the person, it's a form of a shvuah, or a person, or a nadar, a person takes upon himself to use it, is he accepts upon himself to be a nadar. Let's just say it's down the zeros is supposed to young, for the 30 days he wants to be a nadar, during that period of time he can make the haircut, he can't have any great products, and he can't become tabak. Now, all I'm saying is, the person says, I would like the person who would like to accept upon himself 2 periods of the zero. So now, he clearly can't do both at the same time. So it works. You have one, and then immediately afterwards, you have the other one in succession. It'll be consecutive after. So you have the zero period 1 and the 0 period 2. Now what happens? When Mother will show up, he counted the first 30 days. Now how do you end with the zeros? End it by bringing the korban and taking the haircut. What do you do? The haircut or wear a korban? He separates the korban, ready to go ahead and offer his korban to take the haircut. And he says, you know what? Forget it. I don't want to do it. The next paragraph, Rabbi Sal compared the zeros, but the first one was a mistake. I never should have accepted the first one, and he explains why it was a mistake. So the Nishal, Harishana. So Rashi has to tell us that. Afterwards, he goes and reverses the first one. Now, what do we have left? The second one. Now, what do you think? How does this work? Option number one is that the first 30 days is completely ignored, and it's as if he wasn't a Nazir. Even though he's practiced it, he's not a Nazir. And then, period zero kicks in from day 31 till day 60. The word is no. That's enough. What happens is indeed how it works. You delete 3 years of the first 30 days, and also Shnia Barisona. The second one takes effect during the first period of time. So again, remember this goes to 4 days. Simplify yourself 2 periods of his years, and you count the first 30 days, and then you change his mind, you go to the rock, and you reverse it, and the second is his years. Now the second one takes effect, and guess what? You're done. You have now finished the second period of his years, because the first one went away. What happens to the years, and the second one falls into place. This is exactly what we're saying over here, which is you have it just happened that way. It can't take effect because something else is in the way. There's no way there. You can't do the first one, the second one falls into its place. Same thing as zero. First accepts upon himself to be a Nazir, and he fulfills the first 30 days of his years, and then backs out. So they want that one. What happens? The second period of his years nicely and neatly falls into the period of the first one, and also low, Shania Barishona, the second one takes its place.
Starts off low.
More says Hakiafta. There's nothing to do with this case. In other words, these cases are not comparable. Why? Hasam Nazirus and Nia Isa. In that case, at least the second Nazirus is there the whole time. The money Lorishona, boy Mahader, Nimna Lashnia. You're going to always have to count the second one. But what's Ela, even if there's no reversal of the first Nazirs. Hakas Lashnia means the problem parts of the cases that is not comparable. Why are they not comparable? Because when it comes to Naziris, period 1 and period 2 are there the whole time. You can't do them at the same time because one is doing 1, you can't do 2. So therefore, typically you'd have to do day 1 through 30 and day 31 through 60. But both periods are there and waiting to take effect. That's not the same as a Shavuot. A Shavuot takes effect on a particular local bread. Now, in most cases, you'll never be able to have the second Shavuot. Because once that local bread is gone, then the second Neder or the second Shavuot has nothing to develop itself upon. And that is irrelevant time. So therefore, it's incomparable. You can't compare the two cases. The Nazir's case has the ability for both periods to take effect, but the Shavuot does not have the ability for both periods to take effect. Therefore, either one or the other. Mutually exclusive. Either you have Shavuot 1 or you have Shavuot 2. You could never have Shavuot 1 and Shavuot 2 because it's all relevant to only one loaf of bread, and therefore if you have Shavuot 1, you want a Shavuot 2. If you have Shavuot 2, you want a Shavuot 1. Which is not like Naziris, because Naziris you could have Naziris 1 and then afterwards Naziris 2, which is very different than the Shavuot. Amarava, Nishpa Alatika, person takes the Shavuot not to be a loaf of bread, is awful, and he ate it. So now he did what he should have done. What's that law? The law says, in China Mimena, his Zayas, he left over an olive-sized piece of bread. Halacha is initial allowed to still reverse this law, and retroactively it turns out he did not violate this law. Also, to let you eat the whole thing, at that point in time, if you ate the whole thing, you should no longer go ahead and reverse this law. Anyone wants to analyze this? On our way, when Asa prayed to Rabbi,
so in Peshat,
Rabbi said, was analyzing this. He said, if you have the evidence that either Amar Shalom Okam, is an expression of this real one that I won't eat this loaf of bread as we explained to the Mishnah, that means you can't even eat it today. So the Kedai is Kama, Abdi Yeshua. Once he ate an olive-sized piece of bread, he's already in violation. So there has to be, what's the difference if you have a Kedai expression? In other words, remember, he said, when a person says, Shavuot, they don't like 2 persons,
was called
Now
Moshe
look,
Moshe.
he violates the law as soon
He's known
as
as
he
the
eats
Moshe.
one
He
kazayas.
was
So now
Midashe.
that's what
He
happened.
was the one
He ate a
Midashe,
kazayas.
literally means
So
the
then
connection.
why you have to have a
What would
kazayas
give that
left at
Rosh
the end
Shabbos? What would the Moshe
to be able to determine whether to reverse it?
Jewish
You already
community
violated the law.
was talking
It's
to
done.
people who
It's
knew what
over.
was going on.
It's already a problem.
And
So what do you mean
going on
you go ahead
also
and
in all
reverse it?
this in
How can
Rashi
you
and
reverse it
others.
after you've done it? It's too
All the
late.
Darshan,
The
the
deed was
Darshan
done.
was.
You
Like
violated the law and you
had
act. So then
Menachem ben Yisrael, he
you go
was
on a
he sought
run out.
after sweet
Well,
people.
no. You didn't read anything yet. Why? Because in this case, you
And
said go off right with me.
to
You will eat the
expound
whole thing.
on the
If
verses.
that's the case,
And you can
then
have
his
the
prohibition
Moshe, if you
is
pick it up, he
only
has a set.
to eat the whole thing. That's a 19 of Keziah. So why are you saying
And
that
he
if
can
you think of Keziah,
he can have
can be a problem?
50,
Up
60
you will come to Lunami.
questions on
Even,
the
sorry,
paragraph
that's
in
what
the
it said.
Torah. And
Why is
one
brother
word,
saying that if there's a
explanation,
Keziah left at the end
the
of
whole
our
thing,
side,
it's
piece
a
of bread at the end,
genius. Not
then
just
he can
questions
reverse
on
the shul
meaning,
because he's not
sometimes
yet
questions on
violated it.
meaning, on
You
simple
don't need
meaning,
it to
and
be
if it's
Keziah,
one
but then if you talk to Lunami,
which
even
will
if
take
it's
it.
Chlorine left at the end, he deletes the whole little bread. He's got violation of it yet. In other words, as we say, in the moment, if the case is where he said he has to eat any of it, so then once he gave it Keziah, he's out. There's no turning back the clock at that point in time he violated it. If the case was that he said he's not going to eat the whole thing, so there's only for us to eat the whole thing, he gets the reverse it because he's done violation yet. Why does it have to be that there's a whole Keziah left at the end, because there's only a part left at the end, he's supposed to reverse it? Gemara says there's two possibilities. He bias Emara slow off. Now the case can be talking about that he said he won't eat it at all. He bias famous for a friend of this that he won't eat the whole thing. Well, let's explain that. He bias famous for Rothschild. We could give a suggestion for the case there. He said he won't eat it at all. And then we use the honey to Eros Keziah. Basra, the honey to Eros Keziah. What I was thinking was, you can't reverse the law if there isn't a week of Keziah left at the end. But if there is a Keziah left at the end, you can remove the Shavua of remaining Keziah. If you have a significant piece at the end, which is a Keziah, you can go to the Rav and say, I didn't feel that I won't eat this bread, but you know what? I ate half of it, but you put the Keziah left, unless we remove the Shavua on the Keziah, and go to have the Rav validates that and reverses that Shavua. You know that's now. What Rav is saying is, since there's a Keziah left upon which you know the blood, and the Shavua goes away, you can say retroactively goes away on the entire of the as well. That's one of the things. What it means, you need to highlight the Keziah pasta. The reversal work. And the last Keziah highlights the Keziah Kama, it also works in the first day. You might say, Mom, you don't possess, you don't have slow flesh. His actual expression was, you won't eat the whole thing. Now, what is pointing out is, each side of Keziah is Pastor Restore. We love the Pastor Restore. What is saying that you're right. Not a violation of the Shavua until you eat the whole thing. However, in terms of reversing the Shavua, you can't put the rough to reverse the Shavua on the morsel. You have to have something there to actually reverse the Shavua. Now, if there's a Keziah left, then you can reverse it. There's no Keziah left, you can't reverse it. Now, what's the difference going to be? Or to run off, of course, you have not violated the Shmuel lie, he didn't the whole thing bread, so it's not left. Now the question is, can you come up with an arrangement where you eat that last crumb? Now, if there's only a crumb left, then no, you can't. You eat the last crumb, you have then, why don't you split it in the entire loaf of bread? If there's a Keziah left, then yes, you can reverse the entire Shmuel, and you can eat the remaining. Let's say, Shenada Stain is unique. And we gave you this word a few minutes ago. First, it takes upon himself two different periods of Naziris. In Mother Rishona, he counts the first one, the Hifashorat Karban, and it sets it upon himself, he separated the Karban. The Achatak, and after he sets aside the Karban, Nish al Rishona. He goes ahead and he reverses the first
it is when he was in his 30s.
Shavua. So what's our Rothschild mentioned also wrote Shnia B'Risona, the second one now moves to replace the first one, and he has a 50 finished both of them. So he reverses it. He reverses the first Shavua, the second one falls into that place. Now he's good to go. Now, what do you see from there? You see from there that even though he completed 100% of the Nazirus, still, you can go ahead and reverse it and move it up another one to a point, which is the same thing as the same thing as Shavua. And we see that the same what Rabbi says, in order to go ahead and reverse it, you have to have the Keziah left. Here, we reverse the Nazirus when we completely go with the Nazirus. He's after 100% of the days. Nazirus lasts 30 days, you finish all 30 days, and yet we're still along with this reverse Nazirus. So why does it come to Shavua? We require it to be take Keziah left at the end. Well, says, no, that's not a good question.
Kabbalistic meaning of what the davening is.
The reason why it can be both Nazirus is because Nazirus are recovered. In other words, you're right. That's the comparison.
This was a man of the Arizal who
A
was just
Shavua that has a Keziah left is the same thing as Nazirus that has required to be carbon left. But that's not true. We're kind of cheaper. We learned that this is still that he's using the carbon. First, so let's go through our instruction now. We use it here. And it's the whether he's the upper Kabbalah class. But the problem can be whether it says, you don't take your son, you still know. And the reason why the reverse the first Nazirus is because he's not done yet. The time is done, but all the other obligations are not set off yet. Yes, it's something that we did bring in our body, but we did bring it in our body. And the haircut is something which is obligatory. If you don't do it, it's going to, you don't do it, you're showing the here, you're just going to do it. You want to know, it's not going to do that. That's kind of guilt. He says, so, but even after he took the haircut. I'm going to ask you, Rabbi says, the first question, the Nazirus, you ask me a question, from the Nazirus comes to Shavua, means go around with Shniyat Sotah. What is the entire reason why the second Nazirus doesn't work? It's because the Rishon. There is the first Nazirus blocking it, as explained earlier. But now that one is gone. In other words, the whole thing of Nazirus is you have two Nazirus periods waiting to take effect. The second one is waiting in line for the first one to go away. Now, once you take it away, the second one just won't take place. However, that's different than when it comes to Shavua. Shavua doesn't have that problem. There's only one loaf of bread. Only one loaf of bread. That loaf of bread is God. And the loaf of bread is God. Therefore, it has no comparison. I may disagree with you, brother. If you feel awkward, cool, even if the person takes the entire loaf of bread, there's no Keziah stuck at the end. You still allow the left to go ahead and reverse. Now, even so, again, if we're talking about a case where a person cheated by mistake, well, that's a carbon. So, when we carbon, and therefore, because there's an outstanding carbon, it's still reversed to Shavua. Even amazing, even intentionally, because the Malchus, you still do not get the lashes, and since the lashes are still outstanding, we can go ahead and reverse it. Our Shavua, if they took him to base pit, and they tied her up to the post, that's the reason the person Malchus to, at that point in time, love can reverse because then he is officially done. Once says to the small, the small armor, the rusty basting button, you tie him up to the toe, and then you send him out to a stiff manner and basting, you talk him along that Malchus, and please, the second chapter, that part of the point of Dr. says, it comes along with embarrassment. The Nicholas says she's embarrassed, and that is it's very shameful to be tied to the toe. Once you talk about embarrassment, he has discharged his duties of being embarrassed and not bringing back the Malchus anymore. At that point, the time to see W. Moore says, incorrect. Also, Ross, if you ran out, then you'd be right. And at that point, you can't reverse the score. If you just were simply tied to the post, that point in time, you knock it to Malchus. You can say, you know what? I'm talking to the post, let's get the Malchus. Can someone just please call my Rabbi? I have a quick rabbinic request. Ralph comes running over at his second call. Yes, what can I do for you? I'd like to reverse my score. Yeah, explain to me why you want to pass out. Why do you want to do that? Give me an explanation as to why you regret it. Explain why you regret it. And that says, I officially know this law. untie him from the boat, and therefore he is free to go. However, now we get into a different discussion. We can call Shua al-Sinai. The person throws a contingency into his Shua. What does it follow? Shua al-Sinai. Person takes the Shua that he won't eat the loaf of bread. However, only in all countries. Let's just say you have a bagel and a baguette. Let's just use this as an example. I'll try to keep myself consistent and through it. You have a bagel sitting on the table, and you have a baguette. And the guy says, I will not eat this baguette if I eat the bagel. Which means that he does not eat the bagel, he can eat the baguette, no problem. But he eats the bagel, and his Shua takes the cup, and he cannot eat the baguette. Now, just to get to a couple points out here. The Pasuk says, the Torah says you're back to the Messiah.
So they told it to the lions. But it was something which
now, what that means is, when a person makes a Shua, he has to have in mind at the time of the Shua what he's doing. If he makes a Shua and there's some kind of amnesia or a lapse that happens at the time of the Shua, it doesn't look at that. But he consciously understands what he's talking about when he makes a Shua. It happens subconsciously, it doesn't work. That's number one. Number two, in our case, we're talking about person making a contingency on a Shua. Well, you have to remember, even though normally a Shua takes effect when you say it, in this case it doesn't. Because when a person says he makes a Shua, not to eat a baguette, if he eats a bagel, so at that point in time, nothing happens. There's no fear, there's no prohibition. There's no obligation, there's no prohibition. Everything stays the same. Only at the time that he eats the bagel does the Shua take effect. So essentially, eating the bagel is making the Shua. If he does not eat the bagel, the Shua never takes effect. So therefore,
the question is,
what does the follow? The Alcohol Shona, he eats the bagel. The Shona, he's facing out. He forgot. He has a bagel on the table, the baguette on the table. He waits till the morning and says, if I eat this, I will forbid myself from eating this baguette if I eat the bagel. Now he goes to Shabbos, he comes home, and he completely forgets about what he said that morning, and he eats the bagel. Okay? Is there anything wrong with the bagel? No. He's allowed to eat the bagel. There's no Shua on the bagel. But he completely forgot while he was eating the bagel, that eating the bagel is going to forbid him from eating the baguette.
So Kabbalah speaks, however,
and then he eats the baguette intentionally for food. The baguette, he's not allowed to eat it. Not allowed to eat it. He is fucking lying. Because at the time that he ate the bagel, you have no idea what he did. And therefore, since you have no idea what he was doing at the time that he ate the bagel, he was a Shua. Remember, the Shua happens only when he eats the bagel. But if he's in space land when he's eating the bagel, that means that he was in space time when he's making a Shua. You can't make a Shua that way. Shua, you constantly know what you're doing. If you're completely spaced out and you're eating the bagel, that can't make you a Shua. So therefore, in this case, since he was not paying attention to eat the bagel, the Shua did not take effect, and even though he ate the baguette intentionally in violation of his quote-unquote Shua, it's not a problem because the Shua never takes effect. If he eats the bagel intentionally, now he knows that he has a Shua by himself. So eating the bagel, which means I can't eat the baguette today. He's clearly joking. And he goes out and he comes back to the kitchen later. He's clearly hungry. And he says, "Oh, delicious baguette sitting on the table." And he eats it. And after he finishes, like, "Oh man, I made Shua this morning. If I eat the bagel, I can't eat the baguette." But the Allah Ta'ala, that's a typical case where a person made a Shua and forgot, and ate it. He has to be a carbon. That's the indication where a person had a hella to make a mistake. He was a carbon to atone for the Shua that he violated. Next case, stay in the Shogun. Let's say he eats both of them, the Shogun. He doesn't call paying attention that day. So he eats the bagel by mistake, he eats the baguette by mistake. What the Allah Ta'ala, couple of days. Or Sorry, stay in the show game.
So
Why is he Potter in that case? For the same reason as before. The Shmuel never took effect. Because the Shmuel never took effect, the second one doesn't work either. In other words, since he ate the bagel in Spaceland, the Shmuel doesn't work, and therefore, even though he mistakenly ate the baguette, in the sense he was allowed to eat the baguette, he was no problem. Still amazing. Wasn't the both of them on purpose? He eats the bagel, he's like, I know that if I eat this bagel, I'm going to prevent myself from eating the baguette. And then he goes ahead and eats the baguette. Now Morris says it depends. It depends which one you eat first. After lift 9, if he went in perfect sequence when he first ate the snack, which is the bagel analysis. However, after his when he ate the baguette afterwards, Machayev. That's exactly the case. The person is in violation, and yes, he has to bring the carbon. However, after the Suda, what if he ate the baguette first? The harder after lift 9, and afterwards he ate the bagel. So now, essentially, this should work. But not only we keep calling it the first one and the second one, but he eats the baguette. When he eats the bagel, it should take effect. And now, retroactively forbidden from eating the baguette, he should be in violation of the Shavuot. The Gemara says there's a technical problem with this. In this case, what does Rabbi Yochanan really fuck? This brings us to my question, which is Rabbi Yochanan, which is, Umaza Amar Hasra Safek Shema Sra. So first he eats the bagel, and then he eats the baguette. Everybody agrees. That is the case for the Shayim. Why? Because as soon as he eats the bagel, you say to him, sir, just remember, eating this bagel means you're not going to eat the baguette. He says, yes, acknowledge. He eats the bagel, and then he says, you know what, I'm hungry, and they eat the baguette. Someone says, you know you're not allowed to eat that baguette. And he says, yes, I'm aware of that. So you know that you take a violation of your Shvuah. Yes. You know that there is a punishment for violating your Shvuah. He says, yes, I'm quite aware of that. You know what the punishment is? He explains, yes, I know what the punishment is. Then he goes to eat. So in case he has fulfilled all the requirements to check off the basis to get his punishment. However, what happens is the other way around? He eats the baguette first. So someone's sitting there and says to him, you know that this baguette potentially could be a problem. He says, what do you mean? The guy says, if after eating this baguette, you eat the bagel, then it will turn out that eating this baguette is forbidden. The person's like, what if I don't eat it? He's like, that's okay. So he says, will I be in violation of eating this or not? He says, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm letting you know that there's a possibility that eating this baguette might at some point later on today become a problem. So now, that is what I'm trying to say. You're giving a person a warning, but you aren't sure at the time of the warning if it's actually a problem. So the case, my person is really if you will take this in, then I'll tell something. In other words, tell the person, now, listen, I'm warning you that there might be a problem depending on the following scenario. If you think that that's considered a good enough warning, yes, it's a violation. Now, rubber makes this.
At such a time was a little bit greater, but then when the Jews started to,
Koran Zubazis. What if we made each one contingent on the other? So up until now, we made the eating of the baguette contingent on eating the bagel. First, this guy makes each one contingent on the other. He says, I won't eat the bagel if I eat the baguette, and I won't eat the baguette if I eat the bagel. Okay? Now we want to go through it. I won't eat this one in Malchazur. That's the first case we have. I won't eat the baguette if I eat the bagel. Then he says the Malchazur, I won't either eat the bagel in Malchazur. Each one continues on the other one. The Malchazur is on the last one. He eats this one, knowing exactly what he meant. In other words, he's on purpose. He eats the baguette. He eats the bagel and the baguette, knowing that there's potential shavua not to eat the bagel and the baguette, but he forgets that the bagel is the condition for the baguette, and the baguette is the condition for the bagel. You holding this together, guys? Alright? Basically, each one is contingent on the other one. He knows it's the potential problem in each one, but he forgets that the bagel and the baguette are the one that's responsible for it. But the halacha talks why? Because the shvuah doesn't take effect. No, the shvuah can only take effect if you know at the time that you're eating the tnai, your mind goes back to work. What happens is, he remembers that eating the bagel makes the baguette for the he knows the bagel makes the baguette forbidden. He knows the baguette makes the bagel forbidden, but he forgets that actually there's a shvuah on each one. Because having some issues, some problems, the family gets evaluated for something. The bottom line is, he does remember some details, but forgets some other details. It's not the case he's tired. Why? Because he remembers the tnai. Since he remembers the tnai, that means when he eats it, he's making a shvuah. In effect, that means that he mistakenly violates the shvuah by eating the other one. Then he's going to be that's a classification of the hella of the mistake and have to read it over. What happens if it's staying with him? He spends not the whole time. Comes in, his wife serves for one, and he has a bagel and a skin on the plate. He forgets when he says the money. It's such a case of property wife, but again, the tnai does not take effect. It's by mistake. Same is amazing. What if he eats both of them on purpose? He knew about the tnai, he knew about the shvuah, he knew about all things. He just gobbled all the up with halacha. On the second one, the obviously fine. In other words, he eats the bagel and then eats the baguette. So now, for eating the baguette is certainly fine because the tnai is eating the bagel took effect, and now he's counting the baguette. He ate the baguette. How about the first one? How about eating the bagel? Is that a problem? Well, that's exactly the same as our previous Gemara, where the bagel is contingent upon eating the baguette. Now, you can't really warn him about eating the bagel if you don't know if he can eat the baguette. You're not allowed to eat the bagel if later you'll eat the baguette. So therefore, we're warning you that there's a potential that it might be helpful to eat your bagel. That's what else. So that's what Gemara says. I was trying to put the baguette on the surface. That is subject to the focus of the focus for the 51 actually what? I'm going to worry out banana mixina. The Lord says the same thing. And we'll read the parentheses just to understand what's going on here. How about the Dora Mikir Chacham? The fourth action of the Dora, where the Chachamim said, we could go ahead and just, where you said it. We're not going to look long down, but you can explain it. We explain the one that's relevant. This is losing, where a person makes one that give himself like a little bit of the reason to so he requires himself to do the right thing. He's doing a vow, he's great, and he's struggle, and he's staying. He's doing also the never going to make this is beyond his control. Now, what is the case of Nidra struggles? And we're not analyze that. Nidra struggles case on. What's the case of the person making a nether by mistake? Where it says, person says, Kodam, the following things should be forbidden to me in Machal Tivim Shasisi. If I ate or drank anything today. In other words, he thinks he did not eat or drink anything that day. So now he makes a neder that something should be osher on him. And then after he's like, oh man, the Nizgar Sha'acha V'Shaksa. He's like, I forgot actually the whole cereal. Or he says, it's the also Sha'ini also. Sha'ini says they won't eat or won't drink. And then, that's basically how to get stuff. The difference is they didn't drink. So today, look, they're watching it. You made a mistake. The China you learn, can't do struggle with the sorrow. That's right. Mistaken in another is like a top, the voice, struggle with the sorrow. The person makes it look at exactly the thing we were saying before, is the person mistakenly makes the shvuah. For example, he eats the bagel people by mistake, not realizing that makes them have a shua.
The Jewish people, the strongest element of the Jewish people, is only very recently
April was the guy's name. And once the person, his name was Exodus, was taken away,
was destroyed in Eastern Europe.
You learned Allah in Rabbi's yeshiva. Now,
Many of us, most of us, I think, traced
came over to him.
lineage and also heritage
He met him.
to the Jews of Eastern Europe, such as those Scots, finding the different background of many of today's Jews.
He said, yes, I learned it, I know it quite well. He said, there are a few questions you'd like to challenge you on the rest of the spirit. He said, sure, go for it. He said, what happens if a person makes the shua? One shua is that I didn't that, I didn't eat. Another shua is that I didn't eat. Two of them exactly the same shua, past tense, that I didn't eat.
And it was said
Now, what's the halacha?
the word poilen
Indeed,
was
you didn't eat that
to
day.
be
So
divided
again,
into
it's
two.
Tuesday morning, and the person says, Shavuot for coffee, take a Shavuot that did not eat breakfast this morning. And it says, it is recommended for the second time, Shavuot for coffee, take the Shavuot that did not eat breakfast that morning.
Rest.
Turns out that
You
he
should
did.
rest.
How many people does he have? Omar
Jewish
Lay,
exiles
like
into the night.
he's only died once.
The night
Why, what was the
when
thinking?
things are
Eight
dangerous,
Shavuot,
when things are dark.
once you make a Shavuot, you can make another one. Like
Even
we
in
said earlier
exile,
today,
though, we
only
desire
room for one
rest.
Shavuot
We
at a time.
desired to be
Therefore,
able
if
to
you make
settle
two
someone.
Shavuot, which are
And
identical, now
therefore,
it's time for
it
what?
was
Amalek's
guided
brother said to him,
from heaven that
got you.
Poilin over here, you'll be able to find rest. Because for a while, for centuries, the Jews did find a haven in
I shouldn't make a joke of it. Because I'm a Ryan, and the truth is that my focus is quite nuanced. If they have time at the end, I'm going to get back into exactly what the nuance of the focus is. Harayatza Shmuel Shaka. You're making a mistake. You think that Shmuel is relevant over here. It's not. Because the first time you said I didn't eat breakfast, guess what? You didn't eat breakfast. You're allowed to lie the second time. That's the second time. You can lie about the second step, about the second twice. First you said didn't eat breakfast at 10 o'clock. Then you didn't eat breakfast at 11 o'clock. Both times you said you didn't eat breakfast, you lied. And therefore, that takes you up and happen twice. He's tired twice.
Spain, France, and Germany, but having been to be
Next case we have
persecuted.
Shmuel Okal Tesha.
Everything in
First
Western
he said, I
Europe
won't eat 9 figs,
pointed to
and
the
I won't eat
direction
10
that the
figs.
Jew
Now
was
he eats it.
unwelcome.
Now, what's that?
It was time to move the persecutions,
So you started,
the killings,
it's tired on both sides.
everything that the
Why?
Jews had
It's
to
tired
go
for
through
eating 9,
was just
because that's
getting
one
too
shvua.
much.
And then to eat the last one, that's the
Eastern
second
Europe,
shvua. The
which
first
is
shvua
today
only for
Poland
eating
and
9.
much of
The
Russia,
second shvua for eating
was not so
10.
cultivated.
Therefore, if you eat
It was
9, you
new.
violated the first one. You eat the
And
10th
there was
one, you violated the
economic
second one. And we
opportunity.
noticed about made a mistake. Itesha lo aka.
Landlords and the
Yes, so
government, the king,
it's
the
impossible for
government,
him to
were
get
eager
to the 10
get
without
people
eating the
in
9.
who were
The
talented, who
second
were able to
shvua,
read and write,
it's essentially
who had
contingent on the first
different
shvua. You
abilities,
can't violate the
capabilities, had
second one for
different
the second
trades.
one.
They really
Therefore,
wanted
it's
to
a
bring
shvua,
it
and
into
therefore it's
build
one
up the
only
country.
type once.
And therefore, probably for that
Shvua
reason,
will also
the
ask the
Jews
station
were
now.
welcome
You
there,
know, what happens if they won't eat 10
many
and they won't
Jews
eat 9?
started to trickle
So,
into
if
Poland.
the respondent said in the time of the last, like the case of the time,
Poland didn't have,
why?
since everything was so new, it
Because
didn't really
it
have
is 9
a
since I said.
culture
I will let you know, a good response to
that
the
the
Shabbat,
Jews
made a
would
mistake.
have
Answer, we will
to cope with,
well, that
or
you
blend
can,
in with, or abstain from, or, be weren't, the Jews were not going to be distant from any particular culture, because there was, everything was new.
so the first what says that can you send somebody 9. The second was an entirely different line for the Jews and 9.
And the non-Jewish
Rabbi
population,
himself,
the
living in
Jews,
the arts and time, to the
Ashkenazic Jews, the Jews from
actually
Germany,
say
brought
that
over
is correct.
their
What's
own
that case?
sort of language, which was
So Omar
a
put him out, like
challenge,
Mark said, which is Omar Rabbi, as Rabbi pointed out, person said, Shmuel will also
German,
that I know.
different other sorts of
That makes
elements,
the Shmuel
and
is not going
from
to be
this
Canaan
became
and Unnorthern
Yiddish.
together. So one of them who violated Shmuel
There was
to
a
be
bit of
Canaan,
Polish, a bit of Russian
and
mixed in,
another. Great.
but Yiddish
Yes,
still,
the pigs
you
and
know, the
grapes
histories
together.
of Yiddish
So
go back
part of all
a
that
little
look
further than this. However, it is probably at the beginning of the time of when the Jews moved into Poland, the Yiddish became more and more developed and prevalent. Polish, well, they didn't really need to know Polish that much because it wasn't necessary. They kept to themselves. They built their own communities. And so we find slowly but surely the Jews coming into Poland. For about 150 years, it was quite peaceful. The first 150 years, we find that the Jewish population grew to about 500,000. But, things developed, and the old Europe started to creep. So, developing Europe, Catholics came, and with them the priests, which were age-old Jews, and it started again. Much of the persecution, much of the hatred, much of the persecution started again with many accusations and many libels, and now and again you had pogrom, you had many Jews, or a number of Jews being killed, but the government over here did intervene. The government, the king, at that time made a decree that it would be impossible to accuse or to make a libel on a Jew for doing whatever the Catholic priests were saying that they were doing, which was obviously untrue and quite outrageous. The Jews are doing it, mocking the Christian religion and all the age-old libels. The king of Poland at the time said that it would not be possible for such accusations to be made. Even though, in general, there was tolerance, however, nevertheless, life still wasn't all that simple. There was still decrees limiting Jewish ability. After all, you are Jews, since you are Jews, Jews are not welcome anywhere and everywhere. There was the impossibility of the Jews living in the capital. They were not allowed to, they had a certain quota on the amount of houses they could build, and where they could build it, and so on. A number of laws that were forced to limiting Jewish ability in Poland.
For the son of Thomas for Adam Star, come Polish times it was for the month of Sivan.
With all the juggling, with all the building their own community, something which has been quite a privilege, something that they were not able to do as freely as in other places, together with having to cope and having to wade their way through the government side of things, the anti-Semitic side of things. From all this, there was born something quite unique. We're in the year 1551. After about 150 years, the Jews had come into Poland. The Jewish community had become very strong. And something was instituted which was quite unprecedented before in history, and has not happened afterwards either. It was called the Arba Rothschild, the committee of the 4 lands. In August 1551, the king of Poland was a man called Sigismund Augustus, and what he did is he made a self-governing committee, the self-governing body of the Jews. This was called the Committee of the 4 Lands. There was the 4 lands, what was called Lithuania, Russia, Poland, and then also divided. It went that way before they ended up Greater Poland, Little Poland, Podolia, Galicia, and those were the 4 countries, sub-countries. The states that divided Arba was, and they had the capability of electing a chief rabbi.
If it's pikuach nefesh, then there's nothing to talk about. But obviously, I think halacha l'maisa, you have to go ahead and eat the little Sarah. Ellen it's not akwa. The synagogue's true. That I don't know what's the case. So this is not a case of sahara, of days or rather it's a case of mistair. Mistair means what? Mistair means discomfort. Discomfort. I want to mean discomfort. I actually say mistair. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Now I'm saying, not like I'm hungry and you die. Right? I'm not like that again. I'm just really hungry. I'm fine. I'm gonna live. Everything is alright. But I happen to be very hungry. Now I feel like I'm very experience. The most of the key of the style is I'm really hungry. And even though I'm fully aware that I made a screw up, I'm still going to go for bread. Now, it happens to be what occurred. I then forgot about the screw up. So the progression of events are like this. Step one, I swore I'm not going to, I already swore to you, I'm not going to go for bread. Then what happens? Mitzvah, I'm very hungry. And then in my mind, I think to myself, you know what, I'm really hungry, I'm going to go to bed. I know I made a swear not to, I'm still going to eat the loaf of bread. Then what happens? Before I eat it, I actually forgot about the shua and then consumed it. So at the time I ate the loaf of bread, I actually forgot about the shua. But if you repeat it, had I not forgotten about it, I still would have eaten the loaf. So what's the loaf for such things like that? Right, it is two things. Alright, and you know, shoving the some of these carbon off the yourself. Most shoving the yourself, and maybe come up to so here's the litmus test. The litmus test says in general is if you have a lapse of awareness. If somebody will remind you about your lack, you would have abstained and refrained from the act. That's when you bring a carbon. But if after having been reminded about your lack, you still want to bring the act, then also if you will fall a little bit more to the category of wages, and therefore there's no carbon. So I say, interestingly enough, in this case, because even had I remembered my shua, I would have still eaten the loaf. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, it's not for children. And therefore, no cover from the field. Now, again, the fact is, you're probably not rise to the level of lazy to go ahead and get milk. That's all the kids go. But the high sex can't be called children. You can't be called children if it's clear that my intentions would have been to eat the loaf, regardless of the shore. That's the reason. Take a look at it. It's just kind of speaking to each other. Obviously, the obvious one is, if a person in a store not to eat a loaf of bread, and there's that kind of stuff also. It's a number again, nothing stands in the way of except immorality, idolatry, and murder. Obviously, a shua is not going to stand in the way of you going away and saving your life. Which, however, again, I made a shua, but I'm really hungry. I'm really hungry. So the fascinating thing will continue to see how much intentionality plays a role in our lives. So because of over here, I'm so hungry, I made up in my mind, I'm going to eat the loaf regardless. I'm going to eat it regardless. It happens to be now before I eat the loaf, I actually forgot about the shua. That can't be called shogeg. That can't be called shua. Because why? Because again, at a certain point, I expressed that intentionality when I was ready to eat the loaf regardless. Fascinating. Again, when I come to shua, no one has to do so there. No one has to be both stuff there to discuss it. Listen, when a person making a shua, even if I had complete intention, this intention is not enough, there must be articulation. For example, if I had in my mind, I know I'm not eating the loaf of bread, and I in my mind, I'm fully committed that I'm slowly not to eat that loaf. But I never actually verbally articulated it, and it's not a binding choice. You're not about to discuss that. About to say that what this is wrong. Shua is a verbal articulation. What you make there is a cash on this. So what you make there, this stuff silent will come out of the body. How do I know that I want to myself if I articulated the shua, but the nurse really has a permanent intent that ultimately again that it's not a shua. How do I know that they're correct? I will not with all that statement finds the art of the shua. Ultimately, what it says, the education about everything you have to do. It's necessarily over here, but actually you care very little about what you think and care very much about what you articulate. So what is Hagupakasha? That's all I like. Hagupakasha is the it's the signs of the language. On one hand, you said, I articulate it, but there's no level of cognition. Right? That's still the shua. But Hada Amar, Gomer Belibo Minayim. And then he asks, how do you know even if you have intent? It sounds like even if you have intent without articulation, that should create a binding shua. Or if Shin says, if Shin says it's not a contradiction. Why not? The Rothschild is what it to say. It's actually very interesting. How tell us? It's Shasayim, the Rothschild of the whole seed is Sasa, the whole seed. So it's like, listen to this. Ultimately, again, this Shasayim teaches me that it's not enough to go ahead and have intention and not articulation. In other words, in order for a shua to be binding, there must be a verbal articulation. How do you know that if there was intention but never articulation, that doesn't work? The Prophet says you have to articulate. What's the articulation? But according to the Shua, but you have to articulate exactly what you have intention for. For example, let's say in my mind, I had in my intention was to say, I swear I'm not going to reach that. But when I say this, what can I say? I articulated it as I swear I'm not going to reach that. So again, I had intention to reach that, but I articulated in barley bread. How do I know? Or I don't believe all the class speaking about the that's what will not be binding. Why? Because your articulation has to match the articulation has to match intention. And if there's a disconnect between articulation and intention, the shua doesn't match up. So let's just give a number of components. Part one is that you intention, right? But part two is intention by itself is not enough. It's got to be articulation. So part one intention, part two articulation, part three, your articulation has to match the intention. So if that's not there, then ultimately the shua is not good. So I'm not believing the whole two past speaking. The whole two past sound of the eye. What about politics? Let's say in my mind, my intention was to say I think the shua not be past speaking. But it turns out that when I said it, I just said past. It's a pass. I don't know what that is a good shua. I'm not remembering why is that a good shua. Because the people is in the problematic cases where my articulation does not go ahead and match my intention. But essentially, if I wanted to say pass slowly, but I say pass, although it's not perfect, it works. So how do I know? You must be nice. Ultimately, whatever a person will articulate. But the Prophet says the word is the Prophet says whatever you articulate, whatever promises that you make to me, you must go ahead and keep them. Anything that shows you stuff up. I don't know that a promise, like an obligation, whether it's a shua or a neder, is binding. So if I articulate it, God might believe in that. How do I know that even if I just had intention, that intentionality is a binding to me? Therefore, the Prophet says, anyone who's generous of the heart. Listen, what he's speaking here, that even intention, in this case, the intention of a neder for shachar, that's very interesting. Even an intention to do creates a binding obligation. That's contrary to what we just said before. Now, granted, I would say, I want to point out is two different cases. We've still been here to neder. Beforehand, we were talking about shua, but still, nevertheless, conceptually, it should really be the same. Which would be not says. Which is why that shiny husband is safe, home and good place. The fishing of the because again by Stockholm, like in this case again that's by the Mishkan, any person is home and good place. Any person of generosity of the heart. What you see from there is that our local intentionality is enough even if it doesn't have a solution. As much of it money is. So that's where from this, why don't we make in this case tzedakah, a vow to give tzedakah, why don't you make that as having that example of that intentionality works even if that articulation? Which is not in the shum, but the shuma of the touching makes the Rabbi gap. So let's see, because shuma, now again I want to point out in this case actually points out shuma means shuma melachas mishkan. It actually means again the donations to the mishkan. So tzedakah, the neder to give to the mishkan, before it expresses it as only the lady. Furthermore, custom Kabbalah also uses that Rothschild called the lady. So you have two examples over here are tzedakah and Kabbalah, which is Torah. I want to say Torah by the way, but Kabbalah is the point of this to give a so again, in both contexts, the Torah uses Rothschild to give a to tell you that by tzedakah and so the obligation to give tzedakah, if you have intention to give tzedakah, that's the include binding obligation. If you have intention to go ahead and bring a carbon, that's the include binding obligation. Even though you never verbally articulated your intention. So there are two examples. In general, whenever you have two examples of a rule, what is that called? Generally, if the whole articulated principle, what does it do? States it once. If it states the principle twice, what that generally means is the principle applies in these two cases and is not to be applied as a rule in other cases. You can't pronounce other cases. So honey command or anyone. That's fine if you because you would take the principle. I don't know how you make it. That's not focus itself. So going to the opinion that says that you're about to have a why not? I see just like it says you can raise about tzedakah, by Shuma Sanishkan, and it says you can raise by Kabbalah, but to the rule, not to the rule, that any kind of intentionality, even if there's not articulation, Allah will make it to say about your obligation, which the right to show, like it was a nice, I'll be seeing the question. The there's a big reason. I think I will do that this idea that intentionality and articulation with the binding obligation of that's about consequence. Look at the two examples. It's Shuma Sanishkan, so this is Sanishkan, and Kabbalah. So maybe this concept of intentionality without articulation works that by consecrated items, but cannot necessarily be applied to human situations like Shmulis and Negradim or other short areas. Since I will say, when it comes down to the fathers, I love how it turns out that we learn three important components for a shua. What is it? Number one, intentionality. You have to have in your mind a clear vision of what it is that you are going to be swearing about. Number two, a maximum articulation of your intention. I'll call it real estate. Number two is articulation, right? And number three, there must be a match between your intention and your articulation. Now again, the match business have to be exact, but it has to be close enough that the articulation captures the essence of the intention. There are two sections to this, namely again, about the Son and Kabbalah. When those cases, even intention without articulation will create a binding obligation. Just as Stephen. So if you use the premise of question, it's that the articulation has to match the intention. Like to say, the ideas of between what a lot of things in life, you have like this disconnect between what we think or what we want and what we do. So life is all about creating this symmetry between the beliefs that we espouse and we think about and how we actually live our lives. So this notion that it's not enough to have intentions, but those intentions must find actual expression in the way that we live and the people that we are. And sometimes the greatest testimony is
commentary on the
It's easy to espouse what's your hashkafas and what's your beliefs are. The best way to know that are you really a person who believes that is somebody just watch like a video of the day. Like that video, I only like you know, whatever they call it, like the editor's cut, no outfits like that. The full uncultured definition of my day, which is easy to see what I believe, what I stand for, and the way that I live. That's not what I said. Because anyone could say anything. But the shaila is, do my intentions ultimately find expression in the way that I actually live my life? Or is there a disconnect between the beliefs I espouse and the actions I use? So if somebody says a husband from yours, it's not just about the intention, but the intention that actually be articulated in saying that. For example, I wrote Mishka of Zion Dai. Mishka of Akashanas. So as you learn these times, you actually see a number of these concepts already before. Here's what says as follows. Mishka of Akashanas. I swear I'm not going to tell it. I swear to be without one but I didn't do it. So it's interesting, in other words, so I did not perform my shua. What's out of God? I'm watching this case, obviously, already, because remember again, the shua is self-employed. Like, you can't swear not to fulfill the mitzvah. But I need to be able to see if I made a shua, I made a shua to hold the mitzvah, to perform the mitzvah, and I did not do it. I'm also positive. Why? So say the difference saying regarding mitzvah, essentially our another way. That is not saying society is so hard that I would have thought to actually explore about a mitzvah to actually work. Why? It's actually kind of interesting. So the Torah says, I would say, I would have thought, because it's a reason to say, what is the reason to say? What is the reason to say? Why have a social thing which follow last night, let's say that we can take a shua regarding other stuff, and then just among the I could swear regarding the work of bread. That's what the other thing, for which I have absolutely no pre-existing obligation for my Sinai. So you might have said, oh, by the way, what a beautiful book. See the word Hasina, and it's called that season. Right? Absolutely beautiful. What a beautiful letter. You might have said, so yet you're tired on that. So mitzvah Allah Hasina ain't no people see Hayallah. So the reason say that brings down this cool halacha. He said, it's a binding obligation. But even those mundane things for which you have no pre-existing obligation, so instead to reason that you should definitely you will take a shua regarding things for which you are already obligated. And slowly just impose another layer of obligation. That's what I would have. That's what I would have thought. I'm wrong that this is a reason I'm not like it's a reason I'm saying that. You should be able to take a shua even regarding a mitzvah. No, in Aman Kishwas Harishos, looking Asaba Lavkei, Hama Bishwas Mitzvah, Shama Asaba Lavkei, so Mishparavat and Lokita Pater. So remember again, you see that the Rabbis reckon you don't say that you're allowed to the word, that's how you are. Because Shua Bishwas 101 is that one. That's what people have here to be praised in both the countries and everything. But I swear, I use the local guy. I swear I know people about it. They were talking about swearing regarding the mitzvah, although you can't believe that in the Congress, you cannot say that in the mitzvah. It doesn't work. So it's good. I said, fine. That's the conversation we say that. And the Rabbi says, your phone is for the last and so on. Because you can wonder for but if you swear to me about the mitzvah, like again, I swear I'm not going to put on short. I swear I'm not going to keep Shabbos. You might have thought that ultimately I'm going to swear. And what's the good news? The good news is I didn't uphold my shua. That's the good news, right? I swore I wasn't going to put on Torah on Wednesday. But Hashem, I put on Torah on Wednesday. So you might have thought, at the beginning, I'm not going to tell you. I should be fighting for not keeping my shua. Lahala, all the hatred. The Pasuk says, what's the memory when we spent almost all of yesterday on this phrase? How does the Torah phrase shua speak, right? Lahala, all the hatred. To do something bad, or to do something good. Not have other source. So what's this like again, the doing that you are phrase maybe very possible. Ultimately again is in your trust. It's something actional. So too the hara, the negative, also has to be something outdoors. It has to be a discretionary act. And because a mitzvah is not a discretionary act, therefore it can't fall under the category of mitzvah plus deeply. So when it comes to mitzvah, it comes to a school case where I swear not to do a mitzvah, and ultimately again, I do not comply with the shore, that there is no liability. And I get a look at why is, if I swear not to put on site and I end up putting on children, why is there no liability? You know what, why is there liability? Because there's no shua. Because there's no shua, right? You must be asking, why is there no shua? Because Lama already did the first two discretionary activities. And because putting on children is not a discretionary activity, if I look at this, you can't make a stress deeply on that. Incredible. You must say this, Father. You're on this for the kindness and the little things from Kairi. Conversely, what if I made a shua? I spread words on children. And I did. That's all I did. You might have thought that there should be liability. Therefore, for non-compliance with my shua, it's the reverse. All the hatred. The Pasuk shows Bitoy says, what shows Bitoy? We swear to do something bad or to do something good. Not how you are resources. Just like the negative act of talking about something discretionary. So to be good act is also discretionary. Also, Mishpah, like kindness and mitzvah, this comes to exclude ultimately again swearing to the Holy which is not discretionary. It's not discretionary because that's discretionary. Therefore, any swear you make regarding it, or one is going to go ahead and do incredible. Recall, let's also forget the same thing. Now, obviously, what you might say over here is exactly what Rabbi said. But just keep everything the same 10 minutes that hot level because this is very interesting. So, although that I thought it was mentioning the idea that pretty much any trust detail regarding a mitzvah is not going you can always go ahead. What's the mechanism? If you want to create a mechanism to ultimately, again, additional layer of obligation to the mitzvah, what can you do? What can you do? What can you do? Another, you can make it, remember again, not shot, all comes back to not shot. Right, so remember again, one thing the miracle to us. Right, so remember again, so what can you talk about this? The easy way if a person wants to recognize to be desirous, is to kind of like push mitzvah performance, you can utilize a measure on that. You can. But you can't pursue. You can't pursue. And again, essentially, because it all comes down to, since again, Shua is on the Gavra, and since the Gavra is already under oath regarding the sauce, it's from Hasinai, and posing another layer of oath obligation doesn't work. And by the way, that's even two performance. Obviously, not to perform this, but even two performance doesn't work. And it all comes down to because Lahaya already did the word bashing is discretionary activity. And it's not as these things. You know, so Jack, when you start around the Asmo, what if I swear to do something negative to myself? I don't know. I swear to slap myself in the face. Right? I don't know. Something like that. Or I swear not to eat. I swear not to drink. Like, I swear to do something negative to myself, and let's say I didn't do it. You might have thought that your father, that's a distortionary act. I can do that. I can do that. So we're seeing what I'm talking about someone that puts their way something more than things. But it's me, I'm also myself. Again, this is something that Allah myself again. I'm allowed to do myself. So again, I have to if I say, I swear I'm going to slap myself in the face. Right? And I don't do so. Okay. I'm in violation of my own trust. Simply why? Because slapping myself in the face ultimately is a discretionary act. What if I swear I'm going to slap Ruben in the face, right? Or I swear I'm going to go ahead and do something negative or harmful to Ruben. And I don't do it, that's what it is. I didn't do it.
individual.
So you don't always want to learn from the heart of trees. And the Lama, the Haram, the which we obviously I have no right to do something negative to someone else. I have the right to slap myself in the face. I don't have the right to slap anyone else in the face. So that's the nine and the levels of Kabbalah. And I say, how do I know if I walk on my again? What if I swear to do something good to someone else? I swear to give you the loaf of bread. I swear to give you $10. Assuming I'm giving you not yet. Like I swear to God and give him a gift. And I said, how do I know that ultimately that's the issue by me not believing? I will know my own recognition. Just find if the box said what to do something good. So the easier you have your assassins. So what's the worst example of doing something negative to someone? After as fully the access no call. I'm going to hit even if I just put open his mouth. Qualifies. That's definitely that makes the mark, right? Go through the goal. So the mindset again, so that's it. So just giving an example that really again physically harming someone. Only my. So it's now remember all of these cases are predicated on the concept that Lahara or Lahikid is talking about non-mitzvah discretionary activity. Right? Because that's the remember, because if you circle back, the real thing we're really focusing on over here is that rules regarding mitzvahs really don't work. Right? There's no such concept. Why? Because the Lahikid is all discretionary activity. So it's now the US says, how do you know that? Right? In other words, at the end of the day, I understand you're making a drasha, but also in 95 parashas, Tzimah is not discretionary. I don't know. All it says is we're all hated. How do you know that it's talking about discretionary activity? Maybe it's talking about a mitzvah. Whereas lo, I'll tell you why. Lo sadak tadiba'inan, hatava dumya dehara, v'hara dumya da'atava. Because remember again, the tov has to be comparable to the ra, and the ra has to be comparable to the tov. So the Gemara says, the akish hara v'hatava, mahatava eino bebitul mitzvah, ach hara eino bebitul mitzvah. Same way that the good obviously does not refer to the negation of a mitzvah, so to the ra can't refer to the negation of a mitzvah. Hara, so the Gemara says, therefore, again, so obviously we can't be talking about this over here. Hara gufa hatava, because in that case, ultimately, in the hara, in and of itself is the hatava. The akish hatava hara, and we'll compare the hatava to the hara. Mahara ain't a b'kiyum mitzvah, just like the hara ultimately again is not referring to the fulfillment of a mitzvah. Hatava ain't a b'kiyum mitzvah, because again, if that's the case, hatava gufa haraji. Okay, suppose if that's Ima understands over here, so we have to exclude mitzvahs from this and instead make this a discretionary act. Suppose if that's the case, in Halacha L'Maisa, again, we could run into a situation, even if you compare this, even if you want to make this about a Dvarashos. In other words, the comparison between the Hatava and the Hara, usually what say, Allah, made the Istrich O, the Rabos Hatava Sachirin, Shmamina, the Dvarashos Ksivi. So it's very interesting. But the fact that we need the word O to go ahead and include a case of doing good for others, and we seem to indicate that we're talking only about discretionary activity. Because if we would just be talking about a Dvar Mitzvah, so when it says Hashta, Haras Acherim Isradi, Hatavas Acherim Boy, if we're including ultimately again a case of Haras Acherim, does there need to be any discussion about Hatavas Acherim? And we says, oh, fine. So we'll say, let's stop there. So bottom line, here's the takeaway. The takeaway is that all of this, remember again, let's just go through a quick progression before we get to the next piece. Imar says, remember, all of this comes down to Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira. Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira says you can make a shvaz between regarding mitzvahs based on his kal v'chomer as espoused in the Mishnah. Rabbanans cannot, you cannot. What is the basis of the Rabbanan's drasha? Or what is their position? A drasha of Lahara Lehited. That's it. Lahara Lehited only referring to discretionary activity. Bottom line, okay? The Gemara just gave the whole drush for Lahara Lehited. The Gemara just says, the high O, mi boi le lechalik. So ultimately, the high O, mi boi le lechalik. ultimately, we're using that O to make that distinction. Mechalik lo tzarich kra. I don't need the O for chiluk. Why not? The Gemara says, I'm sorry, mechalik lo tzarich kra. So my honey Rabbi Yochanan, that makes it Rabbi Yochanan. Elo doshia, ma'ikilin. But if it's Rabbi Yoshia, what is going to say? Now, what are we talking about over here? Tisanya. Ish asher yikhalel es aviv ve'es imo. A man will curse, if a man will curse his mother and his father, or his father and his mother. Emi ela aviv v'imo. I don't know that his life, I don't think he curses both parents. The Gemara says, Emi ela aviv imo, aviv below imo, imo below aviv yunai. How do I know that even if he curses one parent and doesn't curse the other, there's liability? Kamalomar aviv v'imo kilo. Aviv kilo, imo kilo, the Rabbi Yoshia. So Rabbi Yoshia says, ultimately, again, we can break apart the pasuk. Rabbi Yonasan says, "Mashma shneim ke'echad, u'mashma echad b'pnei atzmo." Ultimately, again, on one hand, the pasuk seems to indicate that there's liability for cursing both of them at once, and also liability for cursing one of them, or cursing them independently. Ad amdeis, ad she'ifot b'cha kosov yachtav. Until the pasuk ultimately, again, tells you explicitly, in other words, what Rabbi Yonasan is saying is like this. Even though it mentions father and mother together, the understanding is that you're liable for cursing them together or independently. The only time we would have a havamina that you're only chayiv for cursing them together is that the pasuk will be explicit about that. So you can still set up the previous conversation with Rabbi Yochanan. So Moses again, so that machol guess goes back to the previous machol. He says whether or not you need all the So if you with Rabbi Yoshia, there's something like Rabbi Akiva, the darish riboy umiyute. So it's possible that it reflects in Rabbi Yoshia, and he also Rabbi Akiva, who darshes really umiyut yesterday's daf, like his Rabbi Nachum Ish Gamzu. So ultimately, again, if you assume that the pasuk is talking about Varishos, then ultimately, again, the all the hated, the all is coming to exclude a Dvar Mitzvah. However, the Amit Dvar Mitzvah, but ultimately, again, if you assume that Lahara the hated is talking about even a Dvar Mitzvah, then what? Then the Gemara says, you might come at night, and ultimately, what is being excluded? Okay, we'll say. Bottom line, again, takeaway, we just did a tremendous amount of exposition on that Rasha of Lahara Lahedid, but the bottom line takeaway is Lahara Lahedid teaches me only discretionary activity governed by Shvuas Bitui. As such, Shvuah regarding a mitzvah, Shvuas Bitui regarding a mitzvah is not going to be a binding Shvuah. That would be my ends up. I mean, who did them say my marriage? I won't say, and I remember again. So who did them say, what was his logic? Give me the Kavachomer. What was his Kavachomer? If ultimately, again, if the shvuah works for a discretionary item that you do not have any previous obligation regarding, and the shvuah works to create a binding obligation, then Allah's kama shvuah will create a binding obligation upon something that you are already bound to, i.e., a mitzvah. A mitzvah. Now, ultimately, again, what do the Rabbanan say that can be the Misera? The Rabbanan say it doesn't work. Why? Because remember, when the Torah speaks about shvuah speaks, what does the Torah say? Which means what? A shvuas bitui has to be able to be phrased both in the I will and won't do phraseology, positive and negative. And by a dvar shutz, by a discretionary action, you can do that. By a mitzvah, you cannot. So says the Gemara Rabbanon, Shapir ka'amri lev Rabbi Yehuda Misera. The Rabbanon are saying good. They're saying good back to Rabbi Yehuda Misera. So what does Rabbi Yehuda Misera say? Rabbi Yehuda Misera Amalakah atu atavas achirim. Lav apagav delesi bechlal haras achirim. And Rabbi Yehuda Misera says that's not true. I'll tell you why it's not true. I will say, imagine the following case, right? I say, I'm going to go ahead and give Reuben a loaf of bread. Imagine if I say in the negative, I'm going to take from Reuben a loaf of bread. That doesn't work. So you can't necessarily phrase every single discretionary act, even in the negative as well. So again, that's not true. In other words, there are plenty of cases where you can't frame the discretionary act in the negative and be allowed to do that. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Nachman, yet nevertheless the Torah says, or even what it's pointing out is, there are even cases of discretionary acts where you can't frame it in the negative, yet the Shvuas Bitui still works. Hakanami, Bikir Mitzvah, Apagav, Belese, Bebitl Mitzvah, Rabbi Nachman. So Rabbi Nachman wants to say, so in the case of a mitzvah, even though you can't frame the mitzvah in the negative, the Shvuas Bitui should still work. To which the Gemara said, "V'Rabbanan, it's not true. Hasam isay below eitiv. Hak isay below kain. It's not true." Rabbanan said like this: every discretionary act, you can't frame in the negative. Now again, while it's true, I can't say, "Shvu, I'm going to give you a loaf of bread," and "Shvu, I'm going to take from you a loaf of bread." Right? That won't work. But I can do what? I can say, "Shvu, I will give you a loaf of bread," and what? And what's the negative? Shvu, I won't give you a loaf of bread. That works. In other words, so not doing good. Every single shvuah speaker that I want to say can be phrased. The positive action can be phrased in a permissible negative way. That is not true by mitzvos. So whereas I can say shvuah, I will put on tefillin, I can't say shvuah, I won't put on tefillin. That does not work. And because it does not work, therefore halacha l'maisa, the shvuah says. So everyone's like, so therefore again, a number of concrete pieces of halacha l'maisa. First of all, that's like the Rabbanon. Ultimately, again, that shvuah bitui cannot be made regarding mitzvos. That's halacha l'maisa number one. Now again, why is that? Really based on the drasha of the Rabbanon, that shvuah bitui is all anchored in one simple phrase, lahara o lehetiv, which represents what? Discretionary activity. Discretionary activity, and again, once again, reinforcing therefore that's how we pass him. Shvuah bitui only regarding discretionary activity based on drasha of the lahara lehetiv. And again, we once again reinforce that in order for a shvuah bitui to be valid, what has to happen? You have to be able to phrase it both in the positive and the negative. Beautiful. Mishnah. Shvuah shelo ochal kikar zu, shvuah shelo achlana, shvuah shelo achalna, v'achla, eino chayit el achas. So this is very important. We've actually seen this before. So here's what I do. I take 3 shvuahs regarding the same loaf of bread. Right? So I say shvuah shelo ochal kikar zu. I swear I'm not going to eat this loaf of bread. That's number 1. Number 2, shvuah shelo achlana. I swear I'm not going to eat it. Number 3, shvuah shelo achalna. I swear I'm not going to eat it. 3 shvuahs, and I eat it. What's the halacha? Eino chayit el achas. So let's say I'm only chayiv once. What's the logic behind that? Essentially, once you answer that loaf through a shvuah, it's aser. It's aser. Adding on additional layers of prohibition on the shvuah is really halachically inconsequential. So although there's 3 shvuahs, like I will say, once something is, and buddy, this is the mitzvah logic. Same way, once I'm under oath to do a mitzvah, adding on another layer of shvuah is halachically inconsequential. So once I answer the loaf and I say, shvuah, I'm not going to eat the loaf, subsequent shvuahs have no room to devolve upon that object, therefore there's only one layer of liability. So the Gemara says, Zuri shvuahs bitui, shechayav asdona makas, bas shigagasa ola violet. And I will say this shvuah that we're talking about, shvuahs bitui, again, if you intentionally violate a shvuahs bitui, he of malchus. Unintentionally violate a shvuahs bitui, and I was saying, again, remember, what's the definition of unintentional violation? Helam shvuah. I forgot about the shvuah and I committed the act. Ultimately, there is carbonic liability, carbon ola violet. Shvuahs shav. What about a false oath? And again, once we're talking, we know what's the definition of shvuah shav. Nishba l'shanos es hayadua. There's a fact that is known to at least 3 people, and I swear to change that fact. Everyone knows that a man is a man, a woman is a woman. I swear that the man is a woman, the woman is a man. That's a shvuah shav. And what's the halacha? Chayovin al zedona makas bal shivadas pater. In that case, intentional violation is malchus, accidental violation is pater. Says the Gemara, lama libanisna shvuah shelo ochal, shvuah shelo achalna. So let's say, so here's what's interesting. So if you notice, what was the point the Mishnah was making? Right, the Mishnah is making a point. What's the point? That if you make repetitive shvuahs about the same object, what's the halacha? You only chayiv once. But if you notice, what did the Mishnah do? The Mishnah varied the lashon in shvuahs 1, 2, and 3. Right? Shvuah number 1 is shvuah shelo ochal kikar. That's why I won't eat this loaf. Shvuah number 2 is shvuah shelo ochalna. Right? And then shvuah number 2 is shvuah shelo achalna. So 2 and 3 are the same. But what is it? Why are you varying the lashon? Why don't you say shvuah shelo ochal kikar zu, shvuah shelo ochal kikar zu, shvuah shelo ochal kikar zu? Why are you varying the lashon? So this is very interesting. Hakamash malan kaima da'amar shelo ochal v'hada amar shelo ochlena v'lo machayv elachada. The order over here is very specific. The reason why you only chayiv once is because first you said shvuah shelo ochal, and then you said shvuah shelo ochlena. Right? However, about amar shelo ochlena. Wow. Now let's say if you were to reverse the order, If you were to say Shvur Shlo Ochalna, which means I will not eat it, and then you were to say Shvur Shlo Ochal Kikar Zu, and you ate the loaf, you would be liable twice, like Rabbi. Why? Dama Rabbi, Shvur Shlo Ochal Kikar Zu, Kevan Sha'achal Mimena Kizayis Chayim. Listen to this. Rabbi says, when you make a neder, I swear I will not eat this loaf. How much of the loaf do you have to eat in order to go ahead and be liable? A kizayis. On the other hand, but if you say I will not eat it, then what? You're only chayiv if you eat the entire loaf. So watch this. This is very interesting. So if a person were to say, Shvur shelo ochal kikar, like the Mishnah's case, Shvur shelo ochal kikar zu, Shvur shelo ochalna. So essentially, again, in my first neder, what did I prohibit? A kizayis. Second neder, shelo ochal kikar zu is a kizayis. Then in the second neder, shvur. Second shvur, what do I say? Shvur shelo ochalna, which is what? Which is the whole loaf. In essence, I haven't added anything, right? Why? Because obviously, once I'm already chayiv in a kizayis, of course I'm chayiv in the whole loaf. So nothing's been added by the second shvua. Because nothing's been added, therefore halacha l'maisa, there's no additional layer of liability. But watch this. If I were to say first shvua shlo ochalna, what's the shear? What's the shear for liability? Whole loaf. I'm only liable to whole loaf. If I then make a second shvua shlo ochal kikar zu, now I have added liability. Why? Because before, with the first shvua, I was only chayiv if I eat the whole loaf. Now with the second shvua, I'm chayiv what? Even if I just eat a kizayis. So what do you see from here? When do we say that multiple shvuas do not create additional liability? When the second shvua or third shvua don't add a new dimension of isser. But if the second or third shvuas add a new dimension of isser, then they in fact devolve upon the object. Right? Incredible. Right? Or devolve upon the person. Devolve upon the individual, right? And that's why which makes sense. In other words, a second shvua doesn't do anything if it doesn't add anything. But if the second shvua in fact does add something, then Allah says liability. So if the first shvua was I'm not going to eat the whole loaf, and liability on the whole loaf, so the whole loaf is already aser. Sorry, different. And shvua I'll keep her zoo. So I'm already chayv in the kizayis. If I make the secondary shvua that's chayv on the whole loaf, I haven't added anything. But if the first shvua was I won't eat the whole loaf, there's only liability if I eat the loaf. And the second shvua adds liability for eating a kizayis, and then I eat the loaf, I'm chayiv twice. Because the second shvua, in fact, added a level of Isra onto the first. So it's not over for today, but good run today. Shkayach, everyone, all right. Still some Rosh Chodesh, new beginnings. The staying on track with Daf Yomi. Shkayach, everyone. A good Chodesh. But that's how it's interpreted. Kikar is make kikar. That's how it's interpreted in Allah. That's how it's understood. All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, the Pilsen Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shuman Drushes this year as a zichus for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar Habavim, Latova Shmuel Rabin Karatkin, the commission of the Yartzeit of Shmuel's father, Lipa Ben Yecheskel HaKoyin, Zichron Lebracha. And of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in the schools of our Pinchas Hasti Vizmet Hashem. Bring them home with shalom and the karov and the schools of the success of our soldiers. May allow them to be successful. Mamish B'chol Maaseh Yedei. We'll say we wish a special mazel tov to Mr. and Mrs. Ruben Goliath on the occasion of the chasna of their daughter last week. Mazel tov, mazel tov. Be'etz Hashem the Chasna in the college of Yisrael for the golden bayis Ne'eman the Yisrael. A whole filled with mazel, bracha, simcha, atzlocha, me'ev, esem, shanim, tovos. Mazel tov. Those are daf. Let us be with a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. A really interesting daf. Another daf again where we're going to highlight a number of fundamental principles which Meretz Hashem will help us along in the journey ahead. Today's daf is Chav 26. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on Chav Hey on the base 25b, first wide line. Rabbi. Rabbi says as follows: Rav agrees in the following scenario. So we went through this, or I went through this a little bit quickly at the end of yesterday's daf. So I want to point out that the Gemara kind of tangentially introduced us now to a second category of Shua, which again the Gemara did not formally introduce, it kind of just got brought up along the way of the journey. So remember, up until now, we have been hyper-focused on one type of Shua. Shua is a bitui, which is a declarative Shua. Right? I'm going to do something, I'm not going to do something again. Mid the Oraisa, the two paradigmatic examples are future-oriented. I will eat the loaf of bread, I won't eat the loaf of bread. That's the Shtayim, Shein, Arba, which are two more cases, same Shua, just in past tense. I did eat the loaf of bread, I didn't eat a loaf of bread. We're in the midst of a fundamental focus of, does the Shua have to be able to go ahead and be phrased both in the future, and does it prospective and retrospective? And also a sub-machlokas is, does the Shua have to be able to be phrased in the positive and the negative, that I will do and I won't do this act? Tangentially, the Gemara introduced us to Shvua Sa'idos, which is a Shvua about whether or not you know testimony for someone. Now again, don't worry, Shvua Sa'idos is going to get its own time, it's going to get its own datin. The Gemara is just kind of bringing it up tangentially a little bit. So now the Gemara goes on. So that's like this. I say, Reuben says to Shimon, I say to Reuben, I swear I don't know testimony for you. And it turns out that he doesn't know the pater. Ultimately, he's pater. I will say pater for what? Pater for Shua's bitui, as we're going to say. This is not a case of Shua's bitui. Because since it can't be phrased in the way of I don't know Eidos, which we'll see in just a little bit. So again, we'll say when he says pater, means pater really that it's not a Shua's bitui. But ultimately, again, this does enter into Shua Sa'idos, through which the Gemara says, Yadati below Yadati machlokes, He'arti below He'arti machlokes. Because ultimately, again, the case of Yadati below Yadati is machlokes, and He'arti below He'arti. I did swear or I didn't swear would also be a machlokes. So according to Shmuel, who says, that's something that cannot be phrased in the prospective future version. One is not high for Shua's bitui in the past version, in the past tense version. That's why the Torah creates a separate category of Shua Sa'idos. But according to Rav, ultimately he doesn't require this. Why does the Torah create a separate category of Shua Sa'idos? To which the Gemara says, apparently, in order to create a dual liability for Shua Sa'idos, that should be high both for Shua Sa'idos and potentially as well for Shua's bitui. Amarle, that's not possible. Tartilo matsisu amiso, you can't say that there's dual liability for one Shua. Why not? When the Pasuk talks about liability for Shua, it says for one of these. La'achos ata mechaybo, v'ata mechaybo l'shkayim. You can be chayiv only once per Shua, but not both. In other words, we'll say, this is Dr. Glaston brought this up to me at the end of yesterday's shir, that, when you speak about all of these Shuas that are done incorrectly or falsely, don't they all boil down to Shuas Shaker, right? Assuming that there was intentionality. So isn't there dual liability? One of the principles we're going to see by Shuas is that every Shua fits into a category. Every Shua, even though you may have commonality, but there's a distinct feature that puts the Shua in a particular category, specifically for Shua's bitui, because remember again, Shua's bitui is one of the unique categories where there is carbonic liability. There's carbon over the orange. Shua Sheker, you'll get Malchus. Shua Shav, you'll get Malchus. But again, so that's why the Gemara says over here, there's no such thing as dual liability. Every Shua fits very neatly into a category, even though there absolutely is a certain degree of overlap between some of these categories. According to Abaye, why is Shua Sa'idas put in its own category? By all other Shuas in general, when is their liability? When there's what we'll call Ha'alamas Shua. You forgot about the fact that you took your Shua. Because Lo Ne'emar V'Ne'elam, by Shua Sa'idos, interestingly enough, there's no V'Ne'elam. And again, I will say, don't worry. Like I said, guys, this is not the spot for Shua Sa'idos. So right now, this is really only being brought up very tangentially in a much bigger discussion. We're going to spend the time on Shua Sa'idos. But again, Rabbi said Shua Sa'idos is unique. Why? L'chayiv ala mezid kishogen. So Shua Sa'idos is purposely mentioned separately because there's a different level of liability. Shua Sa'idos, if you intentionally lie, like I swear I don't know any testimony for Ruvain. I know testimony for Ruvain. I know that I know testimony for Ruvain. I'm intentionally lying. It's amazing. What's the halacha? I'm chayiv. Now this is unique because remember again, generally, for example, take Shuas Bitui for a second. Right? I swear I'm not going to go ahead and or better. I swear I didn't eat the I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf of bread today. And I thought to go out of my to eat the loaf of bread today. I know about the Shua, I know about what's the halacha, what's the halacha. Interestingly enough, Malchus. Because remember again, the only time you have covered all of the Yored in a case of Shuas Bitui is when there is Ha'alam Shvua. Last service of the Shua. But if there's intentionality, essentially it's treated like a Shua Sheker, right? The Shua like a false oath, and therefore there's Malchus. The exception to this rule that you're chayiv complete liability even if you know about your Shua, or even if you know the falseness of the Shua, is Shua Sa'idos. Shua Sa'idos is the one case where we treat Shogeg and Mezid the same way. Maybe by Shua Sa'idos, if you do it, if you violated the Mezid, or you make the false Shua Mezid, you chayiv once, but the Shogeg chayiv twice. Therefore, the person says la'achos for one, achos atamachayvo, v'atamachayvo shnayim. There's only one level of liability. You're not chayiv two liabilities. Even Mezid, and if it was Mezid, could there be two levels of liability? Rabbi Amar Mishum Dahavar Davar Shebechlal, V'yatza Lidon B'Davar HaChadash, Ein L'chavo Ela Chidusho Bilvad. Because Shua Sa'idos ultimately was something that was included in the general cloud of Shuas. All you have is the Chiddush. All you have is the Chiddush. In other words, that unique aspect. Abaye Savar Isa L'Shvua Ba'olam. So the Gemara says, no, I'm sorry, Michlal. The Abaye Savar Isa Shvua Ba'olam. Now look at Rashi, just a moment. Rashi's 3 lines up. Well, it begins 4 lines up from the bottom. End of the 4th line up from the bottom. Savar Isa L'Shvua Ba'olam. Kilomar. Isa L'Shem Shvas Bitui. Ve'ini Yodea L'Cha'edus. So we'll say what seems to be interesting in all of this is that Abaye still seems to say that there's some element of Shvuas Bitui in this case of Shvuas Ha'edos. The Haidul of Mechayev Party, Nishoma Niuta, Denata Mechayev Shan Rashi. And the only reason why you're not Chayev twice, in the case of Shvuas Ha'edos, once for Shvuas Ha'edos, once for Shvuas Bitui, is because of an exclusionary phrase. The Nafkamina, okay, so therefore, the Gemara says that phrase over here of Michlal Da'abai Savar Isa Shvua Ba'olam makes it the way that Rashi understands that phrase is sounds like according to Abaye there is an element of Shvuas Bitui embedded in Shvuas Ha'edos. So yet Abaye agrees with Rab. When a person says, I say to Ruvain, I swear I don't know any eagles for you. Tishtachach the lo yadole, and it turns out that he did not know. The pater hal the leise the eni yodea lacha. Eagles. So ultimately, again, because halacha l'maisa, it can't be phrased in the opposite way. To which the Gemara says, you're right. Hagavei Abaye mehaki. Abaye ultimately retracted this position. The by saying another possibility is kafel chavav chada minayu rapapa amra. one of these statements wasn't made by Rabbi, but instead one of these statements ultimately again was made by Rav Papa. Okay, so we'll say, so that brings to the end of this sugya. So again, we're going to do one more piece in this Hashem, then we'll tie up the loose ends of Shavuos Pizza. Let's go back to the Shmuel Omer, top of Chavot 26. Shmuel says as follows. Shmuel Omer, Eino Chayiv Ela Ala Asim Lavos. So we'll say, so remember again, if we go back to our Mishnah, the fundamental machlokes which existed in our Mishnah was Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva. Namely, Rabbi Shmuel said that Shavuos Bitui only exists in a prospective, future phrased Shvuah. Rabbi Akiva says not true. It applies to all Shavuos, both prospective and retrospective. Says the Gemara. Here we go. Tanrabanan lahara or lehativ. So remember again, like this is all about Shavuos Bitui. So Shavuos Bitui, so you use lashon of lahara or lehativ. You will swear. Now, the way that's literally translated is one will swear lahara for something good or lahitiv, right? Or for something bad, or lahitiv for something beneficial. Now, that makes it sound like Shavuos Bitui only devolves upon something that could really be demonstrably tov or ra. The Gemara said, but there's a whole other bucket of items in life which are neither tov or ra, they're just in the middle. So the Gemara says, "Ein she'ein ba'hara v'atava minayin." How do you know something that doesn't have hara v'atava? So what's the other thing that doesn't have hara v'atava? Starting to eat a loaf of bread. There's no objective good or bad in that, right? As opposed to if he saying, I swear I'm going to go ahead and hit Ruvain. I swear I'm going to go ahead and give Ruvain a matana. That could be hara or hatana. Someone is asking me, how do I know that in the world of Shavuos Bitui, even what we'll call a parrot act, saying it's not hara v'atava, could still create a bi-mutual. So just point out the way. What's fascinating about this Gemara is the Musar Haskell on this is it's only by Shavuos Bitui that an action doesn't fit into the category of hara v'hatava. In the rest of life, as we go through our lives, everything we do fits into one category or another. I always used to say that there's only one place where you will find parrot, and that's in your kitchen. Right? In the rest of life, it's either milchitz or fleishes. Either what you're doing is good or it's not good. So apparently there are two categories. It's your kitchen and Shavuos Bitui. Shavuos Bitui, this is very important. In our lives, our day-to-day lives, there's no such thing as parrot. Everything I'm doing is either advancing my personalistic cause or detracting from it. And literally every action and every decision in life fits into one of those two buckets. And as such, the most important thing in life is to be aware of that and therefore to choose wisely. The Gemara goes right there. So the Gemara says, but how do I know about my Shavuos Bitui? This parrot, there's something that's not hara or hatava. So how do I know that those things also are Shavuos Bitui? Kamar Lomar, Om Nefesh Kisi Shava Levate Bisvasayim. Or if a person will swear, now again, it's really based on Levate Bisvasayim means they articulate something mere articulation. So any type of articulation, even if halakha again, it is not subject to hara v'hatava. Ultimately, it's going to be subject to Shavuos Bitui. So any elalahaba. So furthermore, I only know that a Shavuos Bitui is prospective, future oriented. I'm not saying now again. Let's just get these things nailed down. So how do I know that biblically paradigmatic Shavuos Bitui is a future-oriented, a future tense, a prospective shua? Why? Because that's the way the pasuk phrases it. Lahara or lehativ, to do something good or to do something bad. So it's phrased in the future. That's why I only know that a Shavuos Bitui is future-focused. The Gemara says, how do I know that Shavuos Bitui applies even retrospectively? Talmud Omar, L'chol asher yivate ha'adam b'shvuah Rabbi Akiva. Therefore, said the pasuk says, read way. L'chol asher yivate ha'adam, whatever you articulate, future tense, past tense, doesn't matter. It's all called a Shavuos Bitui. So we'll say all of this is Rabbi Akiva. So again, Shitas Rabbi Akiva is Shavuos Bitui. Shavuos Bitui is not just hara v'atava, but it's even parif. That's ultimately, again, based on Nefesh Kisi Shavuot B'Svasayim. Furthermore, although biblically paradigmatic Shuas Bitui is future, prospective focused, Halacha L'maisa Shuas Bitui is also past tense, retrospective from the Riboy as well. That's Rabbi Akiva. Beautiful. Rabbi Shmuel says most of it is just on Mishnah. So this is Brisa just quoting on Mishnah. I'm quoting a Brisa which mirrors our Mishnah. Rabbi Shmuel says, Lahara L'Hitiv Lahaba. Rabbi Shmuel says, no, natural. Lahara L'Hitiv ultimately again means only a prospective, future-oriented Shvua is a Shvua's B'Toi. So the Gemara says, Amar Lo Rabbi Akiva Im Kain Eli Eladvan Shishban HaTava Lahara. So again, Rabbi Akiva says, okay, Rabbi Shmuel, so I understand what you're doing. Right? In other words, Rabbi Shmuel's logic is very sound. Because what is Rabbi Shmuel saying? Look at the pasuk. What does the pasuk say? Lahara Olahitiv, which is future tense. So you see from here that only a prospective, future-oriented Shmuel is correct. So the king says, okay, but if that's the case, Rabbi Shmuel, I don't know that you can make a shvua regarding things that are either bad or good. That literally fall into that category, one of those two categories. How do you know that you can make shvuas about things that are quote unquote parav? How do you know that? Oh, because Rabbi Shmuel says, listen, there's a riboy, whatever a person said could create the shvuas b'iter. So it says Rabbi Akiva to Rabbi Shmuel. So Rabbi Shmuel, you agree with the riboy, right? You agree with the fact that there's an additional phrase that allows you to expand on the scope of shvuas b'iter. If that's the case, in Riba HaKasav L'Kach, if the riboy is going to work to expand on the scope of Shuas B'Toi from Lahara Ulahated to include other, we'll call it mundane things as well, then use the riboy to expand the scope of Shuas B'Toi as well to say that what? It doesn't just apply to future prospective Shuas, but also applies to what? Past retrospective Shuas. What a fantastic conversation. So the Gemara says, Shapir, Karma the Rabbi Akiva Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Akiva is saying good. Right? He's saying good. He has a solid point about what he's saying to Rabbi Shmuel. Okay, I'm Rabbi Yochanan. So I'll say, so what's at the core of this machlokes? So this is actually a really beautiful Gemara. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Shmuel, so the Gemara says, really what's happening over here is as follows. Clearly, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel darshan the psukim in two dramatically different ways. Different ways. So I'm Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shmuel Sheshimish. Listen, by the way, I just want to point out that Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel are contemporaries. They're just in this thing like who we're dealing with over here. They were both of the Asara Harudi Malchus. They were both tortured and executed by the Romans. So just we'll talk about more. Don't tell you, I'm trying to work on myself. It's especially like to try to actually make this a Daf Yomi Shir and not the political commentary Shir, Hashkafa Shir. There's a lot to say on this Gemara. I'm going to save it, but just to understand that Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva on the same page of Gemara together, learning together, darshaning together on site. This is Kodesh Kadashim. These people are of a different stratosphere. So watch, this is even more incredible. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Shmuel Sheshimis. Gemara says, what's at the core of the machlokes over here? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan says, so Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shmuel Sheshimis is Rabbi Nechunya ben Akana. Shahaya, okay. Rabbi Shmuel Shimish Rabbi Nechunya ben Akana. So who is Rabbi Shmuel's Rabbi? His Rabbi was Rabbi Nechunya ben Akana. I want to find out something very interesting over here. If you notice, it doesn't say Rabbi Shmuel's Rabbi was Rabbi Nechunya ben Akana, but rather how does it phrase it? Sheshimish. So let's say, so this is talking about the idea. We're all familiar with the Mishnah Perkei Avos that says Aseh l'Charav. A person has to have a Rabbi. We all need a Rabbi. Someone we look to like, but a Rebbe doesn't have to mean necessarily someone we learn Torah from. Rebbe is someone from whom you grow in life from. But if you look, it's fascinating. How does one establish a relationship with the Rebbe? And how does one learn from a Rebbe? Shimush. Now, what does shimush mean? Like that, or you pick up the groceries, you take the car for lunches, and shimush sounds like serving. But shimush really means like a much deeper level of interaction. Where there's an active involvement in the Rebbe's life, and the Rebbe has an active involvement in the Talmud's life. That's where that relationship comes from. It's incredible. So Rabbi Shmuel was Mishamish of Nechuni ben Akana. Shahaya Dorish has called Torah the Klalu Prat. Rabbi Nechuni ben Akana, he had one exegetical principle through which one exegetical lens through which he saw the entire Torah. What was that exegetical lens? Klalu Prat. Now, I want to point out. Remember, we say this every single morning about the Gimel Midos, Shar Torah and Midrash. There are 13 exegetical principles, and I just want to point out, you do not have to choose one principle for the entire Torah. In fact, most opinions use multiple exegetical principles in different places. It happens to be that Rabbi Nechuni ben Akana shows what he was, the Klal Uprat guy. And the way he darshan goes Klal Uprat, this was who Rabbi Shmuel received his shimush from. This is who he learned by. Therefore, again, Ihunami Dorish Klal Uprat. If my Rebbe did it, I'm going to do it. It's so beautiful, right? So Mishmal says, my Rebbe darshan with Klal Uprat, so I'm going to darshan with Klal Uprat. So we'll see how that plays out in just a moment. Rabbi Akiva, you ready for this? Who's Rabbi Akiva's Rabbi? Sheshimesh es Nachum ish Gamzu. Wow. So I just want to point out how this opens worlds of understanding. Right? Who is Nachum ish Gamzu? So Nachum ish Gamzu, Gamzu Latova. Right? Nachum ish Gamzu was the person ultimately, again, who was able to see. I've mentioned this many times, right? We know the phrase Gamzu Latova. This is also for good. That comes from Nachum. Nachum, the Rebbe Akiva. They will say, now remember, we tend to spiritually corrupt the concept of Gamzu Latova. We've spoken this many times, right? What's Gamzu Latova? Gamzu Latova is like what you say when you're miserable in life. Everything is terrible, but you still want to sound firm, right? Gamzu Latova, like you said, like a kracht, like you're half dead, like Gamzu Latova, yeah, I'm sure it's great, like it's horrible, like it's terrible, it's ridiculous. But okay, I want to sound firm, so I say Gamzu Latova. Gamzu Latova is one of the most profound spiritual statements upon which the entirety of the Yiddishkeit rests, which is the Ribono Shel Olam is good, and the Ribono Shel Olam loves us. The Baruch Hu always takes care of us, and even when it's painful, even when it's difficult, I believe with all of my heart, even if I can't wrap my mind around it, that somehow, some way, this is for the good. That was Nachum. That was Rabbi Akiva's Rebbe. Now when you understand who Rabbi Akiva's Rebbe was, now you understand Rabbi Akiva. Now I understand Rabbi Akiva was walking by the Kodesh HaKadoshim at the end of Maseches Matos. Right? And everyone else is crying. And Rabbi Akiva is laughing. Why? Gamzu Latova. And now I understand Rabbi Akiva as he's literally being tortured to death by the Romans. He says, the whole life I wondered, when am I going to be able to fulfill the mitzvah? When will I be able to do it? That's Rabbi Akiva. Right? Gamzu Latova. A Rabbi Akiva is not just born. A Rabbi Akiva is molded. A Rabbi Akiva is created. And who is created by? Obviously by himself, by his wife Rachel, but also by his Rabbi Nachum ish Gamzu. But you understand where Rabbi Akiva comes from. Suddenly the Rabbi Akiva personality makes so much more sense. Rabbi Akiva's Rabbi Nachum ish Gamzu. It's incredible. I will say, by the way, just speak about Nachum ish Gamzu, which we're not going to do now, is a whole shir by itself. Who was this person? Anyway, so Rabbi Akiva learned by Nachum ish Gamzu. Shador is called Darkula, the Riba Umiate. So again, Nachum ish Gamzu, his exegetical principle of choice was a Riboy and a Niyot. And therefore, Ihunami Dorish Brimis. So let's say, here we go. So now let's show. Well, so now it turns out that the Machlokus and the Mishmal Rabbi Akiva is about how to darshan the pasuk because they're both using a different exegetical lens. Rabbi Akiva is using Riboy Umiyot, and Rabbi Shmuel is using Klal Prat. So here we go. My Rabbi Akiva darshan. This is how Rabbi Akiva. What's Rabbi Akiva? Disanya O Nefesh Kisi Shava Riba. So the pasuk says Nefesh Ki, right? Person will swear. That's a riboy. La Ra'u V'Heitiv. So again, for good or for bad, or for bad or for good, that's a miyate. Whatever a person will articulate, that's another riboy. So what do you have over here? Riba, umiyate, the riba. Now what happens when you have a riboy, a miyut, and a riboy? So the Gemara says riba hakol. That comes to include everything. It's marbeh. It amplifies everything. So the Gemara says, my riba kol mili. What does it come to include? It comes to include that you can make a shuas bitui about any topic, not just about hara or the hated, but about anything, even part of things. Even part of things. So what does it come to exclude? Niyat dvar mitzvah. You can't make a shuas bitui about a dvar mitzvah. Why not? Because you can't phrase it in the negative. But I can say I won't put on tefillin, but I can't swear that I won't put on tefillin. So that's the niyot. That's Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva's ribuy to ribuy comes to include everything. Everything means any topic, even part of ones, and also to include what? Both future tense and past tense. What? The niyot? The niyot of the divine mitzvah. Good. Rabbi Shmuel, Darsh Kaluprat. Here we go. The person will go ahead, right? A person will articulate any shua, klal, that's your klal. Lahara o lahativ, that's your prat. L'chola sheyivat, anything you will articulate. L'chola sheyivat to Adam. Chaz v'chaz, I just want to point out, if you notice what's happening over here, they're dashing the same words. It's fascinating. They're dashing the same exact words. They're just using a different exegetical lens to dash. So what do you have? Klal uprat uklal. What do you do with the klal uprat uklal? So the Gemara says the klal uprat uklal iyat adan elakei prat. So ultimately, the klal is modified by the prat. Na prat mefurash lahaba af kol dahaba. Just like the prat lahara or lahativ is future prospective, so too shuas bitui is only future prospective. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Ahani klala la'asui afilu dvarim she'in ban hara v'hatava lahaba." But ultimately, again, even according to Shmuel, the klal also comes to include other things, mundane things, even things that don't fall into the category of hara v'hatava. Ahani prata. So the prat comes to go ahead and help. And the prat comes to exclude even hara v'hatava matters if phrased retrospectively. The Gemara says Eifachana, so maybe we switch this around. So again, Yitzchak says it makes sense that everything resembles hara lehated, which tells me only things that are also because of ba'yachal dvaro, profaning your word. Yotza sazu shein isu mishum ba'yachal dvaro ela mishum bal tishakru. Rashi says over here lo yachal dvaro. Rashi says last part of Rashi. So again, in general, lo yachal dvaro seems to be focused on future-oriented things. Lo tishakru ultimately is focused on past tense things. Rabbi Yitzchak bar Rabbi, Amar Kra, O nefesh ki sishava levata disvasayim. Nisha shvua. So Rabbi Yitzchak comes along and says like this: Nisha shvua kodemes lebitui. That's only ultimately again where the shvua precedes the action. Bitui in this context means the action. So the Gemara said, "Below shat bitui kodemes the shvua," but not that the action precedes the shvua, which means what? Shuas bitui only applies to a case where the shvua precedes the action, which means what? Future prospective shuas, not to a case where the action precedes the shvua, which is retrospective shuas bitui. The Gemara says, "Yatsa za'achalti below achalti shamaisa kodem l'shvua." Okay, so Yitzchak is siding with Rabbi Shmuel. That shuas bitui is only future, not past tense. Incredible. Tanabanan. All right, so now the Gemara is going to quote a brayso, and now this brayso ultimately again is going to go ahead and go more into depth to shuas bitui. So we'll say before we go on, how do we pass it? Because this is killing us. This is killing us, right? Well, I can't go on anymore. I mean, so what do we do? What do we do with Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva? Because this is big. Right? This gets to the core of shuas bitui. So once again, now. The beauty about Samosa is now I feel like we know everything about the Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, right? So the Shmuel ultimately again is darshaning klal upratu klal, and therefore what that yields is shuas bitui is only lahaba, only future oriented, no retrospective past tense shuas bitui. But ultimately again the ribuy does come to say that it doesn't just include hara hated, it also includes mundane stuff. Rabbi Akiva darshan ribuy umiut. It comes to teach you that shuas bitui applies both future and past, and also agrees that it doesn't just include the hara or hated, it even includes mundane items. How do we pass it? Rambam says, Hilchos Shvuos, Parak Aleph, Halacha Beis, the man should begin of Shvuos, the Ein Shvuos Bitui. Now I guess here it is, Ela Bidvarim She'ef Shelo La'asosan, Bein lahaba, bein l'shavar. That not passes like Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say so shvuas bitui can be phrased both, or I should say, in order for something to be a shvuas bitui, it must have the ability to be phrased both prospectively, future tense, and retrospectively. Now, the Rambam doesn't say it explicitly, but it's clear. It also has to be able to be phrased both in the positive and the negative. Shvas bitui has to be something that I can phrase as I can do this, or I can't do this, or I will do this, or I won't do this. So again, you need two requirements. Number one, phrased in positive and negative. Number two, be able to be phrased both in past and future tense. Good. So halach l'maisa. There's more to say about that, but we're not actually finished the sugya yet. But first, let's go on ultimately to the brayso. So halach l'maisa, just keep it on the belt. We pass like Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. Here we go. Says the Gemara. So here we go. Ha'adam b'shvua. So again, it was we just read the positive Gemara is quoting. The pasuk is Al nefesh kisi shavan levate b'sasai. This is our pasuk by shvas bitui. If a person will swear, articulation with his lips, lahara o lahitiv, l'chol asher yivata ha'adam b'shvua. Anything that a person will articulate with a shvua. So now advice actions. Ha'adam b'shvua. What does this come to include? Prat or exclude. Prat la'ones. This comes to exclude an extenuating circumstance. Okay, well, we'll see what this means. V'ne'elam, and he forgot about his shvua. So again, Rabbi said the paradigmatic case of liability ultimately again for shvuas bitui is where I made a shvua and then what? I forgot about my shvua and transgressed it. V'ne'elam. So that comes to proclamation. This comes to exclude someone who intentionally violates his shvua. Mimenu, from him, shenis alma mimenu shvua. He forgot about the shvua. That's, you might have thought maybe he remembered the shvua, but he forgot about the object that he swore about. Talmud Lomar, the shvua v'ne'elam. There's only liability al ha'elam shvua hu chayiv, ve'eno chayiv al ha'elam chayfetz. You're only chayiv for a lapse of awareness about the shvua, but not chayiv for a lapse of awareness about the object you swore about. Now, what exactly that means, we'll see. Now, we'll say, now we're going to dissect the brayso. I'm very excited. All right. So when we say Adam b'shvua pat l'ones. So when we say Adam b'shvua, that comes to exclude the case of ones. What's ones? Eki dummy. So we'll say this is a great case. Rav Kana Ravasi, watch this. Rav Kana Ravasi, Kavakaini, I was in the second wide line, 26A from Papa Mandala. Kavakaini Kamei Darav. Amar Mar, so let's listen to this. Rav Kana Ravasi were in Rav's shir. So they heard a shir by Rav, and afterwards, you can imagine they're chazering it. And what happened? Mar Amar Shvu'asa Dahaki Amarav. Umar Amar Shvu'asa Dahaki Amarav. So I'll say what happened. So the Chazan wrote the shir, and they have a disagreement about what Rav said. So one of them said, I swear Rav said this. And the other one says, I swear Rav said this. So they both took a declarative shua about what Rav said. Now what happened? Obviously, Rav came back, they came back to Rav, and Rav discerned one of them was right and one of them was wrong. So we'll say, so about the guy that was wrong, so the one who was wrong said to Rav, Rabbi, did I swear falsely? Your heart literally again took advantage of you, right? Your heart put you in a compromised position, which is another way of saying, Rashi said, no, you thought you were right. This is not, as I will say, ultimately again, when a person is convinced about the fact that they are swearing correctly, that's not a shvuas sheker, and ultimately again, it's not a shvuas bitui. That's not our case, right? That's not our case. So when a person is convinced that what they are doing is right and acts accordingly, that ultimately again is called an ones. Now, halacha l'maisa will have to see exactly what we do with this case, right? Because that would seem to disqualify like a lot of cases are like that, where a person thinks they're doing the right thing, but they're doing the wrong thing. That there's no liability in that case. In fact, I'll say, by the way, generally, that's what we call shogeg, right? When a person thinks they're doing the right thing, but in fact they're mistaking. So again, we'll see halacha l'maisa what to do about this by shvua. Okay, but let's go back to it. So we'll say, but that phrase of libcha anascha, that when you think you're doing the right thing, but it turns out you did something wrong, there may not be liability in that case. Next, And again, so let's say, so in this case, I made a shvua bitui, and then ultimately again, I forgot about the shvua and transgressed it. So shenis'al mimenu shvua. I forgot about the shvua, I transgressed it, and that's when there will be liability. You want to throw, what about, let's say, if I remember the shvua, but I forgot about the chayfetz. Now, let's take a simple case. I swear I won't eat the loaf of bread. Okay, so a case of Helam Shvua is obvious, right? I forgot that I made the Shvua, I ate the loaf of bread. Now, the Gemara says, what about a case where you remember the Shvua, but for some reason you forgot about the object? So the Gemara says, what is the case? So the Gemara says, so they laughed at this ruling in Eretz Yisrael. Why? Because they said Shvua mishkachas lo v'lo chayfetz. So I understand Helam Shvua. What's the case of Helam Shvua? Ki goes to Amar Shvua shelo ocha paschitin v'kasavar sha'achol ka'amar the Shvua se'inchi chef tzedakir. So you're going to say, for example, this is an interesting case. I swear I'm not going to eat a loaf of bread, and then what happens? I eat a loaf. Why? Because I forgot that I made a Shvua not to eat. I thought I made a Shvua to eat. To eat. So that could be a case of Helam Shvua. That's even more dramatic, right? Not only did I forget my Shvua, in other words, I forgot the Shvua that I made, and I thought I made a different one. So again, I know, so that's the case of Helam Shvua. But how do you ever have a case of where you forget about the object, but you remember the Shvua? So perhaps, for an example, maybe I swore I'm not going to eat wheat bread. And what happened? Summer shall soul in Kamar. And I thought that I made a neder about barley bread. Okay, so Gemara says, the Shvua say dakir. In that case, I remember the Shvua, right? But I forgot about the object. Okay, but the Chavtzi in Shilahu, Hainu Helu Shvua. Understand? It's all called Helu Shvua. That's an Eretz Yisrael. They mocked this. What are you talking about? Helu Shvua and Helu Ches. Where I forget about the Shvua, forget about the object. If you forget about the object, what are you effectively forgetting about? The Shvua. There's no independence here between the object and the Shvua. If, for example, again, I swore I wasn't going to eat wheat bread, and I thought I said barley bread, so I ended up eating wheat bread. So again, that means I forgot about the Shvua. That's not called Helam Chayfetz. Amar Belazar, David Da'achas. He says, you're right. There's really no distinction between forgetting about the Shvua and forgetting about the object. The object and the Shvua are by definition intertwined. So Master Rabbi Yosef, Alma, Chayfetz, Beloshul, Mishkachasla. So you're telling me again, you can't have a case where you forget about the object but didn't forget about the Shvua? No, Mishkachasla, I'll give you a case. You go and listen to this. And here's the case. I swear I'm not going to eat wheat bread. And I remember my Shvua. I have a basket of bread. In the basket, there's barley loaves and there's wheat loaves. So I know that I swore not to eat a loaf of wheat bread. I put my hand into the basket in order to take a barley loaf, and I end up pulling out a wheat loaf. So already, and again, I thought it was a plan, and I ate it. The Shua say doctor. In this case, I fully remember my should eat the wheat loaf. And my intention was not to take a wheat loaf, was to take a barley loaf. But I ended up taking the wrong loaf. So the Shua say doctor, like, I didn't know the chefza. So this would seem to be a good case of where I absolutely unequivocally remember my Shua, but I forgot the helam, the lapse of awareness is about the object. Abaye, Klum Mechayves they carbon Ella Amai Bitapis Le Biade, Helam Shulahu. Abaye says, at the end of the day, what's driving carb? We're right. So you'll be chayiv now a carb over the What's driving that carbonic liability? What's driving it? A mistake about the Shua. In other words, at the end of the day, it's not the bread that drives carbonic liability, it's the Shua. Now, granted, the mistake I made over here is that I thought I was eating a barley loaf, but really I ate a wheat loaf. But what are the ramifications of eating a wheat loaf? I'm in violation of my Shua. So in other words, this notion of splicing the object from the Shua, it's a fallacy. It's a fallacy. It doesn't work. So he was lishnachri, not a lot of possibilities. Amalei Abai Rabbi Yosef. So, carbon the kamaisi Allah. Alternate version of the phraseology of Rabbi says Rabbi Yosef. And the bottom line, You're right. You're gonna have to bring a shvus meat. So I'm saying, I swear I'm not gonna. Here's the case again, same case. I swear I'm not gonna eat a wheat of loaf, a loaf of wheat bread. I'm not gonna eat wheat bread. So what happens? They put their hands in the basket. I know we're gonna have barley loaves and wheat loaves. My intention is to take a barley loaf. I think I have a barley loaf. I eat it. It turns out to be a wheat loaf. So okay. So now the Gemara says there's liability. So Abaye says, carbon the kamais yalei the pass mias helam shuahu. Why do you bring a carbon? Not because of the loaf, or because of the loaf, but because why? Because the loaf compromised the shvua. In other words, at the end of the day, all roads lead back to lapse of awareness on shvua. Rabbi Yosef will say, "Kevan b'chiyadalei d'chitenu parish minei helam chayvetzu." Rabbi Yosef will say, "No, it's not called a lapse of awareness about the shvua. Why? Because I remember my shvua. The lapse over here is about the type of loaf. For Harai, if someone were to tell me, hey, Silver, put that down, that's a wheat loaf, I would say, it's a wheat loaf. I'd put it down immediately, and again, I wouldn't eat it. That shows at the end of the day that really what's happening over here is the lapse of awareness about not the shvua, but about the object. So I will say, it seems to be the majority opinion, and it makes sense that creating this distinction between helam shvua and helam chaypes doesn't make sense. Right? Because either way, at the end of the day, when there is liability, it's because I violated the shvua. Whether I violate the shvua because I forget about the shvua or I have a misunderstanding about the object, bottom line is violation of the shvua itself, which drives carbonic liability. So, Rabbi Nachman, Helam Zev Zev Yadomahu. What happens if you have a lapse of awareness about both? You forgot about everything. Right? You have a lapse of awareness about the shvua, lapse of awareness about the object. What happens in a case like that? There's a lapse of awareness about the shvua in that case, and therefore there's liability. But there should be a lapse of awareness about the object, and it should be pater. We look, if you'd be reminded that it took the shvua and he would stop what he's doing, that's called a helam shvua, and therefore he's chayiv. But if he would stop as a result of being reminded about the nature of the object, that's not the word, it's about the object. Again, I will say in general, so what Rashi wants to suggest that they're intertwined. Someone will only stop because of the shvua, right? If they're reminded about the chayvetz, and about the chayvetz, about the shvua. Again, these objects are intertwined. To divide them seems to be a fiction. Then there is no distinction. The Gemara wants to suggest over here. Now again, this is very referring to the opinion. So okay, let's take a step back over here. So I'll say here's what we know. Everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa, if the lapse of awareness is about the shvua, ultimately again, there's carbonic liability. So I swear that I'm not going to eat this loaf of bread, and then I forget about the shvua and I eat a loaf of bread. Simple case. What about if you remember the shvua, but there's what's called helam chaypes? I forget about the object. How can I forget about the object? I know it's a loaf of bread. I thought it was barley. And it turns out that it was wheat, and I consume it. Is there carbonic liability in that case? The Brisa says no. What we begin to see over here is that there's machlokas about that. So according to the Brisa, therefore, wherever there is helam chaypes, the ambiguity or the lapse of awareness is about the object. I have complete awareness about the shvua, lack of awareness or lapse of awareness about the object. The Brisa says no liability in that case. Yet we just saw a whole school of thought that says that's ridiculous. Lapse of object is the same thing of lapse of shvua. It's the same thing. So again, Brisa says only chayav for lapse of awareness about the shvua, not chayav for lapse of awareness about the object, and that's how the Gemara ends up over here. Now again, how that works, we'll see. So 2 open items so far. Number 1, what you do in the case of ones. Ones, right? I literally thought I was swearing truthfully, and it turns out that I swear falsely. What's the halacha in that case? That's open item number 1. Open item number 2, if there is helam chaypes, I know full well about the shvua, but I forgot about the object. Left about the object. Is there liability? Open item number 2. Hold on to it until tomorrow. Let's go. We got to turn the page. Says the Gemara. Rabbi Nachman. Next, let's Rabbi Nachman the following kasha. On the days. Ezehu shigigas shvas bitul l'sha'avar. What's the case? ultimately again of the Shingas Shvuas Bitur L'Sha'avar. Rashi says, Kevan Deba'ina Adam B'Shvua Heichem Mishkachas L'Shogin. What will be a case of an accidental violation of a retrospective Shvuas Bitur? So the Gemara says, Idi Yada Mezitu. So for example, we'll say, I swear I did not eat a loaf of bread today. So it'll be the case of Shogin. If Halacha L'Maisa, again, I know at the time of the Shua that I did eat a loaf of bread, then I'm amazing. Right? So the Gemara says, even lo yada, if I did not know, in other words, let's say really, I thought, I know I ate a loaf of bread, but I was positive that's what? It was barley. So it's barley. So I swear I did not eat a loaf of wheat bread today. Right? And I was positive that it was barley. That's ones. Amalei, V'omer Yodea Ani, Sheshua Zu Asura, Aval Ini Yodea Im Chayaven Ala Karban Olav. So this is very interesting. So what's the case of Shogi? Case is like this, where I say, I know ultimately again that this Shua is Asura, but I don't know about the liability. I don't know is the liability ultimately again a Karban or not. So let's say ultimately again, there's a lack of awareness about liability. This goes Kiman Kimun Baz the Amar Shigagas Karban Shma Shkaga. Munbaz is of the opinion of say that the only time something is considered to be amazing is not only if you know what you're doing, but ultimately again if you know the liability for your act. But if you're unsure about liability, that is relegated to the status of shogeg. Quite amazing. So the Gemara says. Furthermore, again, Moshe is keeping reflective view of the Rabbanon. Why? Because the Rabbanon only argue on Munbas in the rest of Torah. Right? Ultimately, again, by every other chiyuv chatos. But in the case of Shuas Bitui, whereas the chidushu, the Bechal Torah Kodolo Ashtechalav the Maisi Karban, the Afilim have all the Zara. The general will say, why is Shuas Bitui unique? Why is Shuas Bitui unique? Shuas Bitui unique is because, in general, you never find a case of a lav that has a chiyuv chatos, chiyuv karban. Generally, again, what do you get for a lav? Malchus. Right? Shuas Bitui is the only case of a lav that comes with liability for a karban. That's so again, the Gemara says, because general karbatic liability is learned out from Avodah Zarah. Right? That's where we learn our karbatic liability from, not from a lav. So the Gemara says, but here, in the case of Shuas Bitui, ultimately again you will bring the karban. Therefore, therefore, it's possible. Just an interesting point though. The Gemara is suggesting over here that maybe the case of Shigagas, Shuas, and Bitui Shavar. So a very specific case. Shigagas, Shuas, Bitui Shavar is a case where a person knows what he's doing, but didn't know liability. And again, Munbaz is of the opinion that says that it's called shogeg when you don't know what your punishment is. And even though normally the Rabbanim disagree with Munbaz, that's only by all of the cases in the Torah. But by Shuas Bitui, they'll agree with Munbaz. Why? Because Shuas Bitui is unique. How is Shuas Bitui unique? Because we never find another case of a lav that is going to be chayev a karban. So because of this unique case, even the Rabbanan will agree with Munbaz that if someone commits an act with intentionality but doesn't know the liability for that act, that is still called shogeg. I will have to stop when we're not finished. We're not finished. We have a lot of open items in the Hashem for tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll finish up the sugya. We'll get the clear resolution of all of these items. Halach l'maisa shvatita. Tomorrow Rosh Chodesh. Tomorrow's Rosh Chodesh. Meretz Hashem Chazara Seder 5:35 a.m. That film starts in Meretz Hashem at 5:45. Chapters at 6:30. Shkayach everyone. All right, friends, have a great day.
I was surprised to get ready. No, Rabbi just putting up his eye. That's what
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tilson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Rothschilds this year as a zechus from the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar Haba Alin Rotova Shmuel Rabbi Karapkin, commissioner of the art site of Shmuel's father Leonard Karapkin, Lipa Ben Yecheskel HaKohen Jevon the Bracha, the Yom and the merit of our Talmud Torah and Meretz Hashem and Hashem Shtaber Aliyah. Michael, was there a sponsorship? Because it's not. What is it? What is it? Shane Babas, Meretz Hashem, the Turiansky Mishpacha, in commemoration of the art site of Shengel Bas Mordechai. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Hashem Slav and Aliyah, the families in Nechama, Meretz Hashem, bring home all of our hostages, b'shalom and b'karb, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. B'chol ma'aseh v'geihem. And because of Rothschild, we take the opportunity to express our Torah and to say, Hodu Hashem kitov kilevam chasvan. Instead, Yom Yerushalayim, this day when we celebrate just the most incredible and beautiful miracle of the reunification of the eternal capital of Klal Yisrael. There are things that we take for granted. But we take for granted that in Eretz Hashem, we can just go to the Kosovo if we want to. We take for granted that you can walk down the beautiful streets of Manila. We take for granted that you can go out for dinner in Yerushalayim. We take for granted that we can live in Yerushalayim. But remember again, this is a miracle that for Klal Yisrael is, in the context of our national history, very recent. Very recent. For Klal Yisrael, recent is within the last 500 years. The last 500 years, and it's like yesterday. That's how it works for us. So for us, we're used to it because many of us never grew up without the unified Yerushalayim. But there are many in this room who, Baruch Hashem, I have no doubt, remember when Yerushalayim was a divided city. And remember, Yerushalayim was never a divided city. It was never divided spiritually. And spiritually, it was always whole and always resided in the heart of every single Jew. And geographically, and Baruch Hashem, to celebrate this incredible miracle. And even though, again, you might say to yourself, well, there are still parts of Yerushalayim that it's difficult for Jews to enter, or still parts of Yerushalayim that maybe we don't have the ability to live completely. Remember that it's important to understand, while that's a reality, the words of Harabayas Biadinu are not just a historical statement, but Yerushalayim still, as Tzvi Yehuda HaKohen Koch wrote, there's Riboniyut Yudit, there's Jewish autonomy, there's Jewish rulership, there's Jewish authority. So it's important to understand that even on the Harabayas itself, it's our soldiers, it's our police officers who are there. Okay, there's whatever the arrangement is. But it's important to understand at the end of the day who is in control. It's important to understand that, and that's us. And that's us. After 2,000 years of someone else controlling the gates, we control the gates. So literally, again, it's a biyadenu. And that is nothing short of miraculous. So we reserve Baruch Hashem and Sammy on behalf of the show. Thank you for the beautiful, uplifting halal. So beautiful. So again, however, I always say all these days, however you say halal, you don't say halal, with a bracha, not a bracha. Okay, I don't understand it how you can't say halal. I don't understand it. It blows my mind, and I don't understand how it's said without a bracha. But all right, that's my own that's my own thing. Whatever you want to do. Just make sure to go and express your hakaras hatov to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in some way, shape, or form, because this is a day of incredible, incredible miracles. And it's also important for us to understand that as citizens of this country of the United States of America, which although it is gullus for us, it is still a country that has given us more than any other diaspora existence. It's Memorial Day. Memorial Day, a day in which we remember America's fallen, in which we remember again all of those brave men and women who have given their lives in defense of our liberties. The big difference between, there are many differences between America and Eretz Yisrael, but in Eretz Yisrael, you can't walk 3 feet without seeing a soldier. So the idea that there are young men and women who are most certain nefesh in Eretz Yisrael, that literally, again, they've done the holiest uniform that exists, which is the uniform of the Israel Defense Forces. They've done it, and they're most nefesh, so you can't miss it. Like you can't in America, when was the last time you saw someone in uniform? When the armory was by 7-Eleven on Rothschild Road. It used to happen to be like 7-Eleven coffee's very good. You used to go, sometimes you'd see people in uniform. Now that they closed it down, you don't really see anyone there. So, America's wars are fought thousands of miles away. So we often don't see the servicemen and women, unless of course you happen to know them, but they're there. And they're fighting, I'm sure, like in every corner of the globe, protecting our liberties, protecting our security, giving us the freedom to do exactly this. To sit and to learn, to sit and to worship, the ability to safeguard all of the incredible freedoms we have in this country. So it's really important to take the opportunity to express our Hakar Satov to this great nation. With all of its flaws, like everything in this world has its flaws. But this is a great nation. This is a great country that has given us something that no other diaspora has. And we must have tremendous Hakar Satov. And for those brave men and women who literally give everything to secure our liberties, people who they will never meet, people they'll never know, we owe them a debt of gratitude beyond words. You know, I saw you go on TV, you can see it's actually quite moving. President Trump was at the graduation for West Point, and the Vice President Vance was at the Naval Academy. And it's inspiring. It's inspiring to watch these young men and women who are making such idealistic choices to defend our country, to defend our liberties. And the remarks of the President and the Vice President were actually quite beautiful. They recognized a couple of outstanding soldiers. It was really very moving. It's Kedai. Everybody watches enough junk on YouTube anyway. Might as well watch something good. Might as well watch something meaningful, right? It's 3 minutes, really beautiful and really inspiring. And more than their statements, it's inspiring to see a new generation. You know, so often the young people we see are the empty-headed, vacuous nothings who are rallying on college campuses, right? Who literally are a waste of space. The Bomoshom should just take back that energy and reallocate it somewhere else because it's ridiculous. But we don't see that there's a whole other young generation of idealistic Americans who actually understand what makes this country great, who actually appreciate the gift of living here, who actually appreciate what it means to be an American and are not spoiled, entitled, brainless masses of glob who just literally, again, forsake every single bracha that we have in this great country. We often get like our screens are flooded with one segment of young America. It's so important to see that there is another segment, and they're great, and they're holy, and they're beautiful, and they're strong, and they're idealistic. And when you watch it, we are proud Jews first, and we're always proud Jews first. But you know what? It's good to be a proud American second. It's good to be a proud and to see what this country has to offer, and to see at the end of the day how great this is. But its greatness is only because of this sacrifice that really the holy men and women of the American Defense Forces are willing to make as well. So on this Memorial Day, we salute our fallen. We express our tremendous Hakar Satov to their families. And in Eretz Hashem, we should be zochah that life here in this country should become easier, should become better for us, that the anti-Semitism that has reared its ugly head should in Eretz Hashem diminish, but ultimately we hope to make our way home. We hope to make our way home to Yerushalayim Havnu and Rabbi Ameinu. Amen. All right, that's it for today. We're gonna pick up in Eretz Hashem tomorrow. Okay, so we'll get a little bit of Gemara. Today's daf is Chafei. We'll see these are important things to say. The daf Chafei. Mish, that's okay. It's a short daf today. No, it's not. That's a short daf, right? All right. Whatever it is. Good. Says the Mishnah. So we'll say it's actually a really great Mishnah ahead of us today. Echos is Barim Shal Atzmo V'Echadram Shal Achirim V'Echadram Sheish Ben Mamish. So we'll say now the Mishnah actually go into a lot of the details concerning how Shavuos work. So whether, again, Echadram Shal Atzmo, so whether you're making a Shavuot, and the Shavuot ultimately, again, is about things which impact you, or Echadram Shal Achirim, or the Shavuot impacts things that deal with others. So, for example, Rashi points out, I swear I'm going to give you $1,000. So again, that's impacting you. So again, sure, that impacts me. I swear I'm going to eat a loaf of bread. Right? That's me. Sure, that doesn't impact others. Sure, that impacts. I swear I'm going to give you $1,000. Or or whether the shvua impacts something that has mamashos, that have substance to it, right? Or the echad dvarim she'im bahen mamish, or for example, shvuas that have no substance to it. Now, let me take a quick look at Rashi. Rashi is the first short line, she'im bahen mamish. Rashi says, Trey got mashma. Now there are two elements to this, two parts to a shvua she'im bahen mamish. He says she'im, he says kigon she'ina, umashma she'im bahen aniyah kigon she'ezot tzraliyam. So, for example, what's an example of a shua that doesn't have substance to it? So there are two examples. One of them is, for example, I swear I'm not going to sleep. We saw this at the end of yesterday's daf. So, for example, sleep doesn't really have any type of mamoshos, doesn't have any substance to it, right? Or another type of shua, a shema mamish, could be, I swear I'm going to throw a stone into the sea. Now, what does it matter? So, the lashon of Iban mamish means it has no substance, it has no depth to it. Like it doesn't matter. It has zero impact. So we'll see those two definitions play out in the Gemara. Amar. So, for example, I swear I'm going to give $1,000 to Ruvain, or I swear that I'm not going to give $1,000 to Ruvain. Or again, remember past tense. I swear I gave $1,000 to Ruvain, or I didn't give $1,000 to Ruvain. So I will say. So now the Gemara just says Ketzad. Now, what we just did is we framed the categories of shua, right? So category one is what we call dvarim shal atzmo, a shua that impacts me. Category two, a shua that impacts someone else, right? And number three category of shua she'ein bahen mamish, shuas that have no substance. For example, I will sleep, I won't sleep, I'll throw a stone into the river, I won't throw a stone into the river. Okay, now we might go through the Ketzad. What are examples of this? Amar, shua she'etin le'ish ploni. This is an example of a shua that impacts someone else. Shua she'etin le'ish ploni, v'shelo etin. I will give $1,000, I will give $1,000 to Ruvain. Shenasati v'shelo nasati. I did give $1,000 to Ruvain, I didn't give $1,000 to Ruvain. Now, those are examples of shuas that impact another person. What's an example of a shua she'ein b'mamish, doesn't have substance? She'ishan v'shelo ishan. I swear I will sleep, or I swear that I won't sleep. She'ashanti. V'shelo yashanti, I swear that I did sleep, or I swear that I didn't sleep. She'ezrok srar liyam, v'shelo ezrok, or I swear that I will throw a pebble into the water, into the sea, or I didn't throw. She'zarakti v'shelo zarakti, I did throw, or I didn't throw. Good. Those are just all examples of the aforementioned cases in the Mishnah. Rabbi Shmuel says, Eino chayiv ela ala asid lava. Okay, Shmuel says, so this machlokes over here is going to take up a lot of time, a lot of real estate in the coming daf. And Yishmael says like this: one is not chayiv, Eino chayiv ela ala asid lava. One is not chayiv unless, of course, they swear a prospective, a future tense shvua. This is Rabbi Shmuel. We've seen this Rabbi Shmuel already a number of times throughout Maseches Shvuas, that Rabbi Shmuel holds that shvuas bitui. Because remember, again, on both sides, that's what we're talking about over here in this daf, shvuas bitui, which is literally, again, a declarative oath. The reason I'm saying is because today, actually, coming attractions, we are actually going to go ahead and see another category of shvua Mirat Hashem today as well. But for now, we're focused on shvuas bitui, which is a declarative shvua. Rabbi Shmuel says, Mid'araisa, the only type of shvuas bitui that works is a future tense prospective shvua. Enu chayiv ela ala asid laho shneimar lahara o lehetiv. Because I will say, when the pasuk itself talks about the shvuas bitui, how does it talk about lahara o lehetiv? Future tense. Future tense. So therefore, Bishmal says shvuas bitui is only future tense. Rabbi Akiva said, if that's the case, if that's the case, then ultimately, again, a shvuas bitui should really only be on somebody that has hara or hatala. What does that mean? That either has a positive effect or a negative effect. Right? In other words, a shvuas bitui has to have a dramatic effect. Rabbi Akiva says, why? Now, so what's happening over here? But Yishmael says, first type of shvuas bitui that could be is what? Is a prospective future shvua. Future shvua, why? Because that's how the pasuk frames it. Right? Remember again, I say, if you articulate a shvua, to do something good or to do something bad. Future tense. Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi Shmuel, if you're going to be such a literalist, then that means the only type of shvuas bitui is a shvua that has an impact either for bad or for good. Okay? Which of us I would mean, for example, a shvua where I swear I'm going to eat a loaf of bread. According to Bishmal, should that be a shvuas bitui? No, why not? Why not? It doesn't have a bad or a good impact. In other words, it's in the grand scheme of the world, right? It's meaningless. So we keep saying to Bishmal, if you're going to be such a literalist, then that means that shvuas bitui should only be something that has either a demonstrable positive or negative effect. Shua, the Gemara says, how do you know now? Again, I will say, obviously that's not true. Right? How do we know that's not true? Because that's in our entire Masechta. Right? This entire time we've been focusing on the idea that, for example, if even Rabbi Shmuel agrees, I swear I'm going to eat a loaf of bread today, even Rabbi Shmuel agrees that's what? That's a Shuas Bitoy. Now, we'll say again, is that a good or a bad Shua? No, it's a Shua that doesn't have a demonstrable bad or good effect. It just doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But yet we know it's a Shuas Bitoy. So, Shua, how do you explain that? So the Gemara says, Amarlo, maybe boy hakasvut. No. From the fact that now both say in the pasuk itself, there's another phrase, L'chol asher yivate. The shvua goes on anything you will articulate. Rabbi Shmuel says there's a boy. So lahara or lahated is just kind of like the general statement, but L'chol asher yivate b'svasayim, anything you articulate with your mouth, that shows any type of shvua. Rabbi Kiva says exactly. Amarlo and riba hakasav l'kach. Rabbi Kiva says exactly. The same way that phrase "L'chol asher yivate b'svasayim" means, right, is a riboy, comes to include even shvuas that don't have a rav or tov effect. So Rabbi Akiva says "L'chol asher yivate" also comes to include what? Not only future, prospective shvuas, but also past retrospective shvuas as well. So we'll say, write this down. This is big stuff over here. So this is big machlokas. In the Masechet Shavuos about the core, the nature of Shavuos Bitoy. If you don't have this machlokas down clear, you are going to be lost. And you may be thinking, no problem. I've been lost for a while, right? I've been lost most of my life, most of Masechet Shavuos. I will say, just because you've been lost until now doesn't mean you have to remain lost. Sometimes getting lost is something that happens to us, but remaining lost is a decision to make. So right now, 8:32, Monday morning, Yom Yerushalayim, Memorial Day, you decide. You are lost. We're all lost. Do you want to stay lost, or are you choosing to take a different direction? Choose now, because we're about to go on. So I'll say, so Lamaisa, what do we have? We have this fundamental machlokes over to Rabbi Kiva and Shmuel. This is a core machlokes in Shavuos Bitoy. How does Rabbi Shmuel hold? Two shittas, only two. Rabbi Shmuel holds Shavuos Bitoy, only future tense. That's it. So for example, now again, I will say now, what does that mean practically? So we're going to see it's more like a liability issue than anything else. I have to see what it means. But again, for now, Rabbi Shmuel says only Shavuos Bitoy is in future tense Shua. Shua sha'ochal, I swear I will eat. I swear I won't eat. But past tense Shavuos, not Shavuos Bitoy. Rabbi Akiva disagrees. Rabbi Akiva says no, not true at all. Rabbi Akiva says Shavuos Bitoy is both prospective, future tense, and retrospective past tense. That's it. The drasha, we just went off the Chazal for again, but that's the machlokes. Says the Gemara, Tanabanon, that got the Mishnah. Tanabanon, Chomer b'nedam b'shuas, Chomer b'shuas b'nedam. We'll say another very important idea. So again, Chomer shuas b'nedam, Chomer b'nedam b'shuas, Chomer b'shuas b'nedam. So we'll say there's a Chumrah that the Nidam have over shuas, and Chumrah that shuas haven't done. Now again, we'll say I'll tell you a good way to relate. So we're going to have to. What's the fundamental distinction between shuas and Nidam? I'll give you just a simple mnemonic. Nachshad. That's it. Nidarim, Chetza, Shvuas, Gavra. That's the distinction, right? When you Nachshad, when you go ahead and you make a neder devolves upon the action that you go ahead and take upon yourself. Again, we'll see it. So Nachshad, neder, Chetza, Shvua, Gavra. So the Gemara says there's a chumrah that the Nidam have over shuas, and a chumrah that shuas have over Nidam. You're going to see why you need that distinction in just a moment. Chumrah b'Nidarim, so there's a chumrah b'Nidarim. What is it? Here it is. Shanidarim cholim al dvar mitzvah kidvar harashos. That a neder prohibition could devolve upon a mitzvah just like a mundane item. Like I will say, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over behind Nidam chol madar is very important. Konam sukkah shani oser, lulav shani notel, aser. Open the door in the car, each kind of here it is. We'll say, watch, this is so important. I take a neder. I hereby write Konam Sukkah Zu Alai. Konam Sukkah Zu Alai. Right? I take a neder that this sukkah should be usher to me. I will say, nedarim, it works, right? It works. Why? Because when you make a neder, what are you doing? What you're doing is you're prohibiting that sukkah on you. Okay, so what do you have to do? What do you have to do? Go to a different sukkah, right? As opposed to, for example, I swear I'm not going to observe the Yom Tov of Sukkot. I take a shvua she'eni yoshev b'sukkah. What's the halacha? What's the halacha there? What's the halacha? The shvua is void. Why is the shvua void? Because your shvua is contrary to Torah law. Why? I said because shvua, you're taking a prohibition upon yourself. You can't take upon yourself not to observe the Yom Tov of Sukkot, but you can make a neder that a certain sukkah should be usher to you. You can do that, right? Or I take a neder that lulav and esrog should be usher to me. Okay, so use a different lulav and esrog. Shvua she'eni notel lulav, that's not going to work. Why? Nachshad, right? Because the neder is on the chefza. Right, so therefore, again, a neder can go ahead and prohibit, or even a ritual. So I can take a neder not to put on that pair of tefillin. Okay, put on a different pair of tefillin. I can't take a shvua not to put on tefillin, because then that would prohibit me as a person, as a gabra, from putting on tefillin. It's a very important distinction. So that's why a neder can devolve even upon a mitzvah item, just like a mundane item. But if you take a shvua not to do a mitzvah, right, the shvua is void. Why? Because when you take a shvua not to do a mitzvah, you're creating an isser upon yourself. You can't create an isser upon yourself to do something, because again, that's what we call masna amasha kasam batorah. That is going ahead and that is stipulating against a pre-existing obligation of the Torah. You can't do it. What's that? Nachshad. I'm just going to keep on saying because I'm very proud of it, actually. Nachshad is my contribution to Klal Yisrael. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. What's the chumrah that Shvuas has over Nedarim? Shvuas chalos al davar she'ein bo mamish ki davar she'ish bo mamish. The chumrah that a shvua has is that what? That a shvua ultimately, again, devolves upon something that is even amorphous, or that doesn't have substance. It doesn't have substance, just like something that does have substance. Whereas that's not the case by Nedarim. So as we saw in the Mishnah, for example, you can go ahead and make a neder. You can make a shvua not to sleep. Shvua shalish, which we'll discuss in just a moment. Right? Why? Because remember again, because shvua is not really devolving upon the object. Shvua is devolving upon me. So I can prohibit myself from anything, whether again the object has substance or doesn't. A neder, because again it devolves upon the object, can only devolve upon something that has substance. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here, neder eno chal ala shena kidon konam she'eni yoshem the konam lashon hekdishu v'amay lechol hekdish aval konam inoi b'shena al define. So again, we'll see the ways that you can make nedarim chal on the sleep as well. But again, we'll say that's a fundamental distinction. So again, nach shan, the neder devolves on the chefza, the shvua devolves on the gavra, on the individual, and therefore these two distinctions. The neder can devolve even upon a mitzvah, just like a mundane item, whereas a shvua cannot. But a shvua can devolve upon something that doesn't have substance, whereas a neder cannot. Incredible. Let's go back there. Okay, so for example, let's say the Mishnah's example of a neder of a shvua that impacts other people. I swear I'm going to give Ruvain something. Or I swear I'm not going to give Ruvain something. The Gemara says, "My etin, what's the case? What are you giving to Ruvain?" The Gemara says, if we're talking about that Ruvain is poor and I'm giving Ruvain tzedakah, so Moshe Omeid may I see now. I have an obligation to give tzedakah. But say very important. And the Gemara says, I just want to point out how fascinating this is. We often translate tzedakah as charity. Rabbi Shimon Hirsch says that's not etymologically true. Tzedakah, ultimately, again, the shorish of tzedakah is tzedek, which means justice. I will say, when you give tzedakah, that is not an act of kindness and an act of charity. That is an act of justice. The act which Baruch created the world is, there are people who have, and there are people who don't. And Baruch says the way it works is, if you have, you must go ahead and give to those who don't. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's not something above and beyond and generous. It is the strict obligation of the law. Now, how much I have to give is a discussion. And then if I go ahead and I go above and beyond what my obligation is, so for example, right, halacha l'maisa, what do you have to do? A Jew opens his hands, you have to give. You have to give. A Jew asks you for money, you have to give. Now, how much you have to give is up to you. You can give $1, you can give a penny, you can do whatever you want. But there's no such thing in this world as a Jew opening his hand and me turning a blind eye to it. You can't do that. Like I said, you want to keep a roll of pennies in your talent's bag. That's your dollar. That's your business, or a roll of dollars, or I'll go to the script, whatever you want to do. But you have to give. You have to give. That's a doraisa. There's not a judgment. There's not a this. Again, you want to give real money, do your due diligence. You want to give above your right. Every Jew, if possible, in order if it doesn't set you back financially or it doesn't cause you not to pay your bills, should give meiser. Person should allocate a tenth of their earnings for tzedakah purposes. A person has the ability to go ahead and give above and beyond meiser. That's incredible. But it's important to understand that those concepts are not charitable. Those concepts are tzedek. That's the way. If you have, that means Chosh Baruch Hu gave it to you so you could be the custodian to give to someone else. So the Gemara says, look what the Gemara is saying over here. What's the shvua? If I'm saying I swear I'm going to give to Ruvain, right, and Ruvain's an ani, I'm only obligated to do that. Mushula v'omed nehar Sinai. I'm already obligated to do that. Like in other words, don't say you're the one should be obligated. Like I said, tzedakah is not charitable, discretionary donations. Who you give it to is your discretion, right? But l'maisa, again, I'm a juror. I have an obligation as a yid. That if I have, and someone else doesn't, of course I have to give. So Gemara says, "Shnei nason titin lo." I won't say this is it. Listen to the pasuk. Nason titin lo is a declarative statement. You must give to him. The rest of the pasuk is v'lo yira levavcha b'sitcha lo ki biglal hadavar hazeh yivarechcha Hashem Elokecha b'chol maasecha b'chol mashlach yadcha. Now again, the interesting one about tzedakah is, even though I'm obligated to do it, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you do it, I will bless you tremendously. It's interesting, right? Even though I'm obligated to do it, so if I do it, I'm just fulfilling my obligation. Because Baruch says, if you do it, because I know that it's hard, I'll give you even more. So again, if Reuben's an ani, then what's the point of the shua? Ella matala miyasher. Rather than what you're talking about a case where Reuben's wealthy. Reuben's wealthy. What am I doing? I'm giving him a gift. Okay, so I'm giving him a nice gift. So again, I'm taking a shua to do so. Next, first one, I swear that I'm going to sleep or not going to sleep. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Well, let's talk about the shua a little bit. Does such a shua like this work? 1 second. Now, what this sounds like over here is like an open-ended shua, right? I swear that I'm not going to sleep. What does that even mean? What does that mean? There are like, there's a certain amount of time that a person can go without sleeping. For some, it's like 25 minutes, right? Again, I would say, but Lamaisa depends only in a shear or in shore, right? But Lamaisa, again, what does this mean? How can you make an open-ended shvua like this that you're not going to sleep? So the Gemara says, after all, if a person says, I swear that I'm not going to sleep for 3 days, so again, it's interesting, Chazal said it's impossible to go more than 3 days without sleep. So what do we do? So what if a person makes such a shvua like this? Malkin also, we go to him and give him Malchus, the Yashena altar, and he goes to sleep immediately. Now, what that means is, he doesn't have to go to sleep immediately, but the idea is that we see this shvua as just an impossible shvua. So you made a false oath, or whatever we're going to call it, violation of a shvua spiritually. Therefore, I'll get Malchus and move on. To which the Gemara says, right, Hasam da Amar Gimel, Hachadu Amar Gimel. That's where he said 3 days. In our case over here, he didn't say 3 days. So it's interesting. How do we interpret the shvua? That essentially shvua shalom isha essentially means, I swear I'm going to go without sleep for as long as I can. That's how we understand it. And such a shvua works. You swear to go without sleep for as long as you can go without sleep. Good. Shazot Shal Yam Shal as well. Another example. I also remember, these were examples of shvuas that have no substance to them, no mamoshus. So that's right. Itmar shvua shazarak kfoni tzrol yam b'shalom zak. So let's listen to this. Interesting case over here. I swear, here's the case. I swear that Reuben threw a stone into the ocean. right? Or I swear that Reuben didn't throw a stone into the ocean. I will say, what is the impact of such a shvua like this? So Rav Amar Chayiv, Rav says this is a proper shvua spitui, and therefore, again, if I violate it, or if it turns out that he did, or he not in conformance with the shvua b'chayiv. Shmuel says, no, I'm potter. Now, says Rav Amar Chayiv, Isei b'lavaheim. Rav says it works. Why is this a proper shvua spitui? Because Rav holds that what you need for a shvua spitui is the ability to articulate it in both positive and negative. And as long as you articulate both positive and negative, it works. So therefore, again, I swear Reuben did throw the stone into the ocean, or I swear that Reuben didn't throw the stone into the ocean. Shmuel Potter, Shmuel says Potter, why? Let's say B'lahabah. Shmuel says in order for a shua to be a shua's bitui, it has to be able to be a prospective shua, future shua. Now, interestingly enough, I can't swear that Reuben will throw the stone into the river. Why not? Why not? I don't control Reuben. I will say such a lot of good pieces of Musar today. The one thing you do not control in this world is other people. We spend so much time trying to control what other people do, how they're going to act, how they're going to talk, and the truth is it's an exercise in futility. The only thing you control in this world is you. So therefore, I will say, watch this. So Rav says this is a proper shua spitui, right? Because according to Rav, in order to be a shua spitui, all you need is for the ability for it to be phrased in the positive and the negative. So therefore, again, I could swear Reuben did throw the rock, Reuben didn't throw the rock. It works. Shmuel says it doesn't work. Why? Because for a shua to be a shua spitui, you have to be able to phrase it in the future tense. And since you can't swear that Reuben will or won't do something, therefore, again, it's not a shua spitui, and therefore you're potus. Oh, this seems to be the same machlokes of our Mishnah. See, who's our Mishnah, right? Rabbi Shmuel holds that for a shua spitui to be a shua spitui, it has to be able to be phrased b'habal, and Rabbi Akiva disagrees. This none. Rabbi Shmuel Omer Eino Chayiv Ela Ala Osid Logo Shene'amar Lar Hara O Lehetin Amar Rabbi Akiva Him Kain Eini Ela Hadvar Sheish Ben Hara Ba'Tavas. This is just our Mishnah, right? Dvar Sheish Ben She'in Ben Hara Ba'Tava Minayin Amar Lo Meiligu Yakasa. Rabbi Shmuel says no. That's what I'm going to say. It's just the Mishnah. That's what I'm explaining. It's just the Mishnah again. Amar Lo in Riba HaKasav L'Kach Riba HaKasav L'Kach. So once again, it's a Mishnah. That Yishmael holds that for a shua spitui to be a shua spitui, you have to be able to phrase it in the future. Rabbi Akiva says no. That's from the reborn of the pasuk. Even past tense shvuas work. So it must be Rav Tamak Rabbi Akiva. Rav holds like Rabbi Akiva. Ushmol Tamak Rabbi Shmuel. Shmuel holds like Rabbi Shmuel. Incredible. Jewish Gemara says no. I'll leave it to Rabbi Shmuel. Kuli Amalot Pligi. I'll say in accordance to Rabbi Shmuel's position, that a shua spitui has to be phrased in the future, has to have the ability to be phrased in the future. Everyone agrees. Hashta milsa di'isi b'lahaba lo Gemara says lo pligi. Hashta milsa di'isi b'lahaba lo mechayiv ala Rabbi Yishmael l'sha'avar. Milsa the less b'lahaba liboy. So let's say, see, interestingly enough, everyone agrees that ultimately, again, that something, that ultimately something that has the ability to be future tense, Rabbi Yishmael is not going to be mechayiv you when it's phrased in the past tense. Also, the last shaila is something that cannot be phrased in future tense. What does Rabbi Yishmael do with that? So keeply, where does the machlokes come up? The Gemara says, I'll leave it to Rabbi Akiva. The machlokes is really Rabbi Akiva's position. How so? Rav Rabbi Akiva. So Rav clearly was going to be here. Because remember, I will say, what was our case? Right? I swear that Reuben threw the stone into the river. That's my oath. So again, Rav says Yechayiv. Okay, so that works beautifully according to Rabbi Akiva, because Rabbi Akiva definitely holds that even a past tense shvua will be a shvua's bitui. Gemara says, keeping it Rav Rabbi Akiva. Shmuel said like this: Ad lo kam b'chayv Rabbi Akiva hasam l'sha'avar elamilsa de'isi b'lahaba b'chayv Rabbi Akiva l'sha'avar. So essentially, Shmuel will say like this: even Rabbi Akiva still holds that the shvua has to have the ability to have a future tense version, right? When the shvua can have a future tense version, Rabbi Akiva will agree that even there's liability for the past tense version. But again, Shmuel posits that even Rabbi Akiva will agree that if the shvua can't be made, there's no version of it that can be made in future tense, even Rabbi Akiva will agree that the shvua does not work. So almost like what we're doing right now is we're kind of removing Rabbi Shmuel from the equation, and making this machlokes according to Rabbi Akiva. So here we go. I swear that Reuben threw a stone into the river. Let's say it turns out Reuben didn't throw a stone into the river. Am I chayiv for violation of a shvuas bitui? Rav says yes. Why does Rav say yes? Easy. Rav holds like Rabbi Akiva. Like Rabbi Akiva, Shmuel says you're potter. It's not a shvuas bitui. But Rav wants to suggest that even Shmuel says I also like Rabbi Akiva. But even Rabbi Akiva, who says that you could be chayiv for a past tense shvuah, holds that what? There's only liability for a past tense shvuah when that shvuah ultimately can be made in a future tense version. But if the shvuah doesn't have a future tense version, even Rabbi Akiva will agree that that is not a proper shvuah bitui. So let's say perhaps that this machlokes is actually a bigger machlokes. That this machlokes is really machlokes. What's that machlokes? This here we go, boss. Like fascinating machlokes. If I swore to negate a mitzvah, for example, I swear I'm not putting on tefillin. But the good news is, I put on tefillin. What's the halacha? Lo bital potter. Ultimately, I'm potter, which makes sense. Why? Because the shua to negate a mitzvah is what? Is void. What happens if I swore to put on tefillin, right? But I did not put on tefillin, potter. Ultimately, I'm also potter, right? I'm also potter. Why? Because it will say any time you're swearing regarding a mitzvah, essentially your shvua is void. In reality, I really should be chayiv for that. In other words, in a case where I swore to uphold the mitzvah, but I did not do so, I really should be chayiv for that. Why? And of course, what are we going to say? What are we going to say? Don't I read them and say? I was like 25 days, 5 lines down. So listen to this. When it comes to Roshos, what's a Roshos? Any non-binding event, right? Non-binding event, something that I'm not obligated to my Sinai. How are you chayiv about that? So say, now listen to the Messiah's logic. If a shua makes you obligated in something for which you did not have prior obligation, then mitzvah shemushva lehem har Sinai eino din she'ei chayiv aleh. So it's an interesting logic. But Yehuda says if the power of a shua is to create a binding obligation for a non-binding act, then Allah has kama v'kama, shua should work to create obligation for what? Something you were already obligated to do. Which makes sense. It just reverse logic, but it actually makes a lot of sense. Amulo, they said to Rabbi and Sarah, no. Im amarta b'shvuas harashos shekin asaba lav kehein. So we'll say, here's the difference. With a regular shvua, you can take something. Shazizim lav kehein. You can take. Rashi says, "Dechsin b'hedja lahara olehei." The mashal code olka below olka lo bay. So you can take something that was otherwise permitted and make it prohibited. Tamar b'shuas mitzvah shekin lo asaba lav kehein. The way a shvua works, the Gemara says, is a shvua can be phrased in both the positive and the negative. Whatever you're taking a shvua about, you should be able to say, I will do this, or I won't do this. When it comes to mitzvos, you can't say that. It's true. You can make a shvua that says, I swear I will do something. I swear I'll put on tefillin. I swear I'll keep Shabbos. That's beautiful. The problem is you cannot phrase it in the negative of I won't do this. And again, the pasuk itself, when it speaks about shvuas bitui, phrases it as how lahara or lehetiv, which we're understanding over here is to do something or not to do something. So once I say, interestingly enough, what do you see from here? The Gemara wants to suggest that again, even if you did a Mesera, at least entertains the possibility that a shvua really should be able to develop upon a mitzvah. So let's say that Rav holds the Kaddihu the Mesera, Ushmuel the Arakirabanan, and Ali the Kaddihu the Mesera, and Shmuel holds the Kirabanan, where separately the Mesera, to which the Gemara says no. To which the Gemara says, Hashta lav vehein lo boy, lav l'shabar boy. The Gemara says again, if Lamais at the end of the day, if they're saying that you don't need lav vehein, if you don't need the ability to phrase it in a positive and a negative, then Lamais again would they hold that it has to be in the future and the past? That doesn't make any sense. Keep ligi. When does the machlokes come up? Aliba d'Rabbanan. The machlokes comes up in the aforementioned position of the Rabbanon. Shmuel k'Rabbanon. So Shmuel holds like the Rabbanon. The Rav, kilo mechabi Rabbanon belav v'hein. So the ksiv l'hara l'heitiv. The hedja. When did the Rabbanon say that you're not going to be high for a shvuas bitui? That's when it can't be phrased in the positive and the negative. Because I will say, the need to be able to phrase a shvuas bitui in the positive and the negative, that's explicitly biblical. That's lahara l'heitiv. So we'll say it's interesting, by the way. Lahara l'heitiv is being understood right now as, Torah tells us, for a shvuas bitui to be binding, whatever shvua you're making, you have to be able to phrase it in both the positive and the negative. Haval la'av lahaval u'l'sha'avar t'meribuya dikra asu mechaybi. Mechaybi, so the Gemara says, however, when it comes to lahaval l'sha'avar, now we'll say, where do we learn out that a shvua has to be both future and tense? Where do we learn that out from? That's not explicit. Where is that learned out from? That's learned from a ribui. What's the ribui? Lahara ol lahetiv, the extra phrase. The extra phrase. So I will say it's quite fascinating to contemplate over here that there's two things that are unfolding over here, right? So here's what you know. There's a shuas bitui. Shuas bitui is a declarative shvua. Now, the fundamental machlokes is what are the components of that shvua. So it seems to be the one piece that almost everyone, maybe not Rabbi Yehuda and the Seder, but the one piece that everyone agrees on is Lahara lahetiv teaches me that what? In order for a shuas bitui to be binding, you must be able to phrase it in both the positive and the negative. Now, interestingly enough, there's another replay, right? What do you do with that? So again, Rabbi Akiva uses. Rabbi Shmuel seems not to dash in our Mishnah, and Rabbi Akiva ultimately uses it to teach us what? It's both future tense shvuos, although future tense is learned out from the Hara V'Eitiv as well, and past tense shvuos. But I just want to point out the need for a shvua to be phrased in the positive and negative is explicitly biblical. The need for a shuas bitui to be able to work future tense and past tense is some arigoi. It's not explicit. So because it's not explicit, that point, that particular nekuda is subject to machlokes. Let's go back to Maser Rav Hamnuna. So Rav Hamnuna raised the kasha. So lo achalti hayom v'lo einachti tzur hayom. So let's listen to this. I make a statement. What's my statement? I didn't eat today. I'm not making a shua. I'm just making a statement. I didn't eat today. I didn't put on tefillin today. So what happens? Ruben hears me and says, Mashbiach, do you swear? Do you swear that you didn't put on tefillin today? You didn't eat today? But Amar Amen. And I said, yeah, I did. I swear. And it turns out that what? I ate or I put on tefillin. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, I'm chayiv. So I understand why I'm chayiv for the statement that I didn't eat or that I ate. Why? Because again, that shvua can be phrased in both ways. I did eat or I didn't eat. Why should I be chayiv about the tefillin? But why should I be chayiv a shuas bitui if I swore that I didn't put on tefillin? After all, again, you can't take a shua like that. I can take a shua. Maybe I can take a shua. I swear I won't put on tefillin. But I certainly can't take a shua that what? That I swear that I didn't put on tefillin. So why should there be liability for that case? Who most of love the woman farik well, it's stugin katari. No, there's two components to that case. Lo achalti lekarban, lo henachti lemalchus. Oh, so let's say, so this we're going to get into a little bit more in tomorrow's daf. That when it comes to liability for shuas, there's really two things. When you violate a shuas bitui, so ultimately again there's liability for a carbon oleviolate. However, again, there are other times when you could be in violation of an oath, where although there is no carbonic liability, ultimately what? There's malchus. So for example, if I say I did not eat today, and what happens? Ruben says, yeah, do you swear? And I say yes. And then it turns out I did eat. I'm chayiv a carbon oleviolate. Why? Because that's a good shuas bitui. Because that can be phrased as I did eat or I didn't eat. I did eat or I didn't eat. Right? But lamaisa, it's same thing. I swear I didn't put on tefillin today. Right? What was the case? Yeah, I swear I didn't put on tefillin today. Ruben says, really, you swear? I say yeah. So ultimately, again, then it turns out I didn't put on tefillin. So we'll say that's not really a proper shuas bitui. Why not? Because although you could swear you're going to put on tefillin, you can't swear what? You didn't put on tefillin. So what? But yet, I'm liable. What am I liable? We're going to see what I'm liable for is shuas sheker, not shuas bitui. I'm liable for taking a false oath not liable for Shuas Biter. We'll say one more line, then we're going to stop. We have another minute. We're like Kalvashan and Massive Rabba. So we'll say, here it is, then we're going to stop. Massive Rabba, Rabba says, Izu Shuas Shab. What's a Shuas Shab? So we'll say, we've seen this before. Nishma Lashana is saying, Dula Adam. Shuas Shab.